In the land of the free, every knock on the door by the police may well be a gamble between life and death. When the thunderous roar of a shotgun shatters the lock, what greets the officers is not a surrendering criminal, but rather a barrage of lethal bullets fired from behind the walls. Officer Miles was struck by a ricochet, yet his bulletproof vest saved his life for the next encounter. In the inferno of Hell's Kitchen, New York City, 3 police cars, their lights flashing, are stationed outside the dilapidated Roosevelt apartments, the sirens blaring incessantly. Inside, at room 431 on the 2nd floor, 3 officers stand poised with AR rifles, clad in bulletproof vests, flanking the fortified door. Bang, 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 bang. Sheriff Gill, weapon in one hand, pounds forcefully on the iron door with the other. New York City Police Department, Crab, open door. You're implicated in drug trafficking, robbery, and parole violations. I hold a search warrant to open the front door. No response emerges from within. Bang, 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 bang. Crab, I know you're in there. Open the door. Now. Sheriff Gill's irritation escalates, his voice rising once more. Half a minute passes with still no reply. The small team at the door consists solely of 3 individuals. Gill, the commanding officer Mike, armed with a shotgun, and Miles, wielding a less lethal 37mm weapon. Gill casts a glance at his black colleague, signaling the evident lack of cooperation from their target today. He retreats to one side of the door with his AR rifle, while Miles disengages the safety on his weapon, gesturing to Mike. Hey, Mike, get ready to breach. In the land of the free, it is commonplace for suspects to resist police enforcement. It is the rare exception when one complies and opens the door peacefully. Officer Mike, holding a classic Remington M870 shotgun, approaches the door, preparing to initiate a forceful entry to the United States. Officers typically carry not only standard rifles and handguns during operations, but also favor a shotgun for its versatility. The Remington M870 is a close-quarters weapon utilized by various special forces worldwide, including SWAT and the U.S. Marine Corps, known for its exceptional performance in both assault and defensive scenarios. This pump-action shotgun is among the most versatile firearms available for civilian use, suitable for hunting, home defense, and primarily for the purpose Mike intends unlocking. Doors. Thus, the Remington M870 is often referred to by NYPD officers as the universal key, albeit one that only opens and does not close. Bang, bang, clang. The distinctive, thunderous sounds of the shotgun resonate, obliterating the iron door lock, as Mike swiftly kicks it open and retreats to the left side of the entrance. Crab, come out. Come on out. Gill does not recklessly charge inside, after all. Everyone knows America is a free nation, whether legally or illegally. As long as one possesses wealth, one can procure any desired deadly toy. Particularly as a New York police officer, one must exercise caution with criminals who may have long since lost their grip on reality. From behind the wall, a torrent of curses erupts. Why? Get out of my house, officer! Jill cast a swift glance. Observing that no one stood at the door, Carob concealed himself behind the living room wall, prompting Jill to continue his thunderous proclamation. I am a police officer. I command you to emerge. We possess a search warrant. What? What do you intend to do? Get lost, you black dog. Repeat, come out, raise your bang, 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 bang. Before Jill could finish his sentence, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from within, bullets swiftly streaming forth from behind the wall. Step back. Return fire. Return fire. Bang, 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 bang. Sheriff Gill and his officers immediately disengaged the safety on their rifles, commencing to empty their magazines in retaliation while contacting headquarters via the communicator. Engagement in progress. Requesting backup. Amidst a barrage reminiscent of firecrackers, Myers suddenly let out a cry of agony. A ricochet struck Myers, the impact causing him to lose his balance and tumble backward. Shit, I've been shot, sir. Mike, maintain cover. Maintain cover. Having just emptied his magazine, Jill had no time to reload. He drew his handgun while grasping Myers' bulletproof vest, dragging him toward a safer location. Myers, are you okay? Can you breathe? Where are you injured? Jill panted, reloading his weapon as he inquired. Myers grimaced in pain. Fuck. I don't know. It should be my chest. It's very tight. After reloading, Jill began to examine Myers, discovering a 7.62 mm bullet lodged within the layers of his bulletproof vest. Jill exhaled in relief. "Brother, good news. The vest saved your life. Fall back and report the situation to headquarters." Inside the dwelling, whether due to the cessation of gunfire from outside or not, the shooting within also came to an abrupt halt. Mike stood guard at the door with a Remington shotgun, hesitant to venture inside. Before long, a sound emerged from downstairs. It was Carib. He had leapt from the window, and the roar of an engine echoed from below. Chapter 1. What misfortune? New York City, on Highway 79. Duke was driving his Dodge Charger police car along the highway, a cup of hot coffee resting on the dashboard. The radio played Alice Merton's No Roots, and Duke swayed and hummed along. "And 1,000 times I've seen this road. 1,000 times. I've got no roots, but my home was. Never on the ground, that I've got no roots, Duke, an inspector at the 43rd Precinct of New York City, occupies a mid-level position within the hierarchy of the city's police force, which consists of 10 ranks: police commissioner, precinct chief, assistant chief, deputy chief, inspector, assistant inspector, sergeant, lieutenant, officer, and patrolman. Last month, during a pursuit of a Hispanic laundry detergent vendor, an unfortunate incident occurred wherein Duke's team inadvertently delivered a fatal shot to the suspect's chest, thus earning him a month-long administrative leave as mandated by the department. Today marks the conclusion of his administrative hiatus. In the tranquil and harmonious United States, it is customary for local prosecutors to evaluate the legality of police shootings. During this period, officers are prohibited from engaging in active duty, yet their salaries continue uninterrupted, this interval being referred to as administrative paid leave. Now that the local prosecutor has finally deemed his actions lawful, Chief Tom, affectionately known as Old Cat, informed Duke yesterday that he could return to duty. After enjoying a legitimate respite from work, Duke, having spent less than an hour attending to the backlog of office duties, expressed his impatience and informed Chief Tom of his intention to undertake field work. He then nonchalantly drove his Dodge Challenger patrol car along the highway, seeking to encounter any illicit street racers. As he listened to music, Duke pondered the possibility of stumbling upon some petty lawbreakers on the road. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. "Emergency. All units, please be advised. An armed suspect is currently driving a pickup truck with the license plate GAJ 2533, exiting the city en route to Highway 79. The suspect is armed with an automatic weapon. Please be on the lookout for interception. Repeat, nearby officers, please be aware of an armed suspect driving. C8 received. B5 received." Listening to the communications over the radio, Duke remained unperturbed, a smile creeping upon his face. Lucky day, another opportunity for action. As a senior inspector, Duke was not typically included in the dispatch of units, however. As a law-abiding and dedicated servant of the American public, he felt compelled to respond. The just Duke, with a serious countenance, could not tolerate the occurrence of crime. Received. After a succinct reply, Duke gradually reduced his speed and pulled over to the roadside. Once stopped, he opened the trunk, retrieved his gear, donned a bulletproof vest, and armed himself with a SIG SG-550 assault rifle, 2 20-round magazines, a 21-inch ASP tactical, baton, a megaphone, and a pair of handcuffs. Fully equipped, Duke returned to his vehicle, rolled down the window a third of the way, and set the car in motion at a steady speed of 60 km/h. Moments later, the thundering sound of heavy metal rock music blared from behind him. In less than a heartbeat, a roaring pickup truck zipped past Duke's patrol car with remarkable speed. A faint phrase lingered in the wind. "Go eat shit, you pig." Duke raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly unfazed, he was already well aware of the low caliber of New York's underworld criminals. The disparity between the affluent gentlemen and the impoverished wretches in America was akin to the gap between humans and our primate ancestors, a reality he had long since accepted. Nevertheless, it mattered little by the end of the encounter. When he had them pinned to the ground, their tongues would be much cleaner. "With such speed, I shall issue you a hefty fine." Duke finished the coffee from his dashboard in one gulp, squeezing the cup tightly before callously tossing it out the window. Activating the sirens, shifting gears, and pressing the accelerator, the engine of the modified Dodge Challenger roared like a beast, thrusting Duke back into his seat with a powerful force. His left hand gripped the steering wheel tightly while his right hand blared the siren. The engine's furious growl fueling his adrenaline, a manic smile creeping onto his lips. In less than a minute, the revamped Dodge Challenger effortlessly closed the distance to the rear of the pickup truck. Just as he prepared to box in the pickup, a sudden jolt in his chest made him instinctively release the accelerator and gently apply the brakes to slow down. The window of the pickup truck rolled down, and a black metal tube abruptly emerged. Bang! 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 With practiced ease, he ducked down to evade the gunfire. Routine operation, Duke remained entirely composed. Fuck, I just repaired this car. The haphazard shooting missed him, but a ricochet struck the right side of the Dodge police car's windshield. Duke forcefully turned the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator, swiftly aligning the front of the Dodge with the rear of the pickup, growling, "You bastard. I'm going to knock your shit out." The front of the Dodge collided with the right rear of the pickup, causing the speeding vehicle to lose control and veer towards the roadside, crashing into a small tree. The front of the pickup embedded deeply into the trunk while the rear lifted high, the vehicle finally ceasing its motion. Seeing this, Duke executed a sharp turn, the tires screeching in protest as he halted the car about 8 or 9 meters away from the wreck. Activating his body camera, Duke donned his gear, disengaged the safety on his rifle, and leaped from the vehicle. He refrained from rushing forward to apprehend the criminals, instead crouching behind his car, retrieving a megaphone, and monotonously proceeding with his routine proclamation. "Listen up, raise your hands and come out of that damned vehicle. I want to see your hands. Drop your weapons. Drop your fucking weapons." Bang, bang, bang. A volley of gunfire erupted from the wrecked pickup. Hearing the shots, Duke's lips curled into a grin. Had they complied and remained still, he would have been unable to draw his weapon. As protocol dictated, he must first check whether the suspect was alive or dead. Indeed, in a land of the free, America, regardless of how heinous a criminal may be, the police strive to provide assistance whenever possible. After all, while the lives of officers may be at stake, the rights of those who deserve capital punishment should never be forfeited. Casting aside his loudspeaker, he began to shout into the communicator towards the dispatch center. "Shots fired. Shots fired." Duke, with his weapon in hand, glanced into the vehicle's rearview mirror, spotting a bald man of African descent emerging from the car and sprinting towards the roadside. "Motherfucker!" He took cover behind the vehicle, aiming his firearm towards the fleeing figure. Bang! 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 The suspect, startled, recoiled behind the car and began to return fire. Damn it! It seems that basic firearm proficiency is merely a fad. I can't even hit him. Is it the gang members who are all naturally gifted with evasion? Duke's face contorted in frustration. Even after taking careful aim, he found himself unable to hit the target. Bang! 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 Resting his firearm on the hood of the car, Duke extended the barrel, disregarding all caution, and emptied the remaining rounds of the magazine. The sudden barrage of firepower startled the gang member, compelling him to retreat behind the vehicle. Silently counting to 3 in his mind, Duke seized the opportunity to dash out from behind the car, bending low as he sprinted towards the nearby thicket with the speed of a 100-meter dash like a T4 in the afternoon. The thicket cast shadows that intertwined under the sunlight, resembling a dark corridor. The moment Duke's foot touched the shadow, he seemed to dissolve into its depths, camouflaged within the blackness. Crouching within the shadows, Duke ambled towards the pickup truck, his elongated silhouette perfectly concealed, even the sound of his footsteps muted in the dark corners. On the afternoon highway, unless someone specifically focused their attention, hardly anyone noticed the figure moving within the black shadows by the roadside. In less than a minute, Duke stealthily emerged from the shadows, hiding behind a large tree a few meters in front of the wrecked pickup truck, observing the bald man peeking from behind the vehicle, occasionally firing shots towards his police car. "Surprise!" Duke whispered with a sinister grin, lifting his rifle and replacing the magazine. After taking a rough aim, he prepared to pull the trigger. Although his marksmanship was lacking, he felt confident in hitting a stationary target, particularly since he was clearing the magazine. Surely a few rounds would find their mark. Bang! 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 In a rapid succession of shots, bullets ricocheted as Duke swiftly emptied the 20-round magazine of his SIG SG 550 assault rifle within 5 seconds, promptly drawing his Glock pistol to aim. The gang member behind the car was evidently struck, collapsing to the ground. Although, under normal circumstances, the suspect was no longer capable of resistance, Duke resolved to adhere to the law and complete the established procedure. With a commanding voice, he declared, "Drop your weapon. Put down your fin gun, brother, or I will be forced to open fire." The man wielding a firearm suddenly raised his right hand, as if it were convulsing. Bang, 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 bang. Before he could lift his gun, Duke swiftly emptied the magazine of his Glock, finally silencing the man. But a look of relief washed over Duke's face. He nonchalantly replaced the magazine and activated his communicator. Calling Central, calling Central. This is Inspector Duke. The suspect is under my control, requesting backup. Location is approximately 50 kilometers at the intersection of Highway 79, with my police vehicle and the suspect's pickup parked roadside. The suspect has sustained gunshot wounds and requires urgent medical attention. I repeat, this is Inspector Duke. The suspect is under my control. Having completed the necessary protocol, Duke approached the incapacitated suspect, clearly in dire straits. Cautiously, he removed the firearm from the now-mute man's grasp, conducted a search, and restrained him. Adhering strictly to his training, Duke initiated the emergency medical procedures for the suspect. Brother, I did my best. Observing the unblinking eyes of the suspect, the well-meaning officer, Duke doubted his efforts would yield any positive outcome. Before long, reinforcements led by Sheriff Gill and an ambulance arrived at the scene, where the medical personnel commenced further resuscitation efforts. "Sir, are you all right? Were you injured?" Sheriff Gill rushed over, breathless, A.S. Duke's direct subordinate. He felt compelled to show concern, knowing the tally of suspects who had perished at his superior's hand was already considerable. Moreover, if the suspect managed to harm Duke due to his own oversight, he could easily foresee dire consequences for himself thus. He hurriedly followed from the apartment upon. Learning of the situation, "Gill, I'm fine. Inform our team to be vigilant in searching and preserving evidence." As Duke removed his bulletproof vest and secured his firearm, he inquired, "I heard one of the lads was shot. Who was the unfortunate soul? And is it serious?" "It's that rascal Myers. Thankfully, it was a stray bullet that struck his vest, so he's relatively unharmed." While Duke conversed with Gill, the other officers were busy securing evidence, and a physician approached Duke. "Sir, after examination, the suspect has sustained a gunshot wound to the chest and has ceased breathing. He can be pronounced dead." The doctor spoke with an air of indifference, as such occurrences were commonplace for hospitals collaborating with the police department. Particularly with Inspector Duke, since his tenure at the New York precinct, each apprehended criminal had either been gravely injured or had met their demise on the spot. "Oh, how unfortunate. I was just about to issue this fellow a hefty speeding ticket, alas. Perhaps in the next life." Duke displayed a fad of solemnity, his thoughts occupied with the prospect of augmenting the department's revenue. "Doctor?" "Sheriff Gill?" Neglecting the inner workings of the two individuals, Duke concluded his tasks, confident that Gill would adeptly manage the subsequent affairs, and with a casual pat, he returned to his vehicle. Chapter 2. The Dog, Are You Capable? On the highway, Duke was multitasking, one hand gripping the steering wheel while the other casually played a song. As his thoughts wandered, a semi-transparent panel materialized before his eyes, accompanied by the familiar sound of the system notification. Host, Duke, physical form, fitness enthusiast, upright primate, energy, average adult muggle, skills, shadow step, basic firearm proficiency. Congratulations, host, on completing the iron task, daily patrol, total task value, 100 points, host contribution rate, 80, earned, 80 points, accumulated points, 3,000. Shall we commence the lottery segment? Indeed, Duke was not of this world. And though he remained unaware of how he had traversed here, he at least possessed a quintessential tool of the transmigrator, a task system. Upon completing various endeavors, the system rewarded him with points categorized into iron, silver, gold, and mythic levels. Iron level tasks typically encompassed mundane duties like daily patrols, with reward points varying from 10 to 100 based on the complexity and duration of the task. For instance, this particular daily patrol, involving gunfire and the apprehension of criminals, merited the maximum reward of 100 points, whereas a day spent merely stamping documents and attending meetings would yield the minimum of 10 points. The lottery system mirrored this structure, with iron, silver, gold, and mythic tiers, each requiring 100 points for iron, 1,000 for silver, and so forth. with a mythic tier displaying a message indicating insufficient permissions. Since his arrival in this realm, Duke had consistently engaged in iron-level tasks, even questioning the existence of higher-level challenges. Nevertheless, he resolved to embrace his current situation. With the aid of the system, his own audacity, and a modicum of assistance from his affluent congressman friend, Donald, he successfully ascended from a humble local patrol officer to an inspector within the New York City precinct. By the time he reached the rank of inspector, Duke was prepared for a respite, for advancing further at his age would pose a challenge. His days consisted of idling in the office, attending to trivial tasks, and his evenings were filled with bar hopping and romantic escapades. Vacations were spent with Donald in Las Vegas, indulging in poker, as the trappings of capitalism often left Duke in a state of inner turmoil. Despite his fondness for poker and leisure, he prided himself on being a diligent officer. Then came that fateful day. Duke, accompanied by his new girlfriend, wandered aimlessly on a date, eventually stepping into a World War II museum shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a life-size model of a robust man clad in a red and blue star-spangled outfit, flanked by soldiers wielding firearms from that era, and shockingly, one individual extended a steel claw. In the wake of this astonishment, Duke began to invest considerable effort into understanding this world he had previously overlooked. It was evident that this was not the ordinary world he had known before his journey. Rather, it was a Marvel universe, albeit interwoven with numerous elements from various American films he had watched in his previous life. The most conspicuous aspect is that, although Duke is not well-versed in Marvel-esque narratives, he is at least aware that there is no hotel in the Marvel universe that operates as a front for assassins. Nor is there a brotherhood of killers whose bullets can curve. A sense of urgency has rendered Duke increasingly composed. He had initially presumed that life as a police officer in the land of the free, with gunfire erupting daily, was perilous enough. Little did he anticipate the myriad of treacherous plots coexisting alongside his reality. Henceforth, Duke vowed to sever ties with gambling and narcotics, to resist the allure of alcoholism, and to awaken from the corruption of capitalism. He committed to patrolling rather than languishing in an office chair until he developed hemorrhoids. With the assistance of various gang members and the goodwill of other benevolent criminals, he ultimately succeeded in acquiring his first active skill, shadow step. Not every individual concealed in shadows is a criminal. This skill, reminiscent of an assassin's abilities from a previous life spent in a gaming realm, allows him to meld into the shadows, enhancing his movement speed by 70%. As he withdrew his thoughts from the past, he finally amassed 3,000 points, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. It had been a long and arduous journey. Year after year, he felt as if he were destined to clash with misfortune. Ever since he acquired the system, his attempts at black iron-level lotteries had yielded nothing but disappointment. Initially, every time Duke accumulated 100 points, he would partake in a lottery, only to receive a plethora of worthless items. These were literally trash, prompting him to reflect on his own woeful history. Item card. A bitten apple. Note the bitten part where half a worm resides. Item card. A moldy baguette. Not recommended for consumption, but can be used for blocking. Item card. Durex ultra-thin condom. What do you call a condom with a hole? Each time he discarded this refuse into the trash bin, Duke could palpably sense the system's malevolence. One should not, and indeed cannot, allow despair to take root. Of course, there were occasional moments of fortuitous luck. The one and only time he struck gold in the black iron lottery was with skill card, basic firearm proficiency. However, as expected, cheap rewards offer little value. Although it was labeled as basic proficiency, it merely acquainted the host with the fundamentals of firearms, loading, switching safeties, and pulling triggers, while the fanciful notions of advanced skills and enhancements remained mere daydreams. Later, Duke decided to save his points for a chance at the silver lottery, and in a rare stroke of luck, he successfully drew Shadow Step. Upon contemplating this newfound ability, Duke felt invigorated, his excitement surging. Should he draw again, or wait to accumulate enough for a tenfold silver lottery? Amidst his hesitation, he seemingly heard a little figure in black clothing dancing and shouting in his left ear. Points are worthless. Earn more. Charge ahead. Conversely, a figure clad in white softly advised his right ear, Do not heed him. Vulgarity denotes low character. My talents are meant for greatness. Points may dwindle, but they shall return. Charge forth. The choice to engage in the lottery was overwhelmingly persuasive. Damn it, he could no longer contain himself. Next time, he would definitely save up for a tenfold draw. Duke made a decision and instantly felt a sense of relief. According to his self-formulated law of luck conservation, the total amount of luck remains constant, with good and bad luck always balanced equally. Duke decided to first spend 200 points to draw twice from the black iron level tasks, followed by another 2,000 points for 2 draws from the silver level. System: black iron level lottery, 2 draws. Lottery confirmed, 200 points deducted. The host receives the following rewards. Item card: a jar of goji berries, as everyone knows. You need this. Item card: soy sauce, whether it's light or dark, that's the question. What on earth? How could this system tarnish one's reputation without reason? With tears in his eyes, he accepted the goji berries. As for the soy sauce card, these item cards could remain in the system indefinitely as long as they weren't taken out. Duke calmed his emotions, for the real rewards were yet to come. He continued with the lottery. System: silver level lottery, 2 draws. Lottery confirmed, 2,000 points deducted. The host receives the following rewards. Skill card: kidney deficiency, come on. Are you even capable? Item card: subpar super soldier serum. A super soldier serum with side effects removed, excluding Captain America's balanced abilities. Ready for direct injection. Disregarding the first item, Officer Duke had always sought to be stronger, more enduring, and more formidable. The second item, however, was truly a surprise. The super soldier serum, originally conceived during the World War II era in the Marvel Universe, was the hallmark creation of the German defector scientist Dr. Erskine, exemplified by the super soldier Steve Rogers, immensely strong, with remarkable endurance, swift reflexes, and a towering physique. To have drawn this was a delightful shock for Duke. Given his current daily tasks, he did not require extraordinary powers. Even with the shadow step ability drawn, he only utilized it when alone. Even if captured by a body camera, it would only reveal his actions as relatively quiet, leading his colleagues at the precinct to believe he was simply more skilled in combat. In this era, mutants were still regarded as uncontrollable entities, nearly equivalent to terrorists. Duke, with his present capabilities, lacked the leverage to challenge society at large. Once labeled a mutant, it was tantamount to social death in the current climate. Thus, mutants were mutants. They had little to do with an ordinary officer like Duke. The subpar super soldier serum produced by the system, while certainly inferior to Captain America's authentic serum, appealed to Duke's preference for stability and control. The super serum merely enhanced physical strength, making it more suitable for his current self compared to the myriad of extraordinary abilities. Moreover, the cinematic portrayal of the super soldier serum required one to possess a heart of gold. While Officer Duke considered himself amiable and just, he saw no need to test his own character. Without delay, he aimed to enhance his strength for self-preservation. Always proactive, Duke extracted the syringe containing the pale green serum and, filled with anticipation, inserted it into his thigh with one hand. Chapter 3. It's so difficult. I am truly struggling. The 43rd Precinct of the New York City Police Department is situated on the northern side of Central Park in downtown Manhattan. In the precinct desk lobby, the newly arrived intern, Lena, was copying documents at the printer. Her understated attire was somewhat ordinary, yet her fiery red hair radiated a vibrant, youthful energy as she engaged in gossip with fellow intern Aaron. Aaron, are you aware of our precinct desk inspector? Aaron, equally busy organizing files, looked bewildered. As another intern newly assigned to the 43rd Precinct this year, she was unlike Lena's outgoing demeanor, though not socially anxious. She rarely inquired about office gossip. With a doll-like face, which was quite rare among her European peers, she sported an oddly disproportionate figure, making her uniform stand out distinctly. Famous, for instance? Aaron asked dismissively, not even lifting her head. Everyone calls him Butcher, and I've heard he's quite handsome, Lena replied. The Butcher? Who is that? A colleague from the logistics department? Without intending to, Lena cast a glance at Aaron's unusual figure, a sight she had long since grown accustomed to. She whispered, no, The butcher is an informal title within the precinct. For instance, when a suspect takes hostages and lethal force is required, or during a gunfight, it's assumed that these deadly tasks are entrusted to someone more experienced. Over time, they've come to refer to him as the butcher. Intrigued by Lena's mysterious tone, Aaron speculated, "Which officer is it? Is it that bald giant, Buddy?" Just as Lena was about to refute her guess, she scoffed. No, no, no. Buddy is just a big oaf. He faints at the sight of blood, for heaven's sake. Stop dawdling, just tell me, Aaron exclaimed, her curiosity ignited. Without further ado, Lena excitedly continued, "I heard his office is on the 5th floor. He has been on administrative leave, and we haven't seen him yet since we arrived. As I've heard from the veterans in the office, he is not only skilled at apprehending suspects, but also quite adept in other matters. If you catch my drift, everyone in the precinct is secretly betting on when he'll achieve 100 kills." Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted Lena's revelations. Both women sprang into action, calling for their colleagues as they rushed outside, their minds racing with confusion. Had the gangs become so brazen as to assault the police precinct? Upon stepping outside, they beheld a dilapidated police car, its front end mangled by a concrete pillar, with parts strewn across the ground. A police car? It appears to be one of our own. However, that driving skill leaves much to be desired. They collectively sighed in relief. Erin was just about to join her colleagues to investigate the rookie driver's mishap. Suddenly, the car door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang, and a young man of mixed Asian descent, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, deftly emerged from beneath the airbag. He appeared unscathed, showing no signs of having just been in a car accident, and greeted his gathered colleagues one by one. Aaron, observing the disheveled Asian officer with insignia on his shoulder, hesitantly inquired of Lena, "Surely, you cannot be referring to this exceptionally skilled driver?" A mere 15 minutes later, in the Duke's exclusive office on the 5th floor of the precinct, he had changed into a fresh uniform and was on the phone, calling a repair shop to tow his Dodge police car for repairs. "Hey, Aurelio, it's me. My car is experiencing a minor issue and requires some servicing." "Yes. Just come to the precinct and take it away. I will inform the gatekeeper." "Thanks. Next time I'll come directly to your shop to retrieve it." After hanging up, Duke leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long sigh of relief. It was a misstep, although the secondary super serum system had spared him from many complex procedures. He had neglected to consider the significant alterations his body would undergo post-injection. Consequently, his inadvertently surging strength had snapped the accelerator, but fortunately, the road had been clear, and he had ultimately crashed into a concrete pillar to come to a halt. It was a pity for his Dodge Challenger, as he would now have to rely on public transport for the time being. Upon exiting the office, Duke made his way to the office of the precinct's chief, Old Cat Tom. The door was ajar, and after knocking, he entered to find Old Cat Tom frowning at a file while holding half a cigar in his mouth. Upon seeing Duke, Tom's expression brightened. "Duke, you little rascal, can you not allow me a moment of peace? Just now, the field office called to inform me that the criminal you apprehended has been declared dead." Familiar with the surroundings, Duke retrieved a cigar from the box on the shelf behind Tom without a second thought, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a puff of smoke in a ring, smiling at Tom. "Uncle Tom, one should not speak so lightly. Punishing criminals and upholding justice is what you taught me, is it not?" In this life, Duke was an orphan. His mother had passed away early, and his father, Old Duke, had died on the battlefield. Tom was a comrade of his father's and had reportedly been saved by Old Duke's valor. Following Old Duke's death, Tom chose to retire and adopt Duke, raising him as his own, as Tom and his wife had only one daughter, Helen. Hence, Duke was nurtured with utmost care. His rapid ascent within the police system could certainly be attributed, at least in part, to Tom's invaluable assistance. Tom gazed with pride at the young man before him, now taller than himself. Although Duke had reached adulthood, in Tom's eyes, he still resembled the small boy who had once trailed behind him. Yet, there seemed to be an underlying issue that he could not quite pinpoint. From a young age, Duke had been remarkably responsible, never requiring Tom's concern, excelling in both academics and work. However, for reasons unknown, ever since he returned home one day a few years prior, he had undergone a transformation. becoming more diligent and aggressive, as if an unseen danger were relentlessly pursuing him. As he pondered this, a twinge of sympathy welled up within Tom. After all, he had watched Duke grow up since childhood, and each time he surreptitiously perused his investigative reports, it seemed as though he could discern the omnipresent dangers lurking about. Duke, noticing Uncle Tom's vacant stare fixed upon him, braced himself for yet another inevitable lecture. However, what could he do? In this perilous world, with its myriad gangs and mutants, not to mention the ever-looming threat of the purple potatoes snap, he was constantly on edge. Wishing to evade further admonishment, he glanced at the thick stack of files on Tom's desk and, struck by a sudden inspiration, pointed to the documents and shifted the topic. Uncle, have there been any significant cases lately? Why is this file so voluminous? Tom discreetly reined in his emotions. Although he sensed Duke's intention, he furrowed his brow anew and replied, "The underworld has been rather tumultuous of late. According to informants, the Russian mob has been quite restless." The Russian mob? Duke's interest peaked instantly. Could it be that a plot from a film was unfolding? Curiosity getting the better of him, he inquired, "Do you need me to reach out to some friends for information?" Tom couldn't help but massage his forehead. No need. The Russian mob is notoriously complex. Their operations are stock-based, and there may be internal shifts. It's a dog-eat-dog scenario. Just don't complicate matters for me. All right then, just call me if anything comes up. By the way, how long is this break? Don't forget to send my regular paycheck. Duke nonchalantly patted his backside, preparing to retreat to his office, ready to indulge in some leisurely time before clocking out. Overtime? That was out of the question. Never would he be subjected to such a fate. The malevolent capitalist system would not extract a single strand of wool from him. Tom was well aware of the lad's character. Ever since graduating from the police academy, he had never seen him work overtime. With a resigned wave of his hand, he said, "Off you go. This administrative leave lasts a week. Don't forget to complete your action report at home." Understood, understood. My sidearm and gear are in my office, Duke said, displaying impatience as he swiftly departed back to his office to relax. At the office entrance, Duke encountered Erin, who was passing by. Instantly captivated, he took in her doll-like face, golden hair, and most importantly, her striking figure. Ah, those slender limbs and ample curves. He hadn't seen her before. Was she a newcomer? Before he could muster a greeting, the beauty hurriedly averted her gaze and disappeared around the corner. Oh well, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After all, Officer Duke had always been keen on forging friendships, and cultivating good relationships with colleagues was part of the job. Bored and sprawled in his office chair, Duke found himself utterly listless and began testing his physical changes after the serum injection. He engaged in a routine involving dumbbells, a treadmill, and a punching bag. Duke soon realized that the serum had indeed significantly enhanced his physique. However, compared to the likes of Captain America, who could chase cars on foot and withstand the purple potatoes' might, he was still merely at the pinnacle of human capability, equivalent to an Olympic champion in strength and speed. Perhaps he could match the stamina of Captain America from 2005. The hero could fight all day, and Duke believed he could manage a solid morning without issue. In comparison to the myriad of superhuman heroes and villains he may encounter in the future, Duke is acutely aware that his current capabilities are far from sufficient. Fortunately, he recognizes that there remains ample room for personal growth. Casually tossing the barbell into a corner, he reflects on the recent lottery draw, which seems fortuitous. Perhaps his prior good deeds have finally yielded some luck. With a sudden impulse, he strikes his left hand against his right palm, declaring his decision. Tonight, he shall extend warmth to the unfortunate young women lacking adequate clothing. Do not misunderstand. Officer Duke has always been both handsome and kind-hearted, though how the young ladies choose to reciprocate is entirely beyond his control. Contemplating the potential encounters with these deserving women, he acknowledges the uncertainty of how many may require solace. Thus, Duke resolves that to excel in his endeavors, one must first equip oneself adequately. Skillfully retrieving his thermos from the cupboard, he extracts the goji berries he won in today as straw, adding them to water heated to 95 degrees. A delicate fragrance begins to waft through the air. After gently blowing on the steaming liquid, Duke takes a sip, exclaiming, "It's so difficult. I truly have it hard." Chapter 4. Is this it? The bus has arrived at the station. Passengers please board in an orderly fashion. At the bus stop, Duke, clad in casual attire, clutches his thermos in one hand while retrieving coins to deposit into the fare box with the other. Habitually surveying his surroundings, he notices the bus is rather spacious. The driver, a stout Asian woman, maneuvers the vehicle, while only a sparse few passengers occupy the seats. One burly man in a black coat, a curly-haired Mexican girl, and a slender middle-aged white man in a yellow jacket seated at the back. Duke casually selects a window seat, fortuitously facing the burly man. Upon noticing Duke's gaze, the man scowls in annoyance, but Duke, preoccupied with thoughts of the young ladies, merely glances over before preparing to rest his eyes, knowing he faces a challenging evening ahead. Just as he closes his eyes, a cacophony of engine roars erupts from the back of the bus, as a wildly swerving black BMW suddenly appears behind them. Ding! Host has triggered side quest unnamed pawn. Quest objective: burn down the gang's fund. Personally end Julian Kuznetsov. Reward: 1,000 points. Random skill for the main character. Duke opens his eyes in astonishment. Unnamed pawn. Ever since the system was activated, although he has recognized many cinematic narratives from his past life, this is the first time he has triggered such a quest. The abruptness of the situation momentarily distracts him from thoughts of the young women he hopes to assist as he begins to recall the film from which this quest originates. The movie Unnamed Pawn features the protagonist, Hachiman Cell, a retired man whose life has stagnated into a dull routine, devoid of challenges at work. Passion with his wife long extinguished, and a son who barely acknowledges him, leaving only his daughter to share a close bond. One evening, two impoverished thieves intruded with the intent to steal. The victim, having chosen not to resist, later discovered that his daughter's bracelet had been taken. This ignited a restless turmoil within him, previously masked by his tranquil existence. Fueled by a murderous intent, he prepared to confront the thieves when he unexpectedly learned that one of them had a newborn child. Moved by compassion and a desire to preserve his current way of life, he spared the criminals, though his heart brimmed with resentment and repression. Subsequently, a fortuitous turn of events led him back to his former path. Indeed, today was the day when Hachiman Cell returned home on a bus after sparing the thieves. Turning his gaze, Duke could not help but scrutinize the protagonist, Hachiman, seated at the back of the bus. Clad in an ill-fitting ochre coat and sporting a stubbled face filled with wistfulness, he exuded the quintessential essence of a weary office worker. Yet, this seemingly dulled and emaciated middle-aged Caucasian man was once the last person any organization wished to encounter. If not for having seen the film, Duke would find it hard to believe this was a notorious figure within the underworld. Suddenly, the narrative persisted. A black car careened into a cluster of trash bins, causing the bus to halt abruptly. A group of drunken Russian thugs, accompanied by a lanky young man, staggered out from the smoking vehicle, clutching bottles and laughing boisterously. Bus! Bus! Duke recognized these ruffians as members of the Russian mafia, mere insignificant pawns. However, the slender youth among them was the brother of Julian Kuznetsov, the custodian of the gang's funds, who held considerable esteem for his sibling, resulting in the young man's reckless demeanor. Open the door. Let us continue drinking. The Asian bus driver visibly trembled with fear, hesitating before reluctantly unlocking the door and meekly stating, "No drinking allowed on the bus." The intoxicated men, clearly oblivious, clamored aboard with their bottles in hand. Once aboard, a scruffy-haired Russian thug spotted a burly white man sitting nearby and forcefully swatted the magazine from his grasp. "White pig, get out of my seat." The burly man silently acquiesced, preparing to bend down to retrieve the magazine. Yet, the thug contemptuously stomped on it, smirking. Get off the bus, fool." The gang of thugs turned their attention toward this unfolding scene. Duke raised an eyebrow from his seat. The burly man gradually straightened his back, his lips pressed tightly together, disregarding the magazine on the floor. His muscles visibly tensed. He lifted his chin and resolutely exited the bus. Duke nearly burst into laughter. Now, this is quintessential America. The group of thugs, emboldened, approached the sole female passenger on the bus, their bottles in hand. "Hey, beautiful, how about a drink?" The girl, keeping her bag clutched to her chest, said nothing. Observing her nervousness, the thugs became even more exhilarated. A group of individuals emitted sinister laughter. "Shall I feed you?" They jeered, their mirth echoing with malice. Just as they were poised to continue their taunts, a thug, noticing that only Duke and Hatchie remained in the vehicle, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Are you two deaf? Haven't you heard? Get out of the car." Hatchie felt as though his life had become an unmanageable mess, each day blending into the next in a monotonous cycle, as if a noose was tightening around his neck. Today, after some investigation, he had located the couple who had stolen his beloved daughter's bracelet, ready to exact his vengeance. However, upon confronting them, he discovered they were merely desperate souls, driven to theft by the illness of their own child. Damn it! He hesitated and ultimately turned away. Despair, emptiness, irritation. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than to encounter some wretched scoundrel who could either shoot him or whom he could shoot himself. Seeing the raucous gang outside the window, Hatchie suddenly pondered whether God had indeed heard his silent plea. What a splendid coincidence! A band of lowly thugs, the detritus of society. A faint smile crept across Hatchie's face as he stood up, even nodding towards the ruffians who had hurled insults at him. He sauntered to the front of the car, ushering the elderly female driver out, before returning to his seat. "What are you still doing here, you old fool?" The thugs felt their authority being challenged and began to grumble. A glimmer of menace flickered in Hatchie's eyes. Drawing his revolver, he spun the cylinder and methodically ejected the bullets, the brass casings clattering to the ground as a subtle smile graced his lips. "God bless. I shall shatter every one of your bones." After a brief silence, the young thugs erupted into raucous laughter. The one with dreadlocks clutched his stomach, blocking others who were eager to engage. "Huh, let me take a turn. This idiot thinks he's Captain America." Duke, observing from the sidelines, finally found interest as the situation escalated, casually sipping water and munching on snacks. The dreadlocked thug cracked his neck, the sound of joints popping echoing, and unleashed a torrent of Russian profanity as he charged at Hatchie. Caught off guard, Hatchie was struck squarely in the cheek, stumbling backward. Spitting blood, something awakened within Hatchie, and he suddenly lunged at the young thug. A straight punch landed squarely, blood and teeth flying as Hatchie connected with the overzealous ruffian. The other thugs rushed in, some tackling him, others swinging fists, while a few wielded bottles to strike him. Chaos erupted as the brawl ensued. Duke blinked in disbelief. "Wait, brother. You were just posturing so grandly, and now this? This is no different from fighting street thugs. My anticipation for this mission's reward has plummeted." Chapter 5, I Apologize. "I am a police officer." Hatchie swiftly elbowed the dreadlocked thug clutching his waist, seizing the opportunity while the other thugs were momentarily occupied. Despite having endured a few blows, he twisted his hands to snatch the bottle and, with a resounding crash, shattered it upon the head of the approaching thug. In mere moments, both parties bore injuries in several places. The odds were against him as one thug managed to overpower Hatchie, pinning him to the ground. After a futile struggle, Hatchie began to reach backward, grasping the thug's hair. Damn it! Let go! Let go!" The thug emitted a piercing scream of agony as the two grappled. A lanky youth who had remained uninvolved thus far observed from the rear of the vehicle, his gaze darting around. Noticing Hatchie's ongoing struggle, he licked his lips and cautiously retrieved a spring-loaded knife from his pocket, inching closer. Hatchie, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, gritted his teeth, hoping to escape the hold before the youth could reach him. "FCKU. D. Oltmann." The lanky youth hastened his pace, gripping the knife with the reverse hand, shouting as he aimed for Hatchie's waist. The kidneys are located on the side of the waist. A successful stab could render a person incapacitated within mere seconds. Just as the blade approached Hatchie, a hand suddenly seized the youth's wrist. In a moment of crucial intervention, the familiar trope of a hero's timely rescue unfolded. Duke, with an air of righteousness, halted the youth's unethical assault. "I apologize. I'm a police officer. Drop your weapon. You are under arrest." "What? Why didn't you stop this earlier?" "I, Officer Duke, have always acted with integrity and have no need to explain myself to others." The youth attempted to break free, only to find that Duke's grip was as unyielding as iron. Could he have encountered a formidable opponent? He certainly did not believe that this inexplicably intervening Asian was indeed a police officer. In New York, officers are permitted to take their patrol cars home, both to ensure their safety and to instill a sense of security within their communities. Moreover, the fact that Duke bore no weapon only fueled the disbelief. Switching the knife to his other hand, the youth threatened Duke, his bravado faltering. "You want to die, chink? Let go of me." Duke narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of indifference crossing his gaze as he watched the youth advance with the knife. With a surge of strength, he tightened his grip on the youth's wrist, producing a sound of cracking bones as he crushed it. The excruciating pain instinctively caused the youth to relinquish the spring-loaded knife, which Duke promptly kicked into the air. The youth then collided with the bus seat, the force of impact so great that it broke the seat, sending it crashing to the ground. With a flick of his wrist to remove the blood, Duke approached the thug still pinning Hatchie down. The extraordinary serum, indeed, lives up to the ambitions harbored by successive governments, all eager to replicate this elixir. Duke, having merely injected a secondary serum, now felt capable of overwhelming his former self tenfold in hand-to-hand combat. Every casual strike of his fists and feet radiated immense power. Grasping the neck of a thug still grappling with Hatchie on the ground, Duke transformed his hand into a claw and effortlessly hurled the miscreant into the air, causing him to crash against a steel pipe before rebounding and collapsing back to the ground. Having deftly resolved the situation, Duke brushed off his hands, a friendly smile reappearing on his face as he prepared to assist Hatchie, who lay on the ground. However, he was met with Hatchie's look of terror as he attempted to push Duke away while shouting, "Gun! Gun!" Instinctively, Duke's left hand reacted, tossing the insulated cup he held. His strength, now formidable compared to an average person, rendered the hurried action surprisingly effective. The cup, still containing nearly half a cup of goji berry water intended to replenish his energy later, transformed into a projectile of considerable weight and velocity. Bang! Just as the insulated cup struck the thug wielding the gun, a gunshot rang out. The tremendous force knocked the thug unconscious, his finger reflexively pulling the trigger, sending a bullet careening into the car roof. Indeed, one must not be reckless. This unexpected turn of events swiftly grounded Duke, who had felt a slight agitation from the secondary serum, reminding him that, no matter its potency, the serum was originally designed merely as a means to produce super soldiers en masse. It was Captain America who had imbued it with a sense of legend through his extraordinary feats. For Duke, even if he could single-handedly take on 10 foes, what of it? In modern society, who ventures out without a few firearms? Even the attire of a homeless person may conceal a knife or two. Duke recognized clearly that he remained but a mortal. Injury could lead to death, and he lacked the protagonist's aura that Captain America possessed. A stray bullet could easily send him to meet his maker. Still not strong enough, Duke muttered, shaking his head in resignation. He then retrieved the gun and tucked it into his pocket, delivering a swift kick to each thug, ensuring they would spend their next lives drooling in wheelchairs under the sun. If they had insurance, that is. As Duke approached the lanky youth, poised to deliver another kick, he noticed the young man sprawled on the ground, emitting a hissing sound from his throat, his Adam's apple deeply sunken, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Struggling to breathe, it seemed Duke had misjudged his own strength. Grinning, Duke crouched down and inquired, "What is the matter, my friend? Do you need assistance?" Hissing, hissing. The lanky youth's face turned crimson as he weakly opened his mouth, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Hatchie, now on his feet, approached and nodded gratefully at Duke. "Thanks, mate. Hatchie man, just call me Hatchie. Feel free to call me Duke. After all, I've declared myself a police officer." Duke chuckled as he picked up the thermos, disdainfully wiping the blood from the face of the recently dispatched thug. Observing Duke's adept movements, Hatchie wore an expression of disbelief. A police officer? Is it truly the case that law enforcement in New York has become this brutal? You hardly strike me as a paragon of virtue. After a moment's hesitation, considering that this individual had just rescued him, Hatchie extended his hand, opting for a courteous gesture. "All right, Officer Duke, I'll treat you to a drink later." Duke perked up. His mission was to track down the funds of the Russian mafia and their caretaker, Julian Kuznetsov, and he currently had no leads. The simplest solution was to follow the narrative, and he promptly replied, "No problem at all. I have nothing pressing to attend to." After all, even without a clue, he could enjoy a complimentary meal. Hatchie remarked, "I know a nearby bar called the Margarita, not far from here." After tidying up his belongings, he left the pile of unidentifiable refuse on the ground for the gang to deal with. Call the police? Each of those thugs likely had multiple warrants out for their arrest. Dialing 911 wouldn't be reporting a crime, it would be turning oneself in. Just as they were about to exit the vehicle, Hatchie suddenly paused, shaking his head with a wry smile directed at Duke. "Hold on a minute. I'll be right back." He approached the slender youth lying on the ground, whose complexion was now a shade of blue-purple, with only a faint hissing sound indicating he was still alive. Hatchie retrieved the spring knife he had picked up earlier, crouching down, and before Duke could fully comprehend the situation, a flash of steel glinted. A small incision appeared on the youth's neck as Hatchie, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a straw and inserted it into the cut, mimicking the sound of inhalation. Instantly, the youth relaxed, the straw successfully preventing him from suffocating. "Let us go, Duke. Today is a splendid day, not quite suitable for death," Hatchie said lightly, sheathing the spring knife. Duke, standing at the doorway, waved his hand dismissively. Although he was unaccustomed to such a method of saving lives after delivering punishment, he vaguely recalled that this resembled a scene from a film. Nevertheless, Hatchie's knife skills were impressive, clean and efficient, quite unlike his own clumsy hand-to-hand combat abilities. Wait, had he forgotten something? What was his original intention for the evening? Never mind. Off to drink. In the brightly lit chaos of a bar, where young women without money wore scant attire. Chapter 6. Margarita Sisters Bar. In the dimly lit Margarita Sisters Bar, men and women swayed gracefully to the soft music. Hatchie approached the bar to order beer and barbecue, while Duke settled into a booth, admiring the dance of a long-legged Mexican beauty in a short skirt. Perhaps having watched for too long, the enchanting dancer gradually drew closer, throwing flirtatious glances that nearly left him electrified. Officer Duke was filled with indignation. The woman outside is rather wicked, and it is precisely due to the crowd that one seeks solitude. Officer Duke should thoroughly examine her to ascertain where she might unleash her charms. Just as Duke anticipated an evening of fervent passion, Hatchie approached, holding a beer. "Hey, the grilled kidneys you requested will take some time. Shall we go down to dance together later?" The long-legged beauty suddenly halted, casting an odd glance at Duke and Hatchie, then silently retreated 2 steps, elegantly pivoting to slip away. TSK. It turns out to be a good brother. What a bastard pretending so convincingly, wasting my expression, Duke thought, gazing at Hatchie with frustration, as this rascal had spoiled a splendid moment. Irritated, he replied, "Never mind, you can have the kidneys. I won't be needing them tonight." Once seated, Hatchie began to drink from a large beer mug, as if trying to drown his recent sorrows in one go. As he consumed half the beer, he gradually relaxed, likely discerning the reason for Duke's irritation, having experienced similar situations himself. However, as a middle-aged man, he lacked the vigor of youth and had initially given it little thought. Hatchie flashed a grin and raised his beer mug, saying, "Duke, I apologize for interrupting you. Thank you once again for your assistance today." Reluctantly pulling his gaze from the long legs, Duke took a sip of beer and casually remarked, "It's nothing, just a few social nuisances. I believe you could handle them yourself." Perhaps it was the rare break from the mundane routine of life that piqued Hatchie's curiosity about the man who introduced himself as Duke. Not only did he exhibit swift and decisive movements, but his ability to lift a burly man weighing over 100 pounds was no ordinary feat. Was he, perhaps, a mutant? Hatchie resolved to probe cautiously, feigning admiration as he said, No, I'm not as capable as you." "Is it a martial art? A normal person wouldn't be able to do what you just did." "Normal person?" Duke mused, already suspecting that his performance would attract attention. He shrugged and replied, "Haha, Hatchie, I'm just an ordinary man, neither fiery nor frosty." Aware that Hatchie had seen through his ruse, he felt a twinge of awkwardness but continued the conversation. "No misunderstanding intended. I'm merely curious. I've always been fascinated by the enigmatic culture of the East. I lack martial skills, but due to my profession as a police officer, I exercise daily. It's quite normal to be able to hold my own, right? Duke firmly asserted his identity as an ordinary person, knowing he had not been dragged into anything drastic. Handing Hatchie a skewer of grilled chicken wings, Duke shifted the topic, asking, "What do you do? I noticed your actions didn't resemble those of an ordinary person." Hatchie, choosing not to dwell on Duke's prowess. After all, the man had saved him, sighed dejectedly. "I'm merely an auditor, a small fry, an unknown individual." With that, he drained his beer and waved to the bartender. "A glass of whiskey, please." Aware that the middle-aged Hatchie might still harbor some reservations, Duke ordered a whiskey as well, nonchalantly saying, "All right then, let's raise a glass to your humble self." Thus, the two engaged in casual banter for several rounds, the table adorned with 2 empty bottles. Perhaps the alcohol had gradually heightened Hatchie's desire to confide. Leaning back on the sofa, he mused aloud, "You know, Duke, I was once an auditor for a certain 3-letter agency." Although Duke was already aware, he rolled his eyes and replied, "3 letters? I've heard of those auditors, cold-blooded professionals. Hatchie, you hardly seem to fit the bill." His words caused Hatchie's cheeks to flush, and despite opening his mouth to defend himself, he stammered, "I've been retired for decades. It's all a bit rusty, you understand. In my prime, I could have handled those little punks with one hand." Hearing this, Duke regarded him with newfound respect. Perhaps he had indeed underestimated Hatchie, who may have simply grown older and less adept. The full name of the agency is the Federal Bureau of Investigation, one of the most significant intelligence entities in America under the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice. Despite often being portrayed as deranged villains in numerous films, in reality, its authority is substantial. Its mission encompasses investigating federal law violations, upholding the law, safeguarding America, and probing foreign intelligence and terrorist activities, all while executing responsibilities in accordance with the leadership and legal frameworks. It provides assistance to federal, state, local, and international agencies, fulfilling its duties in response to public needs while remaining faithful to the United States Constitution. The Bureau prioritizes 5 significant societal issues: civil rights violations, drug-related organized crime, foreign espionage, violent crime, and white-collar crime. In essence, according to its functional delineation, it resembles the Jinhui of the Ming Dynasty, a complex institution wielding considerable power. As for the auditors, they are a clandestine special unit, not publicly acknowledged. Lacking arrest authority, their typical course of action upon receiving a target is to ensure no witnesses remain. Indeed, you read that correctly. As long as no one survives to see me, there is no one who can incriminate me. Such is the cleverness of my great American empire. Really? How did you manage to retire from that line of work? It's not easy to step away, Duke inquired, his curiosity rekindled, having nearly forgotten the unfolding narrative. Hatchie sipped his whiskey, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "Once, there was a fellow named Alan, or was it Aaron?" He pondered for a moment, then sat upright on the sofa, shaking his head with excitement. It must have been Alan. As if transported back to that snow-laden winter night, a faint blush graced Hatchie's cheeks. Alan had absconded with approximately $300,000 from a U.S. military base in Italy. He was clever, hiding away with the money, yet he could not escape my pursuit. I spent 2 weeks bringing him to his knees before me, a silenced .45 caliber pistol pressed against the back of his head. Hatchie wore a smile as he recounted. Alan began to weep profusely, much like the many predecessors I had dispatched before him. Trembling, he confessed to me, pleading for mercy, expressing a desire to lead an upright life. You see, under normal circumstances, I would have granted him a bullet to send him to seek forgiveness from the Almighty. However, on that particular day, perhaps due to some peculiar twist of fate, I silently spared him. A year later, I sought him out again, anticipating his swift return to his former ways, and I had prepared yet another complimentary ticket for him to meet his maker. Hatchie suddenly downed his beer with fervor, exclaiming, yet, to my astonishment, I discovered that this wretched scoundrel was living quite blissfully. He resided in Boise, Idaho, had a wife, 2 children, and another on the way. Can you believe it? That scoundrel even had a dog. He led a mundane 9-to-5 existence, resembling a true victor in the game of life. The age-old tradition in America, prostitutes seeking redemption, and wayward sons yearning for a tranquil life. Duke, ever the observer, continued to relish the gossip, blinking with curiosity. Are you perhaps envious? Hachi's emotions surged. Envious? Of course I am. I told my boss I was quitting. He proudly declared. I did it. I relinquished my former life, no longer waking at midnight to commit heinous acts, nor using a clothes hanger to aid others in their demise. I have finally achieved the life I desired, complete with a wife, 2 children, and a conventional job, peaceful, stable, and secure. Yet, in the next moment, Hachi's spirits plummeted, and he lamented, however, I seem unable to attain the happiness I envisioned. My life is in shambles, work feels like utter drudgery, and I cannot even fathom why. Intriguingly, Duke, with a serious demeanor, adjusted his non-existent glasses and stated, there is but one truth, Hachi. I believe I understand the reason. You are missing something. Chapter 7. Even the finest engine requires maintenance. It's a dog. You lack a dog? Duke asserted earnestly. Hachi wore a perplexed expression. Duke took a skewer from the server, inhaling the aroma of perfectly cooked meat. As he savored it, he mumbled, you see, you aspire to live a life akin to Alan's. You are quite similar, save for the fact that he possesses a dog. The mystery is solved. Get a dog, Hachi. Hachi hesitated, opening his mouth to retort. Other people's lives differ from my own. You are merely experiencing a midlife crisis, Hachi. Men in their middle years inevitably encounter a plethora of overwhelming challenges, Duke interjected, gazing intently into Hachi's weary eyes. How long has it been since you found joy with your wife? Admit it, you simply crave a modicum of life's excitement. Your spirit yearns for adventure, in whatever form it may take. Duke's words struck Hachi like a sharp arrow piercing his heart, causing his cheeks to flush. He hesitated to respond, recalling that the last time he shared an intimate moment with his wife was indeed a distant memory. Duke gazed at Hachi with an air of mystery. My friend, what you require is a touch of excitement and some proper maintenance. One must be brave enough to acknowledge their shortcomings. Even perpetual motion machines require occasional upkeep. I know of a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Chinatown. I could refer you if needed. It was as though a portal to a new world had been unlocked. Old Hachi merely nodded, refraining from responding, and decisively shifted the topic. Duke, how about another drink? Are you aware of the specialty at the Margarita Sisters bar? Duke swiftly finished his remaining beer and readily agreed. Of course, what is the specialty? You'll find out once we order some drinks, Hachi teased. The two rose and approached the bar, where a bespectacled bartender, exuding a nerdy demeanor, was settling accounts with a few burly men. Hachi pulled Duke to the bar and explained, the Margarita Sisters bar, also known as the Mercenary Bar, takes on commissions. When patrons place orders, mercenaries take on tasks from a bar. Many of the customers are various mercenaries, and the bartender is responsible not only for mixing drinks, but also for settling the bets. Duke observed the busy bartender, a sense of familiarity washing over him. The short hair, the glasses, the demeanor. This was maddeningly reminiscent of a character from a previous life-esque cinematic plot, perhaps from John Wick. Yet, the hotel manager on the mainland was black. Before Duke could ponder further, the bartender, having concluded his friendly exchanges with the mercenaries, approached them. Hachi, do you need anything else? Hachi smiled and pointed to the chalkboard behind. Another pint of stout, Mole. How's the latest death bet? Has Dave kicked the bucket yet? The bartender, Mole, stared blankly with his dead, fish-like eyes, filling Hachi's glass. Dave, I recall you wagered 120 on him. Bad news. Max was the first to bite the dust recently. Dave is still alive. You placed the wrong bet. Damn it. I knew Max wouldn't last long with all his boasting. Mole ignored Hachi's grumbling and turned his gaze listlessly towards Duke. New friend, is this your first visit? What would you like to drink? Duke had already surmised the nature of the establishment. He ordered the most expensive whiskey, gesturing for Hachi to cover the bill, and inquired enthusiastically, death betting? How does one place a wager? Mole remained nonchalant, embodying the essence of a lethargic fish. Many mercenaries come here to indulge in betting. Everyone freely wagers on who will be the next to die. Those who guess correctly can claim 95 of the cash pool. It's our bar's signature activity, colloquially dubbed the Margarita Sisters Bar Death Bet. It was evident that this bartender was none other than Wade, the protagonist from Deadpool. Duke's gaze flickered, and he instinctively heightened his focus. Unlike the seemingly inept old Hatchie, Deadpool Wade truly epitomized a superhero, commanding respect in both popularity and prowess within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. With his immortality and mastery of blades and firearms, one could only wonder if he was indeed the protagonist from the standalone film, Deadpool. If it were an alternate version of Deadpool, the scenario would be even more formidable, with laser vision and teleportation abilities. Duke mused, considering a wager of $50 against Wade Wilson. He reached into his pocket, revealing a scant few green Franklins, and decided to conduct a small experiment. Mole, adjusting his glasses with a puzzled expression, regarded Duke. Wade? Everyone believes that this damn rogue can survive until the end of the world. He has been cooped up in his apartment with his girlfriend for nearly a year. How do you know him? It was indeed the Deadpool from the cinematic realm. Duke surmised. Currently, Deadpool was likely still an ordinary man, unaware of his cancer diagnosis, and had yet to undergo the transformative disfigurement that would make him the anti-hero he was destined to become. Duke thought that perhaps he could visit more often, potentially triggering another mission. What? To remind Wade Wilson about his cancer? Well, meaning Officer Duke had no idea where Wade Wilson was, so why should he concern himself with it? After sharing another round with Old Hatchie, the latter expressed a desire to return home. After all, he had a family awaiting him. At the bar's entrance, Old Hatchie hesitated, seemingly struggling to find the right words. Duke, understanding the unspoken cue, retrieved a business card from his pocket. 69 Chinatown, seek out the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, David Lee. Mention my name for a 20% discount. Old Hatchie's face flushed as he swiftly accepted the card, saying, Hey, Duke, I have a brother who might be facing similar issues. You know how it is? Most importantly, please keep this confidential. I understand. Duke replied with a warm smile, knowing that at this moment, all he needed to say was an enthusiastic agreement. After exchanging contact information, they parted ways, both departing in friendly silence, each taking a taxi home. In a secluded villa on the outskirts of New York, Duke alighted from the taxi. Do not misconstrue, Duke. The financially strapped officer could not afford such a residence. This house was rented from his affluent childhood friend, Donald, a real estate mogul. After Duke had separated from Uncle Chief Tom, the utilities and property management fees were waived, but to circumvent scrutiny, Duke had to pay his generous friend, Donald, a monthly rent of $100. Alas, Officer Duke had not been on the force for long and often found himself aiding damsels in distress. His beloved Franklins always seemed to fall short, compelling him to endure the indignity of accepting his friend's benevolence. Speaking of his good friend Donald, a wealthy heir, a playboy, and a bit of a narcissist, the two were college classmates who once formed a university guitar band. Their shared interests forged a strong friendship, and after graduation, Donald took charge of real estate investments in the family business, while Duke embarked on a career in law enforcement. The very house Duke resided in was a product of their company's investments. Chapter 8. I am neither bald nor strong. Inhale, exhale. After a night devoid of events, Duke rose early to commence his morning run. Ever since he had begun to labor diligently on quests to preserve his canine life, he had scarcely paused in his physical training. Each day, he resolutely completed 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Indeed, exercise can become quite addictive. Initially, he aimed to emulate the training regimen of Master Saitama, yet it became apparent that his luscious hair was far too abundant. He was neither bald nor notably stronger. Having effortlessly achieved his exercise goals for the day, Duke stretched his limbs. The effects of the super serum on his transformation were unmistakable. In the past, completing Saitama's training method would leave him utterly exhausted. Yet now he had not even broken a sweat. It seemed that he could now incorporate additional weight training into his regimen, lest it yield no results. Returning to the kitchen, he retrieved the semi-finished pancake he had prepared earlier, along with lettuce, bacon, and eggs. Duke began crafting his breakfast. In less than 5 minutes, he squeezed on some soul-stirring hot sauce, and a serving of the overseas hand-grab pancake was completed. The golden brown wheat pancake bore a hint of char, with 3 crisp lettuce leaves perfectly enveloping the generous bacon. Layer upon layer was drizzled with glistening red-hot sauce. Satisfied, Duke sat on the sofa, exclaiming in admiration, "Fact squid! Fact squid! Fact squid, Teddy!" In the intensive care unit of St. Maria Hospital, a robust Russian man wielded a folding chair, mercilessly striking and berating the bedridden dreadlocked thug. Teddy, the dreadlocked miscreant, had one foot encased in plaster, unable to evade the onslaught, could only wail for mercy. "Julian, at least listen to my explanation. I beg you. Please stop hitting me." Julian, momentarily calmed, set down the folding chair and glared at Teddy with predatory eyes. "Fact squid. Teddy, what the hell did you and my brother do on that bus? Why the hell does my brother now have a hole in his throat and lie paralyzed in bed? You had better provide a plausible explanation, or I swear I will turn you into dog food." Julian's expression made it clear to everyone in the ward that he was not jesting. Teddy, bloodied and weeping, pleaded. "It was a man, no, two men. They inexplicably attacked us as soon as we boarded." Before Teddy could finish his sentence, Julian, consumed by rage, raised a folding chair and struck Teddy's broken leg with ferocity. "Fact squid. To hell with those two men. Don't lie to me, Teddy. You might as well tell me it was the Italian mafia who did this. Spare me the jokes or perish." At that moment, another small thug in the adjacent bed weakly interjected, "Teddy is telling the truth. We were indeed assaulted by two inexplicable men, and your brother was beaten senseless by one of them, an Asian guy." Julian, now teetering on the brink of madness, lowered the folding chair and turned his fierce gaze toward the small thug. "I don't believe you. Do you wish to deceive me as well? I heard the most ruthless of the Asian men claim to be a police officer. However, we saw neither a firearm nor a badge on him." Julian knew that Teddy might be telling the truth, and he softened his tone. "A police officer? What about the other one? I suggest you provide me with some leads to locate those damned bastards, or I will have no choice but to chop you into pieces for compost." At that moment, Teddy, bloodied and battered, suddenly interjected, "Why don't you check the bus company for surveillance footage?" The air seemed to hold its breath for a moment. Julian's forehead throbbed with veins. He remained silent, inhaled deeply, and instructed a subordinate nearby to investigate the footage while he sat quietly on a folding chair, gazing at the two men on the hospital bed as if they were lifeless corpses. Before long, the subordinate returned with a computer, displaying the footage of last night's brawl. Upon witnessing his own brother being kicked away, Julian abruptly shut the laptop. He realized the answer he deemed most improbable was, in fact, the harsh truth. Rising silently, he prepared to leave with his subordinate. Teddy, relieved, said with a hint of grievance, "Did you see? I truly did not deceive you." Julian, on the verge of departure, felt a twitch in his brow. He swiftly seized the folding chair he had been sitting on and hurled it towards Teddy, exclaiming, "You talk too damn much." In Julian's office, a short-haired woman in a jacket, chewing gum, was busily tapping away at the computer, data continuously streaming across the screen. Julian, weary, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, fixed his gaze on the woman. "Have you located those two damned bastards?" The woman clicked a few keys, and a string of text popped up on the screen. With the surveillance footage and images, it was rather straightforward. She read aloud, "The Asian youth is an inspector from the 43rd Precinct of New York City. According to the records, he seems to have killed quite a few gang members. The middle-aged white man is an auditor from a local factory. His profile shows nothing remarkable." Julian rubbed his temples, exclaiming, "Inspector? Auditor? Damn it, this is infuriating." The door swung open, revealing a bald African-American man who, with an impassive expression, handed over a mobile phone. "It's from the gang shareholders." Frowning, Julian took the phone, and a wave of Russian words resonated from the device. "Julian? It's me." The deep voice continued, "Julian, the shareholders are not pleased with your recent performance. You allowed two unknown punks to cripple your brother, and as of now, the situation remains unresolved. Everyone is beginning to doubt your ability to manage the gang's funds. Before the next shareholders meeting, I suggest you clarify this matter." That's all." Before Julian could respond, the line went dead. He set the phone down casually, leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, hands gently massaging his temples. After a moment, he lowered his hands and opened his eyes, now cold and indifferent. He called out to the bald man waiting by the door, "Parole. Gather some men and bring those two damn police officers and that auditor before me, alive if possible. Dead would be even better." "Parole," expressionless like a robot, replied, "Understood." How many men? The auditor would take 1 squad, while the damned officer was to be accompanied personally by 3 squads. That officer better bring them back alive. I intend to break every bone in that black dog's body. Parole nodded, refraining from further comment, and exited the office with precision, leaving Julian alone in his chair, lost in thought. Chapter 9. The system is lacking. I decide to forge my own path after breakfast. Duke reflected on yesterday's gunfight. Experience had proven that the system's basic firearm proficiency was severely deficient. Duke had long abandoned hopes of achieving the unscientific feat of curving bullets. He merely wished for accuracy. Given his current abilities, firearms would remain a vital asset for the foreseeable future. Thus, enhancing his shooting skills was of utmost importance. Without hesitation, he resolved to take action. His frequently used Dodge Challenger was still under repair, so he retrieved his backup vehicle from the garage, a Cheetah 400 motorcycle, featuring a twin-cylinder water-cooled engine, capable of producing a maximum horsepower of 335 and a peak torque of 372. If the speed limiter were removed, it could reach an astonishing 450 horsepower and a top speed of 140 kilometers per hour, equipped with a 14-liter fuel tank. With its sleek lines and striking red and black paint, Duke had personally adorned the sides with flame stripes, exuding an aura of coolness. Beneath the motorcycle's compartment lay a Walther handgun, a full-size civilian model produced by the German company Walther. The firearm's design was notably angular, and the grip featured interchangeable components that could be adapted to various hand sizes. The overall length of the pistol was 114 centimeters, with an empty weight of 720 grams, firing 9mm parabellum cartridges. Duke had upgraded the slide with a red dot sight and carried 2 18-round magazines. Aware that the events from the previous night were far from over, Duke decided it prudent to bring some safety equipment along. The shooting range was not far from the suburbs. Within 15 minutes on his motorcycle, he arrived at a sizable shooting facility nestled within a small grove, strategically located to minimize the risk of complaints about gunfire. Duke was well acquainted with the owner, Old George, a retired U.S. Army veteran who had previously worked in a security company. After retirement, he leveraged his connections to open a shooting range and occasionally engage in the sale of somewhat illicit firearms. Generally, he was a decent fellow, understanding that in this line of work, one must maintain good relations with the police, thus enjoying a favorable rapport with Duke, who received a 30% discount when visiting the range. Upon seeing Duke, the balding white-haired man, George, warmly approached him. "Inspector Duke, how have you been? I heard you're on administrative leave again." Duke shrugged, replying, "You know, George, sometimes I must throw caution to the wind for the safety of the American people." Old George curled his lips, dismissing it as mere banter. He was uncertain about others, but he was certain that Inspector Duke was no good cop. What kind of decent officer would threaten someone privately, promising to bring armed men to intimidate him if he didn't grant discounts? That despicable scoundrel. Lacking his own firearm, Duke borrowed a commonly used Model 15 rifle from Old George. This rifle enjoys immense popularity in the realm of civilian firearms in America among 10 gun owners. 7 have undoubtedly owned this rifle, making it one of the most ubiquitous firearms in the nation and a symbol of American gun culture. The Model 15 is a lightweight, gas-operated assault rifle designed by American weapon designer Eugene Stoner and produced by Armalite and Colt. It was the first rifle to utilize the .556mm caliber, heralded as a pioneer of small-caliber firearms. Its advanced design and excellent ballistic performance led to its military variant, the M16 rifle, being developed by the U.S. Department of Defense and first deployed during the Vietnam War. Moreover, this rifle boasts remarkable versatility, allowing for a myriad of combinations. And its vast market has incentivized manufacturers to produce a wide array of accessories. Consequently, it has become the most easily modifiable firearm in the world, often referred to by enthusiasts as adult Legos. Of course, the rifles at Old George's shooting range are merely standard versions, devoid of the plethora of accessories. However, for Duke's skill level, the standard model would suffice. After George handed Duke the rifle, the shooting range was predominantly empty, save for sporadic gunfire. After all, It was still working hours, and Duke could only indulge in shooting during his paid time off, while many others who frequented the range were also employees on break. Old George, carrying the ammunition box, was well aware that Duke would likely leave after firing around 300 rounds. So he chuckled while counting the bullets. Will 500 rounds suffice? We can return any excess. Duke had practiced shooting, yet marksmanship, apart from a few exceptionally gifted individuals, truly relies on one fundamental principle: shooting. The more rounds one fires, the more one can refine their accuracy, at least hitting stationary targets without issue. The challenge lies in maintaining prolonged high-intensity shooting, which poses a significant test for both body and wallet. Contrary to the portrayal of carefree gun users in films and television, the power of a firearm is directly proportional to its recoil. The greater the power, the stronger the recoil. Regarding handguns, even those with moderate power can be challenging for novices to handle effectively, as it is nearly impossible to control the recoil with one hand. Thus, the most common stance remains the two-handed grip. As for rifles, they typically exhibit even greater recoil, necessitating the shooter to brace the stock against their body during firing. Each shot fired exerts a reactive force on the shooter, and enduring a day of rifle shooting can leave one's hands numb. Not to mention the physical toll it takes. The shoulder firmly pressed against the rifle stock was undoubtedly bruised and darkened. Initially, Duke, fueled by curiosity, often toyed with firearms. However, he soon realized his lack of aptitude for this endeavor, finding himself merely at the level of an ordinary individual. Moreover, after a day of such tedium, his body could hardly endure the strain, especially with work to attend to, leading him to forego regular practice. Now, however, things had changed. Ever since he acquired the secondary super serum, he felt a newfound confidence in his physique. With a raised eyebrow, Duke proposed a wager. If he could fire 1,000 rounds in a day, his expenses would be waived. If he failed, he would pay triple. Old George paused momentarily, skepticism evident in his voice. With a rifle? Of course, Duke replied, you can assist by loading the ammunition while keeping an eye on me. After a brief hesitation, Old George decisively countered 3,000 rounds. If you finish, not only are your expenses waived, but I will also add $500. A smirk crept across Duke's face. The unwitting assistant had taken the bait. Deal, he exclaimed. With noise-canceling earplugs in place, Duke commenced his shooting, while Old George stood by, loading spare magazines. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic gunfire echoed through Old George's shooting range, reverberating for an entire morning. Duke fired incessantly, and whether it was due to the serum's effects or the necessity for practice, he rarely missed the fixed targets now. This rudimentary and monotonous training method yielded significant results for him, though there remained ample room for improvement with moving targets. Given Old George's age, he was drenched in sweat from loading ammunition. Seizing the moment when Duke took a break, he pulled out his wallet, fully aware that he had lost the bet. However, he was unwilling to continue assisting that insufferable scoundrel. Gasping for breath, he handed over the money, exclaiming, "Damn, what have you been taking, a blue pill?" Accepting the $500 from the reluctant Old George, Duke flashed a charming smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I could keep going, he quipped. Having completed his shooting session and basking in his triumph, Duke felt exceedingly pleased. Ignoring Old George's disapproving glare, he indulged in a lunch courtesy of the older man before preparing to leave. Ding, ding, ding. Duke retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was a call from old Hatchie. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he answered. "Hatchie, how's the expertise of the old Dr. Lee?" Hatchie's voice carried a hint of awkwardness. "Well, Lee is doing fine, but I have something else to discuss with you." He continued directly. "The punk we dealt with on the bus is the brother of Julian, a major figure in the Russian mafia. I've received word that he is quite deranged. You should be cautious about your safety. If you're worried, you can stay with me for a while." Hatchie blinked, and Duke recalled that in the storyline, Julian, as the guardian of the gang's funds, had dispatched several teams equipped with silenced rifles to apprehend Hatchie at night. He had no intention of delivering himself to danger. So he firmly declined, "I can manage on my own. You all should also prioritize your safety. If things get dire, consider relocating your family." "Well, the young white man you severely injured is Julian's brother, and he is unlikely to let this matter rest. Take care." Duke vividly recalls that in the original storyline, Hatchie rendered Julian's unfortunate brother completely incapacitated, which led the upper echelons of the Russian mafia to question Julian's capability in managing the gang's funds. After all, this fund was intended for bribing high-ranking officials in America and for conducting transactions with other gangs. Without sufficient competence, one cannot earn the trust of mafia stakeholders. Ultimately, driven by both personal vendetta and professional rivalry, Julian dispatched individuals the following night to take Hatchie's life. At this thought, Duke suddenly froze. For it was not Hatchie who had incapacitated Julian's brother, but rather himself. Chapter 10. Is the boss getting a card? Damn, have I become a scapegoat? Duke was utterly bewildered. He had not considered this possibility while he was engaged in the act of violence, and had even contemplated assisting Hatchie later that evening. Now, he found himself in the gravest danger. Realizing he had become the target of retribution, Duke quickly sprang into action, preparing his gear. His rifle was secured at the precinct, and all he had at home was a single handgun. Unlike Hatchie, who possessed the protagonist's aura and could effortlessly eliminate several well-equipped elite gangsters with merely a dinner knife, Duke was overwhelmed by a crippling fear of inadequate firepower. Abandoning the idea of returning home, Duke hurried back to the shooting range. The only individuals he knew who dealt in illicit firearms were either the Continental Hotel or Old George. However, the Continental Hotel required one to be a registered assassin to procure equipment, making Old George the more convenient option. In a secluded corner of the store, Duke led Old George to an area devoid of surveillance. Old George wore an expression of discontent and remarked, "Hey, don't think I'll gamble with you again. Next time I'll be expecting lunch money." Duke beamed at Old George, raising an eyebrow. "This isn't about gambling, George. I need a few longer, reliable companions. You know what I mean." Old George's expression grew serious. After a moment of silence, he fixed his gaze on Duke and shook his head. "I run a shooting range, conducting a legitimate business. I do not possess the credentials to sell firearms. You've come to the wrong place, officer." Duke maintained his smile, but leaned in closer. "George, what do you think would happen if I were to call for a search warrant right now? Would you say I've come to the wrong place? I told you, I do not sell guns," Old George asserted confidently. Duke's smile faded as he withdrew the 500 he had just won earlier that day and placed it on the table beside George. In a soft tone, he continued, "Your firearms aren't here? Then what do you suppose might appear during my search? For instance, this 500 bears a striking resemblance to the proceeds of a money laundering operation, don't you think?" Fine beads of sweat formed on Old George's forehead. His eyes fixed on the grinning rogue before him. He recognized the lengths to which this devilish scoundrel would go. In America, many white officers, when conducting inspections, would often plant illegal items in the vehicles or homes of those they deemed undesirable. Observing Old George's silence, Duke gently patted his shoulder, kindly reminding him, "All I seek is to procure a firearm. The rest is beyond my concern. Let us forge a friendship while you continue with your business, and I shall remain oblivious to all else." Eventually, Old George relented, escorting Duke to his clandestine lair, nestled beneath the small grove adjacent to the shooting range. Upon opening the formidable security door, the subterranean chamber revealed itself, resembling a professional armory, with an array of rifles, handguns, and shotgun components meticulously arranged, even boasting a small machine tool. Duke, akin to a child discovering a new world, eagerly examined his surroundings, realizing he had underestimated Old George's operations. The equipment on display could nearly equip a 50-man squad. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled as he casually grasped a hefty black firearm, exclaiming, "You possess an anti-material sniper rifle? George, is your legitimate business with the Department of Defense?" Old George swiftly swatted Duke's filthy hand away, rolling his eyes as he gingerly returned his prized possession to its case. "It's a personal hobby, something you wouldn't understand. This is not for sale." Duke regarded Old George with a bemused expression. "What kind of weapon is this, dear George? Ordinary individuals cannot consider an anti-material sniper rifle a mere hobby. I believe we were good friends and should be candid with one another." With an impassive demeanor, Old George stepped in front of Duke, hastily locking his gun case. "I do not entertain friends who turn their backs so readily. This is a Zastava M93 Black Arrow sniper rifle, utilizing 12 7x99 NATO cartridge. Developed in 1990s, I invested considerable favors to acquire it for my collection. It is not for sale. Furthermore, with your skill level, a 15 caliber is more than sufficient. Old George regarded Duke with disdain, wiping down the area Duke had touched with a silk cloth. This is still too much for you. Attempting to mix a toothpick into a vat will yield unfavorable results. Duke seethed with anger. Were it not for the fact that his opponent was a nearly 50-year-old Caucasian man, he would have relished the chance to demonstrate his marksmanship against a younger lady, showcasing Duke's prowess in handling firearms with ease. Let me be clear. The equipment here comes without any after-sales service. Once you leave my premises, I will not acknowledge these firearms as mine. What type of weapon do you require? Duke's knowledge of firearms extended only to a few popular models, prompting him to defer to the expertise of a professional. Rubbing his hands together, he inquired tonight, "A few well-equipped gang elite might seek trouble with me. Do you have any recommendations for quality items?" Do not divulge too much. The more you know, the more perilous it becomes. I shall feign ignorance, Old George replied, his expression revealing his seasoned experience. Duke, with a benevolent smile, reassured him, "It's perfectly fine. Are we not the best of friends? Good friends ought to keep each other's secrets, as you well know. Customer, friend, best friend, your titles seem to escalate rather rapidly. Consider my feelings, you scoundrel." Old George's forehead throbbed as he contemplated revealing a portion of his background. Otherwise, he would be utterly consumed by this wretched rogue. He inhaled deeply and declared with fierce intensity, "Do not threaten me. The firearms I possess are exclusively provided to the Continental Hotel. If it comes to it, we shall both perish in this conflict." "The Continental Hotel?" I remarked, incredulous. "How does a mere shooting range proprietor acquire such an arsenal?" So you're the gunsmith for the Continental Hotel? This clarifies everything. Henceforth, you shall be my supplier of equipment." Duke blinked, feigning innocence. "No wonder your skills are so refined. I must heed the counsel of a professional." Old George found it challenging to grasp the true nature of this rogue, whose demeanor shifted as swiftly as the turning of a page. He resumed their prior discourse. "Considering you are up against a well-equipped squad, you will undoubtedly require a rifle and a sidearm. I recommend the M15 rifle, featuring an 11.5-inch barrel and an ion-coated bolt. Furthermore, I shall furnish you with a Vortex 1:6 times variable scope and an 8-laser sight. The M15 is an everlasting classic." As Old George articulated his pitch, he became increasingly animated. "As for the handgun, I suggest the Walther P99 chambered for the 9mm parabellum cartridge. Its unique feature lies in the spiral grooves on the barrel, allowing for the attachment of a silencer, an essential weapon for home defense, traveling, or clandestine operations." Observing Old George's fervent salesmanship, Duke hesitated, momentarily reminded of a well-meaning saleswoman from past life. He was nearly swayed, but ultimately voiced a lingering doubt. "How much?" Old George, regaining his composure, gestured with one hand. "All of my firearms are not available on the market and have been meticulously modified. The M15 rifle is priced at $4,000, and the handgun at $1,000, each accompanied by 3 magazines and 300 rounds of ammunition." Duke's brow furrowed at the steep price of $5,000, indeed exorbitant, though he could almost afford it. However, this purchase would preclude him from treating the lovely ladies for at least a month. Damn, what a difficult decision. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided that his life was of utmost importance. He hoped the ladies would not miss him. "I'll take the M15 for $4,000, along with a tactical dagger and a bulletproof vest." Purchasing was inevitable, yet negotiation was imperative. Not a penny less. Seizing the opportunity to counter this rogue, Old George resolutely stood by his price. The two engaged in a battle of wits, their words like arrows flying, until they finally reached an accord. $700 for the rifle, handgun, dagger, bulletproof vest, and helmet. Duke smacked his lips, unsatisfied. Had he not been preoccupied with the impending encounter with the Russian mob that evening, he would have pressed Old George for an additional $500 off. He shrugged and inquired, "How shall I pay? I have no cash on me." "Surely, I cannot use a card. I have no desire to engage with the tax authorities." Old George, parched from his lengthy discourse, finally clinched a business deal, his spirits soaring. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. Just head to the shooting range to get your card. The funds flow through the shooting range's accounts. We are merely conducting a legitimate transaction." Duke replied, "Goodness, you are truly a genius. If you had been in charge of card sales at a barbershop in your previous life, there's no way it would have closed within 2 weeks." Chapter 11. A Show of Hands. Who is in favor? Who opposes? In the quiet suburbs of New York, the streetlights cast a dim, yet persistent glow, illuminating a solitary house that had succumbed to darkness. In the stillness of the night, Duke, uncertain how long he had been waiting, faintly discerned the sound of an engine. Narrowing his eyes, he stealthily peered from the second-floor balcony, spotting 3 black sedans that had abruptly halted at his doorstep, their lights extinguished like phantoms. A group of masked figures clad in black swiftly disembarked, forming a precise triangular assault formation at the gesture of their leader. Before they could storm the house, Duke crouched on the balcony, raising his silenced rifle, narrowing his focus on the chest of the commanding figure. Bang! Duke's shot struck an innocent bystander among the black-clad men, cursing his poor aim as the unfortunate soul crumpled. Without a moment's hesitation, Duke unleashed a barrage, emptying his magazine without regard for precision, forcing the assailants to retreat. He swiftly rolled back behind the wall. Bang! 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 The whistling rain of bullets descended upon him, obliterating the space he had just occupied. Duke, crouched behind the wall, quickly switched to a silenced Walther P99. The black-clad figures split their fire, half-pressed to suppress him while the other half surged forward into the house. The 2 groups alternated their cover, storming inside, commencing a meticulous search floor by floor. Duke leapt off the balcony, seamlessly activating his skill, Shadow Step. Despite the nearly 200 pounds of gear he bore, he landed soundlessly on the ground. The house's power had long been severed by Duke, leaving only a flicker from the streetlight outside, while the interior echoed with the violent sounds of door kicks. Producing the tactical dagger he had acquired that very day, Duke slipped into the shadows like a wraith, silently advancing within. He plunged the blade into the nape of a straggling black-clad figure, rendering him incapacitated. Swiftly, Duke caught the man's body, striving to suppress any noise, and dragged him into a corner beneath the stairs. 1, 2, 3, like a game of hide-and-seek, Duke lurked in the shadows, poised to strike any solitary black-clad intruder with the ferocity of a predator, until he caught sight of the dark-clad leader emerging from the bedroom. Duke was poised to launch a surprise attack. For reasons unknown, the leader seemed to sense impending danger, abruptly turning to face Duke. Reacting swiftly, armed with a rifle, he realized he had no opportunity to fire. Instead, he lunged forward, blocking Duke's advance with his blade, while his other hand instinctively reached for the handgun strapped to his thigh. A master of his craft, Duke's heart raced. Yet he continued his assault without attempting to draw his own weapon. Instead, he seized the leader's hand in a vice-like grip, twisting it with precision. The leader barely had time to disengage the safety before the handgun slipped from his grasp. With a powerful push, Duke surged forward, slamming the dark-clad leader against the wall, delivering his first wall slam of the day. Gripping the leader's wrist with his left hand, his fingers curled like steel, exerting pressure. With a sharp crack, the leader's wrist contorted into a grotesque shape. A scream erupted from him as he began shouting frantically in Russian, struggling violently. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously from the other rooms. Yet, Duke remained unmoved by the imminent arrival of additional dark-clad figures. Instead, he tightened his grip, inflicting excruciating pain. The leader, overwhelmed, writhed in agony, unable to utter a sound, his body convulsing as if electrocuted. Duke relinquished the dagger, forming his fist, and struck a heavy blow to the leader's throat. The force of his knuckles crushed a mass the size of a coin, producing a dull thud. The leader's body suddenly went limp, sliding down the wall like a strand of pasta. As the footsteps drew closer, Duke had no time to dispose of the body and retreated into the shadows, hiding by the staircase. Observing the 5 remaining dark-clad figures encircling the area, they remained vigilant while attempting to assess the fate of their fallen leader. Seizing the moment, Duke extracted the rifle from the corpse of a fallen assailant, inspected it, and crouched beneath the staircase. He aimed at the clustered assassins across from him. Adhering to his usual strategy, he abandoned aiming and squeezed the trigger until the magazine was emptied. Bang! 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 As the last round discharged, Duke had yet to relocate when a barrage of gunfire responded, bullets ricocheting off the staircase, sending plumes of dust into the air. Clearly, Duke's spray of bullets had not eliminated them all. The remaining assassins scattered to evade the onslaught, leaving behind two lifeless bodies amidst the chaos. At last, a pained groan echoed from below the staircase, followed by the sound of a body collapsing. The dark-clad assailants continued to fire cautiously until the unmistakable thud of bullets finding flesh ceased. Among the surviving trio, one advanced to investigate, while the others maintained their vigilance. Upon discovering a corpse lying at an angle with its back to them, riddled with wounds and drenched in blood, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The target has been neutralized. Prepare to assist the injured. At long last, the ordeal came to an end, and the remaining individuals relaxed. After an entire night of relentless combat, only 3 remained. Continuing any further would likely deplete their ammunition. The 2 others swiftly turned to scour the battlefield, while one of the dark-clad figures approached the fallen to document the scene, preparing to upload photographs as proof of mission completion. Suddenly, upon flipping the corpse to reveal its face, an uncontrollable expression of horror washed over him. The visage was not that of an enemy, but rather that of a long-missing comrade. The target was still alive. In truth, Duke had not been shot. Prior to the gunfire, he had propped up 2 earlier corpses. As soon as the bullets were expended, he hurled one of the bodies to draw fire, cleverly concealing himself in the shadows behind the decoy. There was no dishonor intended toward his fallen brethren in black. Duke had always been taught the values of fairness, democracy, and camaraderie. Before employing the bodies as shields, he had consulted with them. Just moments ago, he had convened an emergency democratic meeting with the 2 brothers lying on the ground to determine who would take the risky role of distraction. When neither raised their hands, the proposal was ultimately passed with a unanimous vote. Before he could utter a warning, a pair of powerful hands seized the throat of the dark-clad figure from the shadows behind. Crack! Duke gently laid down the corpse and swiftly drew 2 handguns, aiming at the 2 remaining figures who faced away from him, less than a meter apart. Bang! 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 2 bullets struck their backs, blood splattering in the air. The lethal impact of point-blank shooting was undeniable. Without waiting for their reaction, Duke immediately targeted their heads, emptying the remaining rounds. This time, he did not falter. At such close range, accuracy was nearly guaranteed. Both fell lifelessly, crimson and white fluids pooling around them, leaving them to lie motionless. It was over. Duke turned, exhaling softly, and with a somber chuckle, he patted the body of his recently fallen comrade, remarking, "Even to our own, you were merciless. In the next life, join me in a different venture." Chapter 12. Having reached the 12th chapter without offering warmth to the lady, Duke, after dispatching the dark-clad assassins, commenced the meticulous search of their bodies. This was to preclude any possibility of resurrection and to expedite his return on investment. Even if he personally found these firearms unwieldy, selling them to Old George would still be beneficial. After an arduous effort to gather the spoils, he finally collapsed onto the sofa, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the assassins. As he contemplated the fate of these remains, he heard the system's delayed notification sound, and a semi-transparent interface materialized before him. Host, Duke. Body, sturdy upright ape. Energy, unremarkable adult muggle. Skills, shadow step, basic firearm proficiency. Congratulations, host, on completing the silver task. Warm hospitality, total task value, 800 points. Host contribution rate, 100, earned, 800 points. Host has accumulated 1,600 points. Shall we commence the lottery segment? Disregarding the system's ineptitude in generating names, Duke had resolved during the last lottery to accumulate enough points for a 10-fold draw, his points now exceeding 1,000. He stroked his chin, contemplating. With 1,600 points, A single draw at the silver level costing 1,000 might not suffice. Perhaps he should attempt a tenfold draw at the black iron level instead. Suddenly, the urgent ringing of his phone interrupted his reckless thoughts. He retrieved it from his pocket, glancing at the caller ID. Raising an eyebrow, Duke answered without uttering a word. On the other end, he heard the hoarse voice of old Hatchie, tinged with fatigue. "Are you well? I have 3 Russian guests at my home tonight, and the situation we discussed earlier has escalated. Be cautious." Damn, it seemed that most of the firepower was directed at him. Duke realized that Julian had begun to retaliate against Hatchie and himself. Sighing, he replied, "It's too late. Tonight's gathering at my place is far more raucous. At least 10 enthusiastic Russian guests have arrived." Old Hatchie remarked. The two of them are cut from the same cloth. Duke understood that this situation had touched Hatchie's bottom line concerning family. After all, Hatchie had relinquished everything for their sake, embracing a life of simplicity. Now, someone dared to provoke his ire, and this matter would not end amicably. Duke cautiously inquired, "Hatchie, what are your thoughts?" Hatchie's voice remained low, but it was evident that he was suppressing his fury. "They came to my home, disturbing my family's dinner, shattering my furniture, ruining my life. Though I am a good person, I believe in reciprocity." Duke raised an eyebrow. "That seems reasonable. I have heard that Julian manages the gang fund of the Russian mafia. If that fund were to accidentally catch fire, it would indeed be a fitting response. I have a plan. All right, my place is no longer safe, and dealing with these remaining guests is troublesome. I intend to set my house ablaze along with them, and will meet you at the Margaret Bar afterward. What a coincidence. Give me half an hour. I have a few guests who need to join the bonfire celebration." After ending the call, Duke swiftly loaded the black-clad assassins into their vehicle, speeding toward Hatchie's residence and arriving within the half hour. Observing Hatchie expertly packing valuable items, Duke comprehended that the once ordinary middle-aged man was now gradually revealing his darker side. "Did you know? I've suddenly realized that I am not as averse to my former life as I once thought," Hatchie remarked, gazing vacantly at the flames before breaking into a slight smile toward Duke. At the Margaret Bar, Duke sat alone, sipping a large mug of rye beer, as the two had resolved to first throw a bonfire party for Julian's gang fund. Old Hatchie, having previously worked in the underbelly of society, took the initiative to procure weapons and equipment, understanding well that this was a locale frequented by gangsters, where cash flowed freely. It was obvious even to Duke, with his limited intellect, that security would be stringent. Meanwhile, Duke was tasked with an equally crucial matter, awaiting further instructions. After all, without funds and personnel, it would be absurd for Officer Duke to call the precinct requesting 2 firearms on the premise of returning them tenfold. As he sipped his drink, Duke's eyes darted around the room. He had promised to bring warmth to the lady, yet here he was, 12 chapters in, with nary a gesture made. What a disgrace for the numerous aspiring heroes in the crowd. It was quite the coincidence, however, that the stunningly long-legged Mexican dancer he had first encountered during his initial visit to the bar was present again today. Dressed anew, she held a cocktail adorned with a slice of lemon, leaning against the bar. From afar, the astonishing curve of her figure, accentuated by a dangerously fitted black spaghetti-strap dress, captivated Duke's gaze with its alluring maturity. Downing his beer in one go, Duke sidled up to the enchanting beauty, opting not to initiate a direct conversation. Instead, he gestured to the bartender, a fellow named Mole, to prepare a signature margarita. While waiting for his drink, he flashed a charming smile towards the mature beauty, inquiring, "Might I sit beside you? I would prefer to avoid any altercation with your boyfriend later on." The lady offered a polite smile in return. "Feel free. I'm here alone." Duke continued, "Drinking solo in a bar can be rather dreary. How about I entertain you with a rather intriguing magic trick?" He shrugged playfully, adopting an exaggerated expression. A flicker of amusement graced the lady's face as she set down her drink, curiosity piqued. "What sort of trick? If it turns out to be dull, don't blame me for withholding applause." With a confident smile, Duke remained silent. "Rise, I command you to rise, and let her witness your prowess." Facing the lovely lady, he laid a napkin flat upon his lap, his hands moving rhythmically above it, causing the napkin to rise and fall in tandem with his motions. The long-legged beauty couldn't help but laugh, perhaps under the influence of the drink, and teasingly remarked, "This is undoubtedly the worst magic trick I've ever seen. Don't think I'm just a naive girl. If I were to take that napkin away, would you suffer immediate embarrassment? Is that so? Care to test it? I assure you it will be quite a surprise." Duke, undeterred by her challenge, responded with confidence. The lady raised an eyebrow. "You think I lack the courage?" With a playful grin, she stepped forward to snatch the napkin. The outcome was revealed as a spoon materialized before her. Duke had cleverly used his abdominal muscles to grip the spoon, controlling its movement with each contraction. The long-legged beauty pouted, yet maintained her bravado. "I already knew that was a spoon. I've seen this trick before." Duke smiled faintly, taking a sip of the cocktail he had just mixed. With a mischievous grin, he leaned closer to the long-legged beauty beside him and whispered in her ear, "In truth, this magic trick has another variation. If you are willing, I will be delighted to demonstrate it. I assure you, you have never seen anything like it." Chapter 13. Are you in a Rambo mood? Warm sunlight filtered through the leaves outside, illuminating the double suite on the 6th floor of the Intercontinental Hotel in New York. Scattered across the floor were a black spaghetti-strap dress and men's undergarments, with one black piece inexplicably draped over a lamp. Duke's eyelids fluttered slightly in response to the light, attempting to pull the covers up to shield himself from the brightness and drift back to sleep. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a smooth body. Was it a woman? Duke immediately jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, only to discover a naked beauty with long hair lying beside him, clearly still in slumber. Rubbing his forehead, he recalled the events of the previous night. They had shared delightful conversation at the bar, unwittingly consuming a considerable amount of alcohol. Subsequently, Duke had suggested they find a place for another magic trick, to which the beauty had readily agreed. However, the method of the trick had transformed slightly, with the beauty desiring to replace the paper, and as for the rest, Officer Duke could only assure her that he indeed did not disappoint, being well-versed in the ways of a man who carries a weapon. Oh, and her name was Lucchini. As he rose and dressed, Duke stretched his aching body, wishing for a more invigorating technique for the next time. Glancing at the still-sleeping Lucchini, whose shoulder was exposed from beneath the covers, he thought to himself how unhealthy her sleeping posture was at such a young age. With kindness, he pulled the blanket over her, allowing himself a brief moment to savor the sensation. The silky touch ignited a fervor within Duke. Yet he reminded himself of the pressing matters at hand. The beauty would not flee, and there would be another opportunity. Alas, he had nearly achieved a modest accomplishment after a night of tireless effort. How vexing! With a benevolent heart, Officer Duke drew the curtains, refraining from waking the poor woman who had called out throughout the night and left the place that had so drained his vigor. At the hotel entrance, Duke held a bottle of ice water he had taken from the suite, preparing to find a suitable spot to replenish himself, for he too had exerted considerable effort the previous night. Ringing. "I'm all set over here. Where the hell have you been? Why couldn't I reach you all night?" The voice of old Hatchie was clearly charged with emotion. Duke cleared his throat and replied with an air of nonchalance. "I didn't go anywhere. I merely sought refuge at the home of a kind individual to avoid being discovered by Julian. Their household was rather noisy, so I didn't hear the phone." Old Hatchie responded skeptically. "A kind individual? When I asked Mole, he said you were with a woman last night." "Ahem, just a casual acquaintance. We are merely friends. I reserve the right to pursue legal action against Mole for defamation," Duke stated with an expression of feigned outrage. "What? You must admit it. There's no way you can deny it. We were just playing with magic tricks. Officer Duke would never be held accountable. After all, he has always been well regarded by the ladies." No longer engaging in futile arguments with Duke, old Hatchie provided an address, his former workplace, now acquired as his base for vengeance, instructing Duke to meet him there. Upon arriving at a modest factory, Duke discovered old Hatchie meticulously wielding a cutter, seemingly engrossed in his task. As Duke approached, old Hatchie set down his tool and placed the freshly cut rebar aside, his expression a blend of exhaustion and exhilaration. "This was my former place of employment, now repurposed for my own designs. The opposition is numerous, and I intend to transform this space," he proclaimed, a hint of menace lurking within his smile. "The primary reason humanity surpasses beasts is our ability to construct traps. This will serve as their grave." surrounded by an array of materials: cut rebar, glass jars filled with nails, electrified fencing, and rudimentary explosives. Duke raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Old Hatchie had not forgotten his craft. Though Duke's practical skills were somewhat lacking, he readily joined in. The duo worked with remarkable efficiency, completing the setup of all traps within mere hours. Their next step involved dismantling Julian's gang fund, provoking Julian to pursue them to this very location. "What's your plan?" Duke inquired. With a confident smile, Old Hatchie replied, "I discovered that the Russian mafia's funds are stored in a church. Our strategy is straightforward. We enter, set it ablaze, and exit, producing a detailed blueprint of the church." He elaborated on their assault strategy. It was evident that Old Hatchie was well-versed in such matters. Within a day, he had not only obtained the plans, but annotated them meticulously, marking the fund's location, the vulnerabilities in guard distribution, and the monitoring room's position. Duke listened intently. Though Old Hatchie had devised the current plan, he recognized the value of learning for potential future encounters of a similar nature. This operation was crucial. A surprise raid scheduled for 6 p.m. After dining at the renowned fast food establishment, Golden Arches, the two returned to the factory to prepare. The element of surprise was paramount. Old Hatchie dragged over 2 crates of firearms, allowing Duke to select his gear. Leftovers from his previous endeavors, they may not have been top tier, but they were certainly reliable. Old Hatchie, perhaps due to his advancing age, opted for lighter equipment. 41 rifle, 2 Glock 17 handguns, and a lightweight bulletproof vest adorned with several magazines. His face concealed by a mask. In truth, on the battlefield, lightweight gear proves to be more agile. After all, if one is burdened with excessive equipment, fatigue can quickly render them incapacitated. Old Hatchie's combat style is more akin to that of an assassin. Thus, he is accustomed to engaging in light armor. Even when clad in a bulletproof vest, the force of bullets on the battlefield can easily bring one down, as adversaries can target unprotected areas. Duke seized the opportunity presented to him, taking considerable time to select his attire. A bulletproof vest, riot helmet, and knee pads were all meticulously chosen. The tactical pants were adorned with a Browning pistol, his own suppressed Walther P99, and a dagger tucked into his calf. On his back rested his personal 15 rifle, and in his hands, he wielded a .45 submachine gun, the very type favored by movie bank robbers sporting hosiery on their heads, capable of unleashing a rapid barrage of fire. To prepare for any potential need to breach a door, Duke also secured a compact Remington 313 semi-automatic shotgun at his waist. Across his chest lay a row of grenades, a rare find indeed. In the grand nation of America, while individuals may typically procure firearms under certain conditions, grenades are almost entirely prohibited for personal or even private security use. It remains a mystery how Old Hatchie managed to acquire such contraband. Observing Duke as he meticulously loaded magazines, Old Hatchie was taken aback. "Are you planning to engage terrorists in Iraq? Are you starring in Rambo?" he exclaimed, swallowing hard. "We're just going to confront some gangsters, not film a sequel to First Blood. This is all rather excessive." Duke performed a few jumps in place, feeling that his ensemble was quite fitting, though he mused aloud, a riot shield would be an excellent addition. "You're not Captain America," Old Hatchie retorted in disbelief. "I think this is sufficient. We're merely dealing with gangsters, not elite operatives. Besides, with all that gear, you won't be able to move in no time." No, I believe I can manage. This weight is nothing to me, and this is a shootout." Duke shook his head at Hatchie, exuding frustration. "Have you watched too many American hero films? We are set to storm the enemy's stronghold. Do you think that running fast will allow you to single-handedly charge in? What if a stray bullet finds its mark? What if your weapon jams? It's better to be prepared. Do you understand?" His words resonated with Old Hatchie, whose experience lay primarily in targeting individuals rather than entire organizations. Realizing his oversight, he promptly donned the remaining protective gear and grabbed his submachine gun to secure at his back. Before long, the two, now fully equipped like modern-day Rambos, emerged. Observing the heavily armored Old Hatchie, Duke smiled in satisfaction. Reality is far removed from the realm of film. In actuality, Old Hatchie would be rendered a sieve the moment he was detected amidst a hail of bullets. deeply influenced by the cultural ethos of the 21st century. Officer Duke is an avowed materialist, though he occasionally dabbles in systematic beliefs. Chapter 14. He is challenging my weakness. The guard confirmed that 2 patrolmen were stationed at the entrance. What's the situation on your end? Duke pressed the earpiece nestled within his ear. At that moment, he stood at the rear door of the church housing the Russian gang's funds, cloaked in shadows while clad in tactical gear. Only one henchman lingered at the back door, smoking nonchalantly. Even at a mere 50 meters, he remained blissfully unaware of the peril lurking nearby. The shadow step technique serves as Duke's greatest asset. This skill allows him to seamlessly meld into the shadows, diminishing his presence. It is only when he strikes that he emerges from the darkness, becoming the true master of assassination under the cover of night. This is why Duke insisted on executing their plan after dusk. Not only does it allow him to leverage his strengths, but it also exploits the gang's inevitable lapse in vigilance under the veil of night. No issues here. Awaiting your signal, Duke squinted and disengaged the safety on his Browning handgun. Exercise caution. Once the shooting begins, most of the firepower will gravitate towards you. Try not to advance too far ahead. I will rendezvous with you as soon as I conclude my task. The plan was straightforward, a diversionary tactic. Old Hatchie was tasked with drawing fire from the front, while Duke would stealthily infiltrate through the rear for a silent assassination. To this end, Duke had procured a Walther P99 silenced pistol from Old George. Perhaps due to habit, he found the weapon to be remarkably comfortable in his grasp. Understood. Old Hatchie replied succinctly, rechecking his gear before slowly maneuvering his vehicle toward the church's front. As the car approached the entrance, he swiftly shifted gears and accelerated, crashing violently into the church's grand doors. The guards at the entrance sensed the disturbance immediately. After all, this location served as the stronghold for the Russian gang's funds, where unfamiliar vehicles rarely passed. Yet, they had never anticipated that someone would dare to assault their sanctuary. Boom! The church doors splintered upon impact, the vehicle becoming lodged in the entrance, propelling the 2 guards directly into the church. Unperturbed, Old Hatchie exited the car and took cover outside, firing repeatedly into the interior. With the occupants trapped and unable to escape, and the thick marble walls impervious to bullets, Old Hatchie continued to unleash a barrage of gunfire to draw attention. Before long, the sounds of gunfire echoed incessantly at the entrance. Inside the church, the commotion drew the attention of those within, while at the rear, the sound of gunfire startled the smoking henchman, causing him to drop his cigarette. In a flurry of panic, he hastily reached for his firearm to ascertain the situation. Yet before he could turn, a large hand emerged from the shadows, covering his mouth, as a chilling sensation grazed his throat. A thought flashed through his mind. Someone is here. His brain urgently signaled a warning, but only a muted gurgle escaped his throat as darkness enveloped him. Duke swiftly severed the throat of his adversary and, supporting the lifeless body, made his way to the entrance. With one hand, he lifted the corpse's chin to gaze through the peephole of the iron door, tapping it lightly. A single eye peered out, muttering a few profanities in Russian before the door creaked open. "Harvey, why are you silent? I truly wonder which fool dares to stir trouble in our territory." Bang! Surely, you were referring to Old Hatchie, were you not? Duke discharged a bullet, obliterating the insolent henchman behind the door. As he walked past the corpse, he casually inquired of the other individual, who remained silent, presumably in tacit agreement. To be fair, Old Hatchie was indeed rather reckless. Bang, 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 bang. Outside, Old Hatchie continued exchanging gunfire with the gangsters. Amidst the cacophony of gunshots, Duke cheerfully commenced collecting heads from the rear entrance, with Hatchie drawing the bulk of the fire. Duke wielded a silenced pistol, occasionally melting into the shadows cast by statues and furniture, effortlessly transforming the back door into a secure zone. At the staircase of the church basement, several armed henchmen remained vigilant, their weapons trained on the stairway. Should anyone attempt to enter without the proper password, they were prepared to execute without hesitation. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed, and the guards at the basement entrance tensed, acutely aware that the continuous gunfire outside indicated the arrival of potential enemies. As the footsteps drew nearer, silence reigned. No one uttered the password. A shared glance of unspoken agreement passed among them, and they collectively elevated their firearms. After a few moments of stillness, with no one descending, the guards were yet to voice their doubts when a clink sounded, and two dark cylindrical objects were hurled downwards. Grenades! Boom! The grenades detonated with a resounding blast. Duke shook his head, exasperated, as he observed the now empty basement where the guards once stood, with only one entrance. Anyone familiar with gunfight games would know someone was likely lying in wait. Without hostages, tossing a grenade was standard procedure. To be candid, Duke had hesitated before throwing the grenades, concerned that if the opposition anticipated his move, they might kick the grenade back at him. However, the reality proved Duke's anxieties were unfounded. It was not the fallen henchmen who faltered. They had expected Duke to obediently wield a gun and engage in a chivalrous, medieval-style standoff at the staircase. In the basement, disregarding the scattered security corpses above, a massive iron door stood resolutely before him, firmly locked. The bodies on the floor revealed no one bearing a key. Unlocking such a door requires skill, and for non-professionals, it demands thorough preparation. Fortunately, Duke was always one to foresee such needs. He had brought a Remington 313 ultra-short semi-automatic shotgun, which he discharged with a powerful blast, rendering the iron doors lock inoperative. Truly, the universal key lived up to its reputation. Behind that door lay the financial reserves of the Russian mafia, specifically allocated for bribing politicians and high-ranking officials, serving as the liquid capital for their illicit transactions. In a spacious room adorned with marble, stacks of verdant banknotes were meticulously arranged in square formations, their alluring green hue shimmering under the refracted light. At first glance, the bills appeared as neglected remnants akin to outdated newspapers, carelessly discarded before Duke. Let us test the mettle of the officials with this. Duke scoffed. 3 seconds later, he realized, damn it, he is truly challenging my Achilles heel. With a furrowed brow, Duke grasped a handful of pristine bills, pondering the wickedness of the underworld. Although cash was cumbersome to spend, Duke, the penny-pinching officer, never shunned the prospect of earning. After all, who in business would disdain the liquidity of wealth? Alas, the system mandated the destruction of funds. Cash may be precious, but the task bore a higher price. Blast! It was evident that the criminal enterprises yielded far more than his police work. Next time he needed funds, he would seek them out. Reluctantly, Duke set down his newfound Franklin friends, preparing to retrieve the incendiary device he had stowed at his waist. A casual glance around the room, now brimming with currency, revealed a corner filled with several large suitcases. Excitement surged within him, his lips stretching into a grin. What treasures lay within? Perhaps gold or jewels. Oh, the irony! Gold is not easily destroyed. Could it be that today, Officer Duke of America would strike it rich? Eagerly, he approached the suitcases, unzipping one to reveal bags of white laundry powder instead. His anticipation plummeted, akin to a pirate ship in a park experiencing a sudden power outage. Crashing down from a height it could never regain. Duke's expression remained stoic as he dragged all the suitcases toward the cache, swiftly turning to depart. He tossed 3 incendiary devices behind him, embodying the adage that real men never look back at explosions. Emerging from the basement, the fierce blaze illuminated the contours of Officer Duke's profile, and in the shadows, a crystalline tear silently slipped from the corner of his eye. This day marked the most extravagant bonfire party of his life, and he felt a thrill of joy. Chapter 15. A Fire at the Church. The nun falls for me. The gunfire at the church entrance continued unabated. Yet reality is not a film. Gradually, the sounds within the church began to overshadow those from outside. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and moreover, old Hatchie's ammunition was dwindling. As the assailants within the church, unaware of the backdoor's inferno, began to retaliate, they employed suppressive fire, advancing with alternating cover, soon nearing the church's grand entrance. Leaning against the wall, old Hatchie remained unperturbed as the gunfire grew closer. Compared to his past experiences, this was mere child's play. Though this cadre of gunmen was somewhat trained, they were no match for his caliber. Nonchalantly attuning to the rhythm of the gunfire, Old Hatchie flicked his arm, sending a bullet from behind the wall, striking a hitman who was in the process of reloading his weapon. Bang! After the piercing screams, the gunman, attempting to advance in turns, paused momentarily to seek cover. It was evident that although these assailants had received military training, their expertise lay in face-to-face confrontations fueled by adrenaline or in wielding weapons against unarmed civilians. Against the weak, they struck with ferocity, yet they cowered before the seasoned veteran. Old Hatchie. The gunmen were thrown into disarray, lacking any real experience. Imagine, if you will, a couple enjoying a leisurely outing in the city, savoring hot pot, and singing merrily, only to be suddenly ambushed by bandits. Ahem, let us disregard that. Picture instead a group comfortably settled in their stronghold, completely blindsided by an unexpected confrontation. No one dared to suggest a retreat, fearing retribution within their gang. The rules were strict, and while one might escape momentarily, one could never evade a lifetime of gang vengeance. In the Russian mafia, those truly capable often operate outside the confines of the hideout, either executing tasks or ensuring the safety of their leaders. The majority present here belong to the second tier of the gang, possessing somewhat lesser abilities. After a brief period of mutual blame, no resolution emerged. Eventually, a junior leader recalled the dire situation and proposed that they should seek assistance from their boss. The crowd exclaimed, "Genius! What a splendid idea!" Instantly, they retreated behind the pews in the church, the junior leader finding a spot at the rear, signaling his subordinates to huddle together. With a sigh of relief, he began to retrieve his phone to contact their guardians. "We are under attack." "Yes, I'm not insane. Many of our brothers have already fallen, right here in the church." "In the church? What, a few people across from us?" He had no time to respond. At that moment, a dark object rolled to his feet, accompanied by the clattering sounds of the floor. The junior leader glanced down and froze. A grenade. This became the final testament of the junior leader and his nearby subordinates. They huddled together, not wasting a fraction of the grenade's explosive force, and several were instantly annihilated, departing this world as nameless fodder for the afterlife. Meanwhile, Julian, at a nearby bar, was startled as the sudden explosion sent the other gunmen scattering in a panic, scrambling for safety while surveying the source of the grenade. A cacophony of footsteps approached from the back of the church, and before anyone could emerge, 2 grenades sped out, skimming the ground. Boom! Boom! The explosions sent the gunmen into a frenzy, firing wildly into the dust that lingered in the aftermath. Within moments, their magazines were depleted, and they finally regained their composure, preparing to reload. Duke, clutching a .45 submachine gun, strode forward, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the panicked gunmen as they reloaded. Following the usual protocol, he squeezed the trigger with wild abandon, emptying his magazine without restraint. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. The magazines of the submachine guns were emptied, and the seasoned Old Hatchie waved to Duke, signaling him to join in replenishing the ammunition. Before long, silence enveloped the church, with only the bullet holes in the walls bearing witness to the sudden onset of gunfire. "Is everything done? We must prepare to change locations. Julian must already be on his way," Old Hatchie, with red-rimmed eyes, remarked, as if the gunfire had awakened his long-dormant instincts of a killer, his voice unexpectedly resonating with a roughness unlike before. Duke checked his ammunition and shrugged. "No problem. I just tossed a few incendiary devices in the basement. By the time Julian arrives, all that will remain here is ash." Old Hatchie, having nearly exhausted his ammunition, retrieved a spare magazine for the trunk of the vehicle. He also pulled out 2 white plastic fuel containers and said in a gravelly tone, "I feel this fire isn't large enough. Tonight should host a grander bonfire." Watching Old Hatchie deftly douse the area with gasoline, Duke stood by, feeling a mix of admiration and disbelief. "Indeed, you possess quite the experience in matters of arson. Why are you just standing there? Come help. I'm coming." Duke hurriedly grabbed a container of gasoline, eager to assist. With limited fuel, they needed to maximize the blaze while ensuring their own safety, a task requiring skill. After dousing the gasoline, they clapped their hands and drove away from the church entrance. Old Hatchie threw the last remaining incendiary device from the car. As it spun and landed, flames erupted. Whoosh! The flames, like a voracious serpent, swiftly consumed everything in sight, growing ever larger. The burning fire entwined around the church like a mythical apocalyptic serpent. From a distance, it appeared as though a colossal torch was fervently ablaze. Next time, we shouldn't do this. The church is aflame, and the nuns will fall in love with me. Duke jested, his words meant only for his own ears. What? I said we should consider how to lure Julian to the factory next. In the vehicle, old Hatchie cast a glance at the massive bonfire, saying nothing. His expression icy as he started the engine, preparing to depart. Bang! Just as Duke was about to inquire further, his heart raced, instinctively sensing danger approaching from behind. Without hesitation, he leaned swiftly to the side in his seat, just as a bullet whizzed past the spot where his head had been moments before. The initial shot was followed by a relentless barrage of gunfire. Bang! 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 No need to search for him. He has already arrived. A hint of excitement flickered across old Hatchie's lips as he grinned menacingly. Duke didn't need to seek out Julian's location. At the sound of gunfire, a multitude of vehicles rapidly approached the church. Reinforcements were on their way. Chapter 16. Duke, the prodigy of the streets, a waning crescent moon hung in the dark night sky, while the trees lining the road obscured the moonlight with their dense foliage. Bang! 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 A cacophony of gunfire echoed from afar, growing closer with each passing moment. Duke, with both hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, drove with exhilaration the vintage Challenger, a classic automobile, an artifact from 1972, stolen from a neighbor. Equipped with a 49-liter engine and 8 cylinders, it could accelerate from 0 to 60 miles per hour in a mere 2 seconds, a true masterpiece of automotive engineering. The antique car roared back to life tonight, its engine growling as Duke relentlessly accelerated, pushing the limits to a point where the sheer force pressed him back into the seat, rendering him almost immobile. Old Hatchie was not seated. Instead, he lay sprawled on the reclined seat. After setting the church ablaze, Julian and his entourage had arrived just in time for reinforcements, though regrettably, they were too late. Upon witnessing the charred remains of the church, Julian nearly erupted in fury, vowing to personally lead the charge against the 2 scoundrels responsible. The silvery vintage car sped through the dimly lit streets, its horn blaring amidst the cacophony of gunshots and curses from the Russian mob outside. The turbulent winds howled, and even the seasoned old Hatchie felt his throat dry under the strain. God, could you possibly slow down a bit? It's so dark I can hardly see what's ahead. Old Hatchie's heart raced as if he were reliving his youth on the battlefield, pounding with excitement. Relax, the darkness is fond of me. Seasoned drivers never crash. Duke nonchalantly replied, one hand on the wheel, while the other rummaged through the glove compartment for a cassette tape. Old Hatchie instinctively tightened his grip, watching Duke navigate the bullets with one hand, causing his blood pressure to skyrocket. What the hell are you doing? Can you please keep both hands on that damn steering wheel? Hey, can't you see I have one hand occupied, looking for music? Duke retorted, glancing down to sift through the cherished tapes of old Hatchie's neighbor. Damn it, I'm not blind. But could you at least respect my safety? I'd rather not die from a bullet, only to be sent to meet Satan by your negligence, because you were searching for music. Old Hatchie's frustration was nearing its breaking point. In his youth, he too had enjoyed speeding. But that was during the day or on familiar roads. Only a fool would race at night. Even more absurd was the fact that he was seated in this vehicle, which seemed to only have an acceleration button, while the driver had the audacity to search for a cassette. Don't worry. I used to work for the Arkansas State Police for a while. Ask around about Duke, the officer who lost races on Highway 53. After a thorough search, Duke finally found the music that satisfied him, joyfully pressing all the buttons in the car, oblivious to which one played the tape. Surely one of them would work. Old Hatchie regretted not driving himself, realizing all too late that Duke's driving skills seemed limited to merely pressing the accelerator. To his astonishment, he never anticipated that this individual, claiming to be an experienced driver, would navigate with such exhilarating fervor. He suspected that even if he were not gunned down by the relentless gang pursuing them, the sheer terror induced by the reckless driving might very well provoke a heart attack. Ignoring the distressed expression of old Hatchie beside him, Duke frantically pressed an array of buttons, and moments later, the explosive strains of heavy metal rock erupted within the vehicle. As the pulsating rhythm filled the air, Duke erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "That's the spirit. Let us rock." With an abandon for his own life, he reveled in the chaos, chanting, "I have returned to the darkness." Duke gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face alight with excitement, swaying his body in time with the music, utterly oblivious to the bullets whizzing past. He firmly believed that driving without music lacked soul. Old Hatchie, his expression frozen in disbelief, observed the madman beside him execute a nearly airborne drift around a corner, only to slam the accelerator with reckless abandon, accelerating at an illogical pace. Forget it. I'm already on this ride. It's late, after all. I chose this path, and I shall see it through. Resolving to endure, Old Hatchie ceased to regard the deranged figure beside him. In a bid to vent his frustration, he brandished a firearm, firing out of the rear window at the relentless black car pursuing them. A bullet struck the front right tire of the leading vehicle, resulting in a cacophony of screeching rubber as it veered off the main road. Julian and his companions began to retaliate. Their gunfire, which had momentarily waned, surged once more, bolstered by Duke's serpentine maneuvers. Though bullets shattered the car's windows, they fortunately did not hit the tires, allowing their escape to continue unabated. In this vehicular chase, as the distance between the cars narrowed, the danger escalated, particularly as their speeds converged, transforming the scenario into a deadly face-off. A longer distance would make aiming on the tumultuous ride exceedingly difficult. Even the most skilled marksman would likely miss 9 out of 10 shots. Thus, Duke's relentless acceleration was a strategy to avert such dire circumstances. After all, as long as he could outrun death, it would not catch him. Navigating with the confidence of familiarity, Duke deftly controlled the car towards Old Hatchie's factory, as if the route through the darkness had been preordained. Old Hatchie, experienced and having weathered the initial chaos, swiftly raised his weapon to fire at their pursuers, not so much to hit them, but to suppress their speed, ensuring that Duke could safely maneuver to the factory. In the back seat, Julian fixed his wolf-like gaze upon the wretched silver antique car ahead, a fierce glint of blood-red malice igniting in his eyes. The vehicle in front slithered away like a slippery silver serpent, eluding their every attempt to close the gap. Recalling the gang funds that had been reduced to ashes, a volcanic fury surged within him. He seized the walkie-talkie and bellowed, "Shoot their tires. You imbeciles, take out their tires." Chapter 17. Equality Before the Shooter. Accompanied by the piercing sound of tires screeching against the concrete, several black cars came to a halt at the entrance of the factory. Near midnight, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Black streaks of tire marks stretched across the ground, leading to a dilapidated silver vehicle riddled with bullet holes, leaning askew at the factory's entrance. Its doors swung open as if to welcome distant guests, with the factory door looming at the end. The entrance gaped wide, illuminated only by a few emergency lights casting a ghostly green glow within the factory, resembling a monstrous creature from the depths of hell, waiting for its prey to unwittingly step into its maw. As Julian stepped out of the vehicle, his eyes glinted red, and he drew back the gun's bolt, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The gang funds he had been tasked with safeguarding, along with a batch of laundry detergent, had been completely consumed by flames, set ablaze by those two damned fools. The funds were manageable. He could always dig into his savings and seek assistance from his boss. However, the high-quality goods belonged to the formidable gangster, Gene Bing, who was not one to be trifled with. The higher-ups would not come to his aid. In the underworld, weakness is a sin, and neither the gang's hierarchy nor Gene Bing would spare him. To survive, he must present the heads of those two culprits as an offering to atone for his failings, thereby securing a slim chance of reprieve. Damn it, why was he so unfortunate? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. With his rifle clutched tightly, Julian unleashed a storm of bullets towards the factory, shouting, "You two wretched rats, come out." Julian and his cadre of gunmen stormed through the main entrance of the factory, unlike the inept gang members left to guard the church. These men, whom he always carried with him, were the true elite of his gang. Julian signaled, and 3 men aligned in a triangular formation followed him. while the others dispersed into tactical squads, rushing towards the factory. One squad crouched outside, guarding against any potential escapees. As they burst through the doorway, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Old Hatchie, armed with a Tommy gun, crouched behind the wall, unleashing a frenzied assault. Go, go, go. Follow me. Faced with the enemy's suppressive fire, Julian did not falter. While orchestrating his men to encircle the foe, he raised his weapon to initiate fire suppression. Continuous rounds battered the walls and ground, sparks flying and debris scattering, as the concrete walls bore the brunt of the onslaught. As the gunfire momentarily ceased, a malevolent grin spread across Julian's face. With an overwhelming advantage in firepower, the adversaries were merely trapped fish in a barrel, like a hunter cornering a wild boar. He awaited the moment when they could retreat no further, ready to carve them up at his leisure. He erupted into a maniacal laugh. Run, run. Soon, I shall break your legs and make you kneel before me. Wailing. On the other side, the vigilant gunmen, crouched beside their vehicles, kept a watchful eye on the factory gates, their weapons poised. The safety was disengaged. Any intruder emerging from the entrance, unless one of their own, would be met with a hail of searing bullets. Bang! Duke refrained from firing. Instead, he hurled the last grenade given to him by Old Hatchie. Though he lacked confidence in swiftly eliminating the few adversaries with gunfire due to a scarcity of ammunition, the grenade would suffice. With a resounding explosion, the squad beside the vehicle was annihilated, and Duke casually fired a few more rounds to ensure a peaceful, eternal slumber for them. 30 seconds prior, Duke grasped the battered silver chassis of vehicle, its shadow enveloping him in an invisible cloak, ignoring the passing figures of Julian and his crew. Once the surroundings fell silent, he quietly slipped into the shadows, focusing intently on the remaining guards of the factory, oblivious to the shadow that had stealthily encroached upon them. Drawing near, he pulled the pin from grenade, waited a few seconds, and then tossed it, resulting in a spectacular detonation. Within the factory workshop, filled with machinery and equipment, Duke, having dealt with the exterior gunmen, began to follow the sounds of gunfire, trailing behind the scattered squad of shooters. He drew out his fully loaded submachine gun. Tot. The sound of the .45 caliber echoed sharply as several of the individuals ahead were struck, though likely not fatally. They quickly sought refuge behind the factory apparatus, returning fire. Not rushing to retaliate, Duke discarded his spent submachine gun and retrieved the remote control prepared by Old Hatchie, aiming at the red button and pressing it firmly. A wicked smile crept across Duke's face. Welcome, motherfuckers. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 explosives, previously affixed to the machinery, erupted in a dazzling blaze. The gunmen, who had been hiding behind the equipment, were caught off guard by the explosion, meeting their demise with a resounding finality. In the factory corridor, Old Hatchie dispatched 2 of his comrades with precise shots, unable to retreat in time. He pressed himself tightly against the corner wall. Mere seconds later, a gun emerged from around the corner, unleashing a barrage of fire. The bullets flew at an angle, striking the opposite wall. Old Hatchie, firmly against the wall, remained unharmed. Apparently unaware of the commotion, the assailant withdrew their weapon and charged out. In an instant, Old Hatchie seized the assailant's arm, firing a shot into their chest without retreating, instead using them as a shield against incoming bullets. He then fired twice more, eliminating another adversary, which startled the remaining foes into retreat. He swiftly executed a shot to the head of the comrade in his grasp, temporarily suppressing the enemy's advance. Old Hatchie quickly retreated to an adjacent room. Hearing the explosions outside, he realized Duke had neutralized the external gunmen. The sounds of gunfire and explosions reverberated continuously, awakening a long-forgotten passion within him. An exhilarating surge of adrenaline, the pounding of his heart, a nostalgic and intoxicating memory. Ha 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 ha. Julian, fucking squid, come lick my dick. Bang, bang, bang. The response he received was a cacophony of gunfire. Wait for me, I will shove your dick down your throat, die. Julian changed his magazine, his voice dripping with venom, each word squeezed out like it was forced through clenched teeth. He rose, raising his weapon and firing to suppress, while gesturing for his subordinates to advance. The sound of footsteps accompanied the gunfire. Old Hatchie smirked, casting a glance at the ceiling above him, where several glass jars dangled from a nylon rope. As the footsteps drew nearer, he fired a shot that severed the rope, and the glass jars plummeted to the ground, shattering with a thunderous explosion, sending iron sand and steel nails flying in all directions. Several advancing gunmen were instantly left mangled, collapsing to the floor. Duke concealed himself in the shadow of a machine, straining his ears to listen intently to the commotion outside. The footsteps ahead began to scatter. Evidently, the men in front had realized there were enemies behind them and commenced a search. Soon, a gunman cautiously approached, weapon drawn. As he neared, Duke swiftly pivoted and extended his arm, firing a shot that struck the gunman's arm. Though not fatal, it caused him to lose his grip on his rifle. Duke fired 2 more shots to the chest before the adversary could utter a cry, finishing him off with a shot to the head. Bang, 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 bang. Just as Duke began to exhale in relief, a sudden tightening in his chest urged him to retreat behind the equipment without a moment's hesitation. He heard a gunshot as a bullet whizzed past him, striking the apparatus beside him with a clang. These Russian elite gangsters were all professionally trained. 3 formed a team. And with the demise of the unfortunate one, the remaining members surged forward, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards Duke. In the instant he fell back, Duke swiftly discarded his rifle, retrieving his versatile Remington 313 ultra-short semi-automatic shotgun. The footsteps grew ever closer when, with a resounding boom, the leading gunman was blasted backward, crashing into his comrades behind him. Before they could recover, Duke quickly chambered another round and fired again, sending 2 more men sprawling. Not bothering with the fallen gunmen, who were undoubtedly finished, Duke reveled in the shotgun's attributes, where a single shell could unleash multiple steel pellets, inflicting damage dictated by the number of pellets that struck their target. The closer the range, the more concentrated and lethal the impact. It could be said that a shotgun was the ultimate close-quarters combat weapon. Duke finished with flair, holstering his weapon, mimicking a pose reminiscent of a certain cool character, and coolly blowing away the smoke from the muzzle. Cough, cough, cough. In front of shotgun, everyone is equal. Damn, no one warned him that this thing chokes. Duke grumbled in frustration. Chapter 18. I said I'm sorry already. As Duke pressed forward, he prepared to rendezvous with Old Hatchie. Although most of the gunmen were with Old Hatchie, this was not a film. The cacophony of gunfire suggested that many adversaries had already detected his presence behind them. Indeed, as he passed the doorway, a hand suddenly shot out, seizing his arm and yanking him inside. The rifle in his grasp was knocked away by the door, and in an instant, a burly Russian man within the room attempted to incapacitate Duke with a single-handed grappling move aimed at dislocating his joints. Startled, Duke swiftly pivoted, executing a counter-kick that sent his assailant staggering backward. There was no time to catch his breath. The Russian, undeterred, regained his footing and launched a relentless onslaught. With a single leg push, he delivered a flying knee strike. Duke barely managed to shield his face with both hands, but the impact forced him back several steps. This was no ordinary thug. In that moment, Duke discerned the clear distinction between them. Despite his enhanced physique from the registered serum, which allowed him to slightly surpass his opponent's strength, it was evident that he lacked the combat experience that his adversary possessed. The Russian was evidently a seasoned brawler. Unlike the typical cannon fodder scene in movies, who often afford the protagonist a chance to prevail, this Russian provided no respite. He charged at Duke, unleashing a fluid sequence of flying knees, jabs, and sweeping kicks. Recruited by Julian from the underground boxing circuit for situations where firearms were impractical, the towering Russian was an expert in unarmed combat, having once fatally bested an opponent in the ring. While Duke struggled to defend himself, he managed to counter with a punch, only to have it thwarted by the Russian's arm. A bloodthirsty grin spread across the Russian's face. Although he could not fathom why this Asian seemed so powerful, it was apparent that Duke lacked combat experience. Seizing the moment as he blocked Duke's punch, the Russian executed a side kick that struck Duke's outer thigh, causing him to grunt in pain, nearly losing his footing. Without needing to look, Duke knew that a bruise was already forming. With gritted teeth, he decided to press forward rather than retreat. Duke surged in close, lowering his center of gravity and driving his right shoulder into his opponent. Leveraging his strength, he destabilized the Russian, leaping into the air to wrap his legs around the man's waist, and they both fell to the ground. With Duke's legs constricting the Russian's waist and his head positioned opposite, the Russian let out a low growl. He did not rise, but instead ensnared Duke's lower half with his legs, executing a sit-up that flipped the advantage, pinning Duke beneath him. Flexing his right arm in preparation for a powerful punch, the Russian's face twisted into a savage grin, reminiscent of those he had previously defeated in the ring. This time would be no different. Bang, bang, bang. Duke swiftly drew the Browning pistol from his thigh as he lay down, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure charging towards him. With a trio of shots aimed directly at the center of the adversary's forehead, the close-range headshots splattered blood across his face. Wiping the blood from his visage, Duke forcefully pried open the grip of the individual who had ensnared his thigh. Reflecting on the recent peril, he patted his chest, still shaken. Damn, I nearly became a victim of a most unfortunate encounter. Stealing a furtive glance around, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, no one had witnessed the altercation. With that thought, he adjusted his gear and continued his stealthy approach toward the source of the gunfire. The factory comprised two large, symmetrical workshops, with a corridor running between them. Inside the corridor, Julian, agitated by the incessant gunfire, disdainfully curled his lip, with only one individual opposing him. The delay in neutralizing the threat stoked his inner frustration and fury, akin to a kettle on the verge of boiling over. Taking a deep breath, he instructed his subordinate, retrieve a grenade and toss it into the room ahead. Eliminate the scum within. His subordinate nodded in affirmation, but as he brandished the grenade, a bullet struck with a resounding crack, shattering the young man's skull. Duke emerged from the shadows of the corridor, leaving Julian no time to express his astonishment. As the subordinate collapsed, the grenade slipped from his grasp, and with a tightening sensation in his scalp, Julian scrambled into the adjacent workshop. The grenade detonated outside with a thunderous boom, yet Julian merely shook his head, experiencing only a slight ringing in his ears, as the walls effectively shielded him from the blast. Duke, having finished his barrage, retreated behind the wall, and true to his anticipation, a hail of bullets soon rained down upon the ground and walls, sending small stones and concrete dust flying. As the gunfire momentarily abated, Duke prepared to dart out, only to hear footsteps approaching from behind. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly drew his shotgun and fired, sending one of the assailants hurtling away. Instantly, he raised his .15 and continued firing, taking down another gunman attempting to rush him, though the shot did not strike a fatal blow. Before he could reload, a trio of adversaries charged forth. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out from Old Hatchie, who had circumnavigated the large workshop to the rear entrance and spotted Duke. He fired, repelling the emerging squad of gunmen, while simultaneously signaling Duke to come over. Duke, instead of retreating or firing upon the adversaries, pressed against the wall, then deftly maneuvered out to unleash a flurry of shots. Just as Old Hatchie appeared, the gunman ahead pivoted and surged forward, ready to return fire. After expending a volley of bullets, Duke and Old Hatchie seamlessly covered one another and withdrew into the large workshop where Old Hatchie had taken position. Outside, gunfire erupted as Julian regrouped with his men in the opposite workshop. Crouching behind the wall, he silently gestured for his subordinate to pass him a magazine, all while exclaiming loudly, "I know who you are, Officer Duke and Mr. Mansell, a policeman and an inconspicuous factory auditor. It appears I have not fully grasped your intelligence. You possess considerable audacity and skill. Mr. Julian, I believe we can engage in a meaningful conversation. I am indeed an auditor, having previously worked for an organization abbreviated to 3 letters. Do you think it is possible for us to put an end to our petty grievances?" Old Hatchie, while assessing the ammunition situation, weakly shouted. Upon hearing this, Julian's fury ignited. He had never encountered such audacity. He bellowed, "Had you not burned the gang's funds, we might have had something to negotiate. But how dare you incinerate all the money?" "Calm down, Mr. Julian," Duke said, half-heartedly listening to the commotion while inspecting his gear. "I shouldn't have burned your funds. I was too impulsive." Recognizing Duke's voice, Julian realized that this despicable scoundrel had indeed torched his fund. Clenching his teeth, Every word erupted from his mouth with palpable hatred. "It is your foolish mind that has led to this, Officer Duke. Your entire family shall pay the price. I will slaughter you and all your kin, chopping you into pieces to feed the stray dogs in the streets." Duke, undeterred by Julian's threats, after all, the dead cannot rise to curse, casually remarked, "Sorry, Mr. Julian. I suggest you consider retirement. You must have some savings left, aside from that pile of ashes. Perhaps you could open a Hawaiian-style bar near the Caribbean islands. What do you think?" Chapter 19. Indeed, ensuring safety measures is of utmost importance. Julian was enraged. With the funds and laundry detergent destroyed, the gang faced a loss of nearly tens of millions of dollars. Even if he chose to retreat, he knew that the gang's higher-ups would undoubtedly hunt him down relentlessly, regardless of whether it was the Caribbean or Paradise Island. Silently gesturing for his subordinates to encircle the premises from both the front and rear doors, Julian's expression twisted with fury as he raised his firearm, shouting, "FCKU. FCKU. I will make you pay." Listening intently, Duke discerned the faint footsteps on the opposite side of the wall. He exchanged a signal with Hatchie, and the two instinctively positioned themselves to guard the front and rear doors. However, their ammunition was running low. Duke's rifle had run out of magazines and was now merely a blunt instrument, leaving him with only a shotgun that still had rounds. Meanwhile, Old Hatchie was left with just a handgun and 2 magazines. Duke crouched beside the wall, one hand gripping the shotgun while the other held a large shell for swift reloading. The delicate footsteps drew nearer. Aiming the shotgun at the doorway, he pulled the trigger. The blast at close range obliterated the face of the assailant before him. Like a hammer, the short-barreled shotgun became an extension of Duke's will as he seized the moment when the second gunman was blinded by the blast, swinging the weapon with force against the opponent's firearm, nearly disarming him. Before the adversary could react and raise his weapon, Duke swiftly reloaded. Bang! 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 Perhaps due to a surge of adrenaline, Duke found himself firing and reloading with unprecedented fluidity, shooting, reloading, shooting, reloading. The devastating power of the shotgun at close range finally illuminated Duke to the reality of what it means to be the king of close combat. There was no need for aiming. Within 7 paces, a hit meant death, and a near miss meant grievous injury. The steel pellets from the muzzle scattered like flowers from a celestial maiden, clearing out every individual standing before him. Duke's speed was so astonishing that the shooters behind him had only just begun to react, hastily halting their advance to return fire. Bang! Bang! Duke swiftly crouched and retreated into the room, stowing the shotgun, which still held one remaining shell, back at his waist. He did not glance at the comrade on the ground, who had long ceased to breathe. Given the shotgun's armor-piercing nature, it mattered little that the opponents were largely unprepared. Even those clad in light body armor would find no refuge. Simultaneously, Old Hatchie noticed that the remaining individuals from the workshop were stealthily inching towards the doorway. Pressed against the wall, narrowing his eyes, Old Hatchie scrutinized the threshold with a pistol gripped firmly in both hands, internally counting down 3 seconds. Bang! Bang! Both shots struck the adversary's feet, causing him to collapse to the ground, while Old Hatchie quickly targeted the gunman emerging from behind. Employing the Mozambique drill, he fired 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. Even the king of the underworld would have shaken his head at the sight. After dispatching the kneeling figure, who had attempted to draw his weapon, Old Hatchie swiftly executed a headshot. With no time to reload, a sudden alarm sounded in Old Hatchie's mind. Julian had appeared out of nowhere. Without hesitation, Old Hatchie dove to the ground, a flurry of bullets whizzing past the spot he had just occupied. Once on the ground, he promptly discarded his empty pistol, but alas, he had lost the advantage, and his left arm was struck. Emitting a pained grunt, Old Hatchie immediately rolled over and drew his remaining pistol, firing in rapid succession to momentarily repel Julian, before swiftly taking cover behind some equipment. Julian, undeterred, raised his weapon to pursue, the bullets ringing against the iron machinery. For a while, both parties exchanged fire through the wall, until a click signaled that Old Hatchie's pistol had run dry. "Do you have any bullets left?" he gasped, glancing at Duke, who had just arrived. Duke, with a glint in his eye, pointed to his shotgun, raising a finger while shouting hoarsely to the outside. "What? Out of bullets? So am I. Help! Help!" His voice was piercingly desperate, evoking a profound sense of sorrow and tears in those who heard it. In the adjoining workshop, Julian was reloading with his last remaining henchman. Despite his current status as a mid-level operative in the Russian mafia, often found singing in bars or drafting documents in the office, he had once clawed his way up from the depths. A man of the streets, he had navigated through gunfights and clandestine assassinations. His life journey, from a penniless Russian immigrant to his present position, could indeed be deemed legendary. Julian possessed an abundance of combat experience, having faced numerous perils. He understood Duke's ruse. Whether the opponent had bullets or not was irrelevant. The key was to maintain his own rhythm in the assault. Julian gestured for his subordinate to move forward, then retrieved 2 grenades, pulling their pins. He silently counted to 2 before swiftly tossing the grenades into the doorway across from him. The grenades erupted with a thunderous explosion, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Seizing the cover created by the smoke, Julian and his companion quickly crouched and dashed through the entrance. Gunfire erupted chaotically. Each took a different direction, and upon catching a glimpse of a figure, they unleashed a barrage from their semi-automatic rifles. The dull thud of bullets striking flesh resonating in the air. Before they could process the situation, a loud bang echoed from above. It was old Hatchie, who had somehow climbed atop the factory machinery. With the shotgun Duke had given him, he felled the foremost gunman, preparing to escape. Bang! 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 In an instant, Julian fired at old Hatchie, but before he could evade, a bullet struck old Hatchie in the thigh, causing him to stumble and fall behind the machinery. Following the shot, Julian instinctively retreated half a step to the threshold, wary of incoming fire. The interior fell eerily silent. Could it be that they had run out of ammunition? Just as Julian's guard momentarily dropped, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. The rifle he was holding was suddenly knocked from his grasp by a moving iron door. The recoil made him loosen his grip. Duke, concealed behind the door with his dagger, seized the moment after old Hatchie had dispatched the gunman. He forcefully pushed the iron door, dislodging Julian's rifle and kicking it aside to prevent Julian from retrieving it. Having once navigated perilous situations, Julian quickly recognized the danger and abandoned his rifle, attempting to draw his sidearm. Duke, undeterred, charged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Julian's unprepared handgun flying against the wall, where it ricocheted before landing some distance away. Ignoring the sting in his hand, Julian's gaze hardened with fury. As he retreated, he drew his tactical knife and lunged at Duke with a fierce growl, now weaponless except for the knife at his side. Duke attempted to block with his own blade, but Julian feigned a strike, allowing the knife in his right hand to fall into his left. In that fleeting moment, Julian discerned the panic in Duke's eyes, while Duke recognized the bloodlust gleaming in Julian's. Julian cried. However, as he thrust the knife forward, it merely pierced Duke's clothing without effect, and Duke seized the opportunity to deliver a knee strike to Julian's head, sending him staggering backward with a muffled grunt of pain. It became evident that a man's vulnerability lies in his head, whether large or small. A blow to it is always excruciating. Duke was still shaken, acutely aware that the previous attack had been aimed directly at his kidneys. Fortunately, he emerged unscathed. Casting a glance at Julian's pained, questioning expression, Duke lifted the exterior of his tactical jacket to reveal a pristine bulletproof vest, its surface marred by the recent stab of a dagger. Could it truly be that in this day and age, even gangsters could not afford a bulletproof vest? Duke felt a smug sense of triumph mixed with relief. Julian's strike had been powerful enough that even through the vest, he could feel the force of the impact. Had he not donned the protective gear beforehand, the happiness of his future might have been gravely jeopardized. Of course, it was now Julian's future that appeared bleak, assuming he had one left at all. With trembling legs, Julian straightened himself, the agony between his thighs rendering him incapable of a swift sprint. As he observed Duke approach with a dagger, a lewd grin plastered on his face. Julian gritted his teeth and stumbled toward the discarded firearm. Although his pace was slow, Duke quickly closed the distance with large strides. Yet, this was precisely Julian's trap. He unexpectedly hurled the dagger at Duke's face, following up with a kick aimed at the back of Duke's hand. Duke managed to evade the lethal projectile, but Julian succeeded in knocking the dagger from his grasp. Now both men were weaponless. Julian seized the moment, launching himself at Duke and bringing him crashing to the ground. A fierce, murderous intent radiated from Julian's face as he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Duke's head. Duke raised one hand to shield himself while attempting to retaliate with the other, but instead took several blows to his forehead. The pain ignited his ferocity. He chose not to counterattack any longer, instead guarding his head with both hands and delivering a powerful thrust of his knee that struck Julian between his legs. Old wounds not yet healed were compounded by new agony, causing Julian to momentarily falter. Sensing the relaxation of Julian's muscles due to the intense pain, Duke forcefully pinned him to the ground, pressing his knee against Julian's back while locking his hands around his throat. Julian gasped, the specter of death looming closer than ever. In the throes of suffocation, he disregarded the pain in his lower body, thrashing like a fish stranded on land. Duke tightened his grip, indifferent to Julian's frantic struggles. The process of dying was drawn out and excruciating. Julian's complexion turned an ominous shade of purple, his limbs ceased to move, and he mumbled indistinct words of surrender, his bloodshot eyes betraying a glimmer of pleading. Life is a singular gift bestowed upon each individual, and when a vibrant existence gradually fades before one's eyes, it is impossible not to be affected. Duke let out a silent sigh, observing the anguish in Julian's gaze. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes, his hands instinctively tightening their grip around Julian's neck. Life is fragile. Fortunately, it was not his own life that lay on the ground. Unable to bear the act of taking a life, Duke chose to close his eyes, hastening Julian on his final journey. 10 seconds later, Julian, feeling the relaxation of his muscles, finally released Duke after a few lingering moments, standing up. Next time, you might try saying you can't breathe. Officer Duke wouldn't dare to choke you then. But let's pretend I never said that. Chapter 20. Side quest completed when Duke found Old Hatchie. He was leisurely leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette with a vacant expression, reminiscent of a sage enjoying a moment of reflection after a brawl. Is everything resolved? Duke shrugged, surveying the surroundings while preparing to check for any remaining threats. It's taken care of. Are you all right? Do you need an ambulance? He glanced at Old Hatchie, whose arm was still oozing blood, contemplating whether to fetch some bandages. After all, being respectful towards the elderly is one of Officer Duke's commendable traits. Old Hatchie looked down at his wound, nonchalantly taking another drag from his cigarette. The bullets are through and through wounds. It's a trivial matter. However, it seems I may have accidentally fractured a leg bone when I fell, so I can't move for the time being. Duke replied, I understand. After all, osteoporosis is quite a serious issue for the elderly. I recommend taking more calcium supplements. He barely managed to suppress a laugh, realizing that even heroes are not immune to the perils of battle. The wailing sirens outside provided a timely distraction for the slightly embarrassed Old Hatchie. Sighing in relief, he quickly changed the subject. Thanks, buddy. You can leave now. I'll handle things here. Duke recognized that despite Old Hatchie's retirement, he still had connections from his past. After all these years, some of his former colleagues were likely in high positions now. This was not a scene where Duke felt he should be present. After all, Officer Duke would never engage in a shootout with gangsters behind closed doors. As for those who knew his identity, they were likely all present tonight, a perfect concealment indeed. Not returning home, Duke opted for a hotel, immersing himself in a warm bath, the steam soothing his wearied body. With his gaze vacant, the system panel naturally materialized before him, and the persistent notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the silver task, Battle with the Unnamed Beauty. Total task value, 1,000 points. Host contribution rate, 70. Awarded 700 points. This refers to the kind-hearted lady from the bar that night. Unfortunately, he had faltered in his performance, feeling a bit shy at first, almost allowing her to take the initiative. Thankfully, his stamina proved sufficient, allowing him to turn the tide. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side plot Unnamed Pawn. Burn the gang's funds. Personally ending Julian Kuznetsov. Total task value, 10,000 points. Host contribution rate, 75. Awarded 7,500 points. Host has accumulated 9,800 points. Would you like to begin the lottery session? Host has completed the side plot. Special reward: 3 lottery draws. Damn! Duke found himself merely 200 points shy of achieving a silver 10 consecutive draws. The thought of not rounding up to a whole number unsettled him deeply, as if the 200 points were an affliction he wished to remedy immediately. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the knowledge that there remained 3 narrative draws, which would cumulatively amount to a 10-fold draw. He resolved to leave the remaining points untouched for the time being. System: 7 silver-level draws, 3 narrative draws. Draw confirmed, 7,000 points deducted. The host receives the following rewards. Item card: Manure Fork. Oh God, the demon hunter before me is worthy of a battle. Inflicting magical damage in combat against demon hunters. Skill card: the 36 dispersions of Dongzhuanzi. Extremely lethal to female targets. Those afflicted will succumb to debilitating tremors and dehydration. Item card: Soap. Do not bend, do not bend, do not bend. A causative weapon that guarantees a pert posterior. Item card: Superman glasses. As long as you wear your underwear outside, no one will wish to know you, whether or not you wear glasses. Item card: Disposable human pillar ceiling scroll. No, it's too full, it 1T fit. Item card: Dig a voice changer. Hey. Huh. Skill card: Indestructible youth technique. The sole weakness of this skill is, you cannot practice it. Draw confirmed, 3 narrative draws deducted. The host receives the following rewards. Skill card: Mozambique shooting technique. 2 shots for the body, 1 for the head. Even the king of hell would shake his head. Item card: Fragmentation Grenade X3. Compact, lightweight, and easy to carry. Essential for outings. Item card: 1 orange cat. Meow. Meow. Duke felt overwhelmed with a plethora of critiques to voice, yet found himself at a loss for words. He surrendered to the absurdity of the situation. He decided to extract the Dig a voice changer first, its platinum exterior and design reminiscent of the transformation devices from his childhood television. Unable to suppress his mischief, Duke raised it high toward the heavens. Digga! A flash of light enveloped him, yet he remained unchanged, producing only a monotonous hum-ha sound. Cursing the voice changer, he angrily tossed it aside. Having no recourse for further complaints, he resolved to utilize the more pragmatic skill cards. Upon careful consideration, he discerned that only the Mozambique shooting technique and the rather dubious 36 dispersions of Dongzhuanzi were of any use. Strangely, the seemingly beneficial, indestructible youth technique appeared to discriminate against those with experience, which infuriated Duke. Why should seasoned drivers be marginalized? Have they not contributed to the continuation of humanity? He ranted against discrimination, advocating for equality and freedom. Unfortunately, the system, cold and unfeeling, offered no response to Duke's grievances. The system activated skill cards, Mozambique shooting technique, and the 36 unarmed techniques of Dongxian. Without any resounding commotion, the 2 skill cards quietly faded from the system panel. Duke immediately sensed a transformation within himself. While his strength and speed remained largely unchanged, his mind brimmed with numerous images and strategies pertaining to firearms. After a brief moment of contemplation, he felt a semblance of practiced familiarity, convinced that if handed a gun at that moment, he could achieve perfect accuracy. And should he encounter a woman, he could surely captivate her with his charm. As for the other item cards, even those containing frivolous items like a manure fork and a voice changer, Duke chose to maintain an optimistic outlook. After all, one can never predict when an unexpected situation may arise. Perhaps one day, they might prove useful. It is prudent to anticipate potential adversities and prepare thoroughly to navigate the chaos of life. For instance, if a fire were to break out at home, and a kind firefighter managed to rescue your blank winter vacation homework, despite it being the last day of winter break, one must remember to face life's surprises with a smile. After all, tomorrow and the unexpected could arrive at any moment, whether it be an owl inviting you to Hogwarts or your school being destroyed by a monster. These scenarios are not entirely implausible. In a lifetime of 100 years, surprises abound. Who knows when your idol might falter? Setting aside the contemplation of item cards, Duke resolved to find a suitable place to meticulously practice the Mozambique shooting technique and the Old George's shooting range seemed ideal, especially since he had previously acquired a membership there. After resting at the hotel for a few hours, Duke eagerly made his way to Old George's shooting range, where he tried various firearms, handguns, rifles, and shotguns. His progress was markedly evident, particularly in shooting moving targets at close range. According to Old George, he had nearly reached the level of sharpshooter. Enthralled, he continued shooting for the entire morning. Shooting is indeed a physically demanding activity, and feeling famished, Duke opted not to order takeout, but rather skillfully sought out Old George for a complimentary lunch, chicken cutlet with a lovingly prepared egg and pasta. Perhaps due to his previous charming demeanor during the gun sale, Old George was particularly generous this time, cheerfully stating, "We're friends, after all. Feel free to come by often." Deeply touched, Duke felt invigorated and casually opened a bottle of beer, savoring the meal before hastily departing. However, just as he reached the door, Old George hurriedly called out after him, breathless, "Hey, you haven't settled the shooting fees yet." Feigning shock, Duke turned to Old George with a look of incredulity, exclaiming, "That's impossible. Old George, surely you must be mistaken." He then produced his membership card, exhibiting a smug expression of affluence. "Look, I recharged my membership with $700. Have you forgotten?" Old George, exasperated, retorted, "Stop joking around. That's not legitimate. This is a small business. I can only offer you a discount as a favor." No. Business is business, but I have indeed invested money. Should we not summon someone to examine the accounts?" Duke stated with utmost seriousness. Old George replied, "I admit my business dealings have been rather unscrupulous, yet Officer Duke, you truly are a dog." Chapter 21. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. After a smooth negotiation, a successful arrangement with Old George, he generously acknowledged his earlier mistake, asserting that since they were neighbors, there was no need for monetary exchange. Discussing money was rather vulgar. Duke silently nodded, recognizing Old George as a trustworthy individual for deeper connections. He resolved to return to him for future firearm purchases, given the exceptional value he offered. Upon returning home, Duke noted that although he had already disposed of the bodies of the visiting gunmen, the living room and walls were still riddled with bullet holes and remnants of dry blood. It was evident that the space was uninhabitable, suitable only as a horrific murder scene for a film without any need for renovation. Duke's standalone villa, situated in the outskirts, had distant neighbors. However, the discovery of the scene would undoubtedly pose significant trouble. Moreover, he required a place to reside. Life is not a movie. As a human, one must attend to basic needs. Until he attained the power to transcend reality, he had to dutifully exist on Earth. Duke retrieved his mobile phone, scrolling through his sparse list of friends to find the contact of his good friend, Donald. He pondered how long it had been since they last communicated, recognizing that relationships, much like those with romantic partners, require regular contact to remain vibrant. Naturally, one must also think of their friends during times of need. The phone rang, ringing melodiously. "Hey, my dearest friend Donald, how have you been?" Duke warmly greeted. The call was quickly answered, and he heard Donald's labored breathing alongside suspicious sounds. "Baby, harder. Don't stop." Duke was taken aback. "Should I stop? Damn it. Can't you speak properly?" "Duke, I'm busy as hell. Just get to the point," Donald retorted, his voice laced with irritation. Duke, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, stated bluntly, "There has been a minor issue with my house a few days ago. It requires renovation." "Renovation? Okay. I'll send someone from the company to handle it." "Come on, baby. Come on." Donald's hurried speech was interspersed with a woman's shrill screams. Before Duke could respond, the call abruptly ended, possibly due to an accidental touch from the other party. 3 minutes later, Donald called back, sounding fatigued and weak. "My dear brother Duke, what did you just say?" 3 minutes? That one do, brother. Should I introduce you to the esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, David Lee? Duke suppressed his inner sarcasm, understanding that not everyone could be as battle-ready as himself. As an experienced individual, Duke understood that the exhausted Donald had undoubtedly just managed to survive a tight spot. Choosing to be magnanimous, he decided not to quibble with the man and settled onto a relatively clean sofa. Duke emphasized his words, repeating, "Donald, there's a minor issue at my residence, and I require your associate Mickey to address it." Mickey? A wave of tension coursed through Donald as blood rushed to his brain. Mickey was the public relations manager who handled matters that were not particularly suitable for public exposure. Previously, he had dealt with some issues between the two of them, possessing connections in both the legitimate and illicit realms. Thus, upon hearing Mickey's name, Donald immediately recognized that the so-called minor issue was indeed something that should not be processed through conventional channels. What happened? Is there anything else I can assist with? Donald, entering a moment of sagacity, lowered his voice in inquiry, grasping the gravity of the situation. Nothing serious. A few petty thieves may have taken advantage of my absence, resulting in some splattered red paint and damage to the furniture that requires repair. Duke shrugged nonchalantly, downplaying the situation. I understand. Mickey has a private construction crew. I will inform him to handle it. It should take about 3 days, so best not to return in the meantime. The dependable Donald, ever efficient, was prepared to act decisively. Just as he was about to end the call, Donald suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly said, "Wait, didn't you ask me to find the address of Uncle Tom's daughter, Helen? I have my company look into it, and I'll send you the details via text." Helen? Duke felt a surge of complex emotions. Helen was the only daughter of Old Tom, with whom he had grown up, sharing a close bond while living with Old Tom. However, as they matured, certain events had soured their relationship, leading Duke to ultimately move out of Old Tom's house and rent a place of his own. Not long after Duke's departure, Helen also left, citing work commitments, without even informing the family of her new address. She would occasionally visit Old Tom and his wife, but deliberately avoided Duke, never crossing paths with him again. In America, it is common for children to move out of their parents' homes upon reaching adulthood, and even after a family splits, offspring may not return for years. Thus, Old Tom and his wife remained oblivious to the rift, believing the two were simply too busy with work to visit simultaneously, unaware that Helen was intentionally avoiding Duke. As for how Donald managed to uncover Helen's address, well, the Donald family empire primarily operates within the real estate sector. While it might be challenging to locate a person in New York, finding a registered property address is relatively straightforward, especially in capitalist America, where wealth can resolve 80% of issues, leaving the remaining 20% to those with significant means. Shaking off his thoughts, Duke decided that since he had nowhere else to go, he might as well pay Helen a visit. With this resolve, he promptly set his plans into motion. After a brief tidying up, he realized there was little to pack. Duke owned neither savings nor valuable possessions, and a single backpack would suffice for his needs. Wait! Duke suddenly recalled something important, nearly forgetting his precious possession. He hurriedly made his way to his study, a simple room furnished with a bookshelf and a computer. The bookshelf was mostly covered in dust, while the computer clearly showed signs of frequent use. Carefully inspecting the reserved markers, he confirmed that no one had entered. Duke glanced around, retrieved his keys, and unlocked the lowest drawer of his desk with great caution. He solemnly extracted a black external storage drive that had been tucked inside his Bible. Filled with trepidation, Duke examined his prized possession. Fortunately, he had not forgotten about his cherished collection of videos featuring the illustrious Mikami. This hard drive not only bore witness to Duke's youthful days, but also preserved the youthful visages of various educators from around the globe, representing the pinnacle of their beauty in the industry. While time may wither beauty, their youthful appearances would forever remain vivid in Duke's memory. Carefully packaging the instructional videos of his biology teachers, Duke intended to study them further when time permitted, for as Confucius once said, reviewing the old to learn the new. He firmly believed in lifelong learning, often collaborating with female classmates to review biological knowledge. Hence, when it came time to complete assignments, he feared the inadequacy of his preparation and often found himself studying alone at night. With a backpack containing a few changes of clothes and, most importantly, the hard drive, Duke ensured everything was ready. He placed the keys beneath the welcome mat at the door, facilitating Mickey's upcoming renovations. Since his police car was still under repair, Duke swiftly pushed his black and red, flame-patterned Cheetah 400 motorcycle out of the garage. Donning a full-face helmet, he was prepared for departure. with a gentle twist of the throttle. The motorcycle's engine roared to life, vibrating with a deep rumble. Buzzing with excitement, he set off. Chapter 22. Shopping, the root of all evil. In a high-end neighborhood of New York City, Helen was engrossed in preparing her doctoral thesis when a sudden sound of knocking jolted her from her thoughts, causing her to irritably set down her pen. Balancing an internship at Stark Industries' energy department while preparing her dissertation left her feeling as though she needed to split herself in two. Time was perpetually insufficient. Glancing at her wristwatch, she noted that it was already past 7 in the evening. Living alone, she wondered who could be knocking at such an hour. She hadn't ordered takeout, had she? Could it be an intruder? Having grown up in a police family, Helen's childhood bedtime stories differed markedly from the fairy tales of princesses that others enjoyed. Instead, she was regaled with accounts of various criminal cases experienced firsthand by her father, Old Tom. This exposure made her acutely aware of numerous cases involving single women living alone who had fallen victim to harm. Particularly given her father's position as the precinct chief of the New York Police Department, he had undoubtedly made enemies, leading to the occasional anonymous threats or vengeful proclamations in the mail. Helen contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding to exercise caution. She rose and retrieved her compact, defensive pistol from the drawer, then ambled toward the door, disengaging the safety and preparing to fire. However, the instant the door swung open, she found herself momentarily stunned. Duke, holding a black helmet and sporting a sports backpack, gazed at her with clear, dark eyes, a mischievous smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Caught off guard, Helen instinctively exclaimed, "Duke? How rude. You should call me brother." Duke greeted her with a grin, his eyes lingering on the golden-haired girl whose delicate features outshone even the most exquisite blossoms. Even devoid of makeup, she radiated beauty, stirring within him a joy reminiscent of long-lost reunions. Yet, as a sudden tide of realization washed over her, Helen's expression hardened, her tone icy. "What are you doing here? You are not welcome. Come now, can I, as your brother, check in on you?" Duke replied playfully, seemingly unfazed. "No, you said you wanted to keep your distance. My boyfriend will be back soon, so I kindly ask you to leave." Boyfriend? A pang of bitterness struck Duke's heart. Had the little cabbage at home truly been claimed by another? No, he maintained his smile, saying, "Perfect. I shall ensure you're not lacking in my charm. If I don't measure up, then don't humiliate yourself by showing up. Why do you care? I like him." Helen retorted defiantly, arms crossed at the threshold, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Duke. Duke refrained from replying. Instead, he playfully nudged her aside, cheekily squeezing his way into the room. Helen, perplexed by the sudden shift, found her previously steadfast arms giving way as he pushed her aside effortlessly. Duke entered the room with a grin, seizing the opportunity to explore the bathroom and bedroom while Helen went to return the pistol to the study. The room was impeccably tidy, a clear indication of a compulsive neat freak. Emerging from the study with a stern countenance, Helen regarded Duke sprawled comfortably on her sofa, exuding an air of familiarity. "What do you want? If there's nothing urgent, please leave. I have much work to attend to." Duke lounged on the sofa, one leg crossed nonchalantly over the other, grinning at Helen. "You still think you can deceive me? You don't even have a hair strand longer than 5 centimeters, and your toiletries are all single-use. Clearly, you are a solitary soul." Helen stood expressionless, casting a cold stare at Duke. "That's none of your business. I insist you leave." Unfazed, Duke thought to himself that it would be foolish to comply at this juncture. He boldly pulled Helen down onto the sofa beside him, stating, "My house had some issues recently and is undergoing renovations. May I stay here for a while?" Helen crossed her arms, her demeanor frosty. "We have already broken up. You must leave." Indeed, the two had once shared a romantic relationship, having grown up together as childhood friends. Their striking appearances, complemented by their attendance at the same university, had naturally led to a passionate romance, fueled by the intoxicating rush of youthful hormones, blossoming into a tumultuous love affair. After graduation, Duke encountered an event that would ultimately transform both his and Helen's lives. One day, while they were out on a date, meandering aimlessly, they fortuitously stumbled into a World War II museum. It was there that Duke discovered a model of the quintessential American sweetheart, which led him to realize he had entered the Marvel Universe. Consequently, he devoted the majority of his energy to enhancing his own abilities, inadvertently neglecting Helen. Their time apart grew, and after several quarrels, they parted ways in discontent. This experience imparted a crucial lesson. In romantic relationships, one must consistently offer attention and care to one's partner. It is imperative not to overlook the companionship of a girlfriend amidst the busyness of life. After all, a girlfriend's long legs can only be enjoyed for so long before she decides to walk away. Furthermore, it is essential to identify the root of problems rather than merely addressing superficial issues. In Duke's case, the true cause of their separation was not work nor communication, but rather their outings. Thus, we glean that shopping is indeed the source of many evils. Acknowledging his shortcomings, Duke shifted closer to Helen, taking her hand in his. Sometimes, reasoning proves futile. Verbal communication may only exacerbate conflicts, while actions serve as the most effective means of resolution. The room fell silent as Duke leaned forward, resting one hand on the sofa, gazing deeply into Helen's eyes. The atmosphere in the living room grew still for a moment, their gazes intertwining in the air. Duke's throat shifted slightly, his eyes fixated on Helen's red lips. Within seconds, the previously stern expression on Helen's face flushed with color, and she weakly pushed against Duke's chest, whispering, "Let go of me." Only a fool would release her. Unbeknownst to him, Duke had gradually leaned in closer, while Helen's ears burned with warmth, unable to withstand the intensity in Duke's gaze. Silently, she turned her head away, refusing to meet his eyes any longer. The atmosphere on the sofa grew increasingly peculiar. Within mere inches, they could almost feel each other's heated breaths. Duke noticed that Helen had quietly closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering gently. In the hushed living room, he could even hear the rapid beating of her heart. It is well known that the more enclosed a space, the more prone it is to ambiguity in relationships, especially when both parties have shared intimate moments. Duke's heart raced with fervor, akin to a roller coaster plunging downwards. And faced with the alluring beauty before him, he hesitated no longer. With practiced finesse, he captured her crimson lips with his own. Chapter 23. The motion sensor lights in the corridor stayed illuminated all night. Helen's mouthwash must certainly be mint-flavored, with a refreshing hint of sweetness. Cool to the touch, like adding fuel to the fire. The moment their lips touched, the temperature on the sofa soared. Helen, taking the initiative, closed her eyes and fervently reciprocated Duke's audacious advance. They could scarcely wait to retreat to the bedroom, entangled in a passionate embrace. Where a battle involving countless lives erupted upon the confines of the sofa, both sides fiercely engaged in the fray. Helen's apartment is an upscale residence, a significant investment made at the time of purchase. The soundproofing and furnishings are of superior quality. At this moment, both parties are engaged in a fierce struggle, causing the expensive sofa beneath them to sway and emit creaking noises. It is unclear how long this battle has lasted, but the outside world has grown dim. Duke and Helen are drenched in sweat, locked in an evenly matched contest. Afterward, Helen lies languidly atop Duke, a few strands of her hair clinging to her forehead, her limbs draped over him, radiating satisfaction. "What brings you here all of a sudden? Is there a problem with your house?" she inquires, her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. Duke gently strokes Helen's back, revealing nothing hidden. He shares a brief account of his recent encounters. Although Julian and his associates are deceased, and Old Hatchie is unlikely to warn the Russian mob. They have suffered a significant loss and may not let it go easily. I came to remind you to be cautious regarding your safety. A flicker of concern passes through Helen's eyes, compelling her to speak. Why do you push yourself so hard? Ever since that incident, it feels like you rush towards danger whenever it appears. This isn't even your job. Bullets don't discriminate. What if you get hurt? Avoiding her gaze, Duke's thoughts become tangled. How could he elucidate his situation? Should he confess that he has a burden? That he foresees a future where calamity strikes? The notion of half the world vanishing? The belief or disbelief of others is irrelevant. He has no intention of sharing his secret with anyone. Once a secret is known to another, it ceases to be a secret. Therefore, Duke prefers to bear the weight alone, to silently transform and grow stronger, until the day he can dictate his own fate. Perhaps then he would be willing to open his heart to others. However, he remains a mere fledgling, reluctant to trust anyone, believing that the best way to safeguard a secret is to deny others the opportunity to betray it. Feigning nonchalance, he refrains from answering directly, tightening his embrace around her warmth, and shifts the topic. It's just minor skirmishes. I'm quite accustomed to them. Speaking of which, what have you been busy with lately? How's work? Helen lets out a silent sigh, choosing not to press further, and follows Duke's lead in changing the subject. I've been occupied with my doctoral thesis and an internship at Stark Industries. It's been exhausting. Stark? Duke's interest peaks, recalling that in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Iron Man Tony Stark is undoubtedly one of the fated protagonists. Yet, based on his observations, Stark Industries is still a renowned arms dealer. Not yet at the stage of Iron Man's emergence. Which department are you in at Stark? I recall your major isn't in arms development. Helen adjusted her hair. Her cheeks flushed and cast a glance at Duke. The Stark Group is not solely a weapons manufacturer, although its arms development division is more renowned. The energy sector is also of considerable significance and aligns well with my expertise. Energy sector? What is your primary focus of research at present? I have heard something about nuclear reactors. Is that correct? Duke inquired with genuine curiosity. To be precise, we are working on nuclear fusion reactors, commonly referred to as reactors. Our team injects deuterium and tritium, two isotopes of hydrogen, into the reactor's containment shell, subsequently increasing energy levels to liberate electrons from their host atoms, thus forming plasma. This process releases immense energy. As she spoke about her specialized knowledge, Helen's demeanor transformed, and she began to elaborate eloquently. Duke appeared bewildered. Though he recognized each term as a law student, their combination left him perplexed. He pulled the covers over them and asked, could you simplify that? What is the practical application of this? Helen, aware of Duke's struggles with scientific concepts, proudly explained, in simple terms, if successful, it could fulfill a significant portion of the world's energy demands based on our current technology. Duke pondered, absent-mindedly moving his fingers across his smooth skin. The advancement of human technology is undoubtedly intertwined with the evolution of energy. Just considering the wars fought over oil in Iraq over the years, the progress in energy can profoundly influence nations and the globe at large. He recalled that in the film, Iron Man Stark decided to abandon arms dealing after being kidnapped, redirecting his focus to energy, leading to a rebound in his stock prices after successfully developing the arc reactor. However, he realized his current capabilities were still insufficient. His progress was slow. While he could perhaps hold his own against some minor villains, he fell short when compared to the true heavyweights. A sense of urgency lingered within him. The Marvel Universe was fraught with peril, teeming with villains of various calibers. How could he rapidly enhance his abilities? He currently lacked any side quests, and did that mean he could only rely on the cards in his possession? Contemplating the cards he held, Duke slowed his movements and turned to Helen, asking, "Is there any potential harm to the human body from your arc reactor?" Helen regarded Duke with a hint of exasperation. Human body? As of now, the reactor has not been fully realized. We have merely established a basic model. Ultimately, it will be encased in a safe protective layer, ensuring it is harmless. Not yet successful? Duke felt a twinge of disappointment. Of course, the Iron Man storyline has yet to unfold. The Stark Group is still a prominent arms manufacturer on the international stage. It will only be after Stark is kidnapped and undergoes a profound transformation that the reactor will progress rapidly. Moreover, he recalled that the initial prototype reactor appeared to possess flaws that could lead to poisoning its user, nearly resulting in Stark's demise. Regrettably, he had contemplated utilizing a one-time human pillar seal scroll to attempt sealing several reactors, directly crafting a tailed beast bomb. No, it should be directly crafting an ion cannon. Although he was uncertain whether a scroll originally intended for sealing tailed beasts would succeed, the lack of reactors now rendered the plan stillborn. Temporarily abandoning this notion, Duke suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Outside the blanket, Helen, who had been lying on him, had mysteriously vanished. Hiss! An inexplicable sense of danger had stealthily approached. Duke's expression fluctuated, at times easing and at times furrowing his brow in apparent distress. After a moment, Helen remarked, "It's only been a year or two since we last met. How had you gotten so fit and your stamina improved so much? Perhaps it's due to my exceptional talent. After all, my work requires me to occasionally engage in fitness." Helen, recalling something, flushed slightly. "I don't believe it. You can't achieve that physique just by casual workouts." "You dare question my talent, woman. Do you not know that a man's prowess in bed is augmented?" It seemed that today, the two must not only establish dominance, but also distinguish their prowess. The impending battle was palpable, and the rhythm of their heartbeats quickened in the air. Helen initiated the challenge, and Duke resolutely accepted it. That night, the battle raged on through the sofa, bedroom, and bathroom until the early hours, undeterred. Even with the soundproofing of the upscale apartment, the motion sensor lights in the corridor remained illuminated throughout the night. Chapter 24, the following day. A rosy-cheeked Helen arose to assist Duke in preparing his toiletries before enjoying a hot shower, feeling refreshed and energized as she headed off to work. Duke, however, did not stir until noon when the sunlight warmed his face. He sluggishly got up, his back aching and legs trembling. This woman's recovery was truly astonishing. Although she had been pleading for mercy the previous night, after just one evening, she was lively once more. Indeed, men have their limits. This night felt far more exhausting than a skirmish with the mob. Duke straightened his sore back and quietly leaned against the wall on his way to take a bath. Do not misunderstand. He was quite healthy, merely cautious of the slippery floor. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan, New York, at the top of Fist Tower, an entire floor had been transformed into an office. In the spacious room, Wilson Fisk, clad in a white suit with a red rose pinned to his chest, sat in an office chair, a cane beside him. His hands were clasped beneath his chin as he gazed at a family photo on the wall, as if he could see the woman he once loved through the image. Wilson Fisk, or Kingpin as he was known, was the most formidable crime lord in New York City and indeed all of America. In the underworld, he wielded control over nearly 40 of organized crime's influence. While in the legitimate realm, he had long since laundered his wealth. Wilson Fisk, not merely a prosperous businessman, has also been recognized as an eminent contributor to New York, navigating both the legitimate and illicit realms with unparalleled ease. His influence is formidable, and his acumen is equally formidable. From a young age, he has never ceased his physical training. Early in his foray into organized crime, he established a terrifying reputation by reducing competitors to mere pulp in the quest for a minor leadership position. Even after achieving success, he continued his rigorous regimen, daily sparring with a cadre of combat experts from around the globe, often facing 10 adversaries at once, with outcomes that typically left his opponents either incapacitated or severely injured. To the casual observer, he may appear as an unremarkable, rotund figure, yet his substantial physique is not a result of obesity, but rather an accumulation of muscle, his strength having reached the limits of human capability. He excels in various martial arts, with a particular mastery of sumo techniques. However, what truly distinguishes him is not merely his physical prowess, but his formidable intellect. Unlike typical criminal organizations that either extort protection money or engage in the illicit trade of contraband, Wilson Fisk established his own gang at the tender age of 15, earning the moniker Kingpin. Over the subsequent decade, he transformed into a successful entrepreneur, driven not only by wealth and power, but also by political ambition. Secretly, he controls much of the underground loan sharking, gambling, and drug trades, while also collecting protection fees, engaging in extortion, and overseeing prostitution. Publicly, he runs a spice company in the Far East, invests in various industries, and actively participates in philanthropic endeavors, manipulating interest to secure protection for his enterprises. Legal or illegal, only the petty choose between the two. True magnates desire it all. A sudden knock at the partially ajar door roused the Kingpin from his thoughts. Without turning, he addressed the visitor. "Wesley, what is it?" We have encountered issues with a shipment from the Russian syndicate," Wesley replied hesitantly, impeccably clad in a suit. As Fisk's assistant, He was well aware of his employer's affairs, particularly since a family incident a few years prior had rendered Fisk increasingly volatile. He understood that this was typically a time for the boss's personal reflection, a period during which he preferred not to be disturbed. However, the gravity of the shipment's value necessitated his presence in the office. "Oh, what transpired? Did the cops raid us?" "I recall we do not engage in laundry powder trade with the Russians," Fisk said, turning to face him, calmly extracting a cigar and speaking at a leisurely pace. While he publicly conducted legitimate business, it was evident that he also partook in less savory dealings. A vast enterprise necessitated a dual approach to sustain its operations. With the scale of his business, unexpected incidents were inevitable. If the police seized the goods, it was not a catastrophe. He could always grease the palms of the higher-ups. And ultimately, the cargo would return undetected. Even many of his own goods were those that the hyenas seized from his competitors and sold to him at a lower price, striking a blow to his rivals while simultaneously acquiring a lucrative source of cheap goods. A true win-win situation. Wesley opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. "No, that batch of goods was originally our business with South America. Due to recent inspections, it was stored with the Russian mob. But I just received a call from them saying that the goods are gone." "Gone? What do you mean?" Jean Bing, slightly intrigued, looked up and asked. Gone. According to the Russian mob, someone set our goods, along with their gang's funds, ablaze. That batch is worth approximately $30 million, and they suffered significant losses as well. Wesley felt the air suddenly grow heavy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead under Jean Bing's intense gaze. Even after having followed Jean Bing for several years, he still felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast poised to strike, inducing an involuntary sense of panic within him. Jean Bing, preparing to light his cigar with a metallic lighter, paused momentarily at the news before continuing to ignite the cigar, his voice low and rumbling. "Who did this? That night demon, the jumping insect?" The night demon, a mysterious figure clad in a red uniform, had been a persistent thorn in his side, so upon hearing of trouble, Jean Bing instinctively thought of this meddlesome character. "Not yet. We don't know the exact perpetrator. Almost all the personnel from the Russian mob involved have been killed, and the relevant video surveillance has been erased by a third party." Jean Bing's stark black and white eyes narrowed slightly as he took a puff from his cigar and addressed Wesley. "Go inquire with the higher-ups. Since a third party has the capability to erase these clues, it must be the authorities. Check if there's any news from the DEA." As Wesley nodded repeatedly and prepared to leave, Jean Bing added thoughtfully, "Have the Russians investigate as well, see if there are any survivors who might possess clues." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, since my goods are gone, demand compensation for half from them. The rest can be considered my act of charity." Wesley nodded dutifully. In the underworld of New York, Jean Bing was undeniably the king, and he didn't even bother to ask what would happen if the Russian mob refused. No one dared to defy the king of New York's underground. Those who did were long since laid to rest in some dark alleyway, forgotten by all. Watching Wesley's departing figure, Jean Bing picked up his golden cane and approached the floor-to-ceiling windows. Resting his hands on the cane as he gazed blankly at the bustling scene outside, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 25. The sound of the bell, the handsome guy appears. In the interrogation room, Old Hatchie struggled to extract a pack of Marlboro cigarettes from his pocket, awkwardly lighting one with hands encased in silver metal handcuffs. Inhaling deeply and exhaling a plume of milky white smoke. A pair of individuals clad in uniforms sat opposite each other, their expressions illuminated only by the faint glow of light. They stared coldly at the blood-stained Old Hatchie before them. "Who the hell are you? Be honest. It would be better for everyone." "Me?" Old Hatchie, casually holding a cigarette, looked relaxed as he regarded his interrogators. "Just an insignificant pawn. That hardly qualifies as a formal response. What is your name?" The man in uniform, playing the role of the harsh interrogator, appeared utterly exasperated. Old Hatchie moved his lips, smiling as he replied, "Trust me, that answer suffices." The woman in uniform scoffed, a hint of mockery curling her lips. "How absurd. Who do you think you are? Stop playing games and speak up." Before she could finish, the interrogation room was interrupted by the vibrating sound of mobile phones. The uniformed duo paused, exchanging glances as they retrieved their incessantly buzzing devices. Old Hatchie chuckled lightly, calmly observing the shifting expressions on their faces, a smirk gracing his lips. I already mentioned, I am. So you can't clean up the scene? Duke recalled, holding a large beer mug while reminiscing about Old Hatchie. Coughing slightly, Old Hatchie, leaning on his cane, shot Duke an annoyed glance. The show-off segment was far from over, and he raised his beer mug, declaring, yes, some friends of mine assisted us in handling the situation. After taking a sip of the somewhat bitter beer, Old Hatchie emphasized, the reports have been thoroughly documented. A group of gangsters engaged in a shootout over profit distribution at the factory, resulting in no survivors. This matter is no longer our concern. Duke responded, goodness. I'm astounded. I thought Officer Duke, was already quite unscrupulous, yet my colleagues seem to outdo me. How embarrassing. It appears there is much for us to learn. Thank you, but I shall not personally thank your friends. Should anything arise, feel free to contact me. Duke understood that relationships are built on reciprocity. More friends mean more avenues, so he raised his mug in gratitude and took a sip. Old Hatchie suddenly seemed to recall something, his demeanor shifting to one of discomfort. After a moment of hesitation, he addressed Duke directly. Duke, I may need to leave this place. Leave? Where to? Is there anything I can assist you with? Duke inquired, setting down his mug in surprise. This development was not part of the script he remembered. Old Hatchie was a decent person, and they could be considered friends. Old Hatchie sighed. Though this matter has come to a close, I believe the other party may not let it rest. I'm getting older, and the children still need to attend school. He then awkwardly smiled and added, moreover, my wife is expecting again. We have decided to find a place to ensure a peaceful environment for her during her pregnancy. Duke recalled that Old Hatchie already had a son and a daughter. A third child? Old Hatchie was indeed remarkable. Even an old tree could blossom anew. Observing Old Hatchie, who radiated happiness and the fragrance of love, Duke silently swallowed the bitter beer, feeling the pangs of envy. Is there anything you require assistance with? Do not hesitate to ask. I have decided against it. I have asked my former colleague to recreate my identification as I prepare to seek a fresh start in a rural locale. Old Hatchie smiled gratefully. Duke recognized the depth of Old Hatchie's connections. Since he was planning to flee, it was evident that he had already made the necessary arrangements. Thus, no further words were exchanged, and Duke simply raised his glass in silent wishes for Old Hatchie's enduring vitality and nightly revelries, a testament to his unyielding spirit. It was apparent that the likelihood of their paths crossing again after this encounter was slim, even though Old Hatchie had yet to fully recover from his injuries. He raised his glass and downed it. Several pints of beer were swiftly consumed, and Duke gestured for Old Hatchie to refrain from further drinking. Considering his wife was pregnant, there was no need for him to imbibe excessively. The hour was late, and they had exchanged all that needed to be said. Duke waved a hand in farewell to spare Old Hatchie the embarrassment of a drunken return home. Just as Old Hatchie was about to depart, he hesitated, contemplating whether it was fitting to embark on this journey alone. From his pocket, he produced a white business card, hesitating briefly before offering it to Duke. This is the number of a former colleague. I have informed him that you might reach out if needed. Duke accepted the card, which bore only a string of numbers and no name, yet he received it with due seriousness. Regardless of its utility, it presented an additional avenue. In America, the influence of connections often surpasses one's imagination. Once Old Hatchie had left, Duke finished his beer, feeling a sense of ennui. Perhaps the previous night's exertions had drained him, as he lacked the enthusiasm to offer warmth to the ladies that evening. Instead, he considered checking on his vehicle to see if it had been repaired. He produced his credit card to settle the bill and was on the verge of exiting the bar when he was suddenly met with a cacophony of astonished exclamations from behind. This is impossible. Good heavens. How'd he manage that? Duke halted and turned toward the source of the commotion, which emanated from the entertainment section of the bar. The Marguerite Tavern was frequented by mercenaries and retired military personnel, and thus, many enjoyed engaging in shooting games. Darts were particularly popular, often accompanied by wagers. Tonight, the dartboard seemed especially favored, with a large crowd gathered, buzzing with excitement. Bored and curious, Duke pushed his way forward to join in the revelry. After some effort, he squeezed into the throng, where he found a young man at the dartboard. With a silver earring dangling from his left ear and wearing a black knit cap and a tank top. He held a large mug of rye beer in one hand while casually grasping several darts in the other. Without even glancing at the target, he began to throw the darts blindfolded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each dart struck the bullseye perfectly. As he finished his beer, he simultaneously released all the darts, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd after each throw. For many enthusiasts of the game, hitting the target was not overly challenging. However, the true feat lay in his ability to consistently land each dart in the very center of the bullseye without sighting the target. Upon finishing his drink, the dart player extended his thumb and index finger, rubbing them together to signal the hefty mercenary opposite him to pay up, clearly indicating they had been wagering on who was more accurate. Seizing the verdant Franklin from a disgruntled, portly mercenary, the dart enthusiast reclined on a high stool, nonchalantly toying with a dart in one hand. With an air of indifference, he proclaimed, "Is there anyone else willing to play? $100 for the loser, $1,000 for the winner." Despite the staggering disparity in stakes, no one dared to join the game, clearly intimidated by the remarkable precision of the dart thrower. Observing the reluctance of the crowd, the dart player, feeling bored, casually flung the dart, hitting a perfect 10-ring bullseye. With a self-satisfied smirk, he taunted, "Perhaps you think yourselves quite formidable, but my darts are akin to magic. No one has ever bested me." Indeed, many present were seasoned individuals familiar with the sharp edge of competition. None would easily concede. Provoked by the dart player's challenge, the crowd began to stir with anticipation. Noticing the growing excitement, yet remaining stationary, the dart player recognized the need for further provocation. He feigned disdain and declared, $100 for those who can best me, and a mere 100 for the losers. Is there no one among you brave enough to take a chance?" Before his words could settle, a bespectacled young man eagerly squeezed through the throng, exclaiming, Me, I shall give it a try." Chapter 26. In truth, I am a magician indeed. A foolhardy contender had stepped forth. The dart player smirked inwardly, recalling his success with this tactic at numerous taverns. He had never lost at darts or any shooting game. "All right, you go first. Each of you has 10 darts. The winner will be decided by the score." He feigned magnanimity, gesturing for the bespectacled youth to begin. Duke adjusted his newly donned superhero-style, black-rimmed glasses. These spectacles possessed the peculiar ability to sever his original identity from perception, whether viewed on surveillance footage or face-to-face. No one would recognize him as the Duke he once was. This item, governed by the laws of causality, granted him a new persona, far more effective than a mere skin-tight costume. With an innocent demeanor, Duke bashfully waved his hand. No, sir. I believe no one can rival you at darts. Why don't we try a different game?" The dart player, pleased by the flattery, confidently replied, "All right, choose whatever you wish. I shall not be defeated. Well, in truth, I am a magician. Since you claim your darts are magic, why not compare our magical prowess?" Duke pretended to be shy, scratching his head. "Magic?" The dart player's expression turned peculiar, a flicker of caution igniting within him, though he pretended to be unconcerned. "Very well, how shall we proceed?" Duke, with the black-framed glasses perched on his nose, wore the naive, innocent look of a college student as he explained. "The rules are simple. 10 bottles will be set on the table. Each player gets one chance to throw, akin to bowling, with the sole distinction that you must allow your opponent to inspect your hands beforehand, ensuring no concealed items. The player who knocks down the most bottles wins. Isn't it merely a contest of hiding items before making a move?" The dart player scoffed slightly. For a professional mercenary, mastering the art of concealment was merely a fundamental skill. After a moment's contemplation, the dart player, with a glint in his eye, declared, "Very well. But since you have altered the rules, the stakes must also be adjusted. 1,000. Should you lose, you shall pay me that amount." Duke, with the impulsiveness of youth, readily acquiesced without a second thought. This novel twist in their game piqued the interest of the onlookers, as long as it wasn't their own money at stake. They relished the spectacle. The crowd grew increasingly animated, and under their encouragement, an open space soon emerged. In the center stood a hastily cleared table. where 10 beer bottles were arranged in a V shape, serving as targets. Duke, shedding his outerwear to reveal a simple white tank top, positioned himself 3 meters away. The dart player rotated his neck and stepped forward, gesturing for Duke to inspect his hands. Without hesitation, Duke approached and scrutinized the dart player's hands. But despite his thorough examination, he found nothing but calluses and was compelled to reluctantly abandon his search for hidden tricks. The dart player, exuding confidence, completed the inspection and raised his hands towards the crowd, applauding, indifferent to their participation in the scrutiny. Ultimately, no one discerned any hidden objects on his hands. The attention of the spectators was firmly fixed upon him. He reveled in the spotlight. With a flick of his wrist, and before anyone could comprehend his movements, a playing card, a heart, suddenly launched from his hand. The card spun through the air, colliding with one of the central beer bottles with such force that it sent the bottles soaring, like a line of dominoes, causing the adjacent bottles to topple as well. Incredibly, only 3 bottles remained standing, wobbling precariously on the table, while the others lay scattered on the ground. The dart player, tilting his head back to relish the awe of the crowd, beamed with satisfaction. With a swift motion, he drew another card from thin air and sent it flying, embedding it deep into the wooden table. "These are mere parlor tricks," he scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the bewildered, bespectacled onlooker. Duke, adjusting his glasses, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He hadn't anticipated encountering such an impressive display of skill from a stranger in the bar. Judging by the force with which the card was thrown, he realized that if the bottles were replaced with necks, the card could easily become a lethal weapon. "Hey, it's your turn." Duke, feeling somewhat anxious, reined in his thoughts and approached the throwing line, extending his hands to indicate he had no weapons. The dart player, brimming with self-assurance and a smirk on his face, replied, "No need for that. Just go for it." He had observed Duke closely and noted that, like himself, he wore only a tank top. With a cursory glance, he could ascertain that Duke was indeed empty-handed. The dart player was bemused by the audacity of this bespectacled lad to challenge him, recognizing him as a novice with an air of incompetence. "Let us get started. We're growing impatient." With each passing moment, the dart player's confidence swelled, convinced that he was about to teach this hapless student a lesson in the hierarchy of skill. The onlookers nearby became increasingly boisterous. The outcome of the wager mattered little compared to the amusement at hand. A bet of $10,000 was substantial in a bar where nightly expenses barely exceeded 100. Duke remained silent, stepping forward to stand precisely 3 meters away. He raised his right hand, extending his index and ring fingers, his arm held straight, exuding an air of focused intensity, his brow furrowed, and his gaze fixed intently on the bar table before him. The atmosphere seemed to grow solemn, and with wide eyes, he suddenly shouted, "It's decided. You are the one." In a manner akin to that of the dart player, Duke flicked his empty right hand into the air. Before the crowd could comprehend, a yellow blur soared through the space, and all the bottles on the table crashed to the ground with a resounding clatter. A collective gasp escaped the spectators. As they marveled at this seemingly magical feat, the dart player, astonished, stared at the table, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Did you cheat? This is impossible." Upon the table lay a plump orange cat weighing at least 20 pounds, meowing in a low, startled tone, its fur fluffed up in alarm, making it appear even larger. Duke looked at the dart player with a feigned innocence. "Cheat? How could I have cheated? I did mention I am a magician. It is entirely normal for a magician to conjure a small creature from thin air, is it not? How can you claim it is cheating? Could it be that someone cannot bear to lose?" Duke's expression shifted, adopting a mocking tone. The dart player hesitated, realizing that indeed his opponent had not violated any rules. He had checked beforehand and confirmed Duke's hands were empty. After all, he was a magician, and it was not unusual for a magician to produce a hefty cat from nowhere. Normal. The dart player's eyes glinted with suspicion. He wondered if he had overlooked something. Undeterred, he declared, "Fine, you may have won this round, but it's a best of 3. Let's go again. One match to determine the victor. If you wish to play again, the stakes must be settled first," Duke proclaimed, rubbing his hands together with a smug expression. "What if I refuse to pay?" The dart player's demeanor shifted, a manic smile creeping across his face as he narrowed his eyes at Duke. Duke scoffed. If you wish to renege, perhaps you should consider the opinions of those present. A moment of silence enveloped the air, and the previously raucous crowd suddenly retreated in unison, creating space for Duke and the dart player. Duke, who had been preparing to don his coat, paused, nonchalantly altering his tone. Ahem, you may certainly attempt it. Feigning bravado, the dart player cracked his neck, fixing his gaze upon Duke's eyes, snorting disdainfully before lunging forward, intent on teaching this bespectacled fool a lesson about the harsh realities of life. Before any action was taken, a sudden hardness pressed against his lower abdomen. He instinctively halted his steps and looked down, only to find that the bespectacled figure opposite him had somehow wrapped a cylindrical object in his clothing, which was now firmly pressed against his belly, a mere finger's distance away from his most sensitive area. Let me perform another trick for you. Can you guess what lies beneath my clothing? Duke remarked with a broad smile, observing the dart thrower's expression, which had turned somewhat menacing. Is it a gun made of flesh or one forged of iron? Guess correctly, and there's a reward. The dart thrower appeared flustered, clearly aware that the object concealed beneath the clothing was neither a finger nor any ordinary stick. Judging by the sensation emanating from his body, the caliber was not particularly large, likely not a shotgun. However, no matter the type of gun, given the proximity, he was confident in his ability to swiftly eliminate this novice after a shot. Yet he had no assurance that he could protect his own manhood from harm after the bespectacled one fired. How utterly dishonorable to ambush someone while out for drinks. Hey, I was merely jesting. Do take care not to misfire. For the sake of his own well-being, the dart thrower collected his composure and said, I certainly cannot possess cash in American dollars on me. Would it suffice if I went to the bank to withdraw some for you? Duke shrugged nonchalantly, calmly extracting his firearm and shaking his head. That is not acceptable. No cash. No matter, card payments are also permissible. The dart thrower exclaimed. Why are you so adept at this transaction? Chapter 27. Brother, who do you think you are? Suppressing his anger, the dart thrower produced a card and initiated the transaction. With the crisp sound of a successful payment, Duke gazed with satisfaction at the notification on his phone confirming the deposit. Excellent. He could indulge himself a bit longer. Thanks. My friend, I believe we have reached an understanding, yes? Duke gestured lightly, implying his point. The dart thrower fixed his gaze on Duke, seemingly attempting to engrave the man before him into his memory, and with a slight smirk replied, Of course. May I take my leave now? Then farewell, my friend. Let us share a drink together next time. Duke nodded in approval, adjusting his wrist to keep the muzzle trained on the dart thrower as he departed. As the dart thrower donned his leather jacket and walked toward the exit, his expression grew increasingly indifferent. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he paused, turning his back to Duke and softly inquired, By the way, I haven't asked your name. Duke, standing tall and unyielding, declared with confidence, You may call me Tom. When out in the world, one must remain true to oneself. Tom Kent. Tom? Tom. The dart thrower murmured to himself, not turning back as he walked away, adding, I shall remember you, Tom. Remember my name. With that, he turned and departed. Duke paid no mind, putting on his jacket and handing the soy sauce bottle he had been carrying to the homebuddy bartender, Mole. Indeed, there are no useless cards. When utilized appropriately, even a soy sauce bottle can prove invaluable. As for the dart thrower, oh, he was likely preparing to trouble him once more? Ahem, what does the pretentious Mr. Tom have to do with Officer Duke's righteous demeanor? That name sounds remarkably familiar, Target Eye. As Duke pondered over the details, he realized that it was indeed Bullseye. No wonder his throwing technique was so formidable. According to the lore, Bullseye possessed an innate throwing ability, capable of hurling any object with incredible precision towards his target in both the film and comic adaptations. Among his outrageous feats were the ability to sever a man's throat with a playing card, spit out teeth to penetrate an enemy's skull, toss a paper airplane onto a distant rooftop, and even launch a toothpick through a window from 100 yards away, resulting in a fatality. Duke mused that he would need to exercise caution when assuming the identity of Tom, as he might one day be ambushed by that cunning old foe. Mr. Tom, control your fat cat. The bartender, a frustrated mole, interrupted Duke's reverie. On the bar counter, a plump orange cat stood with its tail held high, its hefty head bobbing as it licked the remnants of beer from the glasses left behind by other patrons. The cat's bleary eyes clearly indicated it had indulged a bit too much. Duke raised an eyebrow and approached, grasping the cat by the scruff of its neck. Sorry. Its girlfriend ran off with the British Shorthair next door. Perhaps it's drowning its sorrows. He casually produced a Franklin bill and handed it over. The mole's expression softened considerably at the sight of the bill, and he empathetically filled the drunken cat's glass with another beer. Take it easy, brother. Only those who have roamed the vast prairie would choose to fall in love with a forest. Duke stared in disbelief, observing the intoxicated cat snoring in his hand. A slight headache began to form. He had no inclination towards keeping pets. If he were to have one, he would prefer a dog, as cats were too pampered. Besides, the noise during mating season could be unbearable. The mere thought of a cat's yowling at night conjured vivid images in his mind. Perhaps it would be better to release it on the street? The fat cat blinked vacantly at Duke, who hesitated. What if animal lovers reported him? The thought was daunting. Perhaps it would be best to just leave it for now and consider sending it to Helen for temporary care later. Of course, if the cat did go in a heat, Officer Duke would have no choice but to endure the pain of sending it to the shelter. Finding a large plastic bag, he unceremoniously placed the sleeping cat into it and lifted it with one hand, feeling pleased that it was now easier to carry. After exiting the bar, Duke waited for a bus at the station. It was still during work hours, so the bus was not crowded. He casually set the plastic bag containing the cat at his feet and opened his translucent interface. Host, Duke, body, strong upright ape, energy, mediocre muggle, skills, shadow step. Basic firearms proficiency, Mozambique drill, 36 unarmed techniques of Donzonzi. Congratulations to the host for completing the silver task. Who shoots more accurately? Total task value, 2,000 points. Host contribution rate, 100, awarded 2,000 points. The host has accumulated a total of 4,800 points. Shall we commence the lottery? No. Contemplating, Duke dismissed the panel. Having endured numerous tasks, his experiences had grown increasingly profound, and he seemed to discern a pattern in the system's task assignments. Firstly, there are the work tasks, which are also the simplest. Regardless of whether he spends the day idly or requests an empty magazine for his brother nigger. As long as it aligns with the concept of being on duty, the system treats it as a task. However, most of these are the black iron level, yielding minimal points. Secondly, there are the narrative tasks. When events from his past life, as cinematic plots unfold, the system proactively issues tasks, providing not only specific task titles, but also indicating approximate rewards. For instance, during the encounter with the unnamed extra, when a storyline involved Old Hatchie fiercely combating the Russian mob, the system immediately issued a task requiring the destruction of funds and the elimination of Julian. Recalling the way Franklin gazed at him, Duke felt a pang in his heart. Having met him once, he was already smitten. What a lamentable fate to be devoid of a connection in this life. Alas, Fahai, you do not understand. Cough, cough. Wrong channel, my apologies. Thirdly, there are the daily tasks. Although many of these appear random, such as battling beautiful women, shooting competitions, or being hospitable, there exists a semblance of logic. One aspect involves the extension of cinematic narratives. For example, the hospitable task should have seen all the gunmen visiting Old Hatchie. However, due to Duke's reckless actions, he successfully attracted the majority of the firepower. Another aspect involves the appearance of well-known characters from the narrative. For instance, tonight's competition of who shoots more accurately includes the involvement of the character target eye, leading the system to categorize their contest as a task. These observations summarize the patterns Duke has discerned from his recent tasks. Presently, all tasks seem to fall into these three categories, though there may be others he has yet to encounter. However, Duke remains uncertain whether these categories might overlap. If a particular event were to trigger requirements from multiple tasks simultaneously, how would that be resolved? For instance, should he, dressed in uniform, be monitoring speed limits and suddenly witness Iron Man Tony Stark speeding at 200 miles per hour toward New York to join an alien battle? That would constitute a narrative task. If Tony were cradling pepper pots in a compromising manner, it would fall under a work task. Should he whimsically decide to race Duke on the highway while holding Pepper, that would be categorized as a daily task. Theoretically, this simultaneously triggers work tasks, plot quests, and daily missions. However, it remains uncertain how the system will calculate them. Speaking of which, has Tony Stark, clad in his iron suit, designed to function for the lower part to open? What if the ordinary Tony were to suffer a stomach ailment? Would he have to wash the suit every time he donned it anew? If the lower section were indeed operable, might he and Pepper Potts share an airborne escapade? Attention passengers, the bus has arrived at its destination. Please disembark before boarding. The electronic announcement from the bus's speaker jolted Duke from his reverie. That was close. He glanced around, feeling a shiver of anxiety, and swiftly lifted the snoring fat cat off the seat. Time flies so quickly. Duke felt as though his vacation had ended in the blink of an eye. Perhaps all idlers across the globe share this sentiment. Workdays stretch endlessly, while holidays pass in an instant. Shaking his head, Duke sighed inwardly. Yearning for the day, he could deliver a decisive blow to the purple sweet potato and surpass Stark in wealth. As he entered the large iron gate marked Aurelio's Auto Repair, he was greeted by a myriad of vehicles in various states of repair, with mechanics bustling about, wielding an array of tools. Duke's eyes quickly fell upon his Dodge, now restored and gleaming in the center of a vacant space, unrecognizable from its previous battered state. Aurelio sat beside the car, 2 wine glasses placed on the hood, with a plastic chair opposite him. Upon noticing Duke's arrival, the curly-haired Aurelio promptly stood to greet him. Complimentary wine with the vehicle pickup? Is this the new standard of service in auto repair shops? Are they trying to outdo the luxury dealerships? Duke's face lit up with surprise, already planning to leave a 5-star review. Just as he prepared to approach, a gust of wind brushed past him, causing his smile to falter. A man with a center-parted, shoulder-length black hair and a scruffy beard had boldly taken his seat. "Excuse me? Who do you think you are, daring to usurp Officer Duke's place?" Chapter 28. The Price of a Dog's Life with His Long Face. Clad in a blood-stained white t-shirt and leather jacket, was none other than John Wick. Was this a scene from a high-octane chase? John Wick, once a legendary assassin of the underground world, akin to Old Hatchie, had long since retired from his bloody lifestyle for the sake of his wife and a peaceful existence. Unlike Hatchie, who now enjoyed a family life filled with joy, Wick's retirement was marked by tragedy. 5 years post-retirement, his beloved wife succumbed to cancer, leaving him alone with only the dog they had cherished together. Even more tragically, just as Wick began to adjust to life as a widower, a gang led by a man named Tarasov targeted his vintage car during a routine refueling. They broke into his home, stole his beloved automobile, and, in a cruel twist of fate, took the life of his loyal dog. Having lost everything, Wick resolved to seek vengeance. The origin of this tale can be succinctly articulated as the cost of killing a dog. Placing a glass upon the hood of the car, Aurelio appeared somewhat apprehensive. He had known John for quite some time, from his days as an assassin to his eventual retirement. John's vehicle frequently received maintenance at his hands. With a bittersweet expression, Aurelio poured a glass of vodka for John, who sat across from him, and remarked, "I knew you would come." John's white short-sleeved shirt was still stained with blood. His face wore an air of indifference, as if he were numb to the pain inflicted upon him during the ambush the previous night. Silently, he grasped the glass containing the clear liquid and inquired, "Is my car here?" "It is no longer here. 10 minutes ago, Vigo's son, Tarasov, drove it away. I told him to leave my garage," Aurelio replied with stark honesty, having anticipated John's question. "Vigo? The Russian mobster Vigo?" John's hand holding the glass paused momentarily, questioning. "Yes." Aurelio, feeling uneasy, picked up the glass and then set it down again. Clearing his throat, he tentatively asked, "So what are your plans next?" The air fell silent for a moment. John's lifeless black eyes seemed to ripple for the first time. He coldly regarded Aurelio and downed the vodka, which burned like fire. "This is no longer your concern, Aurelio. I need a new car." At Aurelio's auto repair shop, on the outskirts of Manhattan, Duke observed as the aloof John Wick sped away in a new vehicle, his demeanor radiating a sense of isolation. Duke withdrew his gaze from the license plate, holding his hefty cat in one hand while nonchalantly patting the car's hood. It was evident that the repair shop had invested great effort, not only fixing the car, but also meticulously touching up the blue and white paint, making it resemble a brand new vehicle. Duke nodded in satisfaction and casually addressed the somewhat despondent manager. Aurelio, hey, you look a bit off. Is that fellow with the beard connected to your troubles? Who is he? Aurelio felt a tightening in his chest, aware that Duke was a high-ranking officer. Striving to muster a semblance of a smile, he replied, "It's nothing. Just a bit of sleeplessness lately. He was merely a customer picking up a car." Immediately, he redirected the conversation. "Inspector Duke, how does the car look?" Understanding that Aurelio was cautious and unlikely to divulge information about John in front of a police officer, Duke ceased his probing. "Perfect. Hand me the keys. I'm taking it today. As for the repair costs?" Ahem. Although the car belonged to Officer Duke and the accident involved him. The incident occurred at the precinct during work hours, resulting in property damage. Thus, it could be classified as a work-related loss. Regarding work injuries, Officer Duke had always been scrupulous, ensuring he never took advantage of public resources without just cause. Driving on the road, Duke glanced at the dashboard and, as expected, encountered a notification following his interaction with John Wick. This further confirmed his previous suspicions. Engaging in the unfolding narrative would indeed trigger events within the storyline. The host has triggered the side quest, Rapid Pursuit. The mission objective is to apprehend the notorious Russian mob boss, Vigo. The reward includes 1,000 points and a chance to draw skills for the main storyline character. Capturing Vigo? Duke recalled that in the original narrative, John was primarily motivated by revenge, fixated on eliminating Vigo's son, Trelisov. Having once worked for Vigo, John understood the cold-hearted mobster well. Upon realizing that reconciliation with John was futile, Vigo swiftly began assembling his men to eliminate John. The initial stages of the story predominantly involved John pursuing Trelisov, while Duke's mission centers on capturing Vigo, not killing him. Duke scratched his head, pondering that eliminating Vigo might be simpler. He recalled that ultimately, John did indeed kill Vigo, but capturing him meant adhering to the judicial process, gathering evidence to convict him before incarcerating him, far more challenging than simply ending his life. After contemplating the situation and finding no immediate solution, Duke decided to abandon the idea for now. However, his identity as a police officer could still be beneficial for the capture. Meanwhile, it was also time for Mr. Tom Kent to make his move discreetly. Yet, one had to wonder if he was currently at odds with the Russians, as it seemed he was perpetually entangled in conflict with them. On the other side, in the Weskier Tower, a contemplative Jean Bing stared at the images in his hand, a red rose adorning his chest. The images were of low resolution, appearing somewhat blurred, likely screenshots taken for video footage. Nonetheless, one could discern the general outline of a figure. Had Duke been present, he would have recognized that the central figure depicted was none other than Officer Duke, ruthlessly beating a small-time thug on the bus. Perhaps due to the angle of the security footage, none of the images captured Old Hatchie, yet they distinctly highlighted Officer Duke's handsome visage, making him easily identifiable. This is all the information we have gathered. While we cannot confirm if the individual in the images burned our goods, he is certainly aware of the situation. Wesley remarked as he set down the pictures, providing a timely explanation. We have been unable to locate any additional leads. Our friends at the scene were few, thus we could not uncover more detailed information. Have you determined the identity of this individual? Yes, we have. He is an inspector from the 43rd Precinct in New York. Named Duke, came the response. Just as Jean Bing was about to issue orders to apprehend him for questioning, he hesitated. Questioning? Are you certain? How can an inspector engage single-handedly with the Russian mob and burn our goods? Well, we cannot be certain he was the one who burned our goods. But according to the current leads, it is established that he initially assaulted Julian, the brother of the Russian mobster. It is possible that during Julian's attempt at retaliation, for reasons unknown, a mutual confrontation ensued, leading to the eventual clash. Wesley responded uncertainly. Jean Bing did not immediately reply, but instead resumed examining Duke's dossier on the table with keen attention. In America, the police constitute a remarkably united entity, as many states do not impose restrictions on firearms. This results in their working environment being rife with unpredictable dangers, thereby fostering a stronger camaraderie among them. Typically, when one officer is provoked, a multitude of others will rally to exact retribution. Particularly for Duke, who has attained the rank of inspector, caution is paramount. A cadre of officers perpetually seeking to cause him trouble could inadvertently entangle him in a web of interests that might jeopardize both his legitimate and illegitimate ventures. He must strive to ensure that he remains uninvolved, presenting himself as a law-abiding, philanthropic businessman to the public eye. After a moment of contemplation, Jean Bing turned to Wesley with an indifferent tone. Informed target eye. There's a financial opportunity for him. Chapter 29. The affluent rely on technology, the impoverished on mutation. And Duke on Wednesday, in the office of the 43rd Precinct of New York City. Duke effortlessly tossed his belongings into the office and reclined comfortably in the oversized chair he had specifically purchased. He stretched his legs with precision, resting them perfectly on the edge of the desk, such is the meticulousness of a professional slacker. Having recently moved out from Helen S. Place after a few days of crashing there, he realized that while Helen was preoccupied with her studies and internship, she was perpetually busy. Out of consideration, he decided not to impose further, primarily due to her lack of time to assist him. Given that the house would be ready in a few days, he planned to make do with a makeshift bed in the office for the time being. Knock, knock, knock. After the sound of knocking, Aaron, an intern clad in uniform, smiled at Duke, who was lounging in the boss's chair. Inspector Duke, I'm Aaron, the new intern. Director Tom asked me to inform you that he would like to see you in his office upon your arrival. Old Tom, he.s. waiting for me this early? A flicker of unease crossed Duke's mind. It was rare for Tom to summon him with such urgency. Had news of his situation with Helen leaked? Would old Tom be lying in wait in his office with an army of enforcers ready to pounce at a signal? Never mind. What is inevitable cannot be evaded. If it comes to it, he could simply endure a beating. Gently rapping on the door, Duke entered old Tom's office, nonchalantly surveying his surroundings. Just a few sofas, certainly not enough to conceal anyone. Where have you been lately? Tom, seated with a serious demeanor, directly questioned Duke upon his entry. Recently? I've just been playing cards with your daughter, Duke thought to himself, sensing the ominous undercurrents, but dared not voice it aloud. Instead, he cautiously inquired, What's the matter? Has something happened? Tom leaned back in his chair, his expression grave. I've received word that a faction of the Russian mafia has had one of their funds incinerated. A friend of mine mentioned that you seem to be involved in this matter. At this revelation, Duke was momentarily taken aback, silently exhaling a sigh of relief. It was not about Helen after all, but rather the affairs of the Russian mafia. Old Hatchie is quite unreliable. Wasn't it said that all the clues had been resolved? How did old Tom come to know? However, old Tom is not an outsider. Duke nodded with a sense of calm and directly stated, Recently, I did visit a retired agent, but what of it? Duke felt somewhat puzzled. Although his methods were not entirely legal, old Tom had never been one for rigidity. Why the sudden seriousness? Tom's brow furrowed even more deeply. The issue with the Russian mob is manageable, but within the gang funds you burned, there was a significant shipment of contraband. The value of that cargo is considerable, and it is likely that Kingpin has already traced it back to you. Kingpin? That batch of laundry detergent belonged to Kingpin? Duke was somewhat taken aback, surprised that his involvement in old Hatchie's narrative had entangled him with Kingpin's storyline. He had thought it was merely a simple tale of a minor player, not realizing there were other characters weaving in and out. Yet it made sense. Reality is not a film, and one cannot view these plots with a rigid perspective. In the real world, people are fluid. Perhaps one day, he might even witness Captain America and Michael Jackson breakdancing together. Duke was not particularly astonished that Kingpin could track him down, since old Tom had managed to glean information about him. The formidable Kingpin would undoubtedly be able to uncover some clues as well. Observing Duke's momentary silence, old Tom, assuming Duke was unfamiliar with Kingpin, intensified his tone. Kingpin's real name remains unclear for now, but his influence in the underground realm has nearly engulfed half of New York. He is a ruthless and vindictive criminal. He seldom makes personal appearances and typically employs mercenaries, especially a certain mercenary known as Bullseye. He has committed numerous crimes, and our informants have detected that Kingpin has once again enlisted Bullseye to come to New York, targeting you. What a coincidence, just a few days ago, he had deceived Bullseye while masquerading as Tom Kent, and now retribution was upon him. Old Tom expounded on the intelligence he had gathered. A trace of concern etched on his face as he advised, "You should be cautious in the coming days. If necessary, consider taking refuge at the precinct." "I understand. It's all right. My house is currently under renovation anyway, so I was planning to stay here for a while to lay down some flooring," Duke replied, feigning nonchalance as he regarded Old Tom. There was no need to disclose to Old Tom that Wilson Fisk, the spice magnate of New York, was indeed Kingpin. In the comics, Kingpin had wielded wealth and unsavory tactics to construct a far-reaching web of interests. Even after being incarcerated by Daredevil, he continued to thrive. Ironically, even in prison, he could manipulate his criminal empire, and upon entering, he became even more ruthless in exacting vengeance on his foes. The prison, paradoxically, became his shield, as no one dared to challenge him. For the villain who suffers from a snake that cannot be killed, Officer Duke has never intended to follow the normal procedures. Sometimes, the law can only resolve superficial conflicts. When an individual capital or power reaches a certain level, the law's coercive force becomes a mere formality to them. It is the blade and the bullet that serve as the true scales of justice. The ringing of the phone interrupted Old Tom's train of thought as he intended to speak further. He picked up the receiver and exchanged a few brief words, his expression shifting dramatically before he hastily hung up. A significant traffic accident had occurred on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, potentially involving mutants, and the higher-ups demanded that we head to the scene to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Old Tom, looking rather grim, glanced at Duke and hesitated before saying, "You needn't go. Remain as a reserve at the precinct." Mutants. Although Duke maintained a facade of composure, he felt an increasing urgency following Kingpin's retaliation. The dangers within the Marvel Universe are manifold. Gangsters, thugs, and villains of all kinds emerge incessantly. Not to mention the various non-human threats that loom on the horizon. Even the current gangster antagonist, Kingpin, poses a considerable danger to him. To survive, he must rapidly enhance his strength. However, in order to make a mark in the Marvel world, one must either be wealthy and rely on technology or be poor and depend on mutation. Duke possessed neither wealth nor the ability to mutate. Thus, he could only cling to the task system for support. Given the emergence of mutants, it was highly likely that a mission would arise, and he felt compelled to investigate. "No, it's unnecessary, Uncle Tom. I wish to go as well. It is still daylight, and I trust no assassin would dare to brazenly come after me." Before Old Tom could refuse, Duke added, "Moreover, it is safer to be with a larger group." "I assent to it." Perhaps it was the latter statement that swayed Old Tom, as he waved his hand in resignation. "All right, stay safe, and go inform the lads downstairs. Bring plenty of gear." Duke nodded in acknowledgement, his expression composed as he exited Old Tom's office. A singular thought emerged in his icy mind. To survive in this perilous world, one must first eliminate the detestable scum. Upon returning to his office, Duke picked up the phone to brief his subordinate, Sheriff Jill, on the situation and request that he assemble the officers. The trained officers quickly received the urgent notification, and after a brief period of slight confusion while donning their gear, a group armed with various firearms filed into the police vehicles. Any incident involving mutants was typically no trifling matter. Duke settled into the back seat of the police car, equally well equipped. Sheriff Jill, taking on the role of driver for Duke's patrol car today, ensured everything was in order. Pressing the radio clipped to his shoulder, he spoke in a low voice, exhausted like a dog. Chapter 30. The Only Man Whom Plastic Surgery Cannot Save. On Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, the once bustling thoroughfare was now littered with wrecked cars and scattered debris from a series of collisions. The office workers, usually hurrying along this vibrant avenue, had long been startled into fleeing their vehicles by the resounding gunfire. The bustling nature of life often leads individuals to overlook the beauty surrounding them. However, some possess an innate ability to perceive elegance in their environment. Take, for instance, the gentleman clad in a dark red bodysuit, who is currently performing a whimsical space dance on an overpass, one hand shielding his groin while the other kicks playfully. "Oh, allow me to introduce the main character responsible for today's chain of unfortunate vehicular collisions. Wade Wilson, a former Special Forces soldier turned mercenary, now a novice mutant and the most unconventional Avenger, famously known as Deadpool. Amidst the chaos of a severe car crash, the sound of exploding fuel tanks punctuates the air. Deadpool, adorned with two samurai swords strapped to his back, cheerfully weaves through the wreckage and the fallen, gyrating his alluring hips while executing his space dance with carefree abandon. The tight crimson uniform conceals his grotesque skin, marred by the effects of cancer and his extraordinary regenerative abilities. Whistling a merry tune, he resembles a sprightly girl gathering mushrooms in a forest, calling out joyously, "Francis! Francis? My dear Francis, where are you?" The scene, littered with wreckage, reverberates only with the sounds of explosions and the anguished cries of the severely injured. With a sudden bang, Deadpool nonchalantly executes a headshot on a driver attempting to crawl out of an overturned vehicle. Wait, something seems amiss. Contemplating for a moment, he stretches his left hand into the snug confines of his bodysuit and retrieves a silver device emblazoned with his cartoonish likeness. A gentle press of a button ensues. And voila! Now this truly embodies the spirit of vengeance. Amidst the acrid scent of gasoline, an upbeat tune bursts forth from the speaker, compelling Deadpool's body beneath the crimson suit to sway rhythmically. Suddenly halting, a mischievous grin spreads across his scarred visage, for he has finally spotted his quarry. Found you, Francis! With a sprint, he leaps into action, delivering a powerful kick that sends a motorcycle rider, who lies struggling on the roadside, crashing to the ground. In one fluid motion, he executes a 360-degree jump, his enticing posterior crashing down upon the rider's back. Francis! Good heavens! What's wrong with you? Gazing down at the helmeted figure, Deadpool shakes his head, bends down, and forcefully tosses the rider by the collar, sending him rebounding onto the curb. With a thumb raised to signify his aim, Deadpool grins wickedly and declares, "Those who lose at hide and seek must face the consequences." After stretching his limbs, Deadpool assumes a kicking stance, propelling himself off the ground with a powerful thrust aimed at the rider's head. The force of the kick not only tilts the rider's head back, but also sends his black helmet flying into the air. Deadpool crouched down, his gloved hand roughly turning the rider's face towards him. Beneath the helmet was a youth, approximately 26 years of age, with a buzz cut and a visage smeared with blood, seemingly grievously injured, gasping for breath as he leaned motionless against the curb. Francis, whose peripheral nerves had long been numbed by experimental burns, felt no pain despite his severe injuries. He struggled to shift his body, looking at Deadpool with a perplexed expression. "Who the hell are you?" Deadpool tilted his head, scratching it with effort, and lamented, "Oh, it's me, dear Francis. Have you forgotten our joyous times together? Those nights when you had me screaming with delight. How could you forget me so quickly? It's truly heartbreaking." His previously cheerful tone suddenly turned somber. "It's you? Wait," Francis panted, staring at Deadpool in disbelief. Deadpool whistled, his expression shifting instantly, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Aha! You remember me, my dear friend. It's a pleasure to see you again. Let me think, when was the last time I was this happy? Was it when I found out I had that damn cancer and was waiting to die? No, that's not it. Was it when you torture me every night with electric shocks and waterboarding? Absolutely not. I've got it." With a swift motion, Deadpool drew a katana from behind and plunged it forcefully into Francis' chest, the sharp blade piercing through him and pinning him firmly to the concrete by the roadside. With a sinister grin, he proclaimed, "It was when I dreamed of you picking up soap in front of me last night. Are you ready to make that dream come true, Francis?" The voice emanating from beneath the red mask sounded as if it were from the depths of hell. A police car, driven by Sheriff Jill, cruised down a road that had long since been clear of traffic. Duke sat alone in the back seat, surrounded by equipment he had brought from the station, including various standard ammunition and a circular ballistic shield. The atmosphere in the vehicle was somewhat subdued as Duke began to open the lottery panel. Faced with the unexpected assault from Kingpin and Bullseye, he ultimately decided to exhaust all his available points. Points were crucial, but life was even more so. With 800 points remaining, he opted to use them all at once. System silver level lottery 4 times, black iron level lottery 8 times. Lottery confirmed, 800 points deducted. Host receives the following rewards. Item card. 1 blank card. Can be used repeatedly to card items. Skill card. Combat instinct. You possess an extraordinary potential for combat, instinctively attacking the enemy's weak points. Item card. Nuclear Cola 5. We solemnly promise that all our products contain only half the sugar, half the carbohydrates, and half the calories of regular Coca-Cola, yet are fully loaded with radioactive strontium isotopes. Item card. Desert Eagle. Only the bear gun is provided. Please do not forget to carry ammunition. Gazing at the 4 items available in the silver level lottery, Duke rubbed his temples, feeling ambivalent. While none would immediately enhance his current prowess, the blank card piqued his interest. After perusing the silver draw, he tempered his expectations and ventured into the black iron level lottery. Item card. Ham sausage X10. Wang Zhongyu ham sausage. Genuine ingredients you can trust. Item card. A pack of tissues, a must-have for urgent needs. Item card. Bullets X30, universal bullets. Compatible caliber. Item card. Red nylon rope. Some may find this appealing. Please learn special usage techniques first. Duke mused. Though I anticipated that the black iron level lottery would be rather unreliable, the Wang Zhongyu ham sausage seems exceedingly dubious. Genuine ingredients? Is it all merely starch and lean meat essence? He abandoned his critique, deciding to regard the black iron lottery as merely a placeholder. And at least the universal bullets would save him some expenditure on ammunition in the future. Sir, we have arrived. Ahead lies the site of the incident. The traffic is too dense to proceed by vehicle. We must walk. Jill's voice pulled Duke back to reality. He hastily utilized the combat instinct card he had just drawn. Instantly, a refreshing clarity washed over his mind, as if a layer of dust had been swept away. Blinking, he glanced at Jill in the front seat and noticed his gaze involuntarily drawn to Jill's neck, nape, Adam's apple, and behind the ears. It appeared he could discern the weaknesses of his enemies. Duke pondered whether this instinct would alter his habitual gaze upon beautiful women, causing him to first notice their chests. Jill, inform everyone to don their gear and disengage the safeties. With the sound of the vehicle screeching to a halt, rubber tires grinding sharply against the asphalt, Duke, equipped alongside a cadre of officers, swiftly exited the car. The streets were littered with vehicles abandoned by panicked onlookers, but they could already clearly hear the sounds of combat and explosions resonating ahead. Before he could find a suitable position for combat, a startled exclamation erupted nearby. Duke instinctively looked up to see a sleek, black high-tech warplane halted in the midst of the scattered wreckage. War Police. Chapter 31. Deadpool, Revenge or Not. What does it matter to me, Ding? Host has triggered the side storyline Deadpool. Story Quest. Acquire records of mutant gene mutation experiments. Reward, 8,000 points. Skill lottery for the main character, Deadpool. Duke instantly grasped the context of his surroundings. This was the opening scene of the first film in the Deadpool series. Speaking of Deadpool, he is a uniquely popular anti-hero within the vast Marvel universe, which is teeming with superheroes. Clearly, the current scene depicted the cinematic version of Deadpool, as opposed to the comic iteration who, after participating in military weapon programs, gained abilities like laser vision and teleportation. The film version of Deadpool was comparatively toned down. In the cinematic adaptation, Deadpool, known as Wade, is not a brooding champion of justice. He is merely a mercenary, one who occasionally engages in altruistic deeds based on his whims, all while seeking a romantic partner whose interests align with his own. However, every life encounters a pivotal moment, and for Deadpool, this moment manifested in the form of a devastating cancer diagnosis, just as he believed he had found love. In his darkest hour, he contemplated retreating to a secluded corner to quietly await death. Yet, a bald man in a suit appeared, claiming to be conducting mutant tests on terminally ill veterans for the sake of national security and the cultivation of superheroes. In truth, they were charlatans. Although their team was indeed working on mutant creation, it was not for the purpose of producing heroes. Instead, they cruelly exploited the subjects to trigger their mutant genes, subsequently selling the successful mutants as expendable assets in warfare. Those who failed the experiments endured relentless torment, with death being the only escape from their suffering, as the lives of these terminally ill patients were deemed inconsequential. After enduring relentless agony, Wade successfully activated his mutant gene, which also drove him to the brink of madness. However, His near-immortal healing factor could not eradicate the cancer. It merely repaired his body from the damage inflicted by the disease. The conflict between his regenerative genes and the cancerous cells resulted in a grotesque visage rather than the restoration of his former self. To describe his disfigurement as merely ugly would be an understatement. It would be more accurate to say he resembled someone who had been repeatedly deep-fried in scalding oil and then subjected to a 360-degree nuclear irradiation. Consequently, he resolved to don a red, skin-tight suit to conceal his horrific appearance. On the highway, amidst a multitude of fallen bodies, Duke skillfully directed the officers to maintain their distance from the aircraft while instructing Sheriff Jill to establish a perimeter to deter curious onlookers from approaching perilously. He handed the walkie-talkie to Jill to relay the situation at the scene. Cautious and wise in the art of self-preservation, Duke refrained from advancing recklessly, instead seeking refuge in the shadow of an overturned car, peering cautiously across the street. Before him loomed a sleek, high-tech black aircraft, and as the belly door opened with a mechanical hiss, he observed two mutants disembarking. The first was a towering figure, the formidable Steelman, whose body shimmered with a silvery sheen reminiscent of heavy steel. His ability allowed him to transform his entire physical structure into a material akin to steel, rivaling even Wolverine's adamantium claws in hardness. Following closely behind was a petite girl known as Black Queen, who chewed gum incessantly and possessed the power to generate explosive blasts. Transformed into a formidable steel warrior, Steelman not only possessed a physique resembling iron, but also bore an expression of rigidity upon his face. With each stride, his towering figure emitted sounds akin to the clashing of metal. Deadpool, we have already warned you against using your superpowers for nefarious deeds. This elicited a gaze filled with envy and resentment from Duke, who, despite his inability to withstand bullets, was acutely aware of the disparity among mutants. In this realm, one's fate is often dictated by the innate powers bestowed upon them at birth. The mightiest can obliterate anything in their path, like Phoenix, while the weak, such as Porcupine Man, find themselves less formidable than a mere civilian wielding a handgun. It truly is a world where one's potential is predetermined. These individuals, blessed with such extraordinary abilities, are utterly infuriating. What? You mean I'm also operating under a system? Well, that changes everything. Didn't you see me combating crime? Deadpool exclaimed as he delivered a powerful left hook to Francis's face, sending several bloodied teeth flying. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and turned to Steelman with an innocent expression, saying, I'm considering adopting a new moniker. How does Evil Punisher sound? Wait, you have already caused significant chaos. The NYPD is en route. Steelman retorted with discontent, casually picking up a piece of automobile debris. Deadpool approached Steelman with a cheeky grin. Relax, no one has been hurt, right? I'll be done shortly. He then whistled and expertly tossed the debris at Francis's head. Bang! Observing the scattered debris around him, Duke noted the fallen wreckage. Steelman, arms crossed, gazed at Deadpool. Wade, your record is far from clean. Given your actions, I must escort you both to the professor. Don't act so high and mighty. Duke saw Deadpool's patience wearing thin as he suddenly raised his voice, angrily pointing at Francis. F.I.N.G. Squid Egg. This guy is a bona fide villain. We need some space to settle our personal grievances. Please step aside. Thank you. Steelman, clearly unfazed, maintain a calm tone, Wade. You cannot proceed this way. I intend to bring you both to the professor. You should aspire to be a true superhero, not a source of trouble. Deadpool elongated his voice, his expression shifting as he lunged forward, delivering a kick to Steelman's groin. F.I.N.G. Squid. He cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground while clutching his knee. Duke could distinctly see that his ankle had fractured, yet Steelman remained unaffected. However, within moments, Deadpool's regenerative genes swiftly healed his body, and he relentlessly continued to assault the immobile Steelman, the air filled with the sounds of clashing impacts. Ignoring the skirmish between the two, Duke squinted at Francis, who, unbeknownst to him, was gradually regaining strength. His mission was to acquire the records of mutant gene mutation experiments, and he held no interest in the feud between Deadpool and Francis. The film does not provide a detailed background on the mutant gene mutation experiment. Not to mention, even the location remains unknown. To accomplish the mission, it is essential to first locate the key figure behind this experimental plan, after which one can strategize to obtain the experimental records. In light of this, a potential key individual is readily available. Why not attempt to rescue Francis? Chapter 32. Fatal Chicken. Of course, the righteous Officer Duke would never engage in such actions. Swiftly shedding his police uniform, Duke seized his walkie-talkie and communicated with Jill. Jill, please respond. I have encountered a situation. Remain vigilant. I need to leave temporarily. The voice of Sheriff Jill crackled through the device. Received. Sir, what has happened? I left the gas on, cough, cough. I received urgent intel from an informant regarding a significant lead that requires immediate attention. Tossing aside the walkie-talkie, Duke retrieved his Superman-style black-framed glasses from the pocket of his jacket lining. The virtuous Officer Duke stepped back, and the unknown mercenary, Tom Kent, emerged, prepared and poised. Only one question lingered: how to rescue Francis. It was clear that a direct assault would leave him utterly decimated by Deadpool and Colossus. Under the cover of night, Duke might have attempted to use Shadow's step to stealthily infiltrate, but it was midday, and even the shadows lacked the coherence necessary for concealment. Rubbing his chin, Duke scanned his surroundings for any available tools. A direct approach was unfeasible. He could only rely on Francis's initiative. Worst case, if discovered, he could simply remove his glasses and surrender. Before long, Duke stumbled upon a motorcycle, presumably belonging to Francis's convoy, which lay abandoned on the ground in relatively good condition after the ambush. He picked up a small stone and glanced at Deadpool, who was engaging in friendly banter with Colossus, before flicking the stone with precision, striking Francis's forehead. Thud! Following the direction of the stone, Francis quickly noticed Duke emerging from the shadows. Although he did not recognize this bespectacled stranger, the furtive and unassuming mannerisms indicated he was not one of Wade's associates. Duke steadied the motorcycle and waved at Francis, who was pinned to the ground. Are you here to save me? Francis felt a surge of hope. Although he was not afraid of pain, living was certainly preferable to lying lifeless. Taking a moment to gather his strength, Francis observed the deranged Wade in the middle of the road, babbling incoherently before being sent flying by a punch from the towering mutant known as Colossus. Crashing through the windshield of an unfortunate vehicle nearby, an opportunity had arisen. Amidst the cacophony of shattering glass and Wade's incessant ramblings, Francis struggled to extract the katana embedded in his shoulder. Lacking Deadpool's extraordinary healing factor, he was acutely aware, even without feeling pain, that his severely injured body was exceedingly weak. Duke stood not far away, observing Francis as he attempted to evade attention while struggling to free himself from the katana. His face was pale, yet he staggered towards Duke, holding a cup of water and exclaiming, "Mom, I've made a mistake." Seeing Francis successfully rise, Duke wasted no time. He mounted his motorcycle, twisted the throttle, and the engine roared to life, lifting the front wheel as he pressed down forcefully. The furious machine surged towards Francis. In that fleeting moment of their paths crossing, Duke gripped the handlebars with one hand while reaching out to Francis with the other. Francis, aware that his life hung in the balance, clenched his teeth and, with all his might, grasped Duke's hand, leaping onto the motorcycle. He instinctively lowered his head to shield himself while firmly holding onto the seat. With Francis now rescued, Duke accelerated past the brawling Deadpool and Colossus, deftly retrieving the katana that had previously pinned Francis and stashing it into his blank card, muttering about taking what was necessary and leaving. The roar of the engine startled Deadpool, who had been preoccupied with his quarrel with Colossus. Abruptly abandoning his previous insults, he scanned the roadside, bewildered. Where is he? My dear friend Francis, where is he? Deadpool, incredulous, darted his gaze between Colossus and the spot where Francis had been. Now only lingering wisps of black smoke from the motorcycle's exhaust remaining. The effort and time he had expended to secure Francis had culminated in his vanishing right before his eyes. Damn it! Uncontrolled fury surged within him, and although he refrained from pursuing the motorcycle that had long since vanished, He realized that the agile machine would far outpace him on this accident-clogged highway. His anger needed an outlet, and beneath his mask, his eyes blazed with frustration as they fixated on the ironclad colossus beside him. Had it not been for this steel sentinel's interference, Francis would never have escaped. As his rage simmered, he thought of how unjust it was that stepping back only fueled his ire further. "Curse you, Colossus! You've ruined my revenge." In a fit of fury, Deadpool seized a detached truck door nearby and hurled it at Colossus's head. The clang of metal echoed as Colossus effortlessly deflected the door, remaining unscathed. He raised his fist, delivering a downward blow that sent Deadpool crashing to the ground, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. With his usual calm demeanor, Colossus remarked, "Wade, it seems luck is not on your side today. Now, let us go have a word with the professor. You're remarkably tough," Deadpool admitted reluctantly, slowly rising from the ground. Yet, before he could fully regain his footing, he heard a loud clang. Clenching his fists, he suddenly unleashed a punch aimed at Colossus's vital area, grinning as he exclaimed, "Wow, a lethal strike. Steel force." It was evident that this endeavor had faltered. The overzealous Deadpool swung his already fractured and flaccid hand, wincing in pain while incessantly lamenting. "Damn it, buddy, I genuinely worry about your wife's intimate life." After a fierce struggle, the audacious Deadpool, who had recklessly attempted to engage Steel Force in close combat, lay on the ground, his bones shattered and immobile. Steel Force effortlessly handcuffed him as if picking up discarded refuse. Prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath, Deadpool allowed himself to be dragged by Steel Force, weakly protesting, "Hey, I'm injured. Are you really going to take me away without regard for my life? I need to go to the hospital." Steel Force, "No worries. I am aware of your healing abilities." Deadpool's tone shifted abruptly, his voice rising in indignation. "Damn it. I'm calling the cops. I'm reporting you for mutant discrimination. You heartless, cold-blooded bastard." Steel Force, stoic expression 2 minutes later, regaining some mobility. Deadpool deftly retrieved a small knife from his thigh and skillfully severed his own wrist, hurling a bloodied fist with a raised middle finger at Steel Force before leaping off the road and vanishing from view. Meanwhile, Duke, speeding with Francis, took care to avoid street surveillance cameras by navigating through sparsely populated suburban woodland paths after descending from Manhattan Avenue. As the two on the motorcycle harbored their thoughts in an eerie silence, Duke soon found himself in a stretch of birch forest, a desolate place devoid of any signs of civilization, where even streetlights were absent, making it exceedingly difficult to be pursued. Duke was quite satisfied with this location. The desolate surroundings not only obstructed Deadpool and his companions, but also prevented any reinforcements from reaching Francis. Duke was not naive enough to believe that saving Francis's life would forge a bond of friendship between them. Throughout the journey, he remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on Francis, prepared to eject him from the vehicle at the slightest sign of movement. Yet, whether due to his severe injuries or an instinctive awareness, Francis remained notably quiet during the ride, making no sound or movement. As the roar of the engine gradually subsided, the car slowed, and Duke quickly exited, adjusting his glasses nonchalantly. "Mr. Francis, it is an honor to meet you. I am Tom." Upon Duke's arrival, Francis seemed to lose his balance, stumbling from the vehicle and landing amidst the carpet of fallen leaves. With his head bowed, the shadows of the forest obscured his expression, and he spoke in a low tone, "Mr. Tom, you know me?" "Certainly, Mr. Francis. Your mutant production program is quite renowned among us retired veterans." Francis nodded noncommittally, seemingly uncertain whether to trust Duke's words, and directly stated, "Thank you for saving me. Is there any way I can repay you?" "Ah, you are quite astute. You possess the makings of a savvy business person. Regrettably, you are a man, thus I cannot offer myself to you. Perhaps in the next life, you may toil for me." Duke spoke earnestly. "Mr. Francis, I am a mercenary. Recently, I discovered that I am in the late stages of lung cancer. I have heard that many veterans afflicted with terminal illnesses have managed to find cures, hence my desire to seek assistance." Before he could finish, Francis abruptly interrupted, raising his hand. "Take me to Brooklyn's 36th Street. I assure you, I can resolve your cancer." "Really?" Duke exclaimed with delight, eagerly moving to prepare the vehicle. astonished at how effortlessly he had taken the first step towards completing his mission. It was evident that Francis, injured as he was, intended to return to his stronghold. Even if Francis's lair was not a laboratory, it was certainly in close proximity to one. Once he learned its location, sneaking in at night to obtain some data would be a trivial task. "All right, I will take you there," Duke said cheerfully, inserting the key and getting into the vehicle first. Francis chuckled softly, saying nothing as he struggled to rise from the ground, brushing the dirt from his trousers. In an instant, Francis quietly drew a tactical dagger from the brown leather sheath strapped to his left calf, addressing Duke's back with a sly smile. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Tom. Once we arrive at the laboratory, I will ensure you are well taken care of and expedite your cancer treatment." Unaware of the looming threat, Duke continued to check the motorcycle's fuel gauge, oblivious to the fact that Brooklyn was quite distant. Initially meant for one rider, the motorcycle was now carrying two, and the fuel was perilously low. He needed to find a place to refuel. With the dagger in hand, Francis fixated on Duke's waist as he stealthily approached the motorcycle. Suddenly, Duke startled Francis, causing him to halt mid-step and instinctively conceal the dagger behind his back. Turning to face Francis, Duke inquired, "Mr. Francis, I forgot to ask, is your laboratory a government project? If I successfully awaken my superpowers through genetic mutation, will I secure a stable position? A stable position?" Though he did not fully comprehend, Francis surmised the meaning, having recited this narrative to countless others. Nodding earnestly, he replied with conviction, "Certainly. While cancer is deemed terminal for many, for those of us collaborating with the government, it is merely a minor hurdle. Once you successfully awaken your superpower, the government and we will cultivate you into a new superhero. However, may I ask, does this experiment hurt?" Duke hesitated, interrupting Francis's lengthy discourse. "Of course, it may cause some discomfort. However, as you know, no superpower is obtained without a bit of struggle." Francis was aware that people seldom believe in free gifts from the heavens. A touch of negative information can enhance the credibility of his claims. Having spoken, he paused momentarily before gently uttering in a beguiling tone, "Moreover, we can assist you in attaining extraordinary superpowers. Once you successfully awaken, not only will your ailments be healed, but you shall also become a superhero." Duke pondered for a moment, striving to suppress the tremor at the corners of his mouth, and exclaimed with fervor, "Mr. Francis, is it truly so? My lifelong dream has been to be a superhero. I have always relished vanquishing evil, aiding the weak, redistributing wealth, and alleviating suffering." Noticing Duke's quivering smile, Francis paid it no mind, attributing it to the overwhelming excitement. Since he had taken charge of this project, he had encountered numerous terminally ill patients, many of whom clung desperately to the faintest glimmer of hope. He himself was one of the outcomes of this experiment, albeit not a wholly successful one. While he had indeed stimulated extraordinary reflexes and a mild self-healing ability, the excessive experimental agents had damaged his peripheral nerves, obliterating his sensory system. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. A superhero. Ha ha. Ultimately unable to contain himself, Duke burst into laughter. He struggled to maintain his composure as he looked at Francis and said, "Please, do not misunderstand. I merely recalled something joyous. The prospect of becoming a superhero is truly exhilarating." Ha ha ha. Francis, unperturbed by Duke's inexplicable laughter, had encountered another loquacious individual clad in a tight red suit, Wade, who had inflicted several wounds upon him after his mutation had rendered him akin to an egg with teeth. His resilience to the incessant banter had gradually strengthened, yet he inwardly held disdain for the gleeful Duke. A superhero? More like a super slave. For every mutant he subjected to brutal torment, successfully triggering their latent genes. They became mere commodities for sale. Once their powers were awakened, these products would be fitted with monitoring collars. He would then auction these rare entities to the highest bidder, regardless of their intended purpose, be it bodyguards, mercenaries, stud horses, or even pets. Surely, they would not be dispatched to cotton fields to pick cotton, would they? Chapter 33. The true meaning of nitpicking. Although he had already planned a future for his benefactor, Francis maintained an impassive expression and calmly addressed Duke. "The hour is late. Shall we depart?" Of course. Let's get in." Duke, having finally quelled his laughter, eagerly mounted the motorcycle, turning the key to signal Francis to take a seat behind him. As Francis observed Duke's back, he quietly gripped the tactical dagger he held reversed in his hand. With measured steps, he approached Duke, a hint of murderous intent subtly permeating the air. In a mere second, he could eliminate him before he even had a chance to react. Francis's arm, taut with muscle around the dagger, prepared to strike. Suddenly, Francis felt a tightening in his chest. Something was amiss. His reflexes, honed over time, seized control of his body before he could even react, compelling him to advance rather than retreat. Alas, it was too late. Almost simultaneously, Duke, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, silently invoked the power of his card and, with a swift motion, materialized a katana from the air, striking down towards Francis's head. When had he acquired that blade? Francis had no time to evade. In a desperate bid for survival, he raised the dagger above his head in a futile attempt to block. However, the dagger was far too short. Although it managed to intercept the strike, Duke leveraged the advantage of his longer weapon, redirecting the force to leave a deep gash on Francis's shoulder. Had that blow landed squarely, it would have surely cleaved Francis's head open like a ripe melon. Taking advantage of Francis's weakened state, Duke pressed the assault, stepping forward to deliver a kick to Francis's unsteady left hand, sending the dagger flying and embedding it in the ground a short distance away. Francis's expression changed dramatically, having endured a fierce battle. His body was too feeble to offer resistance. Blood loss had left him weak, rendering him incapable of even maintaining his grip on the dagger. Moreover, this mercenary named Tom was no ordinary adversary. Duke showed no mercy, his lips curling into a malicious grin. What was there to discuss with a villain? They were in this together to eradicate evil. With a powerful leap, Duke propelled himself upwards and executed a fierce knee strike to the forehead of the dazed Francis. The latter rolled his eyes back, feeling the world spin around him, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed backward. He struggled to rise, but his brain, clearly concussed, could not manage to overcome the dizziness that enveloped him. Indeed, there was a certain satisfaction in preying upon the injured. After delivering his blows, Duke wore a look of contentment. He had anticipated that this individual would not remain compliant. The tale of the farmer and the snake was not uncommon in reality, and Francis foolishly believed that Duke, with his back turned, would be oblivious to his treachery. Ridiculous, who was unaware that Officer Duke was always vigilant, perceptive of his surroundings. This petty deceit, a trivial act of ambush, was nothing but a display of folly. Observing Francis's futile attempts to struggle, Duke advanced and delivered a forceful strike, effectively compelling Francis to cease his writhing. Lying flat on the ground, Francis gazed up at Duke, whose expression was one of triumph, and begrudgingly asked, "How did you discover my ambush?" "I told you, I'm a mercenary. My name is Tom, and I have weathered the storms of Iraq and bathed in the waters of Afghanistan, surviving countless brushes with death, allowing me to develop a keen sense of danger." Francis's heart brimmed with regret. He had suspected from their initial encounter that this mercenary named Tom was anything but ordinary. He had heard tales of assassins with an uncanny ability to sense threats, able to detect hostility even amidst crowds. Yet, he had not anticipated that this seemingly average bespectacled man possessed such instincts. Who exactly was he? Had I known earlier, I would not have hastily acted. I would have waited until arriving at the destination to stabilize the situation, maintaining an air of inscrutability. Duke remained oblivious to the fact that Francis had begun to perceive him with an added layer of mystery. Casting a glance at the quietly effective motorcycle rearview mirror, Duke calmly adjusted his glasses, thinking how foolish humanity could be. He had initially planned to extract the laboratory's location before eliminating him, but regrettably, after interrupting Francis once more, the latter attempted a sneak attack, which could not be tolerated. The mission could be compromised, but the traitor must perish. System: utilize item card, red nylon rope. Some may find this appealing. Please first learn the special usage techniques. Duke casually thrust his katana aside, conjuring a roll of red nylon rope from thin air. Unfortunately, his inaugural attempt at rope artistry was wasted on a bloodied, buzz-cut man. a disservice to the teachings of esteemed instructors such as Aoyama Yuya and Ijima Ai. Cautiously approaching Francis, Duke wrapped the rope around him from behind, meticulously binding him from head to toe as he lamented, "Mr. Francis, how could you repay kindness with enmity? I saved you out of goodwill." Ha ha ha. Francis allowed Duke to proceed with his antics, wearing a facade of indifference towards life and death, disdainfully retorting, "Though I do not know who you truly are, your lies are exceedingly clumsy." "Oh, you believe I am lying?" A flicker of curiosity ignited within Duke. It appeared that his oratory skills required refinement. As he had been so swiftly unmasked, narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Francis for a moment, realizing that, as the adage goes, in a trio, there must be a teacher among us. One must always remain humble and seek guidance, regardless of the circumstances. Casually tying a knot around Francis's foot, Duke flipped him onto his side and earnestly inquired, "Which statement do you find problematic? Perhaps I could adjust my phrasing next time." Francis, for reasons inexplicable, suddenly felt discomfort in expressing his thoughts. Remaining silent was equally unsettling. "Do you think that a doctor who has attained a PhD in the medical field cannot discern the appearance of a late-stage lung cancer patient?" Ultimately deciding to retort, Francis turned to Duke and mockingly said, "Fool, read more books. Next time, find a better excuse. A PhD? Is it now a prerequisite for villains to possess such high academic credentials? With that qualification, why not pursue wealth instead of risking your life in this endeavor?" With a flourish, Duke tied a splendid bow on the tightly bound Francis, now seething with indignation. "What if you are mistaken? What if I am in disguise?" Francis regarded Duke with an expression of incredulity, as if the question were even more absurd. With a cold demeanor, he replied, "What do I care? If I die, ed. Hiss." Duke inhaled sharply, taken aback by Francis's forthrightness. Truly, he was a remarkable character. This child is terrifying. If he were a villain in a cold-blooded narrative, he would undoubtedly be a heartless protagonist. Is it not the case that he would wield a blade alone, cleaving from the southern heavenly gate to the northern heavenly gate, striking down masters and friends alike, earning the infamous moniker of Francis the Malevolent? He must not be spared, not for a moment. Duke swiftly resolved to extract the remnants of his value before hastily dispatching him to a target range. A calamity for the nation, indeed. Having perused numerous tales of interdimensional travel, Officer Duke promptly sentenced the tightly bound mummy, Francis, to death. Clearing his throat, Duke regarded Francis with grave seriousness. "My friend, I must admit I misspoke. It is actually a friend of mine afflicted with cancer. Let us pretend our earlier conversation never occurred. I shall escort you to your laboratory. Will you kindly guide me there?" "Very well," Francis replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "Take me to the 36th Street in Brooklyn, and I assure you I can resolve your cancer issue." Duke mused, "Forget it. Better to ensure my own survival than risk my life returning home. As for seeking out the 36th Street in Brooklyn, judging by the look on that wretched creature's face, it might well be a feigned address." Fortunately, he had prepared for such contingencies. With his initial plan thwarted, he was compelled to initiate an alternative strategy. After a moment's silence, Duke turned to the seemingly unperturbed Francis and proposed, "Mr. Francis, shall we engage in a game? Guess whether the bruise on your face is purple or black. Should you guess correctly, I shall release you. I swear by the name of the Almighty." Doubtful of Duke's sincerity, Francis's gaze flickered. The name of God? It was worth a try, he thought. After all, he had nothing to lose. "Purple?" he ventured. Duke's expression shifted, and he stepped forward, planting his foot upon Francis's chest while raising a fist the size of a vinegar jar. "Incorrect. It is you, you miserable wretch." With a single powerful blow, he struck Francis squarely on the nose, causing blood to erupt forth and his nose to bend grotesquely, as if opening a floodgate of salty, sour, and spicy chaos. After delivering the punch, Duke seethed. "What kind of dog-like creature are you, daring to mock my education?" As he hurled insults, Duke unleashed a flurry of punches upon Francis's face, rapidly transforming what was once a handsome visage into a swollen, bruised countenance. After venting his pent-up frustration, he secured the gagged Francis to a motorcycle. Reveling in the acquisition of the katana, he had set aside moments earlier. With a flick of the wrist, the blade sang with a crisp melody. Today, aside from capturing Francis, this sword might very well be his greatest treasure. According to comic lore, Deadpool's dual blades are no ordinary weapons, which explains Duke's desire to procure a blade during his escape. In the increasingly perilous future, the damage inflicted by firearms would diminish against certain foes. Just today, against the steel-strong adversary, Duke believed that even aiming a Desert Eagle at him would likely fail to inflict any significant harm. In contrast, cold weapons possess a remarkable potential. Whether it be the vibranium spear from Wakanda or Odin's eternal spear from Asgard, the mighty Thor wields the formidable Mjolnir, each exuding terrifying power. Particularly notable are the Infinity Gauntlet and the Stormbreaker Axe, which undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle of artifacts within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He deemed it essential to cultivate a habit of utilizing cold weapons from this moment forward. Of course, Deadpool's katana is also a rather unique weapon. While it may not rival the famed durability of adamantium, it excels in certain respects. According to comic lore, Deadpool's dual katanas are primarily forged from carbonadium, one of the 4 extraordinary metals in the Marvel Universe. This metal exhibits exceptional malleability for weapon crafting, allowing Deadpool to frequently deflect bullets with his dual blades, emerging unscathed from such encounters. Another remarkable characteristic of carbonadium is its heightened radioactivity, notably capable of effectively suppressing the healing factor of its victims. Even Wolverine, with his extraordinary regenerative abilities, has been felled multiple times by Deadpool's carbonadium blades, unable to heal from his wounds. Indeed, such an event transpired in an alternate timeline when Wolverine faced Deadpool. Logan found himself overwhelmed and unable to recover, ultimately succumbing to the loss of his life force, culminating in his decapitation by Deadpool's carbonadium blade. With a single blade in hand, Duke's expression turned grave. This katana, which he had daringly acquired, measured a total length of 102 centimeters, with a blade length of 71 centimeters, a width of 32 centimeters, and a thickness of 0.7 centimeters, weighing approximately 1.4 kilograms in its sheath, and 1 kilogram unsheathed. Unlike many weapons that immediately exude nobility, this katana, with its simple black plastic handle, bore no superfluous embellishments. Comprising merely a stark black handle and a sharp, gleaming white blade, it resembled not just a weapon, but a pure instrument of death, designed solely for killing rather than for ostentation. Duke, with a serious demeanor, ran his middle and index fingers slowly along the polished, elongated blade, feeling a chill emanate from the steel, as if the latent lethality of this instrument was palpable beneath its surface. What a magnificent weapon! It was precisely what he needed. However, he pondered the sharpness of the blade. Reminded of the customary tests of legendary weapons and stories, Duke felt a surge of excitement. Though aware of the malleability and radioactivity of the carbonadium blade, its sharpness remained a mystery. Thinking of the precious little ones atop his head, Duke gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and forcefully plucked a hair from Francis's head. Standing tall, with a hint of unease in his eyes, he looked at Francis with a tinge of embarrassment, saying, "Good brother, I shall remember your contribution." Francis, now disheveled, exclaimed, "Thank you. I'm so touched that you agreed." Retrieving the emotional gaze directed towards his dear brother, Duke positioned the blade upwards, resting his hair upon its edge. With a slight, confident smirk, he gently blew at it, and indeed his hair was instantly whisked away. Flown away? How could that be? Duke felt a flicker of confusion. Even if this blade wasn't crafted from Edmund alloy, its carbon steel's resilience and sharpness should surely suffice. Unwilling to accept defeat, he borrowed another strand of hair from his companion, stubbornly continuing his experiment. With the blade poised once more, he placed the hair atop it, and it flew away again. What was happening? It seemed that regardless of whether he blew forcefully or softly, the outcome remained unchanged. That infernal hair simply refused to stay put. Scratching his head, Duke resolved to attempt cutting Francis's hair directly with the blade. After all, who decreed that blowing at hair required its removal? Wasn't a haircut merely a form of blowing as well? Truly, I am clever. One word, astute. Chapter 34, Wholesale Goods. Without soul after a while, the newly appointed barber, Duke, sat perplexed on his motorcycle, his brow furrowed. He bore tidings both good and bad. The good news was that the experiment of blowing hair to cut it had succeeded. Francis had indeed transformed his hairstyle. The bad news was that Duke had exerted tremendous effort to sever Francis's hair with the blade. Either Francis's hair had inexplicably mutated to possess the hardness of vibranium, or the blade itself was faulty. Brushing off the hair clippings that clung to him from the recent haircut, Duke glanced at Francis, his very first customer under Tony's tutelage. Once sporting a short hairstyle, Francis now bore patches missing from both sides of his head, resembling a mangled mess as if a dog had chewed on it. No, that was not quite right. It resembled a style meticulously crafted by a high-end barber. After nearly half an hour of toil, Duke concluded that the method of blowing hair to cut it seemed utterly ineffective. Scratching his head again, he pondered whether the carbon steel blade was inherently dull. That shouldn't be the case. After a moment of contemplation, Duke resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Close the door and activate the system. Utilize the blank card. The katana in his hand vanished in a thin air. Previously, while driving, he had sealed it within the blank card he had drawn earlier. To Duke, this card represented a space-bound item capable of sealing a single object, deemed the most valuable item from this round of lottery. Success! With eager anticipation, Duke opened the sealed blank card. Item card contains a sealed alloy katana. Not $99, not $98, just $9.80, factory customized for home use. Duke stood momentarily stunned. This was wholesale merchandise. Damn it! He angrily tossed it aside. He had suspected that Deadpool, a destitute mercenary, could hardly afford carbon steel weaponry, often carelessly discarding it. It turned out to be a factory-customized bulk product. No wonder it shone with such luster. Good heavens! The stainless steel surface of factory products indeed gleamed. Officer Duke, in anguish over the loss of his beloved weapon, seethed with frustration, his pent-up emotions seeking an outlet. Nearby, Francis, disfigured and bewildered, could not fathom the madness of Duke's demeanor, yet he discerned that the officer's turmoil boded ill for him. The misery of an adversary, after all, served as a source of delight for Francis. He turned his head, though rendered speechless by his injuries. He nonetheless attempted to widen his dead fish eyes in silent mockery of Duke. Irritated, Duke rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists, glaring at the bruised Francis. His voice dripping with malice. "Laugh, will you? You miserable fool!" With a resounding thud, Duke unleashed a punch fueled by personal vendetta, rendering Francis unconscious before he could even muster a defense, muttering to himself, "How foolish I am. I always thought superheroes came equipped, never realizing there were impoverished souls like me buying weapons in bulk." 003. At the Marguerite Bar, Wade was not adorned in his signature Deadpool attire, but rather donned a black hooded sweatshirt. In the dim lighting, most of his face was concealed beneath the hood, though a keen observer might catch a glimpse of his horrifying scarred skin. The arrival of that damned steel titan had allowed his nemesis to slip away right under his nose, and the thought of it ignited a burning rage within him. Those infernal do-gooders! The next time I see them, I shall not hesitate to deliver a swift kick to their groins. He ordered a signature cocktail named Mole, raising the glass to his lips and downing it in one go. This aptly named concoction featured a simple recipe: half a glass of vodka topped with a layer of whipped cream, finished off with a straw. The unique flavor, combined with its cheeky name, made it one of the bar's specialties. "Hey, Wade, don't be like that. I recently heard a joke," Mole remarked, attempting to lighten the mood. "Do you remember Mary? I had a crush on her throughout school, but lacked the courage to confess, let alone approach her. After graduation, she married my classmate. One afternoon, I saw her nursing her baby, and I seized upon a brilliant excuse. I approached her, firmly grasped her breasts, and told her baby, 'Call me uncle, or you one tea get fed.' Deadpool erupted in laughter, exclaiming, 'Now that's a story worth telling. I must share it with my girlfriend. She'll surely appreciate it.' However, his laughter abruptly ceased as he was struck by the grim reality of his appearance. Since his escape, he had been too afraid to reveal himself to his girlfriend Vanessa, forced to watch her from a distance. "Thanks, brother, but no more consolation is needed. There is only one thing I wish to accomplish," Deadpool declared with fierce determination. I'm going to track down that wretched Francis, compel him to heal my visage, and then drill a hole in his head, relishing the experience with my sniper rifle. Indeed, such was the indomitable spirit of Deadpool. Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, Deadpool's tone was laced with a hint of despondency as he lamented, "I don't even know who took that wretched Francis." The mole, while offering Deadpool a drink, remarked, "Come on, wait. Since we managed to locate Francis once, surely you can find him again. You could indulge in a shot of vodka." Just as the mole was about to continue his conversation, a familiar bespectacled young man appeared, smiling as he perused the drink menu. Swiftly retrieving a clean glass from the cabinet beneath, the mole deftly poured the drink and handed it to the glass's wearer, giving Deadpool a pat on the back before turning to attend to several other cocktail orders. Duke adjusted his glasses, accepted the drink with a smile, and said, "Thank you." He did not rush to leave, instead turning and gently nudging his glass as he looked at the now uniformed Deadpool, smiling as he added, "This drink is on me, mister." Wait. Initially startled by the unexpected visitor, Deadpool, who had been keeping his head down to avoid alarming patrons, froze. Wait. Since his awakening and subsequent escape from Francis, very few knew that Wade Wilson was still alive, aside from his close friends and companions. "Mr. Wade Wilson, please." The unresponsive Deadpool felt a sinking sensation in his heart and raised his gaze to the bespectacled youth beside him. "Excuse me, who are you? Have you mistaken me for someone else?" With that face resembling a toothy egg, even my face blindness wouldn't allow for such an error. Duke, signaling the mole for another drink while calmly observing Deadpool's countenance, replied, "No need to pretend. I am aware of many things you yourself are oblivious to, such as Deadpool, cancer, the mutant program." After taking a sip of his drink, Duke leaned back against the bar, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he added, "Like the Francis who slipped through your fingers today?" Without warning, Deadpool sprang up, his reddened eyes fixed intently on Duke as he demanded, "Who are you? A man of Francis? You've misunderstood. I am not anyone's man. You may call me Tom, a mercenary, serving only Franklin." Duke chuckled, secretly musing that he was, of course, also a part of the system. Deadpool, skeptical, refrained from arguing. In this day and age, who didn't carry a few aliases? His focus lay solely on the purpose of this bespectacled fellow. Thus he inquired directly, "A mercenary? What do you want with me?" "Quite simple. I know you harbor a grudge against Francis's laboratory, and coincidentally, my employer shares that sentiment. Are you interested in collaborating?" "Collaborate? I have no need for that." "Are you certain?" Duke raised an eyebrow with a smile, as if recalling something amusing. "I forgot to mention, today I stumbled upon a rather unfortunate fellow on my way here. Coincidentally, his name happens to be Francis. Do you know him, Mr. Deadpool?" Deadpool's pupils dilated in shock. Francis hadn't he escaped? Who exactly was this person? Why is it that, possessing such knowledge, one not only investigates their own circumstances thoroughly, but also captures Francis? Although the motives remain unclear, his identity is certainly not that of an ordinary mercenary. "Give me that scoundrel Francis. How much do you want?" Without any preamble, Deadpool's sole desire was to apprehend Francis to restore his appearance and subsequently exact his vengeance. Thus, he impatiently gazed directly at Duke. "No, I do not seek money." Duke smirked, reminiscent a loan shark from a film, as he regarded Deadpool's eyes and emphasized, "I can deliver Francis to you, free of charge." However, Chapter 35, I become ugly, yet stronger. Deadpool's expression twitched, aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. First comes a plethora of perks, followed by a significant twist. He interrupted with a stern face. "As long as you give me Francis, I will agree." Duke merely shook his head, maintaining a congenial smile as he continued, "No, Mr. Deadpool, I believe it is prudent for you to hear me out before agreeing. I am a person of integrity. The last thing I desire is to deceive. You know, failing to fulfill a promise can be quite disheartening." He gestured for Deadpool to follow him. Duke understood well that Deadpool was hardly a paragon of virtue. As they walked and conversed, Duke stated, "My employer has a keen interest in the artificial mutant program. The transaction is simple. I can provide Francis to you ahead of schedule, provided you deliver their mutant experiment documentation to me within a week." "When can I receive Francis?" Deadpool interjected, nearly missing the conditions in his eagerness. Just as Duke anticipated, Deadpool's thoughts were solely focused on securing immediate benefits, with the fulfillment of promises left for another day. The back door of the Margaret Bar led to an alleyway cluttered with refuse, so secluded and dilapidated that not a single streetlight illuminated the area. Only the distant glow of neon lights faintly revealed the uneven ground. Duke led Deadpool, skipping towards a heap of garbage, surrounded by black plastic bags filled with unknown refuse. It was evident that no sanitation workers had attended to it for some time, resulting in domestic waste spilling from the broken heaps. Pointing to the trash bin ahead, Duke grinned mischievously at Deadpool, saying, "Now you can retrieve it." Deadpool followed Duke's finger to a large green dumpster, overflowing with various filled garbage bags. Without further ado, he stepped onto the refuse, swiftly opened the dumpster, and there lay Francis, bound like a caterpillar. "You did not deceive me. You truly delivered Francis," Deadpool exclaimed with exuberance. A wicked grin spreading across his face as he seized Francis by the hair and dragged him from the dumpster, declaring, "I have arrived, dear Francis. I have come for you." In the dim light, Deadpool grasped Francis's neck with one hand, preparing to scrutinize his nemesis. "What the hell is this?" Suddenly, Deadpool, as if jolted by electricity, hurled Francis aside, his astonishment directed at Duke. "What in the world is this? I wanted Francis, not a pig's head." That is indeed Francis," Duke replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, acknowledging that he had been rather rough earlier. He pointed at the caterpillar that had been tossed onto a torn black garbage bag filled with diapers. "You see, it accidentally collided with the face." "Are you serious?" Deadpool scrutinized the caterpillar, which was now smeared with an unidentifiable yellow substance. After a moment's hesitation, he disdainfully grasped the caterpillar's somewhat cleaner sleeve. Carefully examining the grotesquely swollen pig's head, and solemnly addressed Francis, "Darling, how did you end up like this?" Francis replied, "Why aren't you speaking?" Deadpool shook his limp body vigorously, anxiety etched on his face. "Say something. Darling, what's wrong? Don't die on me." Is it possible he's merely in a temporary coma? Perhaps we should find a place to confine him for now," Duke suggested at a timely moment, knowing they needed him for the laboratory secrets. Deadpool, still shaking Francis's hand fervently, suddenly recalled his outstanding task to the bespectacled Tom across from him. Though he had no intention of fulfilling it, given that Tom had so obediently delivered Francis, Deadpool was prepared, should all go smoothly, to take the time later to complete the task as a favor. Nonchalantly, he paused his actions and replied, "I know a place. Let us go to my basement." In the slums of Manhattan, late at night, Duke gripped the handlebars tightly, his brow furrowed as he navigated the desolate, dimly lit streets. The motorcycle he had salvaged from the battlefield emitted creaking sounds akin to a cough as it struggled to advance. Duke glanced at the fuel gauge and sighed deeply, weary as he queried Deadpool behind him. "How much farther? Don't tell me we're almost there." Deadpool, whistling and riding a child's skateboard he had scavenged from a pile of garbage, held onto the rope tied to Duke's motorcycle with one hand while dragging Francis with the other, cheerfully exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, we're almost there. Just stop at that dim street lamp ahead." Finally arriving, Duke exhaled in relief, casually parking the nearly empty motorcycle beside a flower bed, grumbling, "You're so capable. Yet you don't even have a vehicle." Deadpool, bouncing along while dragging Francis, opened an iron door leading to the basement and matter-of-factly replied, "Because I'm poor. I spent all my money on revenge. Besides, I always take a taxi when I go out." Duke retorted, "Indeed, a broke soul utilizing soulless wholesale weapons. Welcome, Mr. Tom. Make yourself at home." With a swift motion, Deadpool opened the iron door and expertly flicked on the fluorescent lights, eagerly dragging Francis into his modest chamber while nonchalantly addressing Duke. Duke shrugged and sauntered into the somewhat dim and damp basement. He understood that Deadpool's relentless pursuit of Francis stemmed not only from the deep-seated hatred born of past torment, but also from Francis's promise to help him restore his appearance. This was what Deadpool truly valued, for since his disfigurement, he had been plagued by anxiety and insecurity, fearing his girlfriend's disdain due to his grotesque visage. In the laboratory, upon activating the self-healing factor that marred his features, Francis had once claimed to him that he had successfully restored the appearance of a similar patient. However, well versed in the narrative, Duke knew that Francis had deceived him. Deadpool had already been afflicted with cancer prior to his awakening and post-awakening. His superpower manifested as an almost immortal self-healing factor, a balance struck between the relentless self-repair of healing cells and the destructive nature of cancer cells. His appearance was the tragic casualty of this cellular warfare. Thus, regardless of surgical intervention or other remedies, as long as he possessed both the self-healing factor and cancer, his flesh would perpetually revert to its current grotesque state. Every gift from fate comes at a price, and this was the cost of Deadpool's rebirth. Chapter 36, A Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Beneath the dim light, Duke surveyed the unexpectedly spacious basement. He noted that, aside from various takeout packaging strewn about, an array of weapons lay haphazardly scattered. Submachine guns, shotguns, an assortment of handguns of varying calibers, and even a grenade casually perched atop the toilet. As he approached the bedroom door, where the sound of fists colliding with flesh resonated, Duke suddenly halted. Glancing at the wall adorned with photographs, he observed that some bore red markings symbolizing death, while others were isolated, their accompanying knife marks revealing the depths of Deadpool's murderous intent. Leaning against the doorframe, Duke caught sight of Deadpool, who, after venting his frustrations on Francis, sat at the lone makeshift table, feigning a smile at the bound Francis. "You're looking well. Dear Francis, it's a pleasure to see you again. Do you remember me?" After a day of torment, Francis struggled to lift his head, spitting bloodied saliva in a feeble attempt to respond. "Wade Wilson, you bastard. You remember me. How sweet." Francis retorted, "Of course I remember you. You wretched creature that looks like a radiated Shar-Pei. Yes, thanks to you, I'm left with teeth that Haven Tea rotted away." Deadpool seethed, his wounds painfully reopened. "Ha ha, you should be grateful. I bestowed upon you immortality. I cured your cancer." Francis gazed at Deadpool and remarked, "I must admit I envy you. You can no longer die, can you?" Indeed, he continued, "I acknowledge that you make a valid point. At times, during my solitary moments, I reflect upon your immense benevolence. But you see, with a face like yours, it can be rather intimidating to young children." Deadpool leaned in closer to Francis, inquiring amicably, "So, how about this, my good companion? Heal my face, and I shall spare your life." "What? Your face? Ha ha!" Francis momentarily appeared taken aback, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of statements, and scoffed. "Do you genuinely believe there is hope for your visage? Wait, you are truly a fool." "What? I refuse to believe it. You are deceiving me." Deadpool stared at Francis incredulously. "I shall repeat myself. Restore my face, and I'll let you off the hook." "Oh, poor Wade Wilson." Francis lifted his head with great effort, his bloodied mouth wide open, as if summoning all his strength to look at Deadpool, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha! I have already stated it once. Your foolish tone only adds to my amusement." Deadpool seized Francis by the neck, no longer concealing his inner hatred, and glared menacingly. "So, I have squandered so much time and energy to capture you, only to find that you cannot heal my face." With his eyes narrowed, Francis smirked. "Ha ha, yes. You shall have to live with that ugly face for the rest of your days, fool." "Fool, is it foolish of me to have spared your life, which you willingly relinquish?" Deadpool suddenly drew a handgun from his thigh and aimed it at Francis, declaring, "This is your final chance. Tell me how to revert to my former handsome self. This is your last opportunity for atonement. Go to hell, Wade Wilson." Francis replied nonchalantly, closing his eyes. With a cold demeanor, Deadpool expertly disengaged the gun's safety and calmly stated, "Die, Francis." Duke, who had been engrossed in the unfolding drama, suddenly interjected, "Hold on. We still need the information regarding the mutant laboratory. Mr. Tom." Deadpool did not turn around, maintaining his stance with the gun raised, his voice steady. "I have not acquired what I sought from Francis. Our deal is null and void." Duke, having anticipated this, remained unfazed. He understood that even if Deadpool achieved his objective, there was a 90% chance he would renege on the agreement. However, since he was willing to hand over Francis to Deadpool, he had mentally prepared for the inevitable betrayal from this unstable antihero. "Mr. Wade, our initial agreement did not stipulate such terms." Duke approached the shadowy corner of the room, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Did we not agree that I would provide you with Francis in exchange for the mutant laboratory data? To hell with that cursed agreement. Deadpool's tone shifted from calm to menacing as he glared at Duke. Mr. Tom, I shall reiterate. The deal is off. Kindly vacate my residence. Are you sure, Mr. Wade? Do you remember? Duke's figure melded completely into the shadows of the dark corner, leaving only his voice to emanate from behind Deadpool. I previously mentioned that failing to fulfill a promise can be profoundly hurtful. Perhaps you should reconsider. Get out. You damn bastard. Bang, bang. Accompanied by Deadpool's expletives, 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. One shot was from Deadpool, who, impatient with Duke's banter, turned and fired behind him. The other shot shattered a light fixture as Duke rolled away, his figure vanishing entirely into the obscurity of the room. Missed. Huh. Are you trying to play hide and seek with me? Deadpool quipped nonchalantly, though his heart tightened. With his enhanced senses, both sight and hearing, he realized that in the silence of the darkness, he had failed to detect any trace of a third person aside from himself and Francis. This mercenary named Tom was certainly no ordinary foe. Swish! Suddenly alert, Deadpool heard a noise to his left. His pupils constricted as he swiftly drew his handgun and aimed left, firing without hesitation. Bang! 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 Nothing. The brief flash of gunfire illuminated the area, revealing that both the front and left were devoid of any presence. Where's he? Could it be Wade? A light chuckle whispered in his ear, and Duke, wielding a desert eagle, appeared like a specter beside Deadpool, murmuring, "Put down the gun and raise your hands." As Duke's voice resonated, Deadpool felt the cold press of a gun barrel against the back of his head, his body stiffening. When had the enemy approached him without a sound? Hey, don't force me to shoot. With no time for contemplation, Deadpool gradually relaxed his grip on the handgun, obediently raising his hands, and said, "Hey, Mr. Tom, I believe we may have a misunderstanding." Chapter 37. How despicable of me to conceive such a scheme. Misunderstanding? Duke smiled slightly, replying, "It's all right, Wade. God will forgive you." Deadpool felt a surge of relief, and, out of the corner of his eye, glimpsed the handgun he had abandoned on the table, smirking, "Oh, thank you for your mercy." Bang! Red blood and a mysterious white liquid splattered. Deadpool's eyes widened in disbelief. Ever since awakening his near-immortal healing factor, he had sustained head injuries before, but never had he felt so humiliated. A sneak attack. No honor in battle. His body gradually slumped to the ground. He knew that such a fatal wound for an ordinary person could not kill him, so there was little fear on his face, only confusion. "I was shot in the head. Damn mercenary, Tom. I swear I'll rip out your intestines and hang you by them." This was Deadpool's final thought as he succumbed to the darkness. Duke, expressionless, delivered a single shot to Deadpool's bald head, quipping, "If apologies were effective, what would we need the police for? Whether God will forgive you, I cannot say. However, I can certainly ensure your passage to meet him." 3 minutes later, relying on his nearly immortal regenerative abilities, Deadpool successfully resurrected. A lamp, its feeble white glow barely illuminating the room, had mysteriously appeared on the table. Shaking his head gently, Deadpool, having sustained a severe cranial injury, found himself somewhat disoriented upon awakening. With practiced focus, he concentrated for a moment and soon returned to his usual self. Deadpool was well aware that his healing factor was not infallible. When his body sustained injuries, his mobility was invariably affected, especially in vital areas. Although he would not perish like an ordinary person, he still experienced physiological repercussions. The head, being a crucial control center for the body, posed a significant risk. Any damage to it rendered Deadpool virtually defenseless until he healed. Typically, he endeavored to protect his head from harm. Yet this time he had been caught off guard by that fool Tom, who had shot him without hesitation, leaving him vulnerable to such a grievous injury. Raising his gaze, Deadpool was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of the mercenary named Tom, who stood a short distance ahead, obliviously preoccupied with some task. Meanwhile, Francis, bound and gagged, had his mouth stuffed with a rag, his head drooping in a state of unconsciousness. A grin crept across Deadpool's face. The unkillable, audacious Deadpool had returned. "No one could inflict harm upon my head without facing consequences." Narrowing his eyes, he noted that his handgun remained untouched on the table, clearly indicating that the dim-witted Tom believed him to be dead. If he could retrieve the weapon, Deadpool was confident he could return the favor in kind. After all, reciprocity was a time-honored tradition among mercenaries, and it was only fair. Silently, he began to move, his gaze fixed on the unsuspecting Duke, whose back was turned. He reached for the handgun resting on the table. Watching Duke engrossed in his task, Deadpool felt a surge of elation. Leaning forward, he swiftly charged towards the weapon, thinking, "You are doomed." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room. Just as his hand was mere centimeters from a gun, Deadpool stumbled and fell, his grotesque visage meeting the unforgiving floor with an audible thud, eliciting a pained cry. What on earth happened? Quickly lowering his head, he discovered that the scoundrel Tom had tied his left shoelace to his right foot while he lay unconscious. Oblivious to this treachery, Deadpool had risen too hastily and found himself sprawled on the floor. At the entrance, Duke was methodically inspecting a massive black sniper rifle, a prize find he had unearthed from the depths of Deadpool's basement after the latter's demise. With its formidable caliber and menacing design, Duke recognized the weapon's extraordinary power at a glance, despite not knowing its exact specifications. Regrettably, a sniper rifle is not akin to an ordinary rifle. It demands significantly higher proficiency from its wielder. A competent marksman must engage in relentless practice and undergo rigorous training to master skills such as reading wind direction and discerning humidity, knowledge that cannot be acquired in a fleeting moment. Given its length and caliber, should it be equipped with armor-piercing rounds, Duke surmised that even Steel Man might struggle to withstand the impact. No, that's incorrect. Steel Man would likely endure, as his transformed body is composed of a steel-like substance, its hardness second only to Wolverine's adamantium claws. This realization led to the conclusion that conventional firearms indeed lack superiority in high-tier combat, unless one's scientific acumen ascends to the level of Tony Stark, at which point the potency of such weaponry could be duly demonstrated. However, it must be noted that Iron Man frequently engages in close combat as well. Frustratingly, when shall we, the artillery enthusiasts, rise to prominence? Hearing a sound from behind, Duke paused, aware that Deadpool had regained consciousness, reluctantly placing down his prized possession. Turning around, Duke observed that the recently fallen Deadpool had scrambled back to his feet, swiftly grabbing a handgun from the table. With an exuberant expression, he aimed the weapon at Duke and triumphantly declared, "Ha, fool, now it's my turn to utter those words. Put down the gun and raise your hands." Duke raised an eyebrow and shook his head in refusal, saying, "Wade, why not lower the firearm and engage in a civil conversation? Guns resolve nothing." F-squid, Deadpool retorted, touching his now-stopped bleeding temple, exclaiming in frustration, "You deceitful scoundrel. Why didn't you say that when you shot me earlier?" Duke shrugged, acknowledging the universal tendency to spout nonsense. If he were to genuinely uphold integrity, it would suggest a severe lapse in judgment. He wore a relaxed smile as he looked at Deadpool, stating, "Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. After I shot you, you remained relentless. Doesn't that demonstrate that guns indeed solve no problems? You make a compelling argument, well-reasoned, and I find myself a loss for a rebuttal." Deadpool stammered momentarily before a light bulb seemed to illuminate his mind. His expression shifted as he grinned in agreement. "You're quite insightful. Thus I must test this truth myself. I shall create an identical hole in your head, and then we can continue our discussion, if you manage to rise again like I did." Deadpool added earnestly, "Indeed, my sincere intentions for the fair maiden are thwarted by her ungratefulness." Gazing at the menacing Deadpool, Duke confidently settled into the chair he had recently moved, declaring, "Vanessa, what?" Deadpool's finger, poised to pull the trigger, froze as if time itself had stopped. He quickly grasped that Duke had uttered the name of his girlfriend, and with the fury of a devoted fan whose figurine had been abducted, he screeched in alarm, "What have you done to her? I swear, if she loses even a single fragrant strand of hair, I shall make you look far more disfigured than I. I cannot believe this. It is simply too challenging." Chapter 38. It is well known that I am a person of integrity. Relax, Wade. Your alluring little beauty is still busy serving drinks at the bar. Observing Deadpool gradually calming down, Duke could not help but reflect that perhaps a touch of cunning is indeed preferable. In these times, conducting business has become exceedingly difficult. Shrugging, Duke subtly gestured towards Deadpool, saying, "Have some understanding. Based on my knowledge of Mr. Wade, you're not exactly a paragon of promise, you see, in business. I must always secure a safeguard in advance." Indeed, this was Duke's strategy, since the plan to infiltrate the enemy's ranks had failed. He sought a tool to assist him in accomplishing his task, and the ever-reverent Deadpool was precisely the unwitting pawn he had predetermined. Engaging personally in a life-and-death struggle was far too perilous. After all, being mortal and vulnerable, bullets do not discriminate. Deadpool, on the other hand, was different. He was virtually invulnerable, so let him take the brunt of the assault. Particularly since Duke was already aware of the narrative and knew that Deadpool's current vulnerability lay with his girlfriend, as long as he leveraged this as a threat. Regardless of its veracity, Deadpool would undoubtedly acquiesce. Excellent. It has been ages since I encountered a scoundrel like myself. Deadpool felt a modicum of calm, but still raised his handgun at Duke, declaring, "This is between the two of us. I warn you. Do not lay a finger on Vanessa. Fear not. My friend merely frequents Ms. Vanessa Esbar occasionally, and as long as you fulfill your end of the bargain, we shall never intrude upon your lives again." A friend? Damn it. I knew that scoundrel Tom must be organized. Deadpool's expression fluctuated, and after a moment's hesitation, he aimed his gun and asked, "Really?" Duke sensed that he was nearing his objective and said earnestly, "It is well known, Wade, that I am a person of integrity. I merely require the experimental data we agreed upon." Gazing at Duke's infuriatingly handsome face, Deadpool gradually lowered his weapon, incessantly reminding himself, "For Vanessa, endure, endure." Observing Deadpool seemingly swayed by his words, Duke decided to ease the tension. After all, he had personally chosen this primary tool. He donned a smile and, in a congenial manner, remarked, "Very well, I believe we can proceed with our agreement. How about we start with interrogating Francis?" Still irked, Deadpool retorted, I believe I would rather give you a lobotomy." Looking at that scoundrel Tom, who seemed to mock him, Deadpool's already tenuous nerves began to fray further. Having initially resolved to lower his weapon, he suddenly halted, as a surge of resentment swiftly overtook his reason. "Unable to kill you, I might as well collect some interest first." Stepping forward, Deadpool abruptly raised his handgun, pointing it at Duke, exclaiming, "FK Squid. I won't feel right until I shoot you, you scoundrel." Without waiting for Duke to respond, he swiftly disengaged the safety and, with a sinister grin, pointed the weapon at Duke's thigh, incessantly pulling the trigger. "F-ing Squid, Tom. F-ing Squid." Deadpool's mind was preoccupied with the lingering clarity of his girlfriend, refusing to give Duke the opportunity to think outside the box. Click, click, click. Observing Deadpool's relentless trigger pulling with no effect, Duke calmly retrieved a bullet from his pocket. While loading the ammunition, he flashed a benevolent smile and said, "Is this what you're looking for? I forgot to mention, to prevent accidental discharge, I took the liberty of unloading the bullets for you. No need to thank me. It's the least I could do. Bang. By the way," Duke blew the white smoke from the gun's muzzle, adding with satisfaction, "You have a point. Shooting you is indeed much more enjoyable." Deadpool, who had just suffered a gunshot wound to the thigh, seethed with impotent rage. "Ah, F-ing Squid. F-ing Squid." 5 minutes later, with his thigh restored to its original state, Deadpool sulked in a corner, utterly defeated. Damn it, though he was not human, his opponent was genuinely a dog. Once he ensured Vanessa's safety, he vowed to beat this jerk into submission, ignoring Deadpool, who was possibly cursing himself in the corner. Duke had initially planned for a mere partnership with Deadpool, a partnership that could rupture at any moment, as long as the mission was accomplished. Deadpool's feelings were not within his realm of concern. As for befriending Deadpool, apologies, but that was unnecessary. After all, if they truly became friends, how awkward would it be to threaten, deceive, or kidnap a friend in the future? It was better to treat business as business. Returning to the matter at hand, Wade, do you know where Francis's laboratory base is? Since the two had come to a cordial agreement, Duke inquired directly. He recalled that Deadpool had escaped from Francis's laboratory, so perhaps there was no need to interrogate Francis. Deadpool might already know, which would simplify matters considerably. No, I don't know, Deadpool replied, glaring at Duke with his dead fish eyes. If he could, he would gladly take Duke down with him. Weren't you just escaping from the lab? Duke stroked his chin, puzzled. Deadpool rolled his eyes in annoyance, responding, when I got out, the lab was engulfed in flames, reduced to ruins. If you're interested, I can take you to see it next time. Don't know? Duke mused, deep in thought. I see. Then we'll have to ask Francis. Don't you want revenge? How about you take charge of the interrogation? Don't bother. Deadpool stood up, mockingly gazing at Duke. This guy's nerve endings are almost entirely destroyed. He feels no pain. No matter how much you torture him, he is just a breathing corpse, utterly unresponsive to torment. This was indeed a dilemma, and Duke furrowed his brow, for it was not the situation he had anticipated. Seeing Duke seemingly at a loss, Deadpool, reveling in mischief, quipped, "We had a prior agreement. My role is merely to assist you in retrieving materials from the laboratory. However, should we be unable to locate the laboratory's base, I bear no responsibility. Are you the second brother? You can't utter 3 sentences without mentioning running away." Duke, who had little faith in Deadpool's integrity, silently scoffed at the thought. If you wish to flee, there's no way out. Duke cast a knowing smile at Deadpool, saying, Wade, fear not. I possess a method to compel Francis to divulge the information I seek. After the plan faltered, Duke had already contemplated the possibility of failing to earn Francis's trust or of being unable to infiltrate and gather information about the laboratory's base. He had thought of how to apply pressure to extract the necessary details from Francis. However, this method slightly tarnished Duke's honorable image, which made him reluctant to proceed. Alas, reality unfolded like Murphy's Law, with the worst-case scenario materializing. Deadpool, the vengeful soul, was oblivious to the predicament. So, let all the blame fall upon Mr. Tom. Listening to Duke's braggadocio, Deadpool averted his gaze. After capturing Francis, did he not desire to exact revenge upon him? The issue lay in the fact that for one who felt no pain, even the most torturous demise would elicit laughter rather than fear. It would be more efficient to simply end him with a bullet, saving time and effort, and importantly, avoiding the mess of bloodstains on the floor. Noting Deadpool's skepticism, Duke's eyes gleamed with mischievous provocation as he proposed, "Shall we make a wager? I bet I can extract the laboratory's address from Francis." "Is that true? You are so confident?" Deadpool eyed Duke suspiciously, then glanced at the unconscious Francis, who lay like a limp serpent. "What are we betting on?" "I have no money." "Fear not." Duke shrugged, sounding as if he were financially secure. Leaning forward with a grin, he added, "It's quite simple. The loser must fulfill a request from the winner. If I win, I can negate this scoundrel's task." Deadpool's interest was piqued, and he decisively replied, "Agreed, but it must be within reason." Observing Duke nod nonchalantly, a sense of unease crept into Deadpool's heart. "Damn it, Francis, you must hold out for me." Chapter 39. Too gory. I cannot bear the sight of blood. In the basement, Francis was bound in a star-like position, his limbs restrained, his face smeared with blood, and his head hung low, still unconscious. Duke sat opposite him, legs crossed, while beside him, the audience of one, Deadpool, heightened the interrogation atmosphere. He did not rush to commence the questioning. Instead, he pulled out his phone, opening a secretive website. The basement's signal was weak, and while waiting for it to buffer, Duke glanced at the idle Deadpool and inquired, "Do we have any ice water? It's time to rouse Francis." "Ice water? That's far too extravagant. I have a unique method for awakening him." With great enthusiasm, Deadpool stepped forward and landed a hefty punch on Francis's left cheek. Francis shook his head, instantly awakening from his stupor, slightly opened his eyes to focus, and upon recognizing the 2 figures before him, he cast a sidelong glance and retorted, "What's the matter, ugly Wade?" Knowing he could not escape, Francis understood that Wade, that wretched creature, was eager to eliminate him. Death was merely an inconvenience. He felt no pain, so he might as well embrace it as a long slumber. Duke remained silent, while Deadpool, unable to contain himself, threw another punch, this time striking Francis's right cheek, causing his already partially swollen face to swell symmetrically once more. "Wade, what are you doing?" Duke exclaimed, horrified, and scolded him fiercely, "You imbecile! How many times must I tell you that Mr. Francis is my friend? How can you be so brutal?" Deadpool, receiving Duke's discontent, stood up and approached Francis, courteously wiping the blood from his face. Sorry, Wade was just too impulsive. Look what he did to you. That was rather excessive. Hearing this, Francis darkened his expression. What are you pretending for? Most of the injuries on my face were inflicted by you. Now you act innocent? My peripheral nerves might be damaged, but my mind is still intact. Duke returned to his seat, crossed his legs, and glanced at his phone. Mr. Francis, I won't beat around the bush. Tell me the location of your laboratory base. The laboratory base? Francis's mind raced. It seemed he still held some value, and he could not simply divulge that information. He smirked coldly. If you wish to know, come closer. I will only tell one person. Is it that simple? Duke raised an eyebrow, disregarding the amused Deadpool beside him, and leaned closer to Francis's ear. Francis's lips moved slightly. The location of the laboratory base is. As the sound diminished, Duke leaned in closer to listen intently. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Francis's eyes as he spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm directly at Duke's eye. You fool! As if anticipating this, Duke swiftly delivered a powerful slap that contorted Francis's face. The venomous projectile intended for Duke veered off course and, with a splat, unwittingly adhered to Deadpool, who had been curiously observing the commotion. Unperturbed, Duke impatiently cleared his ears, thinking it childish. Who hasn't he seen a war drama these days? Huh. If you have the guts, kill me. You shall not extract any information from me, Francis declared defiantly, his face radiating a resigned acceptance of life and death. How disgusting. Deadpool, having been inadvertently hit, grimaced at the venom on him and, with determined strides, approached Francis again, bestowing upon him a pair of black eyes. Wait, such behavior is unacceptable. Mr. Francis was merely speaking out of anger. Can you afford to pay for the damage you caused? Duke feigned an attempt to thwart Deadpool, clearing his throat as he drew a dagger, addressing Francis once more. Since we cannot reach an accord, I shall be compelled to take certain measures. Mr. Francis, might you reconsider? Francis raised an eyebrow in disdain, a smirk playing on his lips as he taunted. Come on, if you truly believe you can inflict pain, I would reveal anything. Really? Oh dear. Then prepare to witness what genuine cruelty entails. Duke exclaimed, exuding an air of exasperation. The onlooker, Deadpool, chimed in eagerly. Come on, come on. We'll be fingers or toes first. I relish this sort of spectacle. No, no, no. Duke shook his head, a cryptic smile gracing his face. He retrieved his phone, capturing several images of Francis before aiming the sharp dagger directly at his eye. This is your final opportunity. F you. Francis not only remained unfazed, but also wore a maniacal grin, his bloodied lips revealing his madness. Self-inflicted misery. Under the fearless gaze of Francis, Duke lifted the dagger menacingly, a glint of cold steel flashing through the air like lightning. Before Francis could comprehend, the sound of fabric tearing echoed in the room. Francis stared intently at Duke for a moment, a thought suddenly surfacing. What a swift blade. Looking down, he realized something was amiss. There was no blood. The earlier cut had skillfully bypassed his body, merely slicing through his shirt and belt. Duke casually discarded the dagger and resumed taking photos of the bewildered Francis from various angles, satisfied with his work. Ignoring Francis's confusion, he returned to his seat, crossing his legs while uploading images and typing fervently. After a while, observing Duke engrossed in his conversation, Deadpool, equally perplexed, couldn't help but interject, Hey, what's next? Aren't you going to continue the interrogation? Patience, patience. Duke replied, his eyes glued to his phone as he waved dismissively. I'm negotiating a price. It will be sorted shortly. Deadpool was even more bewildered. Were they discussing the same matter? Why was it still unclear? Moments later, a glimmer of delight flickered across Duke's face. All settled. He stood up, taking a step closer to Francis, scrutinizing him from head to toe, causing Francis to shiver. Duke cleared his throat. Ahem. Mr. Francis, after careful consideration, I have concluded that torture is not in accordance with international humanitarian standards. It is far too bloody. I am not one to tolerate the sight of blood. Gazing at the impassive Francis, it was uncertain whether he believed Duke's fabrications. Duke's smile widened. I almost forgot to mention, as compensation for the harm done to you, I have arranged for several skilled masseurs to provide some relaxation. Rest assured, they are seasoned professionals, and it won't hurt a bit. Noticing the slightly perplexed expression on Francis's face, Duke raised an eyebrow. Fear not, they are all male. I assure you, it is entirely legitimate. SHT. Francis suddenly understood, his heart tightening as he glared at Duke with wide, furious eyes, and exclaimed with venomous intensity, "Do you think this will make me submit? Go to hell. I would rather take my own life than allow you to triumph." "You misunderstand," Duke replied earnestly. "Sometimes a cold response suffices. F you. F you." Francis's eyes, ablaze with wrath, fixated on Duke's infuriatingly smug face. Drawing a deep breath, his voice laced with lethal intent, he declared, "You would do well to kill me now. Otherwise, I shall ensure you live to regret this." Shrugging nonchalantly, Duke replied, "No worries. By the way, could you grant me your likeness rights? I plan to sell the recording of your upcoming group activities to a certain website, sharing the profits 70-30. You come out ahead. You bastard. You wretched dog. I will kill you. I swear I will kill you." Unable to contain his fury any longer, Francis, incited by Duke's taunts, lunged forward in a desperate attempt to slay the despicable fiend. Alas, his limbs remained firmly restrained, leaving him powerless to do anything but howl in impotent rage. Chapter 40. Something is amiss. How could innocent me write such things? Observing the fearless and defiant Francis, who seemed impervious to the heat of the moment, Deadpool felt overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the situation. As one who often prided himself on being seasoned, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Is it true that interrogations have become this extravagant? So bloody? You truly cannot bear the sight of blood. Suddenly, a grave thought struck him. It is well known that such interrogation scenarios are often brutal, with bodily fluids likely splattering everywhere. What would he do about the cleanup? Based on his limited knowledge, he knew that bloodstains could be removed with a mixture of baking soda and lemon juice. But how would he deal with the unspeakable remnants? Never mind, let's just move. Even if I hire a cleaning lady to tidy up, I would never have the courage to sleep in this unclean place. My home is already tainted. With that thought, a flash of insight crossed Deadpool's mind as he glanced at Duke with an odd expression, retreating a couple of steps. He had heard that the mercenary industry is rife with stress, and that genuine friendships often blossom among men. No wonder. Duke, unaware of Deadpool's expression, faced Francis, who was gritting his teeth and striving to maintain his composure. He felt a twinge of surprise. A man who could withstand such torment, where one man's strength met another's, was undoubtedly a true man, deserving of respect. Alas, I shall buy a tub of Vaseline for my noble friend later. The best I can do is help him discover the joys of camaraderie. Indeed, I have been far too kind-hearted. I must amend this in the future. Resuming his seat, Duke crossed his legs, casually noticing that Deadpool, amid the unfolding drama, had retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator and plopped down on a small stool in the corner. His gaze was vacant, lost in thought. His features a mix of disgust and curiosity. Something feels off. Why has the atmosphere in the basement suddenly shifted into something strange? The shrill sound of the telephone shattered the stillness of the air, rousing Deadpool and Francis from their contemplative reverie. Duke answered the call, casting a glance at the furious Francis, raising an eyebrow before activating the speakerphone. A coarse voice from the other end boomed. "Hello. Did someone order the 3-person meal? I'm almost there. Open the door in 10 minutes. Did you bring what I requested? My friend has been waiting for quite some time. Rest assured, your friend will undoubtedly become a loyal customer of our establishment." The burly man replied with unwavering confidence. Noticing Francis's increasingly erratic gaze, Duke calmly inquired, "By the way, you wouldn't mind us uploading a video, would you? Should we censor your identities?" "A video? Of course not. We welcome the publicity," came the jovial laughter from the speaker. It was genuine. This rogue was indeed serious. Beads of sweat formed on Francis's forehead as he felt the long-dormant nerves in his body suddenly awaken, an indescribable discomfort beginning to stir within him. "You devil destined for hell. Damn it, damn it!" Francis shrieked in terror like a frightened child. "You've won, I'll talk. I'll say anything. Just let it go back." Duke merely raised an eyebrow, saying nothing more as he hung up the phone. "Mr. Francis, Your service will arrive on the battlefield in 8 minutes. You have 8 minutes to convince me to cancel the service. Please proceed. Who truly was the villain here? Although Francis had always believed himself to be fearless in the face of death, he realized that sometimes death itself was not the most terrifying prospect. Rather, it was the sheer unpredictability of the situation. The laboratory base is located in an abandoned underground bunker in Manhattan. I can take you there. Francis conceded reluctantly. Duke replied, not sufficient. You must understand that the 3-person meal is quite expensive. I will have to cover the cancellation fee. Continue detailing your laboratory. Compromise existed only in the realm of zero or countless times, and having abandoned his principles, Francis surrendered completely, desperate to evade the horrific onslaught looming ahead. All right, I will divulge everything. I lied to you earlier. My laboratory is not a government project, but a private research facility that exploits terminally ill patients, injecting them with various mutant serums to activate their superpowers, which are then sold to wealthy clients in need. A private research facility? Duke had assumed it was a military weapons program. After all, he recalled that one of Deadpool's origin stories involved participating in a military weapons initiative, where he was injected with various mutant genes that awakened his abilities. However, this revelation served as a reminder to him that he must not hastily apply past narratives to encounters with characters in the present. Duke continued to press. Who are your benefactors? Where do the mutant serums originate? Francis candidly admitted, I cannot claim to know everything, but one truth remains. I was indeed a doctor once. However, a tragic accident rendered me paralyzed from the waist down. One day, a mysterious benefactor approached me and funded the establishment of this laboratory. The serum was provided by them, and I serve as both the principal investigator and the first test subject of the mutant experiments. After extensive clinical trials, I successfully regained my mobility, but due to the immaturity of the experiments, I lost my sense of pain. So, you were merely a laborer? Duke initially thought that Francis was the ultimate authority, only to discover that he had a powerful backer. Regardless of the myriad conspiracies and hidden agendas behind him, Duke resolved not to delve deeper. Curiosity could lead to peril. His task was solely to acquire the experimental data, with no other considerations. Once he obtained the information, he would make his exit, leaving the consequences to Mr. Tom. Continuing on, it appeared that Francis had relinquished all restraint. Under Duke's inquiries, he divulged every detail without reservation. He revealed not only the location of the laboratory, but also its blueprints and the positions of the security personnel, nearly disclosing the color of his partner, mutant Dust Angel's undergarments. As Francis spoke, Duke and Deadpool listened intently, with Deadpool even producing a pink cartoon notebook to jot down notes fervently. The basement was enveloped in an oddly harmonious atmosphere until a series of knocks at the door abruptly interrupted Francis's flow of words. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. The 8 minutes were up, panic surged through him, and his mouth trembled slightly, yet it was as though fate had seized his throat, rendering him mute. His wide eyes, filled with a mixture of anger and plea, fixated on Duke. The knocking persisted. Duke glanced at Francis, understanding his silent message. With a reassuring tone, he said, Do not worry. Your candor has convinced me. I shall handle our visitors outside. After casting a sidelong glance at a certain unreliable individual, he rose and emphasized, I, Tom, have been navigating this world for quite some time, and the one thing I detest most is a lack of integrity. Our dealings are built upon the bonds of friendship. Why are you staring at me? Queried the oblivious individual, confusion evident on his face. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, am I also a mercenary? Deadpool's skin prickled with unease as he stared at Duke in horror, contemplating the implications. Surely, such a fate could not be. At least, it should not be. Damn it, what kind of look is that? Duke recognized the potential misinterpretation of his words and quickly clarified, I'm referring to integrity. For heaven's sake. Deadpool regarded him with a peculiar expression, shifting his chair back to maintain distance, and with a smirk said, prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, integrity, and kindness. What struggling author doesn't understand these concepts? I get it, I really do. By the way, should I give you all some space? You are well versed in the works of Lin Junjie. Chapter 41. I specifically noted the preference for a more intense flavor. How exhilarating. I have made it abundantly clear that I do not require this. With a frown etched upon his forehead, Duke forcefully kicked Deadpool aside, casting away the outdated balloon that Deadpool had pulled from an unknown crevice. Let me reiterate one last time, I have no interest in fencing. And who do you think you are, flaunting such a diminutive balloon? Ugh, who would believe that? Deadpool, with a dismissive pout, remarked on the hypocrisy of someone who claims to dislike something yet possesses such extensive knowledge of it. If a person cannot even be honest about their true passions, Deadpool would simply label them as insincere, truly insufferably insincere. Meanwhile, Francis, his heart perpetually in a state of turmoil, paid no heed to such trivialities, focusing intently on Duke's movements. With senses heightened beyond the ordinary, he could detect the slightest sounds from outside. After Duke exited, he first unlatched the iron door leading to the basement, and then engaged in conversation with the burly man whose coarse voice had been heard over the phone. Hey, is this the esteemed Mr. Francis, who specifically requested our most formidable muscular service? Yes, indeed, I am Francis. Where's the item I requested? Damn it, that scoundrel has the audacity to use my name. Francis seethed internally, wishing he could confront Duke directly. Damn. The thought of several burly men outside, coveting me, forced Francis to suppress his fury and continue listening intently to the sounds beyond. They've arrived, I must say. Your tastes are quite bold. Shall we commence? Of course. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Upon hearing the exchange, Deadpool, unlike the anxious Francis, was consumed by a restless curiosity akin to being scratched by a cat, eager to discover what transpired outside, yet apprehensive about witnessing something too risky that might land the author in trouble. Restlessly pacing in place, Deadpool hesitated until an unexpected cacophony erupted from outside, accompanied by Duke's astonished exclamations. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. Is that scoundrel already making a mess on my precious sofa? Deadpool sprang up as if ignited by fire, fully aware that it was his beloved sofa where he spent countless hours watching television and crafting. The sofa. For the sake of my cherished couch, I must intervene and thwart these rascals. With a newfound justification for his peculiar curiosity, Deadpool, heart racing, dashed along the wall, abruptly pushing open the bedroom door and bursting forth. Lo and behold, that scoundrel Tom was indeed on his sofa, leering at a muscular man adorned in a white chef's uniform. A chef's uniform? Deadpool paused in confusion. Wade, you've arrived. Duke, fixated on the burly man who was wildly seasoning, waved at Deadpool with unbridled excitement. Take a seat. I ordered the golden barbecue platter for 3. Let me tell you, this golden barbecue is simply divine. Tender, crispy, savory, spicy, wow. Exhilarating. I specifically requested a dish that is both spicy and rich in flavor. A delightful explosion of warmth that evokes sheer bliss. The meat, meticulously grilled over charcoal, emanates an irresistible aroma, further enhanced by the flavorful pepper and salt sauce, making it even more delectable. I crave meat, authentic meat. Observing the hall, now transformed into a makeshift kitchen. A robust man clad in a white chef's uniform tirelessly tends to skewers of meat on the grill. Deadpool hesitated, pondering the situation. Where had the promised, lively gathering gone? How had it devolved into an exquisite culinary experience? Strangely, as he beheld the immaculate scene before him, a subtle pang of disappointment tugged at his heart. Make no mistake, it was not for any other reason but the fact that he had encountered things he had never seen before, and he yearned for enlightenment. Casting a sidelong glance at the bewildered Deadpool, Duke took a platter of crispy yet tender grilled meat from the chef and straightened his posture, delivering a stern admonishment. Wade, have you lost your mind? I've told you countless times. Stop perusing those unhealthy websites. They are rife with contamination. Strive to be a positive and optimistic young man like me. Do you understand? Deadpool, caught off guard, had no time to retort. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Francis had come to a stark realization. He had been deceived. Oh dear God, he was a fool, an utterly foolish fool. So foolish that he felt compelled to divulge even his childhood shame of bedwetting, terrified by that damned scoundrel Tom. An indescribable regret gnawed at his heart like ants, inflicting unbearable pain. Damn Tom! Damn him! Damn that Tom! Suddenly, a desperate roar erupted from the room. Tom, I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. Duke glanced over at the source of the commotion, his expression shifting as he spotted the burly chef, whose demeanor had soured. Pausing for a moment, he casually continued to savor the grilled meat on his plate, smiling at the chef and assuring him, "Don't worry. My friend is merely engaged in a game of World of Warcraft, upset over a rival named Tom who stole his equipment. You know how it is, perfectly normal." Really? It sounds less like a mere theft of equipment and more akin to having his wife stolen. The stout chef hesitated, glancing towards the bedroom and then back at Duke's cheerful countenance. Ultimately, he sealed his lips, choosing silence. In this line of work, one learns to remain detached. He resolved to expedite the preparation of the remaining grilled meat and depart this troublesome place as swiftly as possible. As a delivery chef for the esteemed Golden Barbecue, his services were in high demand locally. Although he occasionally had to provide on-site grilling for clients, such requests often came with hefty service and material fees. He prided himself on having witnessed a myriad of eccentric customers, whether overly exuberant or embroiled in conflict. Yet today, an instinct whispered that something was amiss. Just as the chef diligently prepared the last portion of meat, Francis's anguished curses echoed once more from the bedroom. "Tom, you deceived me. I curse you. You liar destined for hell. Damn it." The robust chef, engaged in the meticulous process of seasoning, was startled by the tenor, who was on the verge of breaking a world record, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Goodness, surely I am not entangled in a murder case. The anxious chef cast a furtive glance at Duke, who was ostentatiously showcasing his culinary prowess, and after a moment of contemplation, resolved that it would be prudent to vacate the premises hastily. He murmured, "Sir, might I suggest we settle the bill? I seem to have pressing matters to attend to in my establishment." "What's the rush?" Duke retorted, visibly displeased. "Do you presume I am incapable of paying? Have you not observed that I have yet to finish my meal? Moreover, you have not completed your preparations, have you?" In a flurry, the chef placed the final portion of meat onto the baking tray, carefully stating, "It is ready, sir. In approximately 3 minutes, this cut will be ready for your enjoyment. Perhaps I could offer you a 20% discount. The gas in my shop remains unturned off, and I am quite eager to return. My apologies for the inconvenience." Duke snapped back. "What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? Am I the sort of person who would fret over such a trifling sum?" The chef couldn't help but glance around the untidy basement, a nervous twitch at the corner of his eye as he forced a smile. No, sir. It is merely that I am anxious to return." Seeing that Duke remained unmoved, the chef clenched his jaw and emphasized, "How about I offer you a 50% discount? My uncle, who is the chief at the police station, is waiting for me at the shop." Coughing softly, Duke leisurely set down his knife and fork, his demeanor earnest. "Leaving the gas on is quite perilous. Do not forget next time. Now let's settle the bill. Good heavens, I shall never take on such external duties again." After applying a 50% discount, my profit margin for this transaction has dwindled to a mere 80%. I have lost at least $3. Though my mathematical skills are lacking, the priority remains my safety. I shall report this insufferable scoundrel to the authorities. Let him face the consequences. Taking several Franklin bills from Duke's hand, the chef hastily packed his utensils without counting them, and in less than a minute, he dashed toward the exit. He could not afford to linger within this brief moment. The individuals in the bedroom had already vocally entertained the unfortunate fellow named Tom in every conceivable manner. It was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Duke, having consumed 2/3 of the grilled meat, felt himself thoroughly sated. He couldn't help but reflect that, while this establishment's prices were exorbitant, the flavors were undeniably exquisite. Pushing the remaining grilled meat aside, he leisurely rose to escort the flustered chef to the door. Just as they reached the threshold, Duke abruptly halted and called out to the chef, who was rushing away, "Hey, wait a moment. What now? Is he intent on silencing me?" The chef's body stiffened as he felt beads of sweat cascading down uncontrollably. Mechanically, he turned his head, and suddenly his pupils constricted. In the shadows, a patron named Francis, illuminated by the moonlight, revealed a half-smiling, half-sinister visage resembling a ghost from an urban legend, and whispered ominously, "You wouldn't consider reporting this, would you?" "No, no, I would never. I saw nothing, good sir. Farewell, farewell," he exclaimed, his voice rising in panic. Chapter 42. This is a secure situation. Returning to the basement, the hall was devoid of any presence, save for the mocking laughter of Deadpool emanating from Francis's direction. "TSK, TSK, TSK. My dear Francis, what troubles you? You seem rather discontented. Look at me. Would you care to sample the specially crafted golden barbecue feast for 3? I assure you, the meat is exquisite, absolutely devoid of any foul odor. Come now, give a try, my old pal. Do not remain silent. Oh, are you unable to move? Would you like me to feed you? Mouth to mouth, perhaps? What? You have no need for that? Then what is it that you desire? Should I fetch a muscle-bound fellow to attend to your needs?" Ha ha ha. The echo of Deadpool's derisive laughter reverberated in the silent basement. Francis, silent and unfazed by Deadpool's taunts, fixated his bloodshot gaze upon Duke as he entered through the door. Observing the murderous intent radiating from Francis, Duke suspected that had glares been lethal, he would have perished at Francis's hands countless times over. Unfortunately for poor Francis, it was clear he lacked a pair of flamboyant red undergarments, a grand cape, or any semblance of laser vision. Regaining his composure, Duke boldly stepped forward, meeting Francis's lethal gaze with a cleared throat. "Ahem, Mr. Francis. I presume you have heard the commotion outside. I am a man of my word and integrity. I have taken care of the situation for you." Bastard. Francis's previously sullen countenance contorted into a fearsome snarl as he bellowed, "Bastard, I shall kill you." Observing the enraged Francis, Duke shrugged, the lamentations of the vanquished ringing in his ears. His objective of gathering intelligence regarding the laboratory had been fulfilled. Francis no longer held any value for him. Now it was time for Deadpool to take center stage. With a smirk, Duke disregarded Francis's furious outbursts and turned to Deadpool, smiling. "Wade, do not forget our wager." "A wager?" Deadpool furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling, "Shit, why the hell did I ever bet with this jerk?" He plastered a disingenuous grin across his face and replied, Yes, the wager, of course. No problem, no problem." "A wager? To hell with it. Tonight, I'll whisk Vanessa away, and your damn mission and wager can go to hell." Ha 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 ha. "Wait, surely you're not contemplating running away? You know, failing to fulfill a promise can be quite detrimental to our rapport." "What?" Deadpool's heart raced. "Are you some sort of mind reader? How did you know?" He quickly added, of course. "I will definitely not uphold my promise." "Very well. Your credibility with me is rather low." Noting Duke's dubious expression, Deadpool cursed inwardly, seeking to change the subject. "Mr. Tom, it is quite late. Since we have already acquired the information regarding the laboratory, why not you head back? I'll retrieve the documents and come find you later. I shall wait here for you. Once you obtain the materials, you may deliver them directly to me. By all that is holy, have you already surmised my intentions to flee?" Contemplating this in silent ire, Deadpool managed a strained smile and said, "Indeed, Mr. Tom. I still have unresolved matters with Francis. The ensuing scene here may be rather sanguinary, which could disturb your rest. Perhaps I should procure a room for you outside?" "A room? If you were a woman, I might consent, but a man seeking to book a room for me. How could I face society afterward? Do I not care for my reputation?" Observing the peculiar expression on Deadpool's face, Duke narrowed his eyes with intrigue and remarked, "Sanguinary? Not a concern. I am keen to broaden my horizons and learn the interrogation techniques of my contemporaries. Surely, you are not so petty." Suddenly, Duke's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes glinting with disbelief. "You cannot possibly mean to... then I must indeed witness this." Deadpool thought, "Curse be it. I cannot compete with this perverse individual. How infuriating. I long to eliminate this wretch." Then, noticing the fluctuating emotions on Deadpool's face, Duke stroked his chin as if a sudden thought had struck him, and smiled. "I neglected to mention that my employer possesses profound expertise in medical sciences. Once you acquire the materials, would you care to explore a resolution for your mutation?" Upon hearing this, Deadpool's heart skipped a beat. Casting aside his thoughts of escape, he queried with urgency, "Is that truly so? Which conglomerate does your employer belong to?" Osborne? Hammer Industries? No. Hammer specializes in military industrialization. It cannot be him. Is it a corporation? Can you assure me? Duke smirked, realizing that the optimal strategy was indeed the proverbial carrot and stick. By exploiting Deadpool's two vulnerabilities, his appearance and his girlfriend, he mused, Wade, you must comprehend the protocol. I am bound to protect my employer's confidentiality. While I cannot guarantee a cure, I can assure you that with my employer's resources, the technology will undoubtedly surpass that of the modest laboratory responsible for your mutation. Why not give it a try? I can assure you that once the materials are secured, arrangements will be made for you to pursue it. It is commonly understood that research requires funding. A laboratory devoid of resources may yield results, but a well-funded one is assuredly capable of producing outcomes, for one can always purchase success. After a moment's hesitation, Deadpool realized he lacked the capacity to refuse. That wretched scoundrel Tom was akin to a devil from the depths, deftly manipulating his sentiments with each utterance. Gritting his teeth, Deadpool asserted, rest assured, I shall deliver the materials in their entirety, and I trust you will uphold your end of the bargain. Duke shrugged, speaking earnestly, trust me, Wade. The name Tom epitomizes integrity. In this world, one must honor their word. I do not believe you. Do you take me for a fool? The last unfortunate soul who placed their trust in you is still bound beside us. Francis replied, firstly, I did not provoke this situation. If I did, then it is of no consequence. After much contemplation, Deadpool inwardly resolved that he could not be deceived by that fool Francis, just as Tom had done, revealing even the color of his underwear. When the crucial moment arrived, it was better for me to betray that dog Tom than for him to betray me. Although this thought lingered in his mind, Deadpool maintained a facade of calm. He fixed a somewhat menacing gaze upon Duke, asserting, Mr. Tom, you ought to be aware that I am invulnerable. Trust me, no one wishes to have an enemy lurking in the shadows, forever contemplating how to strike them down, especially when that enemy is impossible to kill. I hope we can continue to be friends. I understand. Duke nodded amiably. Invulnerability does not equate to invincibility. One could simply encase you in concrete and sink you to the depths of the sea. When the time comes to sever ties, as the old saying goes, the first to act is the one who prevails. In that moment, both men, each harboring their own ulterior motives, exchanged a knowing smile. A thought bubbling to the surface. This is going to work out. Chapter 43. The Pursuit of Wealth. After reaching an understanding, Duke cast a glance at Francis, who seemed poised to devour him whole. That look was indeed terrifying. It was evident that Francis would stop at nothing to exact revenge. With years of literary experience, Duke knew that such petty individuals were potential time bombs, and it was best to keep a safe distance. Of course, that distance should not be too far. Life and death were nearly synonymous. Before his adversary, Francis glared at the despicable Tom with bloodshot eyes, his murderous intent palpable, especially upon witnessing the two individuals he loathed most engage in a sordid bargain. Damn it, Wade, you fool, he is deceiving you. Francis bellowed defiantly, kill him, and I shall reveal how to resolve your appearance issues. I will grant you anything you desire. Childish. Duke frowned, turning to Deadpool. Wade, I have extracted all the information I need. He is now yours. Finally, no one stand in my way now, Deadpool thought with a smirk, dismissing Francis's words entirely. He had never trusted Duke's assurances and had no need for Francis's manipulation. After all, maintaining skepticism from the outset precluded any possibility of being deceived. La 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 la. With agility, Deadpool retrieved a Glock pistol from the sofa's crevice and stepped forward, pressing the muzzle against Francis's forehead. Dear Francis, do you have any last words? Perhaps realizing that his life was nearing its end, Francis tilted his head disdainfully at Duke and Deadpool, sneering Wade. Tom, I curse you. Your fates will be far worse than mine. I shall await you in hell. Bang. Excellent. I can do this again. Deadpool puffed at the muzzle of his gun, a wisp of smoke curling into the air. A person like him had long ceased to believe in heaven. Even if an afterlife existed, he fancied he would thrive in hell, surrounded by the many friends awaiting him below. Observing the truly imaginative Francis, Duke suddenly pondered a pressing question and glanced at Deadpool, inquiring, What about the body? Fear not. I have a friend named Mole who has connections to handle that. Deadpool replied, retrieving a body bag from a drawer. As he deftly wiped away the blood from the floor, he struggled to stuff the corpse into the black bag. P.S. My mercenary broker, and he dabbles in arms dealing as well. If you need anything, you can contact him. Wait, an arms dealer? ISN, T-Mole a bartender? Which is his true profession? Duke mused, watching as Deadpool folded Francis into an odd position and zipped up the bag. Curiosity piqued. Can he procure anything? Rest assured, anything you desire. Even if he doesn't have it on hand, he can source it externally, Deadpool declared confidently. What about a mortar? What? What did you say? Deadpool halted his cleaning, incredulous. I said a mortar, Duke enunciated clearly. Ever since drawing a blank card, Duke had been contemplating how to maximize its potential. He had experimented with it. While the card theoretically could transmute anything into a card form, the practical application was less than ideal. The card's use came with restrictions. It had to be within his control and capable of being lifted, and its size could not be excessive. Were it not for these two damnable limitations, he would have sealed a mountain and simply released it when needed. Regardless of the target, be it a bullseye or a captain, even they would find themselves trapped beneath the weight of the mountain. So, what exactly is the card's carrying capacity? Duke had conducted experiments, and the volume of the mortar fell well within the range. While the card could only transmute one object at a time, he could load the shell into the chamber first, thereby considering it as a single entity. When the time came, he could fire it off without the need for loading, though he knew that if he encountered someone impervious to a single shot, multiple rounds would likely be futile. Thus, he pondered more practical means of escape. Buddy, you're not actually thinking of attacking the White House, are you? Deadpool scrutinized Duke, hesitating. Mole might have mortars, but I doubt he would dare sell one to you. Firing off artillery on American soil would be madness. Relax. Duke shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not that foolish. If I were to assault the White House, I need more than a few handheld nuclear devices to avoid a death sentence. I'm merely acquiring it for self-defense. You actually have that thought, don't you? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Deadpool's forehead as he resolved to maintain a safe distance from this lunatic. How about this? He suggested. I'll call him over. Once we deal with Francis, you two can have your conversation. With that, Deadpool retrieved his phone, and after a series of ringing tones, a drowsy voice emerged from the receiver, grumbling, for heaven's sake, Wade, it's the middle of the night. I'm just an ordinary person trying to sleep. Apologies for the disturbance. My friend, Deadpool replied. Moreover, don't go back to sleep just yet. I have something that requires your attention, so hurry over. I also want to introduce you to a business opportunity. Blimey, the mole muttered in annoyance. Stop fooling around. What trouble have you caused this time? It's genuine. There's a lucrative deal waiting for you. Of course, when you're finished with the business, I would appreciate it if you could take out the trash for me. Upon hearing the sincerity in Deadpool's voice, the mole perked up, responding cautiously, I'll be there shortly. You better not be deceiving me, or I swear I'll put you through your latest issue of Playboy. Half an hour later, as the clock edged toward midnight, Duke took advantage of Deadpool's momentary distraction with the garbage to send a message to the police department and request a few days off from Chief Tom. Not long after everything was settled, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, Duke found the mole knocking while picking his nose. Wade, who are you? Where's Wade? Not recognizing Deadpool, the mole bit back his curse and inquired suspiciously. Tom, Wade's friend. We met last time at the bar when I had a dart competition with someone. Do you remember? The mole suddenly enlightened. Oh, that's why you look somewhat familiar. You're the flying cat magician. Indeed, that's me. Come in. Wade is busy packing up the trash. Duke gestured for the mole to enter while indicating Deadpool, who was wrapping the garbage with cling film and tape. Hey, buddy, you're here. This is Tom. He needs to purchase something. When we go out, can you help me take out the trash? Deadpool said. Upon hearing of a business transaction, the mole quickly set aside his banter with his good friend Deadpool. Mr. Tom, what do you need? Allow me to be of service. I need a mortar, Duke stated plainly. What, a mortar? You want mortar? The mole responded incredulously. Has the arms trade become so upscale? When did I fall behind? What you plan to do with it is not a question I must answer. Do you have any in stock? Duke smiled and shook his head. Well, buddy, it's not a matter of whether I have it. The issue is that even if I did, I wouldn't sell it to you. I do prefer not to pick soap in prison just yet. Wow, that was a swift refusal, Duke thought to himself. Despite the mole's resolute demeanor, he knew that as long as the currency was sufficient, not only mortars but even cannons could be negotiated. After all, given enough profit, capitalists would willingly sell the rope that would hang them. Unfortunately, the only pressing issue at present was a lack of funds. Damn it, I must find a way to come up with some money. The days devoid of wealth are indeed quite arduous. By the way, when will Stark be kidnapped? I yearn for a taste of black market dealings. Chapter 44. The last time I experienced such exhilaration was when I observed the taciturn Duke, and the mole found it difficult to fathom his thoughts. He mused, something's amiss here. At the very least, you should attempt to place a bid to test the waters with the officials. If it comes down to throwing money at me, my knees will ache, and I might as well try my hand at soap dropping. Ahem, Mr. Tom. The artillery poses too great a danger for me, unless the remuneration is sufficient. Might I inquire about the primary purpose for which you intend to procure such equipment? Perhaps I could recommend some other effective weaponry. Purpose? I intend to use it for self-defense. Occasionally, I might dabble in crime fighting as a superhero. Duke adjusted his glasses. Well aware that American arms dealers invariably have connections with higher-ups, serving as informal agents, engaging in both illicit and legitimate dealings. Although Mr. Tom's activities are unrelated to him, it is prudent to remain discreet. With a serious demeanor and a smile, Duke explained, I am in the process of establishing a base and require some defensive weaponry to fend off certain predatory beasts. Ideally, something with substantial firepower. A base, you say? How much equipment will be required? The mole, excited, raked his hand through his slick back hair and pondered aloud. Defensive, you say? Mr. Tom, would you be interested in landmines or a sniper rifle? Landmines? I trust in their potency, yet I have little faith in my memory. Not to mention that this urban sprawl is rife with steel and concrete. What would I need such contraptions for? As for the sniper rifle, I lack the requisite skill. Duke shook his head, dismissing his suggestions, and stated directly, what I need is something simpler to operate, yet capable of ensuring lethality. Ideally one that can be wielded by a single individual. That makes sense. A base, after all, requires defense against predatory beasts. The mole contemplated for a moment, swiftly retrieving his phone to browse. I believe I understand your needs, Mr. Tom. How about a machine gun? It perfectly aligns with your requirements. Potent in lethality and suitable for fixed defensive purposes, with impressive firepower. A machine gun? Duke admitted to being intrigued. What boy hasn't he dreamed of possessing a little toy that goes rat-a-tat-tat? He recalled an article he had read about the Gatling gun, which spoke of its transcendent capabilities. Homage to the Gatling Bodhisattva, pure uranium shells revolving 3,600 times within a breath. Great compassion to save the world. It resonated profoundly with Mr. Tom's benevolent nature. Pray tell, what specifics do you have in mind? Duke inquired with curiosity. There lies an opportunity. This is indeed a lucrative venture. The mole, filled with enthusiasm, took out his phone and began an eloquent introduction. Firstly, regarding fixed offensive equipment, I recommend the minigun M134, also known as the Gatling gun. Its combat firing rate reaches an astonishing 4,000 rounds per minute, equipped with 6 barrels capable of rotating fire. The rotation is powered by a 28-volt DC motor, eliminating the hassle of manual operation. It can be mounted on vehicles or secured in a corner of a base. Whether facing avian foes or ferocious beasts, it ensures a swift demise, truly meeting all requirements. Electric-powered? Duke remained non-committal. It was evident this device was not something he could manage alone. However, he acknowledged the direction of the conversation regarding machine guns, asking, is there a machine gun suitable for individual use? I recall a film called Rambo featuring a similar weapon. Indeed, the mole responded, sensing Duke's lack of enthusiasm. He swiftly switched pages on his phone and continued his fervent presentation. You must be referring to First Blood, which features the M67. 62mm machine gun, a classic masterpiece. However, its firing rate pales in comparison to the minigun M134, and it is best operated by 2 individuals, rather inconvenient. If you truly seek a single-person weapon, I recommend the latest equipment, the American Defense Company's newly developed handheld 56mm Gatling gun. This cutting-edge, high-tech weapon is, believe me, a groundbreaking marvel. It is the size of a briefcase, powered by an electric motor, with a theoretical firing rate of up to 6,000 rounds per minute. Though actual rates typically range between 3,000 to 6,000 rounds per minute. Most importantly, it weighs only 72 kilograms and is no longer than a standard rifle, allowing an adult to wield the 5.56mm Gatling gun with ease. It undoubtedly fulfills every young boy's dream of being like Rambo, truly a weapon for the strong. Now, let me propose a number, cough cough. Noticing Duke's apparent interest, the mole paused his exuberant sales pitch, his face beaming with a smile. So, Mr. Tom, how many do you need? As a gesture for our first business transaction, I can offer you a 20% discount. To be honest, Duke's main interest lay in the 5.56mm Gatling gun the mole had just introduced. Powerful, compact, it was an essential item for home defense, travel, and stealth operations. Regrettably, the battery requirement posed a challenge for personal use. He preferred convenience above all. Additionally, the price was a concern. There is no doubt that this latest model would command a premium, as capitalists must earn their keep. Decidedly, Duke smiled and declared, I will take the M67, 62mm machine gun. Seeing the mole about to say more, Duke cut him off with, that will be all. I do not require anything else. Cursing under his breath for failing to make the sale, the mole lamented that he had truly wished to sell the 2 rotating barrel machine guns. In the arms industry, it is generally observed that the newer or more technologically advanced the weapon, the higher the price. Consequently, the potential for manipulation by arms dealers increases significantly. The prices of the minigun M134 and the handheld Gatling gun exemplify this phenomenon. With the right connections, the profit margins can be so substantial that one need not operate for an entire year. Conversely, classic models, such as the AK-47, are widely acknowledged for their reliability, making them difficult to manipulate in terms of pricing due to their universal appeal among arms dealers. After all, the arms industry is fiercely competitive, quite literally a matter of life and death. In instances of price wars, the competition can become brutally intense. Nevertheless, selling 10 Type 60 machine guns is still commendable, and this month's sales figures are certainly satisfactory. The dealer, known as the Mole, managed a slight smile as he remarked, 10 units, is it? Or shall I deliver them? I can have them to you within a week. Duke shook his head and confidently raised a single finger. Is it not 10, but rather 100? Where did Wade find such a lucrative opportunity? The mole felt a rush of exhilaration akin to a celestial collision, his face blooming with a sycophantic smile. 100 may take a bit longer to deliver, but rest assured, I can have them at your doorstep within a month. How does that sound? That's too much trouble. I only need one, and I would appreciate a quicker delivery. It's urgent. The mole, taken aback, thought to himself, what kind of base is this? Can one gun truly secure a fortress like a pigsty? He forced a smile, struggling to maintain composure. Mr. Tom, perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. I have other equipment besides machine guns. Would you be interested? We also carry Remingtons, all secondhand, but reliable and reasonably priced. No, I only want a Type 60. When can it be delivered? Duke replied earnestly. I knew it. How could anyone who associates with that pauper Wade be wealthy? The mole's emotions were in turmoil, reminiscent of the last time he experienced such a rush, when his girlfriend revealed her accidental pregnancy. A blend of surprise and panic he would never forget. Of course, the subsequent revelation that the child was not his left a mark on him that he was certain would linger through many lifetimes. Chapter 45. The essence of love lies in the feeling. Do you understand? Even the tiniest mosquito carries flesh. After an intense verbal exchange, Duke ultimately struck a monumental arms deal with the mole, a Type 67, 62mm machine gun, along with 2 belts of loaded ammunition, totaling 50,000. Duke transferred the funds through an offshore account established after winning a pair of Superman glasses, following a previous encounter with Old George, who had since altered his payment policy to accept only cash, hotel gold coins, and offshore transfers. It was evident that maintaining their precious friendship was paramount to Duke. Otherwise, he would need to boost his sales figures. With a sigh of relief, The mole inwardly lamented how challenging it was to earn a profit from this individual. It was almost as exhausting as his last encounter with that East African black mud clam overarms dealing. Weary, he glanced at Duke and managed a wry smile, saying, "Tom, I have never encountered a mercenary quite as skilled in negotiation as you. The profit from this deal is meager. Remember to reach out to me for larger orders in the future." At that moment, Duke, invigorated by the rare challenge, nodded with a grin and replied, "No problem. When will you deliver my goods? I'm in urgent need." The mole, with a deft motion, tucked a Playboy magazine featuring Deadpool into his pocket and confidently assured him, "Rest assured, it's merely a firearm. I guarantee delivery by the end of the day." Although the earnings were scant, he couldn't indulge in a lavish meal as a reward. Tonight, he would have to satisfy himself with intellectual nourishment. After speaking, he turned to leave. For both client and he were pressed for time, and prompt delivery was paramount. "Hey, good buddy, could you help me toss this garbage?" Deadpool called out as he dragged over a hefty black bag. The mole, indifferent, approached to assist, but was caught off guard when he couldn't lift it, nearly straining his back. "What on earth is this? Such a massive load. My back," he exclaimed, clutching his lower back in confusion. "What's inside?" he inquired. "You know, brother, it's wet garbage. Just a heads up for the sanitation workers about the importance of separating wet and dry waste. The inspections have been strict lately." Deadpool replied with a mischievous grin. The mole quickly grasped the situation, but shook his head vigorously like a bobblehead, retorting, "Get lost, you damned pauper. You tricked me into thinking there was a big deal, and now you want me to take on your trash? Dream on. No way. You find a pit to bury it yourself." With that, he spun on his heel and walked away. "Wait, seeing my good brother disregard our camaraderie." Deadpool realized that he would have to sell something today. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly pulled out a few discs from a Bible hidden in the drawer of the television cabinet, lamenting, "Dear brother, I happen to have a few of the latest woodpecker learning discs. You got a deal." Without waiting for Deadpool to finish, the mole swiftly snatched the educational materials from his grasp. "Farewell, my love," Deadpool lamented as they tossed Francis into the back seat of the mole's pickup, fastening his seatbelt. Duke absent-mindedly waved goodbye and turned to head back, his mind preoccupied with a significant concern. As the pickup's engine roared to life, the mole suddenly rolled down the window and called out, "Hey, Tom." Duke, jolted from his thoughts, quickly halted and turned around. "I almost forgot to mention the assassin Bullseye, whom you competed against at the bar, has been inquiring about you lately. I suggest you remain vigilant. By the way, this intel is on the house. If you ever need anything, you can contact me through Wade, who has my information." "All right, thank you," Duke responded, a hint of worry creeping in as he stroked his chin. "Bullseye?" He furrowed his brow, his expression grave, lips pressed tightly together, as a singular thought spiraled through his mind. Damn, when will the woodpecker finally release a new film? Meanwhile, within a World War II-era air raid shelter, Francis's laboratory base is nestled. During the Cold War of the last century, the United States constructed numerous bomb shelters under the looming threat of nuclear warfare. By merely connecting with the right individuals and investing a modest amount of charm, one could effortlessly have a clandestine and secure shelter declared abandoned on paper. The individual overseeing the base is none other than Francis's trusted partner, the Dust Angel, who firmly grasps a genetically mutated individual exhibiting canine-like teeth. The mutant's imposing physique renders it akin to an infant in her grasp as she secures an electronic collar around its neck. With a resounding thud, the Dust Angel unceremoniously tosses the cargo into a pre-prepared transportation crate resembling a coffin, containing goods already ordered from around the globe. There was initially no urgency for shipping, but she had learned from her enigmatic superior that the convoy had been ambushed. Although the details remain unclear, her superior has resolved to expedite the completion of the outstanding orders and subsequently relocate the base's equipment and personnel. After all, as long as they possess their people and assets, they can easily rise again. There is no need to stubbornly endure. Yet, the fate of Francis remains uncertain. The Dust Angel admits to harboring a slight affection for him, having spent considerable time together. Francis is rather pleasing to the eye, but alas, he seems oblivious to her feelings. Most importantly, that particular sentiment. They maintain a somewhat ambiguous colleague relationship. shaking her head. The dust angel continues to direct her subordinates in packing the goods while arranging for security personnel to remain vigilant. Since receiving news of the convoy's attack, various security teams have been armed and stationed outside the laboratory base. As long as no issues arise today, whether the assailants were the convoy attackers or some other nefarious entities, they will be able to escape promptly. As for Francis, a failure holds no salvaging value. He must fend for himself. Buddy, when did you provoke Bullseye? That's not a wise choice. He harbors a petty grudge. Upon returning to the basement, Deadpool eagerly eavesdrops on the departing mole's words. Huh, do you know Bullseye too? Duke inquires curiously. Oh, it's nothing, just a small game I won against him. Wade replies, are you quite familiar with him? A game? I hope it's not the kind of game I'm thinking of, Deadpool muses. Typically, he wouldn't misinterpret such statements, but Tom's gaze shifts nervously as he glances at Duke. He shrugs and says, not very familiar, but we are both in the same line of work. We had a bit of a run-in during a mission for Oscorp, which involved some rather unfriendly exchanges. Huh, so, yes, your nemesis, then? That's convenient. After all, Bullseye is employed by Kingpin to assassinate Officer Duke, while simultaneously being spiteful and seeking revenge. Regardless of the perspective, Duke and he are certainly adversaries, not friends. After pondering for a moment, Duke raised an eyebrow and remarked, perfect timing. I have had a slight disagreement with him. Rather, he is the one who is displeased, while I remain quite content. Wade, would you be interested in settling the score with him? Absolutely, just hire me. I am more than willing to dismantle him into pieces. Deadpool rubbed his fingers together, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Damn it, such a lackadaisical attitude towards revenge indicates a problem with your mindset. Duke thought indignantly, though his face was adorned with a forced smile. Hey, discussing finances might ruin our camaraderie, Wade. I believe we were already friends. Don't you wish to reminisce with Bullseye? Discuss feelings? Who would engage in such sentimentality with someone they have known for less than 24 hours? You are not a woman. Deadpool shook his head resolutely. I have no interest. I solely wish to make money. Chapter 46. Passion. Passion can withstand the test of time. Ultimately, until the mole arrived with the delivery, Duke could not persuade the money-minded Deadpool to relinquish his blinded desires. He had momentarily abandoned the delightful notion of teaming up with Bullseye. As for hiring Deadpool, it was an impossibility. Only freeloading could bring genuine joy. After inspecting the 60-type machine gun brought by the mole and finding no issues, Duke promptly settled the remaining payment. Now completely drained of funds, he felt no remorse. After all, money was merely a nuisance, easily earned again. In any case, Mr. Tom was not a police officer. Mercenaries, after all, sometimes engage in activities recorded in the annals of criminal law. Isn't there a certain gentleman, whose surname escapes me, who once said that one must love their trade? That is the essence of professional spirit. Duke refrained from revealing his ability to conceal objects in front of Deadpool, returning the weapons and ammunition to the box. The two had agreed to infiltrate the laboratory base later in the evening. He exchanged a brief farewell with Deadpool and dragged the box outside. Wait, do you need me to bring you something to eat? No need. I shall check my gear again. Deadpool seemed preoccupied, rummaging through various corners of the basement for bullets and grenades, waving his hand dismissively without looking up. Shrugging, Duke turned and exited. At the flower bed by the entrance, he miraculously found a motorcycle that had not been stolen. After all, this was a slum, and Duke had assumed it would have been long gone. He started the vehicle and secured the box onto the back seat. After departing, he drove to a secluded corner to load the ammunition belt into the 60-type machine gun. A complete belt contained 100 rounds, and once prepared, he sealed it onto a blank card. Item card. The card contains a sealed machine gun filled with bullets. One fellow named Rambo once wielded it while storming through enemy lines. Yet I remain perplexed as to why he never changed the ammo belt. As for the katana within the blank card, since only one item could be sealed per card, Duke placed it along with another ammunition belt inside the box, ensuring it was securely fastened in the vehicle, intending to store it at home later. After refueling at the gas station, Duke casually parked at a nearby hot dog stand to address his dinner needs. However, the stand was quite popular, and a few gentlemen were queuing ahead of him. After a prolonged wait, Duke finally purchased his hot dog and was about to return to his vehicle. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed a group of young men who had been in line before him, clad in various styles of jerseys. They were playfully scrutinizing his motorcycle, which he had inherited from his dear friend Francis, while attempting to unfasten a box tied to his bike's rear seat that contained a chain and a Deadpool katana. As Duke approached with his hot dog, the jersey-clad gentlemen paused their activities and, with friendly smiles, encircled him, saying, "Hey, your bike is really cool. Would you be interested in visiting our motorcycle modification shop? I will be thrilled." Duke smirked, glancing at a black Chevrolet Silverado 3500 parked beside his motorcycle. In the American automotive market, the Ford Series, Chevrolet Silverado, and Dodge Ram consistently dominate the top 3 spots, an unassailable position. In the United States, pickup trucks are favored over cars, especially among the working class and rural farmers, as they are durable and multifunctional for transportation, hauling, and travel. Additionally, it is well known that true motorcycle enthusiasts often drive pickups, indicating that these gentlemen were indeed genuine motorbike aficionados. Adjusting his glasses, Duke smiled bashfully and replied, "Of course. Did you drive here? My motorcycle is low on fuel, and I wonder if it would be convenient." The gentleman in the number 24 jersey, adorned with a large gold chain around his neck, beamed even more broadly, exclaiming enthusiastically, "Absolutely. That pickup is ours. Why don't you park your bike in the back? We can head to the modification shop for a cold beer and chat about motorcycle tuning techniques." Duke graciously accepted, saying, "I can't thank you enough. I'll treat you all to beer next time. No witties. We all share the same passion. It's about making friends." The jovial gentleman exchanged knowing smiles, swiftly lifting Duke's motorcycle into the truck bed. In an act of humility, Duke allowed the warm-hearted gentleman to insist he sit in the middle of the back seat, flanked closely by 2 of them who eagerly introduced themselves while also trying to glean details about Duke's background. The lead gentleman, seated in the driver's position, skillfully started the vehicle, releasing the handbrake as they sped away from the roadside stand. The pickup truck clearly knew the terrain well, turning into a secluded area within minutes. The number of passers-by outside the window dwindled, and Duke noticed that the 2 newly acquainted friends beside him had already ceased their enthusiastic greetings. At some point, they suddenly turned to him, wearing peculiar smiles. Glancing at the excited individuals displaying their yellowed teeth, Duke couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Does that toothpaste for black individuals truly have any effect? Ignoring the exchanged glances and smirks between the young men around him, Duke remarked, "Hey, have we arrived yet? I can hardly wait to tour your modification facility." As the vehicle gradually slowed, the Chevrolet pickup came to a halt in a secluded alley. The individual in the number 24 jersey turned to Duke, wearing a forced smile that barely earned a score of 1. We've arrived." The men exchanged knowing looks. Almost in unison, the 2 friends pulled out spring knives, while the man in the 24 jersey brandished a handgun, gazing at Duke with an oddly sincere expression. "Hey, I forgot to mention, we're in a bit of a financial bind. Could you lend us some money? Next time, once our modification shop is up and running, we'll definitely take you there." Faced with the grinning individuals revealing their back teeth, Duke was nearly moved to laughter. What an outrageous display of passion. To borrow money for their beloved motorcycle modifications. How touching. It brought tears to my eyes. Duke, feeling benevolent, asked, "Really? How much do you need? Would 20,000 suffice?" You're quite perceptive." Then, before the man in the 24 jersey could finish his sentence, Duke swiftly delivered a punch to his nose, accompanied by the distinct sound of a bone breaking. The chain-wearing individual instinctively dropped his handgun beneath the seat. The other 2 young men, adorned in Knicks jerseys numbered 11 and 5, quickly brandished their spring knives, attempting to subdue this hefty adversary who seemed to take offense at the slightest provocation. They were no strangers to resistance, and had developed a reliable instinct for such encounters. Although startled, they remained calm, believing that the advantage lay with them given their blades against Duke's bare hands. With years of street fighting experience, the 2 knife wielders lunged at Duke's waist, targeting a larger, often overlooked area that could prove fatal. A successful strike here could send a normal person straight to meet their maker. Yet, despite their decisive movements, Duke's speed was unparalleled. Before the knives could graze his clothing, He had already seized both men's wrists with a grip as unyielding as steel, twisting them with ease until they were compelled to relinquish their weapons, clutching their wrists in pain. Damn, what a tough opponent. Witnessing Duke's swift handling of his companions in the back seat, the man in the 24 jersey gritted his teeth, ignoring the blood streaming from his nose, and hurriedly bent down to retrieve the handgun that had just fallen. Chapter 47. Do you think I'm an easy target? In a dilapidated alley of the Manhattan slums, beneath the bright sun and clear skies, a Chevrolet pickup was incessantly shaking, accompanied by anguished cries from within. After 3 minutes of enduring an unwarranted ordeal, the unfortunate vehicle finally fell silent. Several battered and bruised individuals emerged from the truck while outside. Duke toyed with his newly acquired Browning handgun, observing as his new acquaintances adeptly positioned themselves, heads clasped in their hands, kneeling in a neat row at the end of the alley. It was evident that such basic skills were essential for these individuals venturing into the world, as they knelt in perfect alignment, exhibiting a standard posture. Of course, the wrist of the one known as number 24 was somewhat deformed due to an additional hole. Yet he still raised his hands high, striving to convey his harmlessness. Sir, we made a mistake. This is our first time borrowing money. If you don't want to lend us any, just say so. Number 24 lamented, his arm trembling with pain, unable to lower it. It was merely a matter of borrowing money. Why resort to violence? Had he known of Duke's prowess, he would have suggested simply paying interest instead. Sorry, I thought you were planning to rob me. Borrowing money, huh? No problem. Duke replied with an unwavering smile. Bank cards, cash, jewelry, stripped down. Hurry up. If I find out anyone is hiding something and refuses to lend it to me, I'll make them eat peanuts. We don't have credit cards. Damn it. Don't make me say it twice. Strip down. Duke cocked his weapon, his tone sharp. The men cursed their misfortune as they faced the unyielding muzzle of Duke's gun. Resigned, they removed their gold chains and rings, placing them on the pickup, and then, shivering, covered their vital areas while discarding their clothing. Sir, is this sufficient? Good. Now get lost. What about our truck? Duke shot a sidelong glance, impatiently raising his gun. How would I know where your truck is? ISNT this my vehicle? Observing the group of individuals leisurely strolling about in broad daylight, Duke shook his head. After all, having just acquired a new vehicle, he refrained from calling the authorities on them for their indecency. Seated in the driver's seat, he gazed at the considerable amount of gold jewelry piled up, a smirk crossing his lips as he prepared to sift through the treasures. He couldn't help but remark, indeed, black on black brings in the quickest cash. However, suddenly, his expression shifted. Noticing the weight of the gold, he vigorously rubbed the thick chain against the wall, revealing a black coating beneath the gilding. In disbelief, he meticulously inspected each remaining ring and bracelet. A minute later, Duke, his face devoid of emotion, hurled all the worthless fakes out of the window. Damn it, to be this poor and still indulge in comparisons. It's no wonder they got robbed. Frustrated by his failed attempt at a black market deal, Duke stuffed the only valuable coin into his pocket and drove away from the crime scene. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in the northwestern part of Brooklyn, New York, near a long-abandoned air raid shelter, makeshift defensive structures had mysteriously emerged in the desolate land. Several large pickup trucks were lined up in perfect order, while armed security personnel patrolled the vicinity in organized groups. Inside the air raid shelter, the Dust Angel was directing her subordinates to secure the last few uncooperative, semi-experimental subjects with restraint bands and pack them into boxes. For reasons unknown, as night fell, an increasing sense of unease stirred within her, compelling her to urge her team to hasten their actions and evacuate the area as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Duke had arrived near the laboratory, parking his new Chevrolet pickup truck in a secluded spot. Observing the numerous security teams and large trucks outside, he surmised that the Dust Angel had received news of an impending attack and was preparing to flee. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly. Otherwise, if the laboratory had evacuated, tracking them down would have proved challenging. Deadpool, clad in a red and black tight-fitting suit and armed with dual swords, those factory wholesale samurai swords he had stashed in his basement, casually regarded Duke while adjusting his belt. What's the plan? He inquired. Duke withdrew his gaze and, pushing up his glasses, replied earnestly, "It's quite simple. We will divide the tasks. I shall undertake the most difficult mission of retrieving the experimental records, while you will engage the enemy directly to draw their attention." "Do you think I'm some sort of fool?" Deadpool tilted his head, feigning a smile. "Let us switch roles. I'll handle the tough part." "Very well," Duke conceded. "You can take on the challenging task of drawing attention, while I will focus on locating the experimental records." Duke was always amenable to suggestions, adapting gracefully to the situation. Observing Duke's brazen demeanor, Deadpool remarked, "So, no matter how this unfolds, I'm the one destined for demise, am I?" "Brother, what are you talking about?" Duke exclaimed in shock, offering encouragement. "Don't underestimate yourself, Wade. Haven T, you claimed you're indestructible? Do you genuinely believe that being shot 1T hurt?" Deadpool squinted, suddenly bursting into laughter as a thought struck him. "No problem. Let's proceed with this division of labor. Don't forget your promise, Mr. Tom. Rest assured, I will infiltrate first. After 3 minutes, you will launch your attack to gather the external security teams together. I'll handle the rest." With that, Duke slipped into the shadows, vanishing from sight. At the entrance, as the base prepared for relocation, 2 trucks dispatched from outside approached. As they neared the checkpoint, the portly driver gradually slowed down. Perhaps due to a dip in the ground, the truck tilted slightly, but the driver paid it no mind. After presenting his credentials, he successfully parked the vehicle, waiting to load cargo before departing. Descending from beneath the truck, Duke activated his shadow step, eluding several guards who faced away from him, silently infiltrating the laboratory base enveloped in darkness. The corridor lay desolate and uninhabited, according to the intelligence provided by his good friend Francis. Duke effortlessly located the room containing the laboratory records. However, guards patrolled both ends of the corridor, and several armed sentinels stood watch at the door. Concealed in the shadows of the corridor's corner, Duke glanced at his watch. The appointed time was fast approaching. As anticipated, the sound of gunfire erupted outside moments later. Silently observing the guards rushing past him, Duke held his breath, and when the coast was finally clear, he pressed himself against the wall and confidently strode along the corridor. Upon reaching the office door, he paused briefly to listen for any sounds within. Silence ensued. Duke slowly turned the doorknob. The door was unlocked. Gently, he pushed it open a crack, revealing several middle-aged individuals clad in lab coats, diligently operating computers. This was indeed the repository of the experimental records. Drawing his suppressed Walther P99 from his waist, he entered with deftness. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Who is there?" "Ah!" A young man in a lab coat cried out. Swiftly, Duke fired, striking the arm of the startled individual as he reached for the alarm button. Closing the door behind him, he politely addressed the group. "Calm down, gentlemen. Please raise your hands and stand still." All right. Please do not harm us." An elderly man with a receding hairline and a lab coat responded, adeptly guiding the others to comply. "Sir, we are merely researchers. As long as you do not harm us, we can assist you with anything you need. Are you here to assassinate or to extort?" "Goodness, my dear sir, your life experiences must be quite extensive." Duke mused, taken aback by the remarkably accommodating demeanor of the lab-coated men. For a moment, he almost felt as if he had stumbled into a lively restaurant, rather than a space where researchers endured such dire circumstances. "How many times have you encountered situations like this?" Returning to the matter at hand, Duke demanded, "Where are the records pertaining to your artificially created mutants?" The Mediterranean gentleman lowered one hand and gestured towards a large computer in the center of the room. "It is this very computer. All our systems are offline, but the information you seek resides within. If you wish, I can assist you in extracting it immediately." Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest Deadpool. Acquired records of mutant gene mutation experiments. Rewards, points, rewards, 5 draws for protagonist skills. The host has accumulated points. Shall we commence the draw? Upon opening the interface, Duke noted with satisfaction that the system had automatically indicated task completion. Retracting his hand from the computer, heedless of the bewildered expressions from the lab-coated individuals, he erupted into a classic villainous laugh. It is far too effortless, almost to the point of lacking a sense of authenticity. From a moment of encountering the grievously injured Francis, This mission has not presented any substantial dangers. There was merely a minor misunderstanding with my dear little brat. Yet all was amicably resolved through his approachable and reasonable dialogue. Indeed, it seems that donning a disguise significantly enhances one's efficacy. Reflecting on the previous harrowing escapades, merely to complete a trivial narrative task with Old Hatchie for a meager 10,000 points, this time with the aid of the resourceful Deadpool drawing fire outside. Acquiring points and participating in the lottery has been a breeze. What can one call this? This is precisely what one might refer to as setting ablaze the very essence of chaos. I have resolved that henceforth all missions shall be entrusted to Mr. Tom. Regardless of whether they are superheroes or extraterrestrials, I, Mr. Tom, shall boldly embrace the role of a villain. I plan to meticulously test every clause within the penal code, robbing vaults and binding Tony. Duke's smile grew increasingly audacious. I, Tom, shall ascend step by step, ready to embrace my demise. Observing the intruder, grinning foolishly at the computer, a middle-aged man in a lab coat suddenly emerged from the crowd, brandishing a dinner knife aimed at Duke. Duke, ever vigilant of his surroundings, was jolted from his prideful reverie. Witnessing the feeble ambush, he angled his shoulder, forcefully striking down with his right hand, disarming the assailant, while his left hand seized the middle-aged man's neck, forcefully pinning him against the computer desk. "My good fellow, have you always been this courageous?" Duke inquired, brandishing his weapon to signal the remaining individuals to stand down, while curiously observing the middle-aged man's contorted visage. "You cannot escape." The man's face radiated a fervor that starkly contrasted with that of his peers. "You truly fear not for your life." The middle-aged man cackled ominously. "I am immortal. Sever one head, and two shall grow in its place." Duke gasped instinctively. "What in the world? You are with S.H.I.E.L.D. No, wait. You are with Hydra." Duke exclaimed, astonished at how a seemingly straightforward Deadpool mission had entangled him with Hydra. Moreover, who was this imbecile who so foolishly revealed his identity from the outset? Had his brain been thoroughly washed? Duke, being a simpleton regarding Hydra, felt no fear. However, the issue lay in the fact that Hydra, as a classic villainous organization, was anything but simple. After all, it is widely known that S.H.I.E.L.D., also referred to as Hydra subsidiary, is one of the largest official organizations, currently infiltrated from top to bottom by Hydra operatives. Furthermore, Hydra, known as the S.H.I.E.L.D. Talent Cultivation Center, has nurtured a plethora of superheroes throughout its evolution, including the Winter Soldier, Scarlet Witch Wanda, and Quicksilver. In this light, these two organizations appear more akin to inseparable brothers than mere allies. No, it is not the right time to provoke such colossal entities. The prudent course of action is to squint slightly. Duke gazed at the Mediterranean man, who kept his head low to avoid attention. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Originally, he had intended to seize the data and flee, but now that he was entangled with Hydra, there was no turning back. In order to preserve his identity as Tom and temporarily evade official scrutiny, it is imperative to avoid drawing the attention of Hydra. Thus, adhering to the highest tenets of the Assassin's Creed, one must eliminate the target undetected, achieving a flawless stealth kill. The air grew slightly colder, as if a palpable aura of menace was encroaching. How chilling! The Mediterranean man in a white coat suddenly shivered, discreetly shifting away from the air conditioning unit. Their eyes inadvertently met with Duke's fierce glare, and with his years of experience, an alarming thought surged in his mind. Calamity. A fatal silencing. His body stiffened, as if he could already see ominous stars flickering above him. Damn it! The Mediterranean man cursed the reckless youth inwardly, thinking, "You fool, if you wish to die, do not drag others down with you. I have a mistress to support above and a lover to entertain below. Without me as the pillar, what shall they do?" No, it was time to wield his silver tongue. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward and smiled ingratiatingly at Duke, saying, "Esteemed unknown sir, we are not on the same side. We were merely contracted by the laboratory. Perhaps you could—" But before he could finish, a thunderous crash erupted. Duke's instinct screamed a warning of imminent danger. With no time to draw his weapon, Duke shoved the middle-aged man in the white coat forward and dove to the ground. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous roar resounded as an unidentified object smashed through half of the office wall, sending the unfortunate middle-aged man flying against the wall before he bounced to the ground like a ball, convulsing briefly before falling completely still. His head is concave, and he hasn't grown a second one. I suppose it's time for decapitation. Duke scrambled to his feet, watching as the dust began to settle, revealing a robust woman with flowing black hair, slowly lowering her arms that had been crossed before her. With an imposing frame and extraordinary presence, she was a formidable force. A character from a comic who possesses the ability to secrete vast amounts of adrenaline, granting her temporary superhuman strength, endurance, and speed. Yet in the film, she stands toe-to-toe with titans. She was certainly no mere caricature. Damn it, she's shooting TB here. Why has she come? That little rascal. How could he be so careless? 10 minutes earlier, as Duke's infiltrating vehicle smoothly entered the base, Deadpool concealed beneath his mask smirked. Turning to his companion with a peculiar smile, he in, let us go. Ha ha. Wade, I can hardly wait to see that bastard's expression. As if on cue, a figure emerged from the distant shadows. Clad in a long coat, sporting a small mustache and the iconic target on his forehead, Deadpool whistled, grinning at the target. Hee. I'm certain he'll be most surprised. Chapter 49, The Unmatched Femme Fatale. As the appointed hour arrived for Deadpool to meet Duke, he swaggered into the base with Bullseye in tow. Hey, halt. This is a restricted area. Leave at once, barked the armed guard upon spotting the two eccentrically dressed individuals approaching. Chill out, buddy. Have you had dinner yet? Mexican or Chinese? I recommend the burritos if it's Mexican. By the way, who's in charge here? Is it that muscular woman who looks even more formidable than Schwarzenegger? I have a matter to discuss with her. Suddenly, the guard, unable to endure the incessant chatter, interrupted with a stern shout. Shut up. You two freaks, get out of here or I won't hesitate to shoot. Hey, no need for that. We could have had a nice conversation, Deadpool protested, but was cut short as Bullseye, equally exasperated, stepped forward and demanded, get out of the way. Let your superior come out. Bang. Without hesitation, the guard fired a warning shot into the ground, having received orders to prevent any strangers from approaching the base. The two oddballs were clearly trouble. Cursing under his breath, a flicker of madness ignited in Bullseye's eyes, and he hurled a knife that struck the guard in the shoulder. Almost instantaneously, a barrage of gunfire erupted in response. Under attack, requesting backup, the guard shouted, as he and his comrades retaliated while calling for reinforcements. In no time, a squad of guards surrounded Deadpool and Bullseye from all sides. The air filled with the crackle of gunfire as relentless bullets pinned Deadpool and his companion behind cover, forcing them to keep their heads down. Great. Why did you have to interrupt me? We could have communicated effectively. Now you've ruined everything. Deadpool lamented, glancing at Bullseye, who silently stared back with deadpan eyes. Deadpool casually set aside his emptied submachine gun. Cough, cough. I can't help it. Bullseye ignored the nonsense and asked directly, what's our next move to get the lab and Tom to turn on each other? Damn, it's time to play my trump card, Deadpool exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he unzipped his pants, wailing while pulling out a pair of white underwear. Ah, Leslie is looking at me this way. This ISNT for you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Disgusted by the yellow stains on the white cloth, Bullseye shifted uncomfortably, try to maintain distance from Deadpool. That's repulsive, Wade. If you hadn't spare me last time at Osborne, I'd never agree to meet with you again. As Deadpool raised a flag fashioned from the stained underwear while crouched behind cover, he bellowed, pause. Pause. Just then, Dust Angel, who had just emerged from the base, interjected, ceasefire. Let us see what they have to say. Deadpool, still wearing his mask, casually extracted a bullet lodged in his shoulder and remarked, hey, powerful woman, lend me your ear. I come with no ill intentions, merely to inform you that a certain individual has stealthily infiltrated your laboratory base. His objective is your mutant experiment records. Hurry and apprehend him. Who are you? How do you know this? The Dust Angel narrowed her eyes, a sense of familiarity tugging at her memory, yet she could not recall where she had heard that voice before. Target Eye, you may call me Target Eye, Deadpool declared with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, time resumed its normal flow. On the other side, Duke had just risen after narrowly evading the Dust Angel's charge. She was already poised to attack again, launching herself high into the air, her muscular knee aimed directly at Duke's head. Should she connect, Duke would undoubtedly achieve a swift slumber. Duke hastily retreated, attempting to draw his weapon, but the Dust Angel closed in fiercely, her palm the size of a fan, striking his arm with tremendous force. The impact sent Duke's gun flying, causing him to stumble. He rolled on the ground, swiftly drawing the dagger from his thigh, all the while scanning for an escape route. The white-coated individuals who had once occupied the room sensed the impending danger and had long since fled, leaving only Duke and the Dust Angel in the office. Retreat was the wisest course. The mission had been accomplished, and there was no need to confront this formidable woman head-on. He could always settle the score with that scoundrel Deadpool later. Little insect, let us see how long you can hide. The Dust Angel propelled herself forward, hands outstretched like a hunting bear. Duke sidestepped just in time, but she swiftly spun and elbowed him in the neck with her seasoned skills. In a surge of instinct, Duke gritted his teeth, evading to the side as he thrust his dagger toward her elbow. A dull thud echoed as the blade struck the outer side of her elbow, revealing a metallic guard. The Dust Angel emerged unscathed, while Duke's dagger was sent flying, and he staggered backward, regaining his balance after several steps. Having approached the opening created by the earlier clash, Duke no longer hesitated. He turned and sprinted toward the gaping hole, his left hand conjuring a fragmentary grenade, pulling the safety pin and tossing it over his shoulder without a glance back. Boom! With an explosive bang, Duke barely had time to check the aftermath, as rapid footsteps thunder behind him, akin to a rampaging bull charging forth. Caught off guard, the explosive force struck him, sending Duke hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. The Dust Angel, having halted her pursuit, grinned menacingly. Run? Aren't you the swift one? Duke hit the ground and rolled several times to dissipate the dreadful impact, yet he could still feel the sharp pain radiating through his back. Damn it, girl. Do you have adrenaline flowing through your veins? Fortunately, this surge of force distanced him from the Dust Angel, momentarily allowing him to disregard his own injuries. With his right hand, Duke retrieved the last two grenades he had previously drawn, removed their safety pins, and hurled them backward, not in the hope of annihilating that formidable femme fatale, but merely to impede her advance. Duke sprinted forward, accelerating to his utmost speed along the path he had previously infiltrated. As he ran, the lights at the exit came into view, filling his heart with elation, prompting him to quicken his pace. Once outside, even if surrounded by guards, he could easily find a shadowy refuge, where, under the cover of night, he could roam freely. Why is it so eerily quiet? Approaching the exit, Duke instinctively slowed the rhythm of his ebony legs, his heart tightening. Was that light a bit too blinding? Was that overwhelming stench of blood? Chapter 50. A universal celebration. The villain's downfall. What? The villain is me? Duke, unaware of the unfolding events, cautiously stepped out of the exit, only to freeze in place as he beheld a dozen cars illuminating the night with their high beams, transforming the darkness into a glaring daylight. Good heavens! It was so bright that he could barely keep his eyes open, let alone employ any stealth. Once he adjusted to the intensity of the light and surveyed his surroundings, his left hand, which had previously shielded him from the glare, faltered. Two pieces of news emerged. The good news: he need not worry about the guards outside, for they were all lifeless on the ground. The bad news: he spotted Deadpool and Bullseye, those insufferable fiends, grinning as they awaited his arrival. Kent. Upon seeing Duke emerge, Deadpool exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Well, my friend, did the Power Girl provide you with an exhilarating service? By the way, did you retrieve the data? I trust one half fulfilled my part of the bargain. Now I can return the wild idea you gave me." Damn it! Duke's mind raced, realizing that Deadpool had undoubtedly turned traitor. The real question was how this lunatic had teamed up with Bullseye. After a moment of contemplation, he forced a reluctant smile and replied, "Wade, stop joking around. Have you forgotten about Vanessa? We agreed to fix your face, didn't we?" At this, Deadpool grew even more exuberant, taunting, "Ha ha ha. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Don't you know she is no longer at the bar?" I had a friend take her on a trip. As for your so-called surgery, to be honest, I don't trust a word from you, you lying scoundrel. However, let us assume for a moment that you speak the truth. I imagine your employer wouldn't mind passing the task to someone else, would they? So, Mr. Tom, who threatens my sexy girlfriend, are you prepared for your demise? After a barrage of nonsensical banter, the ever-impatient Bullseye had already drawn his throwing knives, a twisted grin curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, Mr. Tom, our last match remains unresolved. Best 2 out of 3, and the second round begins now. This time, the stakes are your life. Damn it. Duke's expression shifted abruptly as his instincts drove him to evade to the side, just in time for a flying knife to whiz past his forehead. Observing the Deadpool, who was charging at him with dual blades drawn, Duke cursed under his breath, exclaiming that this was utterly contrary to the principles of transmigration. How could he find himself in the role of a villain only to face immediate defeat? It was evident that although the combat instincts he had acquired had indeed heightened his awareness, he was still no match for a master swordsman like Deadpool, especially with the unpredictable Bullseye lurking nearby, hurling hidden weapons indiscriminately. Struggling to fend off the assault with a steel pipe he had hastily picked up, Duke found himself cornered and battered, having been forced back towards the exit in a desperate attempt to avoid Bullseye's projectiles. Just as the situation grew dire, he suddenly heard commotion from the corridor behind him. With a flash of inspiration, Duke called out to Deadpool, Hey, wait, how about you let me go this once? In light of your having killed Francis? Huh. Deadpool continued his relentless assault, delivering a kick to Duke's side, while mockingly retorting, How about I send you to meet my deceased friend Francis instead? Hearing the footsteps closing in from behind, Duke raised his arm to block the incoming strike and took the opportunity to sidestep. Why don't you go ask for directions first? As if on cue, a powerful gust swept from behind, and the Dust Angel, wielding an enormous heavy ballistic shield, charged towards them with explosive speed. She roared, Wade Wilson. Who called my name? Deadpool, caught off guard, was effortlessly propelled over 50 meters away, crashing onto the ground like a stone skipping across water before coming to a halt. The Dust Angel surged outside, her fury intensifying as she surveyed the scene. Her minions lay scattered, some with throats slit, others pierced by darts, lifeless on the ground. Previously, upon hearing the self-proclaimed Bullseye mention an intruder, she had resolved to investigate personally, while ensuring all her guards were on high alert. Little did she anticipate that despite her precautions, the flamboyant figure in the black and red suit, none other than the experimental subject Wade Wilson, had slaughtered all her guards in her absence. And it seemed Francis had met his demise at his hands as well. With a surge of rage, the Dust Angel lifted her heavy shield and charged at the Naur-covered Deadpool, the two engaging in a fierce clash. Despite Wade's quick reflexes and rapid healing, and the Dust Angel's immense strength and protective shield, neither could gain the upper hand in their ferocious encounter. Meanwhile, Duke, having narrowly escaped Deadpool, felt a surge of relief as he prepared to flee beyond the reach of the spotlight, knowing that once he entered the shadowy realm, he would be poised to strike or retreat as the situation warranted. As Duke had barely run a few steps, a sudden tightening in his heart alerted him to a flying knife hurled from the shadows. He hastily halted his movements to evade it, only to find the sinister figure of Bullseye emerging from the darkness, ominously declaring, The wager is far from over, Mr. Tom. Where do you intend to go? Damn, it truly seems relentless, doesn't it? Do they not know that Officer Duke has renounced both drugs and gambling? A wager? Observing the malevolent expression on Bullseye's face, Duke maintained a facade of calmness, concealing his hand behind him as he feigned a smile. No problem, no problem. How about we indulge in a magic trick instead? Before Bullseye could respond, Duke swiftly drew forth a machine gun that had been meticulously prepared, its ammunition ready. By the gods, if I hadn't been preoccupied with my escape and aware that Deadpool is indestructible, I would have already engaged. Gamble, gamble, gamble. Your mother, what do you take me for? A mere plaything you can toy with? With a flourish, he unleashed a barrage of bullets, proclaiming, This is the 60 styles of Avalokitesvara. Bullseye's pupils dilated. Unlike the indomitable Deadpool, he was merely a mortal man, and with this volley, he could practically save himself the cost of calling an ambulance. In that critical moment, however, Bullseye, being a seasoned combatant, tightened his body and reacted with remarkable swiftness, darting towards Deadpool, who was entangled in a fierce struggle with Dust Angel. It appeared that Mr. Bullseye was well aware of the adage that a friend's death does not signify the demise of the other. Duke, witnessing this, swiftly redirected his aim towards Bullseye. As Deadpool and Dust Angel commenced a frenzied exchange of fire, Duke, thanks to his enhanced physique, firmly stabilized his weapon, directing the majority of bullets toward the adversary. After several moments, the relentless barrage, akin to the scythe of death, finally ceased, with the barrel of his gun glowing red and emitting smoke. Exhilarated, Duke felt a surge of relief as he prepared to assess the condition of his opponents. Unfortunately for Bullseye, lacking the speed of Duke's aim, he found himself with broken legs and several bleeding wounds, sprawled on the ground in agony. As for Deadpool and Dust Angel, their plight was even more dire. Well, perhaps it was Duke who was truly unfortunate, as one of them grimly set aside a heavily pockmarked heavy-duty shield, while the other bore wounds that visibly mended before the eye. Wow, Deadpool exclaimed unconcernedly, ignoring his injuries that would have sent any ordinary person to report to Satan. Instead, he turned to Dust Angel with a mischievous grin. "Hey, voluptuous beauty, what do you think about severing Mr. Thomas' limbs before we continue our fun?" Duke, with a frown etched on his face, silently cursed the two conspiring fools. Chapter 51. I believe I can still salvage this. Observing the malicious duo, Duke calmly signaled for a pause. He appeared with a complexion akin to a ripe jujube, his brow furrowed as he bellowed a commanding pause, his heart brimming with unspoken words. "Wade, there is something I have long wished to convey to you. I recognize you as a gentleman of remarkable poise and striking appearance. A veritable superhero. You were once a battle-hardened Special Forces operative, yet regrettably, my friend, you are indeed correct. I am precisely that sort of individual. Please continue." Duke, feeling a wave of relief as he observed the Deadpool, momentarily halted in his nonsensical ramblings, and the intrigued Sandstorm Angel, listening intently, fervently activated the system panel in his mind, repeatedly reciting, "System, lottery, lottery." He fervently hoped that this time the system would not deceive him. To mitigate the risk of being let down, he resolved to participate in the golden level draw, which cost 10,000 points per attempt. Host has accumulated draw. Give me everything at the highest level. Duke continued to babble the encyclopedic descriptions he had encountered in his previous life. Awaiting the conclusion of the system's lottery, you possess strength, endurance, speed, and self-healing abilities that surpass those of mere mortals, are proficient in various weaponry, and excel in martial arts. You are a lottery confirmed, points deducted, and 5 narrative draws. The host has received the following rewards. Item card. The slumbering, near-death Godzilla. Godzilla has vanished. This world belongs to me. Ghidorah. Skill card. Master of firearms. With a little more effort, you're just a hair's breadth away from making bullets curve. Item card. Then Ultraman unleashed a long-lost technique known as clouds parting to reveal the sun. Ghidorah's eyes glistened with moisture, exhaling a fragrant breath. What on earth are you talking about? Duke was jolted from his reverie by a thunderous voice. Deadpool, his head filled with question marks, gazed incredulously at Duke, who had unwittingly filled the air with absurdities. Initially, Deadpool had intended to let him ramble on, feeling generous due to the flattering remarks. But as the nonsense escalated, he could no longer contain himself. With a swift flick of his dual blades, Deadpool interrupted Duke's incoherent babble, exclaiming, "Fuck! Though I cannot comprehend a word you're saying. It has me all riled up. Hurry and lift your rear. I assure you, you will forget the pain of having your limbs interrupted. The scoundrel must be envious of my prowess. Otherwise, why would he always find himself at odds with my brethren?" Returning his focus to reality, Duke chose to disregard the lottery results and, with utmost seriousness, addressed Deadpool. "Could we negotiate? Aren't we friends? What do you think about incorporating some lubricant?" The previously silent Sandstorm Angel paused, pondering inwardly. "Should I perhaps step away? This is not my style. Blast my head, strike my legs, threaten me, and yet you spout such foul language. One day, You shall find yourself at my mercy. Deadpool's lips curled into a playful smile as he nonchalantly replied, Sorry, Tom. I rushed out today without my gear. But rest assured, Wade's skills are top-notch. It'll just sting for a moment. That's all. You misunderstood, Wade. I mean, I will fuck you. Since you don't need that, just lift your butt up, and I shall thrust your blade into your eye. Worry not. It will reach deep into your fragrant throat, ensuring you relish every moment. Observing Duke unexpectedly retaliate, Deadpool found himself momentarily speechless. What was going on? This guy truly feared nothing. So bold. Instead of getting angry, he chuckled, ignoring the onlookers, the Dust Angel, who wielded twin blades and strode confidently towards Duke, sneering, Let's see whose is harder. Loser beneath. All right, the loser has to streak naked at the White House. Duke replied with a wicked grin, charging at Deadpool with empty hands, embodying the spirit of a true man ready for a fierce confrontation. The Dust Angel, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, placed her heavy bulletproof shield at her feet, arms crossed before her weapon, eagerly watching the spectacle. Thinking it best if these two perished together. The ground, illuminated as if it were day, saw the two opponents charge at each other, determined to fight to the bitter end. The Dust Angel narrowed her eyes, observing as they closed the distance, and when only 5 or 6 steps remained, she noticed Tom's expression twist into a fierce grimace. Suddenly, as if summoning all his strength, he leaped high into the air, soaring nearly 2 meters, perhaps with too much force, as he flew over Deadpool's head. Both Deadpool and the Dust Angel pondered in unison. What kind of move was that? Duke, suspended in midair, paid no heed to their thoughts, raising one hand downward with a dramatic flourish, his face illuminated with enthusiasm as he shouted, Come forth, Spirit Beast Godzilla. Danger! Danger! Both Deadpool and the Dust Angel felt alarm bells ringing in their minds, their bodies responding instinctively before their thoughts could catch up. Regardless, the first to act would prevail. Deadpool instantly hurled his katana at Duke. Meanwhile, the Dust Angel, determined to survive, raised her heavy shield above her head. Suddenly, Deadpool perceived the onset of darkness, the air growing oppressively hot. In a heartbeat, both he, attempting to attack, and the Dust Angel, striving to defend, wore expressions of sheer terror. A colossal mountain had inexplicably appeared above them, pausing momentarily in the air before plummeting. Shit, I must be dreaming. Boom! The towering Godzilla, over 100 meters tall and weighing more than 90,000 tons, crashed from the sky, its massive form creating a deep crater upon impact. The resulting shockwave and roar echoed as though an entire building had collapsed at that very spot. Not only the ground, but also high pressure. Searing gusts of air sliced through the surroundings like a scythe, obliterating everything in their wake. Buildings and trees alike were mercilessly torn asunder. Duke buried his head, desperately gripping Godzilla's dorsal fins with both hands and feet. The surrounding illuminated vehicles had long been obliterated by Godzilla's colossal form, plunging the area into darkness, save for the mysterious blue-white glow emanating from the creature's gnarled body. Shaking his head, Duke endeavored to maintain his balance. His eardrums felt as if they might shatter. Indeed, Mr. Tom's villainous journey had a considerable distance yet to traverse. Fortunately, this incident of calamity occurred only after the mission's completion. A lesson must be learned for the future. Deceit and trickery are untenable. If one is to engage in such endeavors, it must be through kidnapping and extortion. Just imagine if he truly abducted Vanessa. Deadpool would hardly dare to defy him. Yes, next time, that shall be the plan. He patted the enormous creature beneath him, grateful for its presence. Yet why was it unresponsive? Duke soon realized that this behemoth remained utterly still, as if lifeless. Only now did he observe the blue-white luminescence gradually dimming from Godzilla's form, recalling the card's description of a severely injured, near-death state. Duke leapt from Godzilla's back to ascertain whether the creature had truly perished. Approaching the lowered head of Godzilla, sprawled upon the ground, he discerned that this particular Godzilla was undeniably in distress. Though it appeared to be alive, it lay motionless, its golden vertical pupils barely open and lacking vitality. Duke pondered the implications of the card's description. It seemed to suggest that this was indeed the Godzilla from the film Godzilla, King of the Monsters. which had been left on the brink of death by King Ghidorah. He recalled that the cinematic Godzilla retreated to its home in the depths of the sea, beneath a magma radiation source, to recuperate. Of course, it was later that humanity, unable to withstand the onslaught of other monsters, unleashed a nuclear weapon directly upon it, resulting in a miraculous revival. Yet, shortly thereafter, it was again gravely wounded by the energy-draining King Ghidorah. Curiously, if it could endure a nuclear blast, why could it not withstand the energy from a nuclear power plant? Had the resistance points been mistakenly allocated? This Godzilla was likely the one recuperating in the ocean depths. But now, there was no radiation available for the creature to absorb. Duke, intrigued, gently tapped the tip of Godzilla's snout. With such commotion, it was certain that someone would soon arrive to investigate. He recalled possessing an item card, one-time human pillar sealing scroll, which could facilitate transporting this creature. However, he feared that sealing it might lead to its demise, leaving him unable to retrieve it. Nevertheless, according to the lore, as long as Godzilla could continuously absorb the nuclear energy from beneath the earth, it would automatically heal, rendering it nearly immortal. Worst case, he could always seek out a nuclear power station later. Without further hesitation, Duke produced the item card, one-time human pillar sealing scroll, a tall, tubular scroll of uncertain material, adorned with peculiar symbols. As he attempted to decipher the inscriptions, he recognized one symbol to be a bagua. Once the scroll materialized, Duke instinctively understood its usage and the necessary conditions, the most crucial of which was that the object to be sealed must not resist the sealing force. Casting a glance at the lifeless form of Godzilla, he mused that it likely could not resist. With a swift incision in his palm, Duke smeared his blood onto the scroll, which instantly transformed into a swirling mass of light and shadows that surged towards his chest, ultimately forming a black hole there. Now, all he needed to do was to push Godzilla into this black void, a task that seemed, to be honest, rather straightforward. Next came the classic conundrum: how to fit an elephant into a refrigerator. Observing the palm-sized opening juxtaposed with Godzilla's colossal frame of over 100 meters, Duke scratched his head, realizing that the scientists' theories were becoming increasingly untenable. Come on, buddy, just step inside and stay still. Regardless of whether Godzilla could comprehend him, Duke stepped forward, preparing to initiate the sealing process. Wait, a voice suddenly emanated from Godzilla's maw. I think I can still be saved. Chapter 52. What is wrong with being Godzilla? I don't want to be human anymore. Wait. Duke then noticed that half of Deadpool's form remained trapped beneath the right side of Godzilla's head. It appeared that as Duke had dropped Godzilla from above, Deadpool had nearly escaped the massive creature's range, but had not entirely evaded it, resulting in his current predicament of being pinned down. Seeing Deadpool's unfortunate state brought Duke considerable amusement. Still want to interrupt my limbs? I'll just sever the remaining 2 hands of yours in a moment. TSK, TSK. Wait, where's your other hand? Let us compare. Aren't we supposed to see whose is tougher? Duke seized Deadpool by the neck and forcefully pulled him apart, yanking him from under Godzilla's head, mocking him in the process. Damn, if you have the guts, don't run. Once my good brother grows back, we'll have a proper contest. You're bound to feel inferior. No problem, no problem. I'll just hang you from a streetlight later so you can grow back. Little brother. Paying no heed to this irreverent sidekick, Duke approached Godzilla. The black hole at his chest suddenly floated into the air, gradually expanding from within, drawing closer to Godzilla's head. Observing the black void before him, the immobilized Godzilla exhibited a flicker of anthropomorphic panic in its eyes. For beings, whether human or beast, the unknown always breeds fear. The black hole expanded with increasing velocity, ultimately reaching a diameter of approximately 100 meters. Its edge delved into the ground, and a tempest began to brew. Duke watched as the black hole, resembling a bulldozer, engulfed Godzilla and the land beneath it in one swift motion. In a flash, it vanished from sight, leaving behind a vast pit, perfect for fish cultivation, alongside a heap of indistinguishable bodies crushed beyond recognition. That belt should belong to the target. And the one beneath that shield must be the Sandstorm Angel. TSK, what a miserable sight. Initially, Duke harbored concerns that the scroll might inadvertently seal other beings, particularly the loquacious Deadpool. The thought of being vexed by him was quite unsettling. However, to his astonishment, the scroll produced by the system exhibited a remarkable level of science, as it only consumed Godzilla and inorganic matter, leaving behind even the previously compressed remains of an unidentified entity. Yet, how could such a colossal creature as Godzilla be contained within him without any sensation? Upon inspecting his chest, he noticed a mysterious circular pattern, devoid of any other response or indication. Were it not for the massive crater on the ground reminding him, Duke might have believed he had sealed away mere solitude. Nevertheless, he decided to conduct a thorough examination later, prioritizing the disposal of the traitorous Deadpool first. The commotion was likely to attract the attention of the police and escalates shortly. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through him. Duke halted mid-step, his body trembling violently as he felt an intense flame ignite within his chest. No, it was not an illusion. A faint blue, mysterious pattern began to spread rapidly from the circular emblem on his chest throughout his entire being. In mere moments, his skin was adorned with delicate blue lines, resembling exquisite porcelain marred by fragile cracks, both magnificent and vulnerable. Accompanying the emergence of these enigmatic patterns was a surge of power that swiftly transformed Duke's physique, a metamorphosis starkly contrasting the previous painless method of the system. One word encapsulated it: pain. Two words: excruciating agony. The energy within him surged like an unruly bull, rampaging through his body with utmost violence, compelling him to stifle a scream. The tremendous commotion at the base quickly drew external attention, especially given the conspicuous bulk of Godzilla. In mere moments, numerous building lights illuminated the surroundings. The New York City Police Department's helicopter had already taken flight upon receiving the alert, while a mysterious agency known as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, still unfamiliar to many, was also en route. Duke knelt, gasping for breath. The transformation abrupt yet swift. Within seconds, the mysterious blue patterns receded back into the circular design on his chest, leaving behind a profound emptiness and excruciating pain. No, that was not all. There was an insatiable hunger gnawing at him. He needed sustenance. He needed to feed. Duke slowly raised his gaze, hearing the distant wails of helicopters and police cars, disregarding Deadpool's incessant chatter beside him. He gritted his teeth against the torment and thirst, hastening his steps. At that moment, his previously trembling body regained control, and inexplicable power began to adapt within him. Duke had no time to savor his newfound strength. He quickened his pace, his speed suddenly surging as he dashed into the surrounding darkness like a bolt of blue lightning. A minute later, a mysterious figure cloaked in shadows appeared near the deep pit, dashing directly towards the incessantly prattling Deadpool without hesitation. As the police helicopter approached the sky, the enigmatic figure swiftly grasped Deadpool by the neck with one hand, making a rapid retreat into the darkness, in a direction entirely opposite to that of Duke's departure. Alas, the perpetually tardy police and agents from mysterious department finally arrived at the chaotic scene. 2 weeks later, in the 5th-floor office of the 43rd Precinct in New York City, Duke donned a uniform emblematic of capitalist sycophants. Reclining in an executive chair with his legs draped over the desk, a bottle of fluorescent blue soda precariously clenched between his teeth. The once visible blue, glowing patterns that had adorned his body a fortnight earlier were now obscured beneath his uniform, leaving only the occasional flicker of pale blue lightning in his eyes as a testament to his transformation. The taste of this nuclear soda was nothing short of an affront to humanity. Not only was it unpalatable, but it had also gone flat. Damn it, Duke muttered under his breath, resigned to sipping the oddly flavored drink as he accessed his system panel. Host, Duke, body, your nearly inhuman physique now renders ordinary bullets inconsequential. Energy, an atomic reactor within you supplies an almost limitless source of energy. With a furrowed brow, he downed the last of his nuclear soda, contemplating the system's descriptions with a sense of dismay. The presence of Godzilla within him was initially a boon, yet the reality was far from idyllic. Ever since Godzilla was sealed within him due to the human pillar scroll, Duke's body had been undergoing a subtle symbiotic transformation, growing stronger each day. Without this process, he would have succumbed to nuclear radiation long ago. However, this symbiotic evolution was mutual. Godzilla's overwhelming power meant that even in a severely injured state, he could effortlessly facilitate Duke's metamorphosis. Yet, this transformation came at a cost, one that drained Godzilla's energy until Duke surpassed him entirely. Moreover, Godzilla, already gravely injured, required energy for healing, which explained his hunger during the sealing process. While Godzilla had access to a radiation source in his lair, being sealed within Duke meant he could only rely on a state of dormancy to conserve energy and recuperate. As for the seemingly boundless energy, it was more of a double-edged sword. Although the reactor's energy, even in Godzilla's injured state, was indeed nearly limitless for Duke, utilizing this energy required a method. Godzilla employed his energy through atomic breath, possessing biological organs that inherently allowed him to harness and wield this power. In simpler terms, Godzilla's atomic breath stemmed from an internal nuclear reactor that ignited atomic reactions, releasing thermal energy in a powerful exhalation. Yet Duke lacked such organs. To speak candidly, he too harbored the desire to transcend his human limitations. However, the process of symbiotic metamorphosis merely allowed him to acclimate to the formidable energy of Godzilla. Without the ability to undergo a biological transformation into a humanoid form of the creature, Duke rubbed his temples, gazing at the mountain of paperwork piled on his desk, utterly devoid of any inclination to tackle it. Godzilla remained crucial for him at this juncture, although the energy aspect was somewhat lacking. The continuous enhancement of his physical form was undeniably appealing. Based on his estimations, he could easily vanquish 10 versions of his former self, and this growth seemed to possess no discernible limits, promising considerable potential for further enhancement. Of course, this was contingent upon Godzilla enduring the ordeal without succumbing. Duke, in a moment of contemplation, stroked his chin. Thus, the immediate plan was to swiftly procure a new energy source to aid Godzilla in recovery. However, a nuclear bomb was certainly out of the question, as he could not ascertain Godzilla's resilience against it. And it was clear that the creature would not withstand such an assault. A reliable and sustainable energy source was imperative. In light of this, abducting Professor Tony seemed an inevitable course of action. Chapter 53. Who in their right mind invests in their own startup? Knock, knock, knock. Is it convenient? I have something to discuss with you. The sound of knocking roused Duke from his reverie. He turned to the door, astonished to find Old Tom standing there. This was quite rare. Typically, when matters arose, Old Tom would summon him to the director's office upstairs, yet here he was, coming in person. Without waiting for a response, Old Tom entered, closing and locking the door behind him, and cautiously drew the curtains. Such a grand display. I have been diligently clocking in at work lately. Surely, nothing else could be amiss. Observing Old Tom seated on the sofa, frowning as he scrutinized him, Duke asserted himself. What? Deadpool? Godzilla? Well, what does this concern Officer Duke, a mere worker? Be serious. This matter is rather unique and could present you with an extraordinary opportunity. Old Tom slowly extracted a cigar from his pocket and ignited it, then suddenly inquired, Do you recall the colossal sound that emanated from the outskirts of New York about half a month ago? Yes, I remember. I was present at the scene. It was quite a spectacle, and I have kept a memento from it with me ever since. Duke shifted uncomfortably, a hint of guilt creeping in as he remarked, I believe that aside from the hearing impaired and those who sleep as deeply as pigs, 90 of New Yorkers must have heard it. Didn't the reports claim it was a building collapse? Nonsense. Old Tom inhaled deeply from his cigar, contemplating before speaking in a hushed tone. That was merely the official narrative. The truth is far more intricate. His expression was a blend of gravity and excitement as he regarded Duke and continued. You were absent during the last incident, being within our jurisdiction. I personally led the team there. Aside from a laboratory base, a massive chasm had inexplicably materialized. There was no building collapse whatsoever. As for the specific circumstances, the area has been cordoned off. To my knowledge, aside from the illegal modification of mutants, There may be other secrets involved, and the police department is taking this incident very seriously. Other secrets? Could it be that the brother has been exposed? Duke remained unfazed. For as long as his disguise remained intact, he would continue to be the diligent and punctual officer from New York. He retorted, and what of it? I mean, what does this have to do with me? If there's an investigation, let it unfold. The crux of the matter lay here, for the time being. An investigation could not commence. Old Tom exhaled a plume of smoke, scoffing. It is said that this laboratory base has existed for quite some time, likely involving numerous officials. Normally, it would fall under the purview of the Department of Justice and Homeland Security. However, by the time we arrived, we had yet to establish a perimeter, and a third party had already intervened, not only sealing off the site, but also swiftly removing numerous items from the scene. Currently, they refuse to share these findings with the higher-ups at the White House, citing world security concerns. Old Tom elaborated extensively in one breath, while Duke scratched his head, astonished. Could it be the SHIELD agency? Yet, he still couldn't comprehend why this was any of his concern. While it might relate to Mr. Disguise Tom, it had nothing to do with him, Duke. After pondering for a moment, Duke directly stated, I still don't understand what this has to do with me. Casting a glance at Duke, Old Tom extinguished his cigar and hesitated before saying, after rounds of negotiation, an agreement has been reached. Several departments are preparing to jointly establish a temporary division to investigate this matter alongside the third party. Since the location falls within our jurisdiction and our precinct has already visited the scene, we must also deploy a team to partake in this investigation. The confidentiality of this matter is paramount, hence the high standards for personnel. I intend to have you involved. Duke raised an eyebrow, questioning, what do you mean? Are you suggesting I investigate myself? He was aware that some criminals liked to revisit the scene of their crimes, and many officers often went undercover to stake out these locations, capturing suspects with ease. The issue was that he did not share this penchant. After all, if he were to uncover anything, wouldn't he that exposed his own FAAD? Yet, failing to find anything would reveal his incompetence, placing him in a difficult position. Noticing Duke's prolonged silence, Tom stretched his stiff neck and continued, Initially, I didn't want you to participate, as these investigations are notoriously convoluted. However, this temporary division may very well become a permanent establishment in the future. With your qualifications, advancement within the precinct seems nearly impossible. Yet, in this new division, if you can achieve results, advancement could come swiftly. He sighed, I know you are not one to sit idly by. This presents both an opportunity and a risk. You must decide for yourself whether to take part. Duke felt a warmth in his heart. Old Tom truly had no words left for him. He surmised that this opportunity must have required considerable resources to secure his involvement, given that his qualifications were somewhat lacking. However, the question remains, should I participate? Logically, one would assume that the system's primary focus should be on engaging with various narrative characters to accumulate points. Involvement in these tasks would undoubtedly require a disguise, which raises concerns about my ability to fulfill narrative missions if I were to transfer to this new department. Of course, there are advantages to the new department as well. According to Old Tom's description, it appears that the authority within this new realm is quite substantial. After all, without a semblance of autonomy, one cannot hope to compete with the unscrupulous SHLD. Duke found himself momentarily torn and could only express a need for further contemplation. After bidding farewell to Old Tom, he closed the door and sat alone in the executive chair, deep in thought. Old Tom had mentioned there was no rush, as long as he received a response within 3 days. How should I decide? The essence of making a choice lies in determining which avenue is more conducive to achieving one's goals, whether to undertake tasks solo under a guise to enhance personal combat prowess, or to embark upon a new departmental journey that promises greater strength. Duke squinted, recalling the events from a fortnight ago when the villain Tom's venture had collapsed prematurely. Upon reflection, he recognized various reasons for the downfall of the villainous path, with the most significant being the emptiness of mere words. True villains must ground their actions in reality. While attempting to manipulate Deadpool into becoming a mere pawn, Duke had verbally threatened him, claiming to control Vanessa. However, Deadpool did not yield to his intimidation. He complied superficially while secretly ensuring his girlfriend's safety, ultimately betraying Duke at a critical moment. This led Duke to ponder whether to recruit a few reckless, cash-hungry, low-tier villains to form an organization for nefarious deeds: kidnapping, extortion, robbery, and arson, with a fallback plan of abandoning teammates if things went awry. Perfect. Wait a moment. It seems that donning a facade of authority might attract a more formidable team. Duke stroked his chin, and a glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. Indeed, if the goal is to assemble a team, why should I build it myself? Expending both money and energy, one can easily leverage others for gain. After all, who invests their own funds when embarking on a legitimate enterprise? The initial phase is all about attracting investors, and the later stages involve capitalizing on profits. This is the crux of the endeavor. Duke swiftly dialed Old Tom to express his desire to partake in the investigation. With his decision made, the pressing issue now became how to ascend the ranks within the new department while discreetly investigating the laboratory's affairs without revealing his true identity. In this moment of contemplation, Duke glanced at the card obtained from the narrative lottery within the system. Item card: Ultra-High Capacity Hard Drive, Francis Laboratory Mutant Gene Mutation Experiment Records. A cunning thought surged to the forefront of his mind, and with a raised eyebrow, a malicious smile crept across Duke's face. It appears the time has come for the world to witness the prowess of my detective skills. Chapter 54. General Ross. What cannot be obtained? I shall create myself. The police car traversed the Brooklyn Bridge, heading from the urban center towards the desolate suburbs of the Northwest. The further it advanced, the more barren the landscape became, with sporadic glimpses of long-abandoned factories, now overrun with weeds. Recently, amidst a lack of external attention, a temporary department codenamed Logistics had been established. Following a discussion with Old Tom, Duke was promptly reassigned along with several subordinates to this clandestine division, where he assumed the role of second-in-command. According to the intelligence Duke had gathered, this department, while ostensibly endowed with significant authority, lacked a clear internal delineation of power. Duke observed that the structure of the department was remarkably inefficient. However, this was hardly surprising, given that it was a makeshift assembly of various factions. It was evident that internal discord was rampant. Consequently, after futile bureaucratic wrangling at higher levels, this temporary entity was left with merely a shared external title, lacking even a defined office space, with personnel tending to their own responsibilities independently. Currently, there were two primary representatives of authority: Duke Inspector, representing the Department of Justice, and General Ross, representing the Department of Homeland Security and the military. One inspector, one general. Duke could not help but feel profound admiration for Old Tom's network of connections. As for Ross, indeed, he was the very general whose life had been entwined in a tumultuous rivalry with the Green Giant, the Hulk. However, at this moment, he had not yet committed to capturing the Hulk, as Bruce Banner was still hidden away, engrossed in his academic pursuits. According to Old Tom's intelligence, if the temporary logistics department were to solidify its formation, the current task would serve as a critical criterion for evaluation. The faction that achieved results first would gain the upper hand. Duke sat in the back seat of the car, his gaze vacant as he studied the system panel, contemplating the feasibility of implementing his plans. Beyond the item card, ultra-capacity hard drive, in a moment of urgency, he had drawn twice from the gold tier, 6 times from the silver tier, and utilized all 5 store-related lottery draws. This resulted in the acquisition of the already expended item card, Godzilla, and the skill card, Gunmaster. As for the Godzilla card, there was little to elaborate on. He had long since employed the Gunmaster card, which had entirely superseded his previous firearm card, yielding exceptional results. Except for the inability to make bullets curve, he was now a bona fide sharpshooter. Regarding the other cards obtained from the point lottery, item card, Hidden Blade. How can an assassin operate without a hidden blade? Skill card, Skilled Welder. Buzz. Item card, Power Axe for the Emperor. Charge. Item card, Century-Old Tiger Whip Wine. A male tiger demon in a certain world of Journey to the West is proliferating. Roar. Ow. Skill card, Precision Throw. Your throwing and shooting will be passively enhanced. Be cautious. This is no jest. To be candid, although the recent silver lottery draws have proven somewhat unreliable, the outcomes have been predominantly fortuitous. For instance, the acquisition of the power axe and precision throw from the Warhammer universe has significantly enriched his combat arsenal. Ahem, of course, the tiger whip infused with liquor is quite splendid as well. Nevertheless, the system has never failed to manipulate Duke's mindset, while the point lottery yielded nothing exceptional. The narrative lottery promptly compensated with lackluster rewards. Skill card. Cancer. Yes, it is cancer, the same affliction as Deadpool's. How else should I elucidate it? Item card. Deadpool's belt. Please do not misunderstand. This belt cannot facilitate interdimensional travel, but it is adequate for securing one's trousers. Skill card. Basic regeneration. Your recuperative abilities will surpass those of ordinary individuals, though merely exceeding the norm. Item card. Deadpool's twin daggers, available with free shipping for bulk orders. Item card. Playboy magazine. The previous owner has already torn several pages out. The sheer absurdity of these cards is enough to redefine his expectations, particularly that item card, Playboy magazine, and item card, Deadpool's belt, which are exquisite to the point of eliciting his incredulity. Commander, the scene is just ahead. The area is under strict lockdown, and vehicles are prohibited from entering, Deputy Gill remarked as he gradually decelerated the car and activated the hazard lights. Duke squinted forward, observing a vast expanse of makeshift plastic greenhouses thoroughly concealing the area. Numerous staff members clad in black uniforms were busily transporting items to and fro outside the greenhouses. Were it not for the familiar surroundings and the mere presence of a simple barricade surrounding the substantial pit, Duke would hardly recognize this as the laboratory base where he had concluded matters with his dear brother a fortnight prior. Gill remained in the vehicle while Duke alighted alone. Shortly thereafter, a staff member in a black uniform approached him, verified his credentials, and ushered him into a modest conference room. To call it a conference room is a stretch. It can more accurately be described as a temporary structure made of metal panels, furnished with a simple plastic round table and chairs. This was the entirety of the dilapidated office. Upon entering, Duke noticed 3 available seats, with only one adjacent position remaining unoccupied. As he entered, a middle-aged man in military attire and a bald man in a suit turned to observe him. Duke, unperturbed by the scrutiny, took his seat. Casting a glance at the 2 individuals at the table, both of whom were renowned supporting characters from the Marvel Universe. The bald man, impeccably dressed in a suit and sporting a warm smile, was Agent Coulson, a high-ranking SHLD operative and an ardent admirer of Captain America, who had, at some point along a divergent timeline, ascended to the position of SHIELD director. The man in military garb, with a serious demeanor and an upright posture, was General Ross, a fervent critic who, unable to capture the Hulk, had opted to transform himself into the Red Hulk. As the attendees gathered, the bald man in a suit at the conference table smiled faintly, tapping the surface to capture everyone's attention. Good day, everyone. I am Phil Coulson from the Department of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Given that you are all here, I assume you have a certain understanding of the situation. I have received instructions from higher authorities to assist you with your investigations in the coming days. After speaking, Coulson personally handed a stack of documents to Generals Duke and Ross, stating, "This comprises all the information we have regarding this incident. I hope we can collaboratively uncover the truth." The room was soon filled with the rustling of pages as Duke was astonished to discover images of Godzilla among the documents. Though somewhat blurred, it was evident what a colossal creature it depicted. However, he noticed the absence of any information regarding Tom, which was puzzling. Given that he had hurriedly fled due to his body undergoing transformation post-seal, leaving Deadpool, the incessant chatterbox, behind, it was unlikely that this individual would keep secrets from him. Duke pondered over the documents. This could mean either SHIELD was concealing Tom's information, or the loquacious Deadpool had managed to evade capture by SHIELD. How formidable was this individual to escape? In contrast to Duke, who was already privy to the situation, General Ross was encountering the specifics of the mission for the first time. Frowning at the image of the immense Godzilla, he inquired, "What exactly is this beast? Does it have a name?" "We are currently uncertain. What we can ascertain is that this creature does not belong to any known species on Earth. It may be an extraterrestrial or a supernatural entity, and it is designated as Subject 07, Coulson replied gravely. What about the laboratory's documents? What is the source of funding behind it? Were none of the personnel apprehended able to provide testimonies? General Ross queried as he examined the materials. Seeing Ross's barrage of questions, Coulson shrugged in exasperation. This is precisely why we need to collaborate. The funding and influence behind this laboratory are intricate and may involve high-ranking officials. Our investigation is met with resistance from various quarters, and the composition of the funding remains unclear. Exchanging glances with Duke, Ross understood why Coulson was eager to cooperate. It seemed they were in search of auxiliary support. As for the original personnel of the laboratory, thus far, we have only discovered corpses. Experts are striving to reconstruct the experimental data and are searching the vicinity for scales or blood from this gigantic beast in an effort to restore its biological information. Observing Ross silently sifting through the materials, Coulson smiled amiably. Do either of you have any further questions? I do. A hand was raised, and Duke, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke with gravity. I suggest we refer to your department as SHIELD. Moving forward. Why is that? What relevance does it have to the task at hand? With a perpetual smile adorning his face, Coulson found his expression stiffen, bewildered by Duke's words. This is of utmost importance. Duke insisted earnestly. If the name is too lengthy, readers might suspect I'm inflating my word count. Ultimately, Coulson, still puzzled by Duke's intentions, could only surmise that he meant for the sake of clearer communication. However, it must be noted that the name SHIELD certainly is more succinct. He would suggest to the director that they adopt this term henceforth. After signing a confidentiality agreement, Duke and General Ross accompanied Coulson to observe the deep pit left by Captain America. However, Coulson soon received a phone call, exchanged a few hurried words, and departed in haste. General Ross, lacking the expertise, could not discern any clues either. He turned to the reticent Duke and asked, Inspector Duke, do you have any thoughts? Duke, equally a loss, trailed behind Ross absent-mindedly. He glanced at the SHIELD scientists around them, equipped with various professional equipment for excavation and investigation. Shaking his head, he stated plainly, I have no thoughts on the matter. I believe it is time for us to return. It is evident that SHIELD has concealed information from us. They even permitted only individual entry. And without professional assistance, we cannot obtain reliable intelligence. General Ross cast a sidelong glance at their surroundings, his countenance briefly reflecting displeasure. A quintessential hawkish figure in the military. Once nicknamed Thunderbolt, he had always placed the military above all else. Although the reception staff had been cordial, an air of condescension had been palpable from the outset, leaving him quite uncomfortable. As Ross accompanied Duke away from the pit, he remarked, at the very least, we now know there exists a colossal beast measuring over 100 meters. Our subsequent investigative direction can focus on this creature. As the saying goes, even the craftiest fox leaves traces. Such a massive beast could not vanish without a trace in New York. Even if it could fly, it must eat and drink. Once it appears, it cannot elude capture. Duke nodded in agreement, affirming, You make a valid point, General. I shall arrange for my subordinates to monitor food processing plants and livestock farms in New York for any leads. We can certainly exchange intelligence on this front to enhance our operational efficiency. He then seamlessly shifted the topic, nonchalantly suggesting, additionally, could we also pursue the investigation of a laboratory? Given that this facility has existed for such a prolonged period, it is improbable that all traces can be eradicated. We are bound to uncover something. As they reached the entrance of the base, Ross noticeably paused momentarily, turning to glance at the young man before continuing forward. He remained uncertain whether Duke was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Clearly, if investigating the beast was akin to navigating a swimming pool, probing the laboratory would be akin to traversing the vast ocean. Even a simple mind could deduce that the personnel involved in this laboratory were unlikely to be of low rank. Otherwise, why would SHIELD Have summoned them for assistance? After a moment of contemplation, General Ross nodded and said in a low voice, "Of course we must investigate. How about we divide the tasks? I will look into the behemoth, while you take charge of the laboratory." Ross cleverly turned the tables, as he had no intention of wading into these murky waters. Since this individual had proposed it himself, let him bear the responsibility. Duke, seemingly oblivious to the trap, promptly agreed, "No problem, let's divide the work." Noticing Duke's swift acceptance, Ross remarked with a hint of intrigue, "Inspector Duke is decisive. Let us see who can complete the task first. I believe that the one who ultimately heads the department will undoubtedly be the capable one." "Old Fox." Duke smiled in response, realizing that it merely meant those who failed to complete the task would surrender automatically. Whether he would win was still uncertain, but he was confident that Ross would lose. After all, the key was in his hands, and finding that adorable giant would not be easy for Ross. Parting ways with General Ross, Duke took the documents provided by Coulson and walked alone towards the police car outside, opening the door and settling into the back seat. He casually placed the documents aside and leaned back in contemplation. In the driver's seat, Sheriff Jill, who had remained in the car, quickly extinguished his cigarette and inquired, "Sir, where to now?" Duke replied, "Back to the precinct first." Throughout the journey, Duke pondered his plan for investigating the laboratory. It was clear that a genuine investigation was improbable. Although the Deadpool movie never elaborated on the background of this laboratory, the troubles faced by S.H.A.L.D. indicated that the waters were indeed murky, especially with the notorious Hydra possibly involved. As a mere inspector, Duke was not certain he could navigate these treacherous depths. Moreover, it was evident that certain officials were shielding the laboratory, making it impossible for him to uncover every detail. Even if he managed to apprehend someone, the factions backing them would likely cover up the truth. For the United States had its own political dynamics, absolute support from one's own party and staunch opposition from rival factions. Thus, should Duke wish to investigate the laboratory, he would have to confront these enemies that clung like stubborn adhesive. This was a dead end. Even if he uncovered something, he was certain it would be a case of more trouble than it was worth. Furthermore, with the enemy lurking in the shadows while he was exposed, acting recklessly was not a prudent course of action. Of course, sometimes the solution to a problem does not necessarily require addressing the issue itself. Finding an answer that everyone can accept may suffice. Hence, from the outset, Duke had no intention of genuinely investigating the laboratory or the giant. He was neither America's sweetheart, nor did he possess the requisite allure. What he sought was merely a ladder for advancement. The truth was of little consequence. What mattered was whether the truth he found could convince those above him that it was indeed the truth they needed. Therefore, the first step in solving the problem was to find a scapegoat, a fortunate individual who possessed sufficient funds to support the laboratory and had a dubious background. After all, without some dirt on them, how can anyone be convinced? Framing someone also required adherence to the fundamentals. In his mind, New York had a perfect ally who met all the conditions. Chapter 56. Empty words are considered an asset for an assassin. Meanwhile, in a hillside mansion in the affluent area of Long Island, Gene was poring over the company's financial reports and the cash flow of the underworld. As a high IQ criminal, he had long since taught himself accounting and financial knowledge, personally overseeing the company's finances. After all, one must never delegate power and reputation to others. Many underworld leaders have fallen due to financial mismanagement. Particularly concerning taxes, it is said that a predecessor in Chicago, ever cautious, managed to evade the police despite having killed dozens. Ultimately, he was apprehended for tax evasion due to a single accounting oversight. Thus, in the American Empire, even if one is involved in drug trafficking or arms dealing, whether one's income is illicit or legitimate, it is advisable to pay taxes promptly to avoid the unwelcome visit of armed enforcers. After all, these individuals possess aircraft and tanks. More terrifying is the fact that sometimes they operate above the law, capable of freezing the assets of tax evaders without prior notice. Regardless of whether one is an international fugitive or a domestic extremist, if there are tax issues, one's entire wealth can be frozen at a whim. Therefore, citizens' properties are deemed sacred and inviolable, except in cases of tax evasion. Setting aside the documents, Jean suddenly recalled something and inquired, "What is Target I've been up to lately? Hasn't the last assignment been completed?" Wesley, who had been lurking in the corner, promptly approached and replied, "Mr. Target, I went missing 2 weeks ago. According to our surveillance, the officer is still working normally, but the specific circumstances remain unclear." "Oh, missing? He hasn't met with his demise, has he?" Jean dismissed the concern. After all, Duke was merely an inconsequential figure. To him, even Target I was just a scavenging hyena, valuable only for its utility. The distinction lay solely in the fact that this particular dog was quite effective. Yet, should it perish, it would be of little consequence. Suitable mercenaries were plentiful in New York. After all, the city's sewers routinely yielded unidentified corpses. Human life, at times, holds little value. Disregarding this minor issue, Jean glanced at the recent decline in revenue and remarked, "How is business in Hell's Kitchen?" "Following the last incident where our goods were incinerated, the price of laundry detergent has surged. I have received word that the He Association is aggressively seizing market share. Find a few chemical experts to help us produce an emergency batch." "Certainly, but locating personnel on short notice may be challenging. Typical chemical experts might not meet the market's purity standards." Wesley wiped the sweat from his brow and tentatively suggested, "I may need some time." "Could we? It must be done swiftly." Without a hint of hesitation, Jean interrupted him, his expression unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon Wesley. "If you cannot find it in the market, seek it at the university. If it eludes you there, then turn to the research institutions. I care not for the methods you employ, be it kidnapping or bribery. I demand results. Do you understand?" "Understood. Understood." Wesley felt a tightening in his chest, refraining from further argument. He was acutely aware that any additional words might compel Jean to dismiss him outright. Given his knowledge of Jin's many secrets, he knew that once he ceased to be of value, death would be his only refuge. Thus, in a bid to preserve his own life, he nodded vigorously in agreement. "Boss, I will make the arrangements immediately." Upon exiting Jin's office, Wesley exhaled deeply, straightening his posture. He casually nodded in response to the cautious greetings of employees in the hallway, while urgently contacting his subordinates to locate capable chemical experts in New York who could produce laundry detergent. If any of these experts had families, he instructed his team to gather information about them. For those without families, he sought to uncover any compromising details. After all, in dire circumstances, one must prioritize self-preservation. And for these experts, this could serve as a means of supplemental income. What? They refuse? They must comply. No one could decline Mr. Jin's benevolent intentions. Finally, it was settled. Exhausted after a day of relentless phone calls, Wesley drove home, placing his phone aside to recharge. After a day spent coercing and enticing, he had temporarily secured several university professors. Now, the priority was to swiftly find a property in Hell's Kitchen to establish a drug processing facility. Seated on the sofa, Wesley rubbed his temples. Despite his polished exterior, he bore immense internal pressure. In his dealings with Jean, he had to exercise utmost caution and maintain a sense of reverence. In front of others, he embodied Jin's reputation, necessitating an air of confidence and intimidation. Only within the confines of his own home could he afford to relax his emotions. Suddenly, a noise emanated from behind the curtains, sending chills down Wesley's spine. He tensed, barking sharply, "Who's there?" This house, purchased at a significant expense, was a luxurious abode with top-notch security. Aware of the dangers inherent in Jin's business, he had never skimped on safety. After all, money could be earned again, but a life lost would elicit no sympathy from Jean. In a state of alarm, Wesley swiftly retrieved the handgun from beneath the table. Years spent alongside Jean had transformed him from an inexperienced law student. Murder was no longer as daunting as it once seemed. He had the weapon ready. Wesley raised the gun, poised to fire at the curtain, when a flash of cold light momentarily blinded him. His arm became weak and uncontrollable, the handgun slipping from his grasp. With a stifled cry of pain, he beheld a figure emerge slowly from the shadows. An ordinary face obscured by black-rimmed glasses and cloaked in a voluminous black hood. Click! Duke revealed the hidden blade from his sleeve, pressing it against Wesley's neck with a congenial smile. "Hello." It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. You may call me Tom, Brother Tom. Wesley clutched his wrist, pierced by the dagger, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he feigned calmness. Good day, Mr. Tom. All my money is in the safe. The code is, please do not harm me. I assure you, I will cooperate. Mr. James Wesley, please do not misunderstand. I am not here for your wealth. Duke withdrew the dagger from his arm, disregarding Wesley's pained gasp. Now, we shall partake in a little game. I ask, you answer. I shall grant you but 2 seconds to respond. Exceed this time, or present an error, and I shall sever a finger from your hand. Of course, once your fingers are all gone, I shall assist you with a minor surgical procedure to remove some of your protruding appendages. Duke twirled the dagger in his hand, gazing into Wesley's eyes with malicious intent. Sir, simply state what you desire, and I promise to speak the truth. Wesley gritted his teeth. Duke shook his head, ignoring him, and cheerfully stroked his chin. Attention, the game begins now. Your name? James Wesley. Who's your boss? Wilson Grant Fisk. When was the last time you indulged? Yes, sir, this seems. Duke swiftly severed Wesley's left pinky finger, apologetically snatching a nearby tablecloth to staunch the bleeding. Sorry, you exceeded 3 seconds. Wesley's face darkened, anger suppressed as he fought through the agony to smile faintly. I understand the rules now. Could we expedite this? My hand may require bandaging. No problem. Who's your boss? Wilson Grant Fisk. Duke, adept at heeding other suggestions, quickened the pace. What's his nickname? Kingpin. Where's the evidence of his crimes? Wesley abruptly snapped to attention, hastily shaking his head. I do not know this, sir. I misspoke earlier. Mr. Fisk has no nickname. TSK. No matter. I completely understand. Duke observed Wesley's fearful expression, comforting him slightly, his eyes narrowing with a smile. Human memory can be quite unreliable. Shall I grant you 20 seconds to answer me again? A flicker of panic crossed Wesley's eyes, followed by a firm closure of his lips, refusing to speak. Not waiting for the 20 seconds, Duke's dagger flashed through the air, and only Wesley's solitary thumb remained on his left hand. You madman. Wesley's body trembled in pain, hands shaking as he expressed his indignation mixed with hatred. Did you not promise 20 seconds? Chapter 57, Black. Truly? Black. Your silence indicates dissent, does it not? Duke regarded Wesley with surprise, exclaiming, I thought you were prepared to resist to the end. Have I misunderstood? My hand. I beg you. Please, spare me, sir. I still have some savings in my bank account, which I can give to you. I truly do not understand the questions you are asking. Wesley exclaimed, his heart aching as he gritted his teeth. Duke shook his head, saying, You are not being honest, Mr. Wesley. It would be better for everyone if you were truthful. With a smile, he added, I will grant you one last chance to reveal what I wish to know, or I assure you, you will find yourself purchasing diapers every day in your next life. Wesley, desperately clutching his wound, recalled the tragic fates of those who betrayed Jean Bing. While facing the seemingly demonic thug before him, summoning his resolve, he pleaded, Sir, please believe me. I truly do not know. Before he could finish, Duke plunged a knife directly into Wesley's thigh, swiftly seizing his neck with his free hand. Bang, bang, bang. Without further ado, he violently slammed Wesley's head against the wooden table, making a cacophony of sounds. Damn, how much do you earn in a month, you little darling, to warrant such desperation? Must you provoke me to violence? Observing Wesley, whose face was now bloodied and pained, Duke grasped his chin, forcing him to look up, and menacingly declared, This is your final opportunity. Speak, or I shall sever your little friend. Wesley remained silent, and Duke's lips curled into a smile as he withdrew the dagger from Wesley's thigh and sliced open his black trousers, revealing his withered state. Very well. You brought this upon yourself. I have never performed such a procedure before, but I promise to make it slow, allowing you to savor your last moments with your little companion. Witnessing the blood-stained blade, Wesley felt the chilling metal against his skin, goosebumps rising as he realized the terrifying price of betraying Jean Bing. But the man before him was far more fearsome. You monster, I will speak. In the safe on my ceiling, there is evidence of Fisk's crimes. Excellent, Duke said, retracting the knife and gesturing for Wesley to retrieve the information. 3 minutes later, holding a bag filled with numerous photographs and documents, Duke gazed at Wesley with admiration. Well, Wesley, you are quite the talent. Can you imagine how Gene Bing would react if he discovered you had kept such materials behind his back? What kind of meat paste do you think he would turn you into? Wesley stared at Duke in disbelief, who wore a broad smile, and shouted, "No, please don't. I swear I will never disclose your information. Just let me go." Duke smirked, disdainfully tossing the dagger aside, and approached Wesley with a friendly demeanor, assisting him up. "Do not be afraid. I merely wish to convey that we are now on the same side. Are we not?" Not knowing how to respond, Wesley stood there bewildered. Duke patted his shoulder, speaking kindly. "You are Gene Bing's most trusted assistant, and since he is bound to face misfortune, I only need your help to provide me with a bit more information." Suddenly, whispers filled the air around the table. An hour later, Duke extracted a black disc and patted Wesley's shoulder, who was nodding repeatedly, saying, "By the way, there will be officials coming to handle this matter soon. Wesley, I have a few friends at the precinct. They will assist you when the time comes. You should know what to say and what not to say, right?" Wesley paused for a moment, accepted the disc, and firmly stated, "I understand." The following day, the sun rose as usual. As the new department lacked a functioning office, Duke, who had arrived early, found himself idling in his precinct office. The phone rang incessantly. Duke completed his inspection of the fully loaded Glock pistol, holstered it, and calmly answered the office phone. The voice on the line relayed, "Sir, there's a man downstairs who refuses to give his name, but insists on speaking with you about something important. Do you wish to meet with him?" Finally, he had arrived. Duke stood up. "Send him to the conference room. I'll be right there." Duke descended to the precinct's conference room and, upon entering, spotted Wesley, clad in a black hoodie, nervously glancing around. "Hello, I am Duke. How can I assist you?" Officer Duke smiled, meeting Wesley for the first time. Sir, I am here to report something. I am the secretary of the Fisk Group. I need to report that the owner, Fisk, is suspected of drug trafficking, murder, and robbery." Wesley glanced at Duke and spoke in a hushed tone. "Oh, really?" Duke feigned interest with a performance worthy of a mere 3 out of 10. He scrutinized Wesley and then directly said, "I believe you. Now, hand over the evidence." Wesley's eyelids twitched. "Shit, this is the friend that guy mentioned last night. Is being a cop this corrupt nowadays? So corrupt, they don't even pretend anymore." Wesley recognized his role as merely a pawn, even though he saw through it. He chose to remain oblivious. He pulled out a document bag from his pocket and, without further ado, said, "Sir, Fisk is currently in the top office of the company building, and he is the criminal mastermind known as Goldfinger in the underworld. I am willing to testify against Fisk, but I hope the police can ensure my safety." "Safety?" Duke took the document bag without even glancing at it, stood up, and walked towards the exit, saying over his shoulder, "No problem. Once this is over, we will arrange for you to enter the witness protection program." Sir, what about me?" Wesley felt a twinge of anxiety as he watched Duke complete the process and prepare to leave. "Stay here. Someone will guarantee your safety." Duke waved dismissively. He had obtained what he needed and was now ready to proceed with the next phase of his plan. As he walked, he dialed Sheriff Jill. "Gather the team and bring heavy firepower. We have work to do." Indeed, another advantage of transferring to the new department is that Duke's authority to wield firepower has significantly increased. After all, the adversaries they may encounter could be non-human, and only heavy artillery can ensure safety. 5 minutes later, a multitude of armed officers assembled downstairs, fully equipped. Duke himself did not carry any long firearms. He simply donned a bulletproof vest and, as a token gesture, carried a Glock handgun. Approaching the police vehicle, he wasted no words and stated directly, "The target is Wilson Grant Fisk, the chairman of the Fisk Group, a highly dangerous and violent individual. If possible, capture him alive. If necessary, he could be eliminated. Repeat, he could be eliminated." With a swift motion of his hand, he led the way into Sheriff Jill's police car, shouting, "Let us go." Chapter 58. Greetings to Kingpin. Farewell to Kingpin. New York, the world's largest city and the financial and political epicenter of the United States, has faced numerous calamities and has been depicted in countless films as a city that has met its demise in various ways. A long line of police cars blaring their sirens traversed the city, crossing over the ocean bridge to arrive at Fisk Tower. Upon reaching Fisk Tower, Duke took the lead. Accompanied by a cadre of officers resembling counterterrorism elites, as they streamed into the lair of Kingpin. At this hour, many individuals were already busy with their work, and it was evident that even in the so-called land of the free, where gunfights occur daily, such a grand operation was a rare sight. While they were accustomed to officers carrying firearms during routine calls, the sight of someone in the rear wielding a rocket launcher was perplexing. Numerous startled employees scrambled to clear a path as Duke and his team sliced through the bustling crowd like an arrow, heading straight for the penthouse office of Kingpin. The office was adorned with a massive fish tank made of transparent special glass, floors laid with moon-white marble, opulent crystal chandeliers, exquisitely handcrafted leather armchairs, and a magnificent ebony desk, all exuding an aura of wealth and power. As Duke and his team entered, a stout middle-aged African-American man awaited them in the office. His large bald head seemed to blend seamlessly with his robust physique, supported by a golden cane. Merely sitting there with his eyes slightly squinted conveyed that he was an exceedingly dangerous and ruthless figure, akin to a tyrant awaiting the arrival of his subjects. Flanking him were two tall, muscular African-American bodyguards who, despite their vigilant demeanor towards Duke and his colleagues, appeared more like individuals in need of protection when compared to their master. Duke strode confidently to the stout man's opposite, sitting down with a commanding presence as he scrutinized the infamous Kingpin of New York's underworld. Kingpin opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips, and in a tone that belied his menacing reputation, he greeted, "Good morning, officer. What brings such a grand display to my office so early? How may I assist you?" "The police department has received a report suggesting your potential involvement in serious criminal activities, and it may be necessary for you to visit the precinct." A smile crept across Duke's lips as he paused and said, "Mr. Gene Bing." Unfazed, Gene Bing shrugged. He was well aware of Duke. Although he could not fathom why this man, whom he believed had been eliminated long ago, would seek trouble. Yet, having endured decades of tumult and strife, he had cultivated a resilient mindset. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "Sir, I believe you are mistaken. My name is Wilson Grant Fisk, not Gene Bing. Moreover, may I inquire about the nature of the alleged crime? If you intend to arrest me, I kindly request that you present the necessary documentation, as I require my lawyer to be present." Duke, with a relaxed demeanor, glanced at the various assertions made by Gene Bing regarding his rights and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Gene Bing certainly possesses a profound understanding of the law. "It is Fisk. Please refrain from misnaming me again." "Very well. If you insist on being called Fisk, then so be it, Mr. Gene Bing," Duke retorted nonchalantly. "As for the documentation, according to contemporary case law in the United States, an arrest warrant is only required for apprehending a suspect at their residence. Currently, you are in your workplace. Please cooperate. We have reason to believe that the crimes you are implicated in are felonies punishable by more than 1 year in prison. Otherwise, we will take necessary measures." "I am not entirely sure, officer, but as a law-abiding citizen of New York, I am more than willing to assist the police department," Gene Bing replied, his previously cheerful expression momentarily stiffening. He added coolly, "However, please allow me to make a phone call to my private attorney. Until he arrives, I shall refrain from saying anything." To Gene Bing's surprise, Duke nodded in understanding, his face reflecting comprehension. Of course. This is a right granted to every individual by the law, and as a servant of the people, I solemnly pledge to uphold this sacred right." Gene Bing raised an eyebrow in skepticism. The entire situation felt peculiar, from the unexpected police presence to the unreasonable firepower wielded by the officers. Not to mention this smugly grinning policeman, which stirred unease within him. However, glancing at Duke, whose smile seemed excessively cordial yet insidious, Gene Bing resolved to set aside his doubts for the moment. Regardless of the specifics, he would instruct his subordinates to quickly assemble a legal team. Even if these men managed to uncover some incriminating evidence, he could always engage in protracted discussions with the jury later. After all, as long as one possesses wealth, nothing is beyond negotiation. Crime? The highest echelons of this nation are the greatest thieves. Ascend the ladder, and even a bottle of detergent could be the original sin that leads to a nation's downfall. 3 minutes later, having concluded his call, Gene Bing had arranged for his personal attorney to urgently commission New York's top legal team to devise a contingency plan, while also instructing his gang to prepare for potential repercussions, thereby mitigating the worst outcomes. "Have you finished your call?" Duke, who had been observing the massive aquarium in the office, approached and said warmly, "Mr. Gene Bing, are you now ready to accompany us?" Gene rose from the immense leather chair, his white suit enveloping his robust form in a bulging manner, the contours of his muscular physique faintly discernible. A rose, as crimson as blood, adorned his chest. He had grown weary of correcting the trivial misnomer of the black-skinned dog. Gene leaned on the opulent desk with both hands, his gaze betraying a chilling ferocity, akin to a colossal beast surveying its prey. He addressed Duke with a sardonic smile. "Of course, officer, thank you for your patience. I hope you have a pleasant day." "Thank you, you too." Duke, ever the epitome of politeness, replied with a smile. "Umph." Gene scoffed, inwardly cursing Shedder, that damn target who accepted money without delivering results. Once this tempest had passed, he intended to place a bounty not only on the head of that black-skinned dog, but also on that treacherous scoundrel. Yet, such matters were for another time. For now, the priority lay in resolving the present issue. No longer feigning tranquility, Gene brazenly shoved past the officer before him, smirking with disdain. "Let us go, officer. Time is of the essence, and I have much work to attend to upon my return from the precinct." As Duke led Gene toward the opulent office door, he suddenly turned as if recalling something, extending his hand with utmost seriousness. Introducing himself, "Mr. Fisk, I neglected to introduce myself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Duke. I hope my work hasn't disturbed you. You finally pronounced my name correctly this time, Officer Duke. Let's hope you do not err again in the future," Gene retorted, extending his hand with a mocking smile. Duke's palm, having undergone dual transformations from serum and gozon, appeared notably larger than average, yet in comparison to the towering Gene, it seemed almost juvenile. A flicker of menace flashed in Gene's eyes. Had the timing been more opportune, he would have relished the opportunity to crush this insufferable bastard's bones, reminiscent of his youth when he shattered the bones of his rivals. The crack of bones had always been an intoxicating sound. Suppressing his sanguinary urges, Gene's hand and Duke's hand slowly converged in the air, unhurriedly. Chapter 59. What is this? Gene suddenly sensed something amiss. His outstretched hand had indeed made contact with something, but it was the cold hardness of metal, utterly devoid of the warmth of flesh. The other party had not grasped his hand at all, and inexplicably, something had materialized in his grasp. Instinctively, he raised his hand to look down. A gun. He held a gun. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted beside him, and alarm bells rang in Jin's mind as he finally recognized that he was clutching a pitch-black Desert Eagle pistol. When had this happened? Damn it, he'd been ensnared. With no time to contemplate, Gene hastily prepared to relinquish the firearm, attempting to explain, "Wait, this ISN ta? Bang, 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 bang." Without hesitation, Duke swiftly drew his Glock from its holster, directing it at Gene Bing's bald head while engaging the automatic fire mode. He bellowed for his fellow officers to open fire. Perhaps due to prior warnings, the officers tensed, quickly dispersing while unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Gene Bing. The chaotic gunfire mingled with Gene Bing's pain groans. Duke, with focused intent, aimed specifically at Gene Bing's mouth and eyes. Despite Gene Bing's attempts to evade, Duke, now a master marksman, consistently found his mark on Gene Bing's largely exposed face. My face. I will kill you," Gene Bing shouted, raising his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself as he charged towards Duke. Duke, having swiftly emptied his handgun's magazine, retreated, deftly replacing it with a fresh one from his waist. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the chaos, a bullet from an unknown officer struck Gene Bing squarely between the eyes. With a muffled grunt, Gene Bing collapsed to the ground like a fallen elephant, motionless. "Cease fire! Cease fire!" Duke signaled for the others to advance and check. One cautious officer approached, reaching out to assess Gene Bing's pulse. Suddenly, the supposedly lifeless Gene Bing lunged, seizing the officer by the throat and hurling him towards the armed team. Faced with their comrade, the officers hesitated to fire, instinctively moving to catch their thrown colleague. The force was tremendous, knocking several officers to the ground and plunging the office into momentary chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Jean Bing propelled himself forward, his massive legs springing into action, hands clawing as he charged at Duke like a ferocious tiger. Duke was taken aback, bewildered that Jean Bing, rumored to lack superhuman abilities, could withstand such an onslaught. Dodging Jean Bing's ferocious leap, Duke caught a glimpse of him. Surprisingly, Jean Bing's suit remained intact. All the bullets had barely penetrated, leaving no bloodstains, save for the injuries Duke had inflicted upon his face and the bullet lodged in his forehead. Jean Bing's massive hand swung towards Duke, attempting to grasp his arm. Although well-versed in various martial arts, his expertise lay in the art of sumo. Having mastered sumo to an extraordinary degree, Jean Bing was confident that if he caught Duke, he could pulverize him into a mere heap of flesh. Duke, rather than retreating, advanced with a smirk. Before receiving the serum, he might have been easily overwhelmed by Jean Bing. However, now, post-serum, he could perhaps hold his ground. Witnessing Duke's reckless advance, Jean Bing's lips curled into a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. His rise to power was not merely the result of cunning schemes. He relished shattering his enemy's bones as a favored pastime. As for the consequences of killing an officer, he scoffed at the notion. That was a matter for later. At present, he was consumed by a desire to eliminate the audacious scoundrel before him. "I caught you," Jean Bing exclaimed, firmly grasping Duke's left arm, while his other hand aimed a powerful strike at Duke's face. Duke's muscles tensed, and without flinching, he met Jean Bing's descending hand with a single hand of his own. His other hand, bulging with muscle, seized Jean Bing's wrist with the strength of steel, grinning wickedly. "No, it is I who have captured you." A dull thud reverberated through the air as Jean Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. An agonizing pain surged through his arm. The palm he had intended to strike Duke's face with was repelled by a powerful counterattack. "No, this is impossible." His arm fell limply, realizing he had not struck flesh, but rather an impenetrable slab of marble. The moment of contact rendered his hand numb, and his arm felt as if it had been shattered from the force of the recoil. Duke seized the opportunity, gripping Jean Bing's wrist, advancing forward. And with a swift turn, he forcefully tossed Jean Bing's imposing frame over his shoulder. The impact of the throw shook the opulent office as if an earthquake had struck. The rapid exchange of blows ignited a surge of adrenaline within him. Indeed, a true man must engage in a battle of fists. Jean Bing plummeted from the air, his weight compounded by Duke's strength, causing a numbing sensation in his chest and a metallic taste to rise in his throat. "This monster I cannot defeat." Jean Bing came to a stark realization of the disparity in their power. In both strength and speed, he was vastly inferior to Duke. Without hesitation, Jean Bing understood that the wretched officer was intent on murder. He executed a roll on the ground and sprang up, seizing the ankle of a nearby officer who hesitated to fire amidst their struggle. With the ferocity of a scarecrow, he hurled the officer towards the advancing Duke while simultaneously shielding his head with his arms, charging recklessly towards the exit, his bloodshot eyes betraying a frenzied desperation. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I must kill you!" The throes of blood and pain awakened the dormant brutality within Jean Bing, and this thought echoed maniacally in his mind. For years, no one had ever driven him to such desperation. As for the law, he could easily forsake his public identity and embrace the shadows as the true king of darkness. He was determined to eliminate this bastard. Flee! Flee! As long as he could escape, there was hope. Jean Bing dashed towards the exit without a backward glance. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. Jean Bing felt a tightening in his chest. Could that scoundrel be pursuing him? He pressed on, sprinting towards the emergency exit of the stairwell, yet inexplicably, the more frantic he became, the weaker his legs felt. Something was amiss. Abruptly, he halted, glancing back. Duke clapped his hands, observing Jean Bing's pause, and approached him with an air of calm confidence. Jean Bing's body grew increasingly feeble, his expression void of emotion as he lowered his gaze to his chest, where a golden spike protruded, crimson blood adorning his white suit with abstract patterns reminiscent of plum blossoms. The loss of blood rendered him incapable of further movement. He laboriously shifted his heavy frame against the wall, slowly sliding down to a seated position. Jean Bing tilted his head back slightly, fixing his gaze upon the adversary standing before him. Duke looked down at Jean Bing, raising an eyebrow as he calmly inquired, "Any last words, Mr. Fisk?" Jean Bing's breaths became increasingly shallow. He remained silent, a derisive smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he gradually closed his eyes, resting his head against the wall in silence. Observing this, Duke shrugged, turning to instruct his subordinates still in the office to call for an ambulance in accordance with protocol. Up close, the power of his hand-thrown cane had long surpassed that of an ordinary bullet, even though Jean Bing's specially crafted suit could withstand gunfire. The precise throw allowed Duke's cane to effortlessly pierce through his chest. Suddenly, a gust of wind erupted behind him. Jean Bing, having risen unbeknownst to Duke, lunged at him with a fierce, contorted face, reminiscent of a final burst of vitality. Duke raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the imminent attack, and with a calm demeanor, planted his feet firmly before delivering a punch to Jean Bing. A dull thud resonated as his fist collided with Jean Bing's chest, sending the stout body flying backward like a severed kite, crashing against the wall before rebounding to the ground. A glint of ferocity emerged in Duke's eyes. He had presumed this man was done for, yet his resilience was unexpectedly formidable. To be safe, he decided to deliver another blow. Ha ha ha! At that moment, Jean Bing, sprawled on the ground, summoned the remnants of his once formidable strength, struggling to rise, blood steadily oozing from the corners of his already drained mouth. He fixed a determined stare at Duke, forcefully twisting his lips into a manic grin. Chapter 60. Please call me director. Bing. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, the death of Jean Bing. Total task value points awarded, with a host contribution rate at 80. Points gained. The host has accumulated points. Shall we commence the lottery segment? No. Yes, Jean Bing is indeed dead. The benevolent officer Duke later kindly closed the glaring eyes of the hefty man, ensuring he appeared at peace in his final repose. Without haste to report to his superiors, Duke understood that the situation was settled. The most crucial step of his plan had been accomplished. Ignoring the officers swiftly initiating rescue procedures nearby, Duke silently moved to a secluded spot, retrieving his phone to send a text to a contact saved under good brother. Action commences. Upon confirmation of successful delivery, Duke deleted the message casually before placing his phone back in his pocket. Hurry, hurry, call for an ambulance. Lieutenant, it seems he has no pulse. What? Doctor? Doctor? Screaming in panic, 10 days later, in the early morning, Duke rose to prepare a modest breakfast for himself, then donned a black suit that he rarely wore throughout the year. Upon opening the car door and taking a seat, the tires of the vehicle noticeably sagged before rebounding. Since the onset of his physical transformation, he had experienced not only a comprehensive enhancement in his physical fitness, but also a conspicuous increase in weight. After conducting private assessments, he discovered that his height had risen by approximately 5 centimeters, while his weight had astonishingly reached 120 kilograms. His physique had become more refined, and although these changes were not immediately apparent externally, his body density had surpassed that of an average individual. His strength, speed, and endurance had all shown remarkable improvement, particularly in light of the mysterious transformations he sensed within himself, possibly linked to his brother's concurrent metamorphosis. Returning to the matter at hand, today marked a significant occasion. At 7:15, Duke arrived 10 minutes early at his destination. After undergoing stringent security protocols, he knocked and entered an office. "Welcome," exclaimed Senator Robert Edward Kelly, the office's proprietor, who rose to greet him. Also present was a familiar face to Duke, General Ross, who nodded before resuming his review of the documents before him. The office was modest, furnished with a simple desk, a few chairs, and a cabinet brimming with file boxes. Today's agenda entailed discussions regarding the laboratory base, but more crucially, it revolved around the fate of the logistics department, a temporary organization whose future was to be determined. Robert Edward Kelly was the individual responsible for liaising with this department. Duke smiled as he approached, shaking hands before seating himself on the sofa opposite the desk. After the pleasantries, Kelly wasted no time, stating directly, "Inspector Duke, We have thoroughly investigated the matter. Although some questions remain, we can confirm that Fisk is indeed the shadowy proprietor behind the laboratory. Duke accepted a hefty folder from Kelly, which contained not only the experimental data he had previously submitted, but also numerous crimes attributed to Gene Bing, including drug manufacturing and trafficking, as well as human trafficking. However, the most significant element within the folder was the testimony of Gene Bing's most trusted aide, Wesley, which revealed that Gene Bing had been clandestinely funding mutant experimentation projects with the intent of selling these artificially created, flawed mutants as slaves to clients worldwide, thus reaping substantial profits. Duke raised an eyebrow. Every letter within the document seemed tainted with blood. Indeed, Gene Bing's brother met a fitting end. After perusing the file, he inquired curiously, "What discoveries have you made regarding the subject, codenamed Behemoth-07? At this moment, General Ross set aside his documents, his expression slightly unnerved, as he had previously wagered with Duke, fully prepared to witness a farce, unaware that Duke had already accomplished his task while he himself had not even begun. He straightened his back, his voice tinged with awkwardness as he remarked, "We still have no leads on the Behemoth from Sector 07. Despite the passage of several days, we have scoured not only New York but also its surrounding areas. Yet there are neither traces of this colossal creature nor any unreasonable occurrences of abundant food or water. It is as if this behemoth simply does not exist." Kelly timely interjected, "This is a prolonged mission. We cannot allow such a source of danger to remain beyond our control, nor can we relax our search efforts. Inspector Duke, you must continue to monitor this situation closely." "Understood," Duke replied, a solemn expression etched on his face. The threat posed by the towering creature, standing 100 meters tall, was indeed formidable, should it roam freely. Humanity would prove woefully fragile in its presence. For the sake of safety, it was prudent to remain vigilant. After a brief exchange of intelligence regarding the laboratory and the mission concerning the behemoth, Kelly suddenly cleared his throat and withdrew a thick dossier from beneath the drawer, stating gravely, "There's another matter concerning the temporary logistics department. What are your thoughts on this department?" Duke's spirits lifted. The moment he had been anticipating had arrived. The efforts he had expended, even to the point of sacrificing his dear comrade Fatty Gene, were all for this very purpose. Ross exchanged a knowing glance with Duke, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gestured for Duke to speak first. After a moment of contemplation, Duke's eyes sparkled with resolve as he stated, "Sir, I believe it is imperative that we establish a formal logistics department on a long-term basis. There are two reasons for this. Firstly, the world is becoming increasingly perilous. Mutants and terrorists are emerging in droves. Our current security system is becoming increasingly inadequate, and we urgently require a specialized unit to handle incidents that ordinary security forces cannot manage." Wait a moment. In fact, we already have such a unit. There's a department called SHIELD that specifically addresses these superhuman matters. Isn't the role of the logistics department somewhat redundant? Kelly interjected, challenging Duke's assertion. On the contrary, SHIELD is precisely the second reason I wish to emphasize. Duke countered, shaking his head with a grave expression of national concern. As far as I understand, SHIELD operates under the auspices of the World Security Council. It is a global organization, and any member nation has the right to request its assistance. This is the foremost reason why we must establish a logistics department. The more Duke spoke, the more fervent he became, his face reflecting unwavering enthusiasm as he gazed intently at Kelly, declaring, SHIELD does not belong to America. Rather, America must possess its own SHIELD. Well said, Inspector. Kelly nodded in agreement, a prominent hawk among the legislators, relishing such rhetoric. He paused and turned to Ross, inquiring, "General Ross, do you have any opinions on this?" "I concur with Inspector Duke's assertion. SHIELD is not an American entity, as evidenced by this investigation." Ross furrowed his brow, not only expressing his support for Duke's viewpoint, but also adding, "Moreover, I suspect that SHIELD has concealed detailed intelligence regarding the behemoth. No. 07 from us. Otherwise, I would find it inconceivable that I cannot trace even a hint of its whereabouts. Their arrogance is excessive, and we must establish our own department. At the very least, we should be able to stand on equal footing with S. H. Hill. D. Duke cast a surprised glance at Ross, thinking, well, you certainly know how to shift the blame. You're quite knowledgeable. Kelly fell silent for a moment, his expression unwittingly turning serious. The initial purpose of establishing this temporary department was indeed a response to the overwhelming dominance of S. H. I. E. L. D. leading various departments to collaboratively form this nominal entity for coordination. As time passed, the higher-ups increasingly recognized the necessity of this temporary department. For instance, the experimental data acquired from Gene would have been deemed too sensitive for S. H. I. L. D. to share had they been the ones handling the matter. However, with this department in place, they could wield their own power and have the opportunity to partake in the resources that S. H. I. L. D. had to offer. Reflecting on the discussions held in the previous meetings, Kelly directed his gaze past Ross. This mission would serve as both the inaugural task for the new department and an assessment for its leadership. The victor had now emerged. He handed a document to Duke, subtly implying it is indeed imperative for us to have our own version of S. H. I. L. D. The logistics department, this temporary entity, has now been officially designated as Department 0. Congratulations, Mr. Duke, you are the head. Chapter 61. You'd best not plant your flag. Fatty, a new volume begins. A year swiftly passed. Following the establishment of the logistics department, it was formally named Department 0, with Duke as its head. The Department's mission was to safeguard the security of the American homeland. Duke was authorized to assemble a specialized team dedicated to managing superhuman incidents within the United States. The base of Department 0 was situated in a secret military facility on the outskirts of New York City. Besides the officers Duke brought with him, including Jill, part of the personnel consisted of the military forces stationed at the base, while others were agents reassigned from different departments. Throughout this year, Duke had scarcely engaged in external plot missions, as he was now the minister of Department 0, relying on the diligent efforts of his subordinates. Even though his role primarily involved issuing orders, various side missions had cumulatively amassed 30,000 points. However, the world does not pause for individual desires. The city of New York remained bustling daily. In Duke's absence, various villains and superheroes continued to thrive in this unfortunate metropolis. Aside from the routine appearances of numerous villains, the most significant news of the year was the emergence of a colossal green giant from a secret military laboratory. The Hulk had officially debuted, wreaking havoc before swiftly disappearing into the tropical rainforests of Africa. It was rumored that General Ross had vowed to recapture this terrifying giant, even going so far as to report to the higher-ups requesting the investigation be reassigned to someone else. As the festive season approaches, the sky over New York is shrouded in a somber gloom, thick clouds obscuring the dawn. In a laboratory established unexpectedly this year, a nuclear fusion facility emerges, funded by Duke's 0 department and his close associate, Donald. One may wonder about the source of their finances. A year prior, Duke had intended to leverage the vulnerabilities of the Fisk Group to secure some assets as a form of remuneration. To his astonishment, Donald, demonstrating his exemplary lineage, managed to extract a staggering $300 million from this venture. It was later rumored that numerous Wall Street elites were engaging in the so-called leap of faith, prompting the cleaning staff to collectively demand wage increases. After settling a sum of $50 million, Donald successfully extricated himself from the ensuing investigations by the exchange. Consequently, Duke invested his entire share of $100 million into the establishment of the laboratory, which, though registered under Donald's name, also received a generous contribution of $50 million from him. Duke's alter ego, Tom Kent, assumes the role of the actual overseer. Returning to the narrative, in a dimly lit basement 50 meters underground, Duke gradually awakens from his meditation, a flicker of blue electricity dancing in his gaze. He dons a specially crafted lead-lined coat and effortlessly pushes open the custom-made, 5-ton solid mechanical door. Adjusting his glasses, Duke steps into a private elevator. The smooth metallic surface reflects a visage that appears somewhat pallid. Gazing at his reflection, Duke is drawn into a reverie about the past year. His body has undergone tumultuous transformations. He senses something lurking deep within, waiting to emerge. One day, he realized the metamorphosis had concluded. No longer could he feel the energy transmitted from Godzilla. Instead, an insatiable hunger emanated from the creature. Compounding his woes, after the transformation ceased, his body began radiating nuclear energy, rendering a normal life nearly impossible. His once regular weekly exercise routine was regrettably suspended, for being in close proximity to ordinary individuals had become perilous. Ding! The elevator arrives. Duke steps into a spacious laboratory brimming with intricate experimental apparatus. At its center stands a towering metal machine, supported by a heavy metallic base and 4 slightly curved pillars. Dr. Otto, how goes the experiment? Duke inquires. Everything is in readiness. However, we face one pressing issue, responds the portly figure adorned with 4 metallic appendages, 2 of which continue to manipulate the machine's coding behind him. Dr. Otto's expression was grave as he stated, "In accordance with your suggestion, I have recalibrated the data from the nuclear fusion experiment. However, even if the fusion experiment proves successful, we will be unable to maintain this state of fusion indefinitely. The existing materials do not meet the experimental requirements, and the artificial sun remains unfit for power generation." Over the past year, Duke has invested considerable time and effort into constructing this laboratory, primarily to support Dr. Otto, or rather, Dr. Octopus's artificial sun initiative. Within the Marvel Universe, aside from the high-end treasures of the Infinity Stones, the only source capable of providing stable energy to Godzilla, apart from Iron Man's arc reactor, is Dr. Octopus's artificial sun project. Meanwhile, that damn playboy Tony Stark is preoccupied with his romantic escapades. Who knows when the arc reactor will be completed? No need for that. Duke's lips curled into a smile. After such a long wait, success was finally within reach. He squinted at the intricate machinery before him and declared, "Let us commence preliminary testing at once. I do not require it to remain stable indefinitely, but it must succeed." Dr. Otto shrugged confidently, assuring, "Rest assured, Mr. Tom, I guarantee you will witness a groundbreaking experiment. Henceforth, humanity shall never again be troubled by energy concerns. Don't get ahead of yourself, my rotund friend." Duke waved his hand, eager to begin. "Then let us start." "Understood, Doctor." Otto's fingers danced over the computer control system adjacent to the machinery, while his metallic appendages deftly manipulated complex buttons. Under the machine's guidance, nuclear fusion finally commenced. A small metallic sphere, composed of tritium, floated in midair, a substance so scarce globally that this minuscule amount consumed nearly 1/10 of their laboratory's budget. Damn, money truly does not grow on trees. A shared lament from Duke and the author. With agile mechanical appendages under Dr. Otto's command, the machine was swiftly activated. A curved metallic column emitted a brilliant beam, striking the hovering metallic sphere with precision. Buzz. Suddenly, the scene was enveloped in a vibrant orange-red hue as a miniature sun materialized at the heart of the machine, confined by the magnetic field shield that Dr. Otto had meticulously prepared. The surface of the small sun flowed like molten lava, while the intense heat was effectively isolated by his protective barrier. Dr. Otto's face flushed with excitement, his gaze entranced by the culmination of a lifetime's work as he murmured, "The energy of the sun rests within my grasp." Duke, equally exhilarated, stared at the fiery orb before him. He swallowed hard, feeling every cell in his body urging him to approach and take a taste, just a taste. "How delectable," he whispered to himself. "Make it bigger, even bigger." As he uttered these words, the red-orange fireball within the apparatus expanded further, its immense energy causing the surrounding air to warp. Inside the magnetic field shield, the high-temperature nuclear radiation generated by the fusion intensified, forming luminous halos that encircled the radiant fireball. Before long, the crimson-orange fireball began to swell ominously, stretching the outer transparent magnetic shield to its limits. Dr. Otto was abruptly roused from his exhilaration, realizing that his metallic tendrils were struggling to maintain control over the protective barrier. As he gazed at the rapidly expanding pale white core within the fiery orb, A cold sweat broke out across his back. He shouted to Duke, "The experiment is on the verge of spiraling out of control, Mr. Tom. We must shut it down." Duke, fixated on the fireball before him, fought against the overwhelming urge to reach out and touch it, resolutely refusing just a moment longer. Let grow a bit more. The temperature around them began to rise significantly, and the immense energy within the magnetic shield became increasingly agitated. Nuclear fusion continued unabated, with the white flames at the heart of the fireball nearly consuming the orange-red exterior. The artificial sun within the magnetic field began to emit an ever-strengthening gravitational pull, causing metallic pins, tweezers, and pins to levitate and draw irresistibly toward the searing orb. Even the surrounding steel structures began to warp and contort under the influence of this force, while the air grew oppressive. "Mr. Tom, we have achieved preliminary success. It must be shut down. Next time, we can refine the experiment further," Dr. Otto implored, his voice rising in urgency. The overwhelming energy and extreme heat forced him to retreat step by step from the machine. Fortuitously, his mechanical tendrils possessed retractable capabilities, still struggling to compress the magnetic shield surrounding the artificial sun. "Wait, just a moment longer. I need to shut it down." As Duke continued to refuse, Otto hesitated no more. One of his mechanical appendages swiftly retracted and darted toward the cables on the wall. Chapter 62, The Cost-Effective Tool, Dr. Octopus. With a swift motion, Duke seized the mechanical tendril, his immense strength causing it to emit a distressing cracking sound, as if a colossal serpent were being constricted just a step away from the power source. "The experiment continues. I will handle this next. You may leave now, Doctor." In astonishment, Dr. Otto watched as Duke flung him away from the machine as if he were mere refuse. Without Otto's control, the already unstable artificial sun became even more volatile, its surface energy rings gradually breaking through the magnetic shield, erupting like an octopus with flailing tentacles. Duke gazed at the searing fireball, a flicker of trepidation and greed dancing in his eyes. "We can't wait any longer." He summoned all his energy, blue lightning crackling around him. With a single leap, he approached the artificial sun, its magnetic shield now precariously compromised. Extending his hands, Duke cautiously drew nearer to the agitated orb, a peculiar grin spreading across his face as he murmured, "Be good. Just let me touch you just once." At this moment, Dr. Otto, who had been flung far away by Duke, managed to rise again with the aid of metallic tendrils. Just as he was preparing to flee, he caught sight of Duke's frenzied actions and couldn't help but shout, "Are you seeking death? Stop!" Ignoring Dr. Otto, Duke drew closer to the artificial sun, and the temperature of the air escalated. Suddenly, two brilliant arcs of electricity erupted from Duke's hands, piercing through the magnetic shield and rushing into the heart of the artificial sun. The blue arcs, upon connecting with the artificial sun, swiftly transformed into a blinding white hue, and the restless energy within the artificial sun seemed to have finally discovered an outlet. The initially slender blue arcs burgeoned into thick beams, akin to a baby's arm, continuously surging into Duke's being. "Yes, this is it." As the radiant white energy surged into Duke, it was as if he had found a long-awaited oasis in a parched desert, quickly enveloping his entire form and nourishing his immensely powerful physique, which had undergone a metamorphosis. The delightful yet stinging sensation compelled Duke to draw even more energy, and the overwhelming force, upon entering his body, cocooned him like a great chrysalis. Simultaneously, the intense gravitational pull of the laboratory gradually diminished, and the artificial sun visibly shrank, ultimately dwindling to a mere flicker before extinguishing, leaving behind only the scorched air as evidence of its existence. Not far away, Dr. Otto felt dazed. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the artificial sun he had painstakingly created was being consumed by Duke bit by bit. He had assumed that the laboratory valued the artificial sun for its potential in the energy sector, for anyone with foresight could see that once his solar project succeeded, it would yield an inexhaustible source of energy akin to that of the sun. But what was this absurd extinguishing act? This was his artificial sun, not a mere lighter. "Tom, is there anyone?" Dr. Otto, closing his gaping mouth, suppressed his shock and instinctively took 2 steps back, maintaining his distance as he questioned the sight of Duke, who was gradually absorbing the cocoon. I simply cannot comprehend this. The energy swirling around Duke's skin seemed almost sentient, visibly flowing into the mysterious circular pattern on his chest, accompanied by Duke's hearty laughter. As he slowly opened his eyes, he appeared nothing like the electrified being he had been moments before. Rather, he resembled an entirely ordinary human, an utterly unremarkable human. Indeed, for the ordinary fabric of his clothes, it could not possibly withstand such a violent clash of energies. Duke casually picked up a nearby white lab coat and draped it over himself, modestly concealing his form. Feeling the resurgence of his symbiotic transformation and the ample energy within him, a smile crept across his lips. The long-awaited artificial sun had indeed been worth the wait. At least for now, he would not be facing his demise. It is indeed regrettable that this amount of energy is still insufficient for the esteemed brother to fully recuperate, let alone to evolve into the ultimate forms such as the Crimson Lotus. Dr. Otto, observing Duke, who appears to have returned to normalcy, cautiously approached with mechanical tendrils and forced a smile, inquiring, "Mr. Tom, should you not share something with me? As you can see, Doctor, this is no ordinary laboratory." Duke replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was well aware that Otto, prior to his transformation into Dr. Octopus, had a life goal centered around benefiting humanity. He was undoubtedly a good person. However, once corrupted, that goodness was not to be underestimated, as he now seemed preoccupied with creating sensational headlines to shake New York. With a premeditated resolve, Duke solemnly stated, "In addition to what you already know, that the laboratory is funded by the Donald Group, there exists another investor, Department Zero, which is the true authority here. The purpose of this department is to safeguard the American populace, specifically addressing superhuman incidents. The Solar Artificial Initiative is merely a facet of this endeavor." "And who might you be?" Dr. Otto's face illuminated with a flash of realization. Duke shrugged lightly, chuckling, "I am simply myself, Doctor. My current responsibilities include serving as the head of the laboratory and as a security consultant for Department Zero. Consider me a senior operative." Subsequently, Duke elaborated on the various superhuman incidents currently prevalent in America, emphasizing the urgent need for Department Zero to enhance its capability to manage such occurrences. After a moment of contemplation, Otto's metallic tendrils swayed unconsciously behind him. He straightened his posture and declared earnestly, "Tom, I am a scientist. I greatly appreciate the laboratory support, yet I do not wish to be embroiled in politics. I have but one request." He fixed his gaze intently on Duke. "I hope to maintain my autonomy in research. Should I ever discover that the laboratory's work contravenes my principles, I wish to have the right to withdraw." "Not a problem." Duke agreed without hesitation. It was no jest. Dr. Otto was one of the most eminent scientists in the Marvel Universe. Had he not diverted into the role of Dr. Octopus, his accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass the creation of a mere artificial sun. Not to mention, the mechanical tendrils he fashioned are not only imbued with advanced intelligence and self-upgrading logic, but were also specifically designed for the Solar Initiative. They exhibit resistance to extreme temperatures and strong magnetism, while additionally aiding him in combat and equipment fabrication. More impressively, this apparatus is mentally linked to its operator, allowing for direct mental control. In contrast, Tony Stark's intelligent assistant, Jarvis, relied heavily on voice commands during the early stages of his armor development. And compared to Otto's mechanical tendrils, Stark's own robotic arm pales significantly. Most crucially, Otto did not possess Stark's wealth, nor did he have the advantage of a supportive father laying a foundation. All of this was meticulously crafted by Otto himself, a true artisan of invention. To be candid, what my Duke requires is precisely this kind of cost-effective, excellent tool. Chapter 63. What Minister Duke excels at is promoting blood circulation. Dr. Otto, the laboratory will fully support your artificial sun project. If funds are insufficient, we shall continue to allocate more. Our sole objective is to expedite the production of the artificial sun. After securing Dr. Otto's cooperation, Duke adjusted his glasses with a smile that exuded an air of affluence. It must be said that the artificial sun project is undoubtedly a brilliant idea, and Dr. Otto, who is nearly single-handedly crafting this massive fireball, is a true genius. For Duke, aside from the need for stable energy to support the organization, the commercial benefits of a stabilized artificial sun are immeasurable. A prime example is Tony Stark. After shutting down the most profitable weapons division of Stark Industries, the stock price had plummeted to dismal levels. However, Tony swiftly pivoted to the energy sector, and the stock price skyrocketed, soaring higher than before. After all, unlike arms, energy is universally needed. Even if one sells weapons, one must transport them. Dr. Otto, with a slight frown, surveyed the laboratory ravaged by the energy waves of the artificial sun. He rolled his eyes and stated, "The rest is manageable. We can rebuild if necessary." However, the most crucial element, tritium, was the last piece available for purchase, and the experiment is currently at a standstill. Moreover, I estimate that relying solely on a magnetic shield for protection is not entirely safe. If we were to push this into commercial use, a solid metal shell will be essential, yet the materials currently available do not meet my requirements. Isn't tritium rare? Duke's mind was momentarily bewildered. This seemed illogical. If tritium were indeed scarce, how could it be commercialized in the future? Given the current demands, this artificial sun would barely suffice as an appetizer. If materials are insufficient, how could I sustain the organization and reap substantial profits? This is common knowledge. Indeed, tritium is rare, with the current global stock purportedly under 25 pounds. However, tritium can be artificially synthesized, so there's no need for concern. Dr. Otto rolled his eyes again, but recognizing Duke as a significant benefactor, he pondered before elaborating. Tritium can be produced from lithium. Lithium primarily exists in two isotopes, lithium-6 and lithium-7. Lithium-6 absorbs a thermal neutron, transforming into tritium while releasing energy. Lithium-7 requires a fast neutron to become tritium. Just tell me where I can buy it, Duke interjected, having reached the limits of his comprehension. The extensive jargon had become nearly incomprehensible for a law student like him. While he could navigate schemes and plots, the knowledge required for crafting a diminutive sun was far beyond him. Even a manual presented before him would be utterly baffling. Currently, it is entirely unavailable, Dr. Otto concluded his impromptu educational session as he reflected on the culmination of his life's work, the artificial sun, a topic from which he found it difficult to disengage. Dr. Otto maneuvered a metallic tentacle to draw a chair closer, settling down to elucidate the complexities surrounding the artificial production of tritium. The synthesis of this element is rather intricate, and typically, the required quantities are minimal, with fixed procurement numbers established by those in need. The tritium in our laboratory was procured through channels I once had at the New York Empire State University. It seems we will have to wait for a while longer, as they too are out of stock and need to place a new order, which will undoubtedly take some time. So, while the element is indeed available, obtaining it through the proper channels poses a challenge, does it not? Duke stroked his chin, a sense of satisfaction blossoming within him. This made things considerably easier. It is not the difficulty in acquiring it that concerns me, but rather the possibility of it being unobtainable. Observing Dr. Otto nod in agreement, Duke raised an eyebrow and confidently declared, "I shall resolve the tritium issue. Doctor, your sole focus should be on expediting the repairs to the machinery. As for the materials for the metallic casing," Duke pondered, recalling that within the Marvel universe, several materials could likely meet the requisite standards. Whether it be adamantium or vibranium, both would undoubtedly surpass the properties of any commercially available materials. Regrettably, these options are prohibitively expensive, and while Duke could manage a few units, the cost would escalate alarmingly if a commercial profit model were to be established. Sensing Duke's hesitation, Dr. Otto clarified, "If we do not pursue miniaturization, we can regulate the energy fluctuations of the artificial sun within the protective magnetic shield's capacity. However, this would necessitate an expansion of the artificial sun's base, requiring additional machinery to generate the shield and control the sun's fluctuations. Let us stabilize the current setup first. We can revisit miniaturization later when we acquire the necessary materials." After a moment's contemplation, Duke resolved to proceed. The artificial sun was not merely a means to provide desserts for Mr. Gu. It was also a pivotal asset for financial gain. Once operational, profitability would be assured, and with funding secured, further research into miniaturization would pose no issue. After deliberating with Dr. Otto, Duke reiterated his commitment to ensuring funding and equipment, hoping for the swift advancement of the project. Upon exiting the laboratory, Duke removed his Superman glasses, reverting to his role as Minister Duke. As dusk settled, he stood before the windows of the Zero Department's military base, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance, his lips pressed tightly together, his entire being seemingly trembling slightly. Exhaling softly, he relaxed his body, gently assisting his secretary Natasha, who was kneeling on the floor, seemingly choked. With her wine-red hair cascading to her shoulders and a delicate visage tinged with a rosy hue, she wore a form-fitting professional outfit that had become tattered, barely concealing her form. Her alluring eyes lent her an air that was simultaneously reminiscent of a university student in her 20s and a sophisticated woman in her 30s. Duke retrieved a tissue from his desk, tenderly dabbing at the corner of Natasha's mouth. In a moment of chivalry, he transformed into a supportive figure, lifting Natasha in a princess carry and placing her on the sofa, which was on the verge of collapse from their earlier antics, allowing her to rest. Since absorbing the energy from the artificial sun in the laboratory, he has finally returned to a state of normalcy. Not only is his body undergoing a continuous transformation, but more importantly, he has finally gained control over the energy within him. Although most of the energy from Otto's artificial sun was consumed by the formidable entity known as Go, a portion remains, lingering within his being, nurturing and reshaping his bodily organs. Now that he has regained his normalcy, what is of utmost importance? Naturally, it is to resume work. Duke immediately recalled his responsibilities within Department Zero. Following his physical troubles, the majority of his tasks have been delegated to Natasha, the secretary assigned from above. Therefore, upon his recovery, he hurried back to the base with the intention of alleviating Natasha's workload. As for Natasha, or the Black Widow, she was an operative assigned to Department Zero after its establishment. When Duke first laid eyes upon her, he immediately recognized her, for she was none other than Scarlett Johansson. Although he was uncertain of the true purpose behind this SHIELD agent's undercover role, he reasoned that since his department was in its infancy and harbored no significant secrets, perhaps that black-haired rogue had merely sent Natasha over to observe and learn. For mutual growth among allied units is essential. What? How did the two of them end up together? They were not fooling around, but rather finding solace from work-related stress. Minister Duke has always been considerate of his subordinates, as is well known. Prolonged office sitting is not conducive to one's vitality. And it is precisely this area of expertise, stimulating circulation, that Minister Duke excels in. With a righteous expression, Chapter 64, The Black Cloak Vigilante Plan. After a considerable time, Natasha's languid and weakened form gradually regained some vitality, her complexion still radiating a captivating allure. Accepting the warm water Duke offered, she reclined on the sofa, sipping delicately as her mind continued to revel in a haze of fireworks. As a senior operative of SHIELD, her initial mission was straightforward: to assess the circumstances within Department Zero and, if possible, to acquire records pertaining to mutant experiments. Regarding the investigation into the laboratory's background, SHIELD felt that there were too many coincidences at play. Although the evidence appeared unproblematic at first glance, there is only one set of recordings and testimonies that could potentially implicate Jean Bing as the mastermind. Subsequent covert interrogations of several gang members revealed that Jean Bing's associates were entirely oblivious to the laboratory's affairs, which was indeed intriguing. According to the principle that the one who profits is often the most suspicious, Duke, having been promoted to the head of Department Zero, naturally attracted SHIELD's attention. In her role as secretary, Natasha diligently handled her responsibilities, yet progress remained elusive. Until one day, she instinctively sensed something amiss in Minister Duke's gaze, a look she was all too familiar with, one that most men possess when they regard her. Thus, she resolved to employ a few subtle tactics to ascertain whether she could extract some information. Without hesitation, after work that day, She exchanged her conventional blackboard suit for a daring, low-cut, form-fitting gown, adorned with lipstick and lace-trimmed black stockings that reached the hem of her dress. As for what transpired thereafter, I swear by Nick Fury's shining bald head that her intentions were merely to flirt. After all, even a novice in the art of seduction knows that one must keep the admirer at bay to maintain their interest. However, to her utter astonishment, the insufferable Duke merely grazed her, and she instantly felt an unsettling shift. Unable to contain her emotions, the office skirmish that ensued was nothing short of intense, with fervent exchanges echoing through the air. To her dismay, she had originally planned to seize the moment and extract some intel from Duke. For while the experience was undeniably pleasurable, she could not afford to neglect her responsibilities. Yet, in a twist of fate, he began to maintain a distance, becoming elusive as a phantom, delegating all tasks to her, leaving her yearning for even the slightest whisper of affection. Truly a cad among cads. What was happening today? Ahem. With the workload piling up, one occasionally needs to let their blood circulate. Returning to the matter at hand, she discarded the tissue into the wastebasket, while Duke, seated in his executive chair with an air of decorum, officially entered work mode. Natasha, I appreciate your hard work. Are there any pressing matters in the department? Natasha deftly fastened the black lace button at the back of her dress, rolling her eyes involuntarily. Hard work? Indeed, I have labored in various capacities. Nevertheless, as a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she composed herself and retrieved a stack of reports, adopting a professional demeanor. The department is back on track, but there are significant concerns regarding our equipment and personnel capabilities. Since we haven't procured any weapons or equipment externally, Kelly has sent multiple inquiries, particularly regarding funding. At this juncture, Natasha discreetly glanced at Duke. As his secretary, who managed the bulk of his daily tasks, she was well aware that he had always been adept at securing as much funding as possible from higher-ups. However, despite the influx of capital, this department head had failed to allocate resources for the development of Zero Department's equipment or personnel, indicating that something was amiss. Turning the page of the document, Natasha lowered her gaze, a smirk curling at the corner of her lips, her tone laced with a concealed sense of schadenfreude, as she continued. The higher-ups require you to submit an explanation regarding the use of funds, especially concerning their allocation. Duke nonchalantly accepted the document, setting it aside. Most of Zero Department's funding had been funneled into laboratory investments, a fact he had not reported to his superiors, nor did he intend to. For him, the laboratory was the true focus of his efforts, both in terms of capability and profitability. As for Zero Department, he figured he could always return the funds once they became profitable. Moreover, he is acutely aware that the fundamental issue at hand is not merely the updates to his equipment. Rather, the core problem lies in his failure to procure new armaments after receiving the funds, which has elicited dissatisfaction from his superiors. This scenario has become a tacit understanding within the organization. The reason the higher-ups so readily allocated funds to him and even retained a military base for his use is precisely to facilitate his acquisition of weaponry. Although he remains unaware of which arms company is backing those in authority, Duke understands that once he decides to solicit bids for arms procurement, there will undoubtedly be recommended companies poised to secure the contract. As for the division of interests behind the scenes, that is beyond Duke's purview. Understood. Then there's no need to send the notice. Please refine the language of this plan and forward it to the higher-ups, Duke remarked, raising an eyebrow as he retrieved a document from the drawer and handed it to Natasha. Also, please draft a report requesting $200 million, citing the need for development plans. How dare you ask for more money? What gives you such confidence? Natasha mused, her curiosity piqued as she skimmed through the document. There has already been significant dissent regarding our financial matters, and now you wish to apply for more? As she flipped through the plan, Natasha felt a surge of emotion. She could not help but lift her gaze to inquire, "Have you already commenced implementation?" With a shrug, Duke allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. "Of course, I have already recruited a member. I have dubbed this initiative the Black Cloak Vigilante Program. Just as I suspected, this individual undoubtedly harbors secrets." Having perused the outline of the plan, Natasha recognized its immense value. She was still trembling with anticipation. From this document, she discerned Duke's ambitions. In essence, the purpose of this initiative is singular: to assemble various superhuman heroes and villains into a task force tasked with addressing superhuman incidents. This is Duke's strategy to appease his superiors. After all, effectively managing superhuman events necessitates the formation of specialized teams. Conventional military forces often fall short, especially in densely populated urban areas like New York, where the efficacy of high-powered weaponry is significantly diminished. Furthermore, he is not Hydra, willing to deploy nuclear weapons indiscriminately. As for the possibility of SHIELD replicating his ideas, that is inconsequential. Duke has no intention of assembling a team of superheroes. Villains serve his purpose better, driven either by profit or notoriety. Should there be any particularly troublesome individuals intent on creating chaos, they can be easily dealt with. One simply needs to arrange for a meal box for them. Moreover, the Black Egg has long harbored its own plans for an Avengers initiative, and Duke's endeavor to form the Black Cloak Vigilante program is unlikely to remain concealed given SHIELD's formidable capabilities. Observing Natasha's awkward gait as she hurriedly departed, Duke retracted his admiring gaze. He knew full well that even if his proposal were submitted, regardless of its approval, funds would not be forthcoming anytime soon. Contemplating this, Duke picked up the office phone and dialed Gil, a veteran subordinate of his, particularly within Division 0, who is undoubtedly one of his most loyal aides. Duke, Jill, there is something urgent that requires your attention. Please set aside your current tasks. Of course, sir, please proceed. Jill replied promptly. I need to ascertain the initial training camp location of Captain America, specifically the one he attended after enlisting. Understood, sir. I will begin my investigation immediately. Should this remain confidential? Yes, this intelligence must be communicated exclusively to me. A smile crept across Duke's lips, satisfied with Jill's response. The reason for not entrusting this matter to Natasha was the necessity for discretion. Although Jill's capabilities did not match Natasha's, his loyalty was assured. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting the intelligence. Contemplating the forthcoming plans, a flicker of uncertain light danced in Duke's eyes. Chapter 65. Am I so insignificant? In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and the leaden skies of New York began to release sporadic snowflakes. Upon receiving intelligence from Jill, Duke promptly donned his glasses and, alone amidst the falling snow, drove his Chevrolet pickup towards Missouri. While en route, a sudden thought struck him, and he multitasked by accessing the system interface. Ding! Plot task. Capture Russian crime lord Vigo. Failure. Penalty. Deduction of maximum potential reward points. Remaining points. Duke was bewildered. Did the system also impose penalties? The narrative of rapidly pursuing Vigo had long been cast aside during a year filled with laboratory and base projects. After all, capturing Vigo was far too troublesome, especially since he had transferred apartments and was even less inclined to undertake this task. Moreover, the rewards were based on actual achievements, yet penalties were calculated at their highest. What kind of madness was this? Could the system not provide a manual before launching its tasks? The rigid system, evidently oblivious to Duke's complaints, continued its monotonous notifications. Ding! Host has triggered side, plot rapid pursuit. Plot task, eliminate a member of the high table, the Gamora family. Reward, points, skill lottery for the main character. Duke adjusted his glasses, utterly perplexed. It shouldn't be like this. His confusion did not stem from the task itself, but from the extraordinarily high rewards, according to the system's usual pattern. Higher points correlated with greater dangers. Yet, based on his recollection from the Rapid Pursuit film series, the Gamora family, as one of the 12 members of the High Table, did not seem particularly formidable, especially when compared to the Golden Triangle's might. How could the reward points surpass those for the demise of the Golden Triangle? The total task points for the Golden Triangle barely amounted to points, suggesting the Gamora organization must be valued at least as much as 2 Golden Triangles. Am I truly so inconsequential? Never mind, I'll set aside my confusion for now, but Duke had resolved to complete this task. Not for any other reason, but because failing this task would result in a deduction of 100,000 points. Having already lost 20,000, he would owe an additional 80,000. After silently cursing to himself, Duke closed the system interface and refocused his thoughts on driving. The state of Missouri, situated in the heart of America, is not densely populated. As he gazed out at the endless stretches of desolate land and the remnants of dilapidated barbed wire fences, he glanced at the coordinates on his phone. He was almost there. With a sudden jerk of the steering wheel, the Chevrolet pickup veered onto a field strewn with parched grass. Wearing his Superman glasses, Duke retrieved a black mask from the back of the truck and secured it to his face. When engaging in nefarious activities, it is always prudent to don an additional layer of disguise. He extracted a Glock pistol from a hidden compartment and strapped it to his waist as he approached the site that would alter the fate of Captain America. Observing the overgrown weeds outside the base, it was evident that this military installation from the last century had long been abandoned. A rusting barbed wire fence bore a sign that read black C Camp, Military Zone, No Entry. Duke forcefully kicked open the corroded lock and strode boldly inside. Not far in, he encountered a series of low, dilapidated buildings with peeling walls, their shattered doors and wild, dry grass reflecting years of neglect. With a raised eyebrow, he recognized this as the training camp for new recruits of Captain America from the previous century. He approached a notably different low warehouse, constructed entirely of poured concrete, which stood out amidst the surrounding decay, appearing relatively intact. With a decisive twist, Duke broke the rusty latch and pushed the door open. The iron door, long unused, creaked eerily as it swung open, revealing a vast, dark space beyond a descending staircase. Duke casually pressed a button on the wall, and with a low hum, the gloom was swiftly dispelled by the glow of antiquated incandescent lights. The dust-laden room contained only empty filing cabinets and a few black and white photographs adorning the walls, clearly indicating that no one had worked here in ages. Using his keen hearing, Duke pushed aside a bookshelf from which a faint breeze emanated, and he stepped into a secret underground base that had likely seen no visitors for many years. As Duke walked, the lights in this concealed sanctuary flickered to life, illuminating a silent expanse filled with rows of vintage computer cases and monitors from the last century, which began to hum to life in response to his presence. Observing the thick screen before him, which had started to display a stream of data, Duke spoke directly. "Dr. Zola, I am here to discuss, cough cough. I am here to propose a transaction." As the computer processed the data, a series of green streams flowed across the screen, eventually forming a chubby round face. Dr. Zola's visage. "Unfamiliar visitor, who are you?" the figure inquired. "That is of little consequence, Dr. Zola. You may simply refer to me as a mercenary. What matters is the item I bring." The camera above me rotated autonomously, akin to a human eye. On the central monitor, a visage composed of green code emitted an emotionless, mechanical synthesized voice. "Mercenary, what do you desire?" I possessed a record of experiments on artificial mutants. According to my intelligence, this document appeared to be the very information that had previously leaked from your laboratory. I am willing to return it to its rightful owner. Duke observed the visage assembled from green code with keen interest. "Where did you obtain this information?" "Never mind, just tell me what you want." "Doctor," Zola responded confidently, "is it money or power?" As the negotiation unfolded, Duke maintained a professional facade, replying candidly, "I seek adamantium or vibranium, along with some tritium." "Very well. I need to see the documents first." Dr. Zola, without inquiring about the details of the transaction, readily agreed. Duke raised an eyebrow and retrieved a prepared disk from his pocket, containing a portion of the experimental data, which he promptly inserted into the antiquated computer. As the computer processed the data, 2 seconds later, the green code personifying Dr. Zola nodded in satisfaction. "The information is authentic. We shall conduct the official transaction in 10 days. Furthermore, it was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Mercenary. Farewell." After the final words echoed from the speaker, silence enveloped the base once more, reminiscent of decades of stillness. Duke squinted at the gradually shutting down computer and the dimming lights overhead, as if they were signaling that the master of this place had departed, urging him to leave promptly. Turning towards the elevator, Duke was acutely aware that this was merely the first step of the transaction. Hydra was not one to adhere to any spirit of contract. The more readily Dr. Zola agreed. The less he intended to conduct a fair transaction, and Duke knew that once the deal was finalized, Dr. Zola would not willingly permit him to take the materials he sought. Ding! The crisp chime of the elevator reaching its destination sounded, and suddenly, Duke drew his handgun from his waist. Someone awaited outside the elevator. Mr. Mercenary, my apologies. I almost forgot that we have yet to discuss the price of our transaction. Outside the elevator stood a circle of fully armed soldiers, brandishing an array of weapons, their gun barrels collectively aimed at Duke as he emerged. The voice emanated from a purple robot, roughly human height, stationed behind the soldiers. Its central screen displayed a chubby white face, maliciously mocking. What do you think your life is worth? Chapter 66, a standard French military salute. Thus, I harbor a deep disdain for these villainous individuals, entirely devoid of technical sophistication. Beneath his mask, Duke's expression remained impassive, though he felt an urge to scoff. Indeed, he had overestimated Hydra's integrity. Initially, he believed they would at least wait until the transaction was complete before acting, yet here he was, utterly taken aback, gazing at the soldiers of Hydra, whose murderous intent was unabashedly evident. Duke shook his head, inwardly lamenting the decline of morals in society. Observing Duke's persistent silence, Dr. Zola directly resorted to threats, declaring, "Enough. You, the masked mercenary, are surrounded. Surrender the information. Who is behind you? It is the system. The system compel me to act." However, Duke, straightening his posture, confessed with fervor, "Doctor, in truth, I too am a Hydra member. You are aware of the Red Skull, right? I am indeed his fervent admirer." Enough. Dr. Zola impatiently interrupted Duke's heartfelt declaration, his voice dripping with menace. "Provide me with the mutant data, and I shall consider sparing your life." "Doctor, did we not agree upon a transaction? Besides, we are both Hydra. Coercive tactics seem rather unseemly," Duke replied, adjusting his glasses with trepidation. A soldier among the ranks let out a laugh, prompting Duke to turn and see a slender figure clad in a distinct black combat suit, adorned with a snakehead mask and oversized goggles. Raising an eyebrow, Duke turned back with a smile. "What? Do you have an opinion?" Before the figure could respond, the mockery on Zola's face vanished, replaced by cold indifference. "Open fire." The basement erupted with a cacophony of gunfire as a torrent of yellow flames illuminated the space. Duke remained motionless, unflinching amidst the hail of bullets that rained upon him, ricocheting off the ground and sparking in their wake. The Hydra soldiers continued to pull the triggers until their magazines ran dry, and a momentary silence enveloped the basement, broken only by the monotonous clinking of rolling bullets. All eyes were fixed on Duke, whose black mask remained unscathed, while unbeknownst to them, a thin layer of pale blue energy shield had formed before him, impenetrable to the barrage of projectiles. Duke had not squandered the past year, although his symbiotic transformation had been temporarily stalled. Extensive practice had allowed him to harness the energy within his body, resulting in the creation of this energy shield. Alas, his physical strength was still insufficient to fully channel the energy of Godzilla. At best, he resembled a juvenile Godzilla, capable of deflecting bullets but still vulnerable. Once the last bullet had been fired, in an unexpected move, Duke sheathed his sole weapon, a Glock, at his waist and extended his right hand, conjuring a fearsome double-headed battle axe that materialized from thin air. Grasping the axe with one hand, a faint blue arc of electricity coursed up the blade as a menacing voice emerged from beneath his mask. "Now, it is my turn." Depriving the enemies of a chance to respond, Duke transformed into a streak of pale blue lightning, vanishing from their sight in an instant. A cascade of blood erupted, and the heads of the foremost Hydra soldiers were sent soaring. Another arc of electricity crackled through the air, cleaving several of the already reacting Hydra soldiers, who had raised their weapons, in twain along with their bulletproof vests. "A demon! A demon! He is a demon!" The remaining Hydra soldiers, their faces pale with terror, had no time to fire their weapons and quickly turned to flee in all directions. Bang! 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 Duke nonchalantly reholstered his empty Glock as the fleeing Hydra soldiers suddenly clutched their necks in agony, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed uncontrollably from their wounds. In a mere few seconds, the once fully armed Hydra soldiers were nearly annihilated. Finally, Duke narrowed his eyes. observing the gaunt Hydra soldier who had been the first to react and attempt to escape, now cowering behind Dr. Zola with a face full of fear. This individual was likely no mere pawn. Duke distinctly recalled that when the power axe had first struck, this slender Hydra soldier, though caught off guard, had contorted his body in a bizarre, instinctual manner, achieving a flexibility beyond that of an ordinary person, much like a boneless cobra. Very well. If one strike was insufficient to end him, then I shall deliver another. The hissing arcs of electricity danced up Duke's arm and along the power axe as he lifted it, allowing the blood to drip from the blade. A sinister smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the now trembling Cobra Hydra. Gulp! The Cobra, rigid with fear, stared at the fearsome figure before him, who had effortlessly decimated his elite squad in mere moments. His throat involuntarily convulsed as he swallowed hard. It was evident that this formidable being was no ordinary human. Wielding the axe with one hand, the arcs of electricity seemed to pulsate with a life of their own across the menacing double-edged weapon, evaporating the blood from the blade into a wisp of smoke, the air filled with the acrid scent of charred protein. Before Duke could make his move, the Cobra swiftly raised both hands, half emerging from behind Dr. Zola's robotic form, and tremulously exclaimed, "Sir, wait. I am merely their hired hand. I am willing to surrender." Hired hands? How could the ranks of Hydra be so depleted that they resorted to mercenaries? Was it to avoid the cost of insurance? Indeed, it seemed that temporary workers were everywhere. Contemplating this, Duke squinted and gradually retracted the energy coursing through him. Unable to summon Godzilla's power for the time being, he estimated he could sustain combat for no more than 3 minutes, relying solely on his own reserves. To access more energy, he would need to meditate at night to replenish from Godzilla or await a rare opportunity akin to the last Solar Project. Shouldering the power axe, Duke turned to face the purple metallic robot and stated coolly, "Dr. Zola, I believe we can resume our discussion regarding the price." Unlike the Cobra, who had danced on the precipice of life and death, Dr. Zola was now an essence of electronic life, having long since uploaded his consciousness to a computer following his battle with cancer. As for his physical form, he possessed countless robotic bodies at his disposal. The destruction of any one of them meant nothing to him. On the screen of the robot, Dr. Zola stubbornly retorted, "What if I refuse?" The Cobra, saluting Duke with a French military gesture, expressed its disdain. Duke shrugged nonchalantly, smiling gently. "It's all right, Doctor. I personally detest coercive transactions. If a deal cannot be struck, let us engage in amiable discussions later. I am quite curious about the number of robotic avatars you possess." As he spoke, a flicker of electricity danced across the axe blade, subtly casting an eerie reflection upon Duke's simple black mask, resembling a malevolent specter from the abyss. Dr. Otto's expression faltered, seemingly lost in thought, before abruptly shifting the conversation. "The deal proceeds. We will contact you regarding the specifics. Here is the communicator. However, we have limited quantities of vibranium and adamantium, although we do have a substantial amount of tritium." Duke accepted an old-fashioned mobile phone that had emerged from the concealed compartment of Dr. Zola's robotic arm, casting a glance at the Cobra, whose face was awash with sycophantic smiles. He raised an eyebrow, speaking earnestly, "The tritium is of little concern. My primary interest lies in the adamantium." Ultimately, after some negotiation, Duke and Dr. Zola reached an agreement for 60 grams of vibranium, 200 grams of adamantium, and 500 grams of tritium. Duke's main objective was the tritium. As for the vibranium and adamantium, on one hand, it was wise to conceal his true intentions to avoid price inflation, and on the other, he was curious to see if Dr. Otto could unearth anything of significance from them, though he was indifferent to the outcome. Holding the antiquated mobile phone, Duke exited the dilapidated and desolate Caspian military base, making his way to his Chevrolet pickup parked outside the barbed wire. Settling into the driver's seat and leaning back against the seat, he produced the communicator given to him by Dr. Zola. The classic old Nokia, with its simple screen and tactile plastic buttons, seemed an incongruous match for the advanced robotics associated with him. Duke casually browsed through it, finding nothing of concern, and without further inspection, he removed the battery to physically disconnect it, tossing it onto the passenger seat. He wagered that Dr. Zola had surely tampered with the device. While he could not discern the specifics, it was likely for tracking or eavesdropping purposes. After disconnecting the battery, he intended to find a secluded alley to dispose of the device, as physical isolation proved most effective. As for the timing of the transaction, he scoffed. He had always preferred to take the initiative. He planned to inquire about the progress of Dr. Otto's engineering work. As this device would only be of use at the end, it could wait until it was nearly complete before the transaction took place. In New York, at the Continental Hotel, a tall figure, clutching a briefcase, pushed open the hotel door and scanned the surroundings cautiously. The deserted intersection allowed him to lower his guard slightly. In the clandestine realm of assassins, the Continental Hotel stands as an unequivocal sanctuary, free from the sudden intrusion of law enforcement or the treachery of rival operatives. Provided one possesses sufficient gold coins, the hotel can cater to virtually every desire. However, once one steps beyond the protective confines of the hotel, that sense of security evaporates. Habitually surveying his surroundings, a figure approached his pickup truck parked in a secluded alley. He cautiously glanced at the intersection, preparing to open the car door when, without warning, a large hand swiftly covered his mouth, and he was forcefully pinned against the vehicle, his face pressed against the cold window. Startled, he instinctively reached for his handgun to retaliate, only to find a peculiar short sword pressed against his throat. The sharp blade drew a thin line of crimson blood with even the slightest movement. A low voice whispered in his ear, "Robbery, surrender your gold." The figure, now subdued, displayed a semblance of calm. He refrained from shouting, knowing that in such dire situations, the best course of action was to preserve his life. Although he was unaware of the foolhardy individual attempting to rob him at the hotel entrance, he understood that negotiation was still possible. Maintaining composure was imperative. Money could be earned again, vendettas could be settled later, but life was singular and irreplaceable. Temporarily setting aside thoughts of desperate resistance, he obediently reached for the remaining gold coins in his possession, silently vowing to avenge this affront in the future. Suddenly, a low growl of anger resonated from behind. "Damn it. You dare to resist?" "Who? Resist? Me? Surely not." Before he could discern the situation, a sharp crack echoed, plunging him into darkness and silence. Meanwhile, a singular thought echoed in his mind. Where did I resist? Releasing the now limp Caucasian man, Duke adjusted his glasses, awkwardly observing the lifeless gaze and the right hand that had slipped from his grasp, feebly clutching the gold coins. "Come on, brother, at least give me a heads up. This is my first time witnessing such a scene." He sighed, hoping the unfortunate man would learn from this lesson. Next time, when preparing to part with his money during a robbery, he ought to announce his intentions. It puts everyone in an awkward position. With a heavy heart, Duke tearfully closed the deceased man's eyes, simultaneously collecting 7 gold coins, 1 identification card, an AK-47, and several rounds of ammunition. The rest could be momentarily disregarded. Satisfied, Duke examined the classical gold coins in his hand. Though the process had encountered a minor mishap, the objective was ultimately achieved. The gold coins issued by the Continental Hotel served as the currency of the underground world, facilitating everything from evading pursuers, acquiring equipment, indulging in pleasures, drinking, to commissioning tasks. Gold was the most universally accepted medium of exchange. Behind the Continental Hotel, the elevated council of the High Table provides a safeguarding service for the gold coins. As long as one possesses the gold coins issued by the Continental Hotel, whether one is an in-house assassin or an independent contractor, they may receive the hotel as protection and services, provided they adhere to the hotel's regulations. Duke's target, the Kimura family, is a member of this high table. Although he is perplexed by the unusually high task reward issued by the system, he decides to gather intelligence at the Continental Hotel for safety's sake. However, without the gold coins and being a stranger to the underworld, Duke finds himself at a loss for where to exchange them. After much contemplation, he resolves to wait at the entrance for a fortuitous encounter with an unfortunate soul. After all, there is no need to discuss honor among the underworld assassins. The concept of eat or be eaten is likely universally accepted. Leaving his companion and vehicle behind, Duke straightens his attire, grabs the bag containing firearms, and heads toward the Continental Hotel. As for his companion, there's no need for concern. The night's wanderers are the scavengers of this bustling city of New York, meticulously collecting every valuable item. Moreover, in the underworld, a corpse holds significant value. Chapter 68. Tom, call me Tom, mercenary and part-time informant in the lobby of the Continental Hotel, under the warm orange glow. Several assassins leisurely sip coffee. Regardless of the treachery, they plot outside, within the confines of the Continental Hotel. Even the deepest animosities can be momentarily set aside for a toast in remembrance. As footsteps approach, Duke pushes open the grand doors of the Continental Hotel and surveys his surroundings. Well-dressed men and women, holding coffee, sit at tables in the lobby, laughing amiably, entirely unreflective of the hotel's sinister reputation. Instead, the classical and luxurious decor gives the impression of a grand castle from the last century. At the front desk, a few individuals are attending to their affairs. Duke takes his place behind a woman in a black mink coat. Ms. Bergen, room 717. Enjoy your stay, announces the impeccably dressed, middle-aged African-American hotel concierge, handing the room key to the mink-clad woman. Turning to Duke, he smiles warmly. Welcome to the Continental Hotel in New York. How may I assist you, sir? As the mink-clad woman brushes past him, she winks at Duke, who nods in acknowledgement before approaching the front desk. He retrieves a gold coin and mimics the previous exchange. One room for one night, please. Room 414. Enjoy your stay, responds the concierge, maintaining his formulaic smile as he hands Duke a room key. Would you like me to inform you of the hotel's regulations? Duke, grasping his bag, turns and replies, thank you, but I am aware that the hotel does not provide services. Without stepping into a room, Duke makes his way to the elevator and presses the button for the basement level, entering the underground bar of the hotel. The stage was alive with the sounds of blues reminiscent of the last century. Duke cast a glance and saw a voluptuous African-American woman, clad in tight crimson lingerie, passionately belting out a song. Her ample figure and wild hair swayed rhythmically, while in the dim light, scattered booths were occupied by sharply dressed assassins engaged in quiet conversation over their drinks. Damn, not even a swimsuit-clad blonde in sight. I might just leave a scathing review. Shaking his head to dispel the unhealthy imagery, Duke approached the bar and ordered, whiskey, please. The bartender, Audie, leaned casually against the bar. Her lips tinted a deep red under the subdued lighting, accentuating her allure. Clad in a black form-fitting dress that highlighted her curves. What caught the eye most was the mysterious tattoo adorning her arm. A thorny black rose winding from her wrist up to her shoulders, exuding both seduction and danger. Placing a glass of whiskey before him, she offered a charming smile. Welcome to the Continental Hotel, sir. This drink is on the house. You may call me Audie. Thank you, Tom, Duke replied, raising an eyebrow as he accepted the glass and took a seat at the bar. His curiosity was piqued by the tattoo's length. As he engaged in casual conversation with the bartender, he observed his surroundings. The patrons were scattered in small groups, and though the crowd was sparse, it seemed every individual in the bar, although appearing engrossed in their discussions, was subtly drawn to the southeastern corner of the establishment. John Wick. Duke narrowed his eyes. In the corner, on a red sofa, a middle-aged man with a center-parted hairstyle sat facing an elderly gentleman with graying hair. It appeared that the assassins in the bar had instinctively distanced themselves from the two. John Wick and Winston, the manager of the Continental Hotel. This must be the plot from the second installment of the John Wick series. Recalling the storyline, Duke remembered that in the first film, John Wick sought vengeance after the son of a Russian mob boss killed his dog, leading him to exact revenge on the mob boss himself, a grim tale of retribution. The second film unfolded as John sought to return to a normal life, only to be drawn back into the fray when Santino D'Antonio, the second heir of the Camorra family, demanded his assistance in eliminating the first heir, his sister Gianna D'Antonio, due to a blood oath John had made. When John refused to honor this oath, Santino resorted to destroying John's home as a threat, compelling him to re-enter the world of assassins. Wait a moment. This clearly aligns with the second film's storyline, and Duke recalled that John was supposed to travel to Rome to confront Gianna. If John is still here at the Continental in New York, could it be that the plot is only just beginning? For Duke, The most pressing matter now was gathering intelligence on the D'Antonio family, as his mission required the elimination of one of the High Table's members, namely the Kimura family. Wait, something feels amiss. Duke was bewildered. The system's mission target was the Kimura family, yet he distinctly recalled that Santino belonged to the Antonio family. Where did the Kimura come from? Damn, there must be some mistake. Narrowing his eyes, he observed a group of assassins, their attention divided between sipping drinks and keeping an eye on the activity in the bar's corner. After a moment of contemplation, Duke released the bartender Addie's hand and smiled. Miss Addie, the lighting is too dim to discern the palmistry. Let us continue our discussion another time. Addie chuckled softly, withdrawing her hand, and replied, Then I shall trouble you next time. I must attend to other matters now. As Addie departed, Duke turned his gaze towards the corner of the bar, adjusting his glasses. Moments later, he picked up his drink and strode toward that very corner. The hotel manager, Winston, inquired, Jonathan, what does Santino want from you? John replied, I didn't ask. I merely stated that he burned down my house. Winston continued, a blood oath is a matter of honor, one that cannot be refused, otherwise suddenly. Winston halted mid-sentence as an unfamiliar Asian man took a seat directly across from them. In the Continental Hotel, there was no one who didn't recognize him, nor would anyone so brazenly intrude upon a manager's conversation. After a moment of surprise at the stranger's face, he turned to Duke and said, I apologize, sir, but this is a private conversation. Who might you be? Tom, he replied. I'm a mercenary and information broker. Duke seated himself on the crimson sofa, raised his glass, and smiled. I did not intend to disrupt the conversation between the manager and the night demon, but I overheard you discussing matters concerning Santino Antonio. If you do not mind, I have some information I would like to share. Winston responded, No, we do not require it. Please leave, wait. John suddenly interrupted Winston, lowering his gaze to Duke and speaking in a hushed tone, Mr. Tom, how much is your information? Mr. Wick, the value is determined by you, Duke replied, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Without further ado, he continued, regarding why Santino has sought you out, according to my intelligence. The head of the Antonio family recently passed away, and his dying wish was to bequeath the seat at the high table to his eldest daughter, Gianna Antonio. However, his sole son, Santino, is quite displeased with this and has been attempting to reclaim the Kimura seat. Casting a glance at the pensive John, Duke added, the most direct way to achieve this would be to eliminate Gianna Antonio. Eliminate Gianna Antonio. Both Duke and John exclaimed in unison. A glimmer of understanding flashed in John's eyes. He now comprehended what Santino was requesting of him. After Gianna's demise, Santino would become the primary heir, and he would be the instrument of her death. Chapter 69. I still have many secrets beneath my clothes. Jonathan, as you know, there are two inviolable rules governing the high table. Winston raised his glass and glanced at John, stating, first, the Continental Hotel prohibits murder. Second, every blood oath must receive its due honor. I have no choice, do I? John's bearded face bore no expression as he replied. To refuse a blood oath means death. To kill the holder of a blood oath means death. Winston shook his head and softly remarked, if you flee, you will still meet your demise. The only course of action is to fulfill the demands of the blood oath holder, and then you are done. A profound silence enveloped the air. I understand, Mr. Tom. Your information is of great significance to me. John broke the silence, producing a stack of gold coins from his pocket and sliding them towards Duke, saying, this is for the information. Thank you. Duke replied with a slight smirk, only to push the coins back towards Winston, saying, Mr. Winston, I too wish to inquire about some information. I wonder if it would be convenient? Of course, please proceed. Winston set down his glass, intrigued. But Mr. Tom, as an information broker, why would you seek to purchase intelligence from the Continental Hotel? Sometimes the power of the individual is insignificant. My client seeks information regarding Kimura and the Antonio family. I wonder if the Continental Hotel could provide such details? Kimura and the Antonio family? Winston's expression shifted, his wrinkled face adopting a more serious demeanor. Tom, this sum of gold is far from sufficient for the value of the information you seek, and your request is rather broad. There is much to know about Kimura and the Antonio family. Which specifics are you interested in? Duke shrugged, offering a faint smile. I merely wish to acquire basic information, limited to the value of the gold on the table. Whatever can be shared will suffice. Basic information? Winston's eyes glinted as he contemplated for a moment before chuckling softly. Then I can inform you that Camorra holds one of the high table seats, with its main influence in Rome and New York. As for the relationship between the two, the Antonio family is considered a leader within Camorra. Where can they be found? Winston spread the coins before him on the table, chuckling lightly. At the Red Devil Bar, but for the subsequent information, this will not suffice. This is enough for me. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Duke's eyes. The target was Camorra, and the Antonio family was part of its upper echelons. The logical connection was quite simple. With the objective achieved, Duke stood up and declared, "Thank you for the information. Until next time." Suddenly, he paused, turning back as if struck by a thought. Addressing the somewhat disheveled, bearded man who had remained silent, "John, a friendly warning. Watch out for Santino. He is adept at burning bridges." With that, without waiting for John's response, he departed, making his way toward the door. The Red Devil Bar, 11 p.m. The deafening roar of rock music echoed like the howls of wild beasts. Under the dim lights, men and women, once clad in polished attire during the day, now pressed closely together in the thrumming dance floor, swayed in unison. Here, it mattered not whether one was a corporate executive or an auto worker by daylight. As long as one possessed a striking visage, stepping into that raucous dance floor where bodies intertwined would unveil a myriad of pleasures hidden in the shadows. The serendipitous brush of skin against skin, the tantalizing glances exchanged with unfamiliar companions, and the uncharted allure of a stranger-esque gaze ignited a thrill. Each individual shed the heavy guise of politeness that cloaked them during daylight hours. Within this late-night bar, joy reigned supreme, and all pursued hedonistic bliss, both exquisite and decadent. At the bar, Nancy cradled a Bloody Mary, her impatience bubbling over as she waved away several suit-clad men attempting to engage her in conversation. The slender, bespectacled office drones were not to her taste. She preferred the vibrant exuberance of youth. Just as she contemplated the dance floor for tonight's delectable morsels, her demeanor shifted abruptly. As if sensing something, she turned a glance over her shoulder. An Asian man sporting glasses was making his way toward the bar, and as she closed her eyes, it was as if she were attuning to an exquisite presence. How many years had it been since she encountered such a delectable quarry? Instinctively, she licked her lips with her pink tongue and whispered to herself, "He is mine." After the bouncer at the entrance completed his security checks with a metal detector, Duke descended the stairs, pushed through the door, and navigated through the crowd toward the bar. "Hello, may I have the pleasure of knowing you? I'm Nancy." Just as he was about to order a drink, a waft of delicate perfume enveloped him, prompting Duke to raise an eyebrow. "Is my charm so potent that I attract attention even before I settle in?" He turned to his left, where a striking woman leaned against the counter, her gaze languidly fixed on him, a glass of crimson liquid in hand. Her figure was harmonious, her face petite, adorned with two prominent canine teeth. Clad in a long-sleeved lace bodycon dress, its design artfully accentuated her generous bosom, while her delicately arched brows and alluringly angled eyes, tinged with the flush of alcohol and soft lavender eyeshadow, added an air of mystery in the dim lighting. Duke nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he complimented. "Of course I'm Tom. Miss Nancy, your dress is exquisite. Its design is truly distinctive." Nancy took a sip of her red drink, her smile growing even more enchanting as she leaned closer, responding, "Thank you for your kind words. I designed it myself." Observing her, Duke's lips curved into a sly grin as he leaned in closer to her ear, asking, "As this is my first visit to this bar, do you have any delightful drink recommendations, Miss Nancy?" As Duke drew nearer, Nancy felt the warm, moist breath against her ear, igniting a flush upon her cheeks. Despite her seasoned experience in such encounters, feeling the intoxicating presence of the man before her, distinct from her previous quarry, Nancy sensed a primal essence emanating from him, dangerous yet irresistibly intriguing. As she drew closer, her acute hearing detected the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, resonating like a drum against her chest, prompting her to instinctively tighten her long legs adorned in a figure-hugging skirt, stifling the surge of desire within. With a glimmer in her eyes, she inquired, "What type of wine do you prefer?" "I'm not particular, but tonight, the drink I desire is right before me. I wonder if Miss Nancy would be so kind as to indulge me?" "Ah, you charming rogue, soon you shall drink to your heart's content," she thought, simultaneously chastising herself for the effects of the alcohol as her arm unwittingly brushed against Duke's thigh. Sensing the taut muscles beneath his clothing, her gaze ignited with fervor, and she delicately licked her luscious red lips, whispering, "Not a problem, Mr. Tom. We could find a quieter spot to sip our drinks and discuss the nuances of clothing design." Leaning in closer, her lips nearly grazing Duke's ear, she tantalizingly added, "There are many secrets beneath my attire." Suddenly, a stark realization struck her. What was her purpose here? The mission. How could she have almost forgotten? Duke, observing the entranced beauty before him, silently cursed his wavering resolve. How could he be so beguiled by mere beauty? Determined to refocus, he resolved to act with singular purpose, business before pleasure. As a late-night bar, the Red Demon pub was never devoid of couples engaging in flirtatious encounters. In the dim corners of the establishment, various sofas served as clandestine retreats for those eager to escape to a hotel room. Duke assisted the seemingly intoxicated Nancy towards a spacious couch nestled in the corner, his arms sinking deeply into the soft curves of her form. In mere moments, Nancy, overwhelmed by the effects of a drink, had draped herself against Duke, allowing him to encircle her waist. Upon settling down, driven by her impatience, Nancy positioned herself on Duke's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and enticingly breathed, "Do you wish to drink?" Their eyes locked, the atmosphere ignited with palpable tension, and their lips collided passionately. As they engaged in a fervent exchange, Duke's hands roamed from Nancy's long thigh upwards, causing her tightly fitted dress to ripple and shift, producing curious sounds in the secluded corner. Before long, Nancy found herself breathless from the kisses, her flushed face panting as she absorbed the overwhelming sensations beneath her. With a gaze smoldering with desire, she licked her lips and whispered to Duke, "I want to savor you for a lifetime." "Woman, you're dreaming." Duke silently rolled his eyes. Indeed, a man must always protect himself. His large hand struck out once more. Suddenly, Nancy let out a soft moan. The stimulating sensation beneath her nearly made her lose control of her posture, and she instinctively pressed closer against the man beneath her. She inhaled deeply. Yes, this scent. What was this scent? She had never encountered anything so intoxicating, so ravenous. The closer she drew to Duke, the more she could feel every cell in her body stirring, as if urging her to devour him whole. "Ah, I can't wait any longer." Nancy's eyes flickered. Without giving Duke a chance to react, she buried her face against his neck, poised to sink her teeth in. In the dim light of the bar, Duke failed to notice. Her once pale blue irises had shifted to crimson, and beneath her lips, two delicate fangs were slowly elongating. Such a delectable prey. Of course, he must be savored slowly. A flash of hunger passed through Nancy's gaze as she lunged for his throat. "Become my slave? Huh? Why can't I bite through?" Bam! Suddenly, Nancy found herself airborne. Quite literally. Rewind 3 seconds. The moment her fangs nearly grazed Duke's neck, his instincts flared. His skin tensed automatically, and before he could even process the sharp pressure against his throat, his body reflexively hurled Nancy off him. She crashed onto a nearby table, sending bottles shattering across the floor. A vampire? Duke stared, dumbfounded, at the transformed Nancy sprawled on the ground. He touched his unscathed neck and exhaled sharply. Damn, what a waste. Should have enjoyed myself first. Almost unlocked a new achievement. If Su Xian was the hero of the wilderness, what does that make a vampire? Ahem. Back to the matter at hand. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Duke fastened his belt with practiced ease, his gaze locked onto Nancy as she assumed an offensive stance. Damn. Left hanging, arching his back slightly, Duke regarded the vampire lady before him, now eyeing him like prey, and remarked coolly, "Beautiful, even if you're into games. Let me make one thing clear, I only do tops." Nancy licked her elongated fangs, her smile dripping with allure. "Then let's see what you're capable of." "Which aspect are we talking about?" "Every single one." A crimson glint flashed in her eyes, now fully embracing her vampiric nature. She could sense the overwhelming vitality radiating from the man before her. An intuition whispered to her, if she could just drink his blood, her decades-stagnant power as a Viscountess would undoubtedly ascend. "Submit to me willingly, little one," she purred, "and I'll make sure you experience paradise." Duke arched a brow. "No, I don't believe you." After all, truth was only proven through action. How could he judge the fruit without first squeezing out its juices? As Duke and Nancy created a commotion, the crowd that had been fervently dancing in the ballroom gradually ceased their movements. Their curiosity piqued as they glanced toward the corner. The previously raucous background music inexplicably softened. Observing the throng of onlookers, a sudden spark of inspiration flickered in Duke's mind. A smile crept onto his lips as he menacingly addressed Nancy. "My dear, I assume you wouldn't want everyone to uncover your true identity as a vampire, would you? I'm merely here to gather some intelligence. Let's all pretend this is a mere triviality." A triviality indeed, as long as I could drain your blood. Gather intelligence? Nancy, with her back turned to the crowd and her fangs still bared, let out an ambiguous chuckle. "Why not share your thoughts? Perhaps I may assist you. Is it truly that simple?" "Very well then," Duke replied earnestly. "I seek individuals from the Antonio family." "You need not search any further," Nancy declared, her smile unabashed as she laughed heartily at Duke. "Before you stand a member of the Antonio family." Which one precisely? Is it you, Miss Nancy?" "No, we all are." As Nancy's laughter echoed, the once joyous revelers in the dance floor began to exhibit a sinister glint in their eyes. Their gazes fixated on Duke like ravenous wolves. "Good heavens, have I stumbled into the den of vampires?" Duke thought, feeling the cold sweat trickle down his face. "Curse that scoundrel for withholding vital information. I shall certainly teach Winston a lesson next time." "What? Is it because I haven't paid enough?" Is it my first day associating with Tom to be met with such double standards?" Get away. Get away. I want to go home." As the true nature of the vampires in the bar was revealed, several unfortunate souls, perhaps merely seeking amusement, were sent into a state of panic and despair. Before Duke could attempt to intervene, their screams abruptly ceased, their lifeless bodies discarded by the vampires as though they were refuse. "Now it is your turn." The vampires, now insatiably hungry from the scent of blood, were eager, for mere unfortunate souls could not sufficiently satiate the appetites of so many vampires in the bar. Nevertheless, they could vaguely sense the immense vitality within the man before them. Now that was a true delicacy. Casting a glance at the desiccated corpses, Duke raised an eyebrow. The blue arcs of electricity flickering in his eyes, his expression stoic as he declared, "Before you make your move, is there anyone, no, any bat-like creature, wishing to withdraw?" The vampires paused, exchanging glances before erupting into laughter. "Is this feeble human truly dazed with fear?" "Ha ha ha!" Nancy jeered at Duke, her smile menacing. "Fear not, darling. We shall cherish every drop of your blood. I assure you, not a single drop will be wasted." Before Nancy could finish her words, a vampire clad in a black suit behind her, clearly unable to contain his impatience, interrupted her, exclaiming, "Let the banquet commence. I can no longer hold back." With that, the chaos began. Bang, 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 bang. Duke drew a Glock 17 from his lower back, and before his adversaries could react, he commenced a precise barrage. It is essential to be armed when engaging in such endeavors. As for the earlier security checks at the bar entrance, with a shadow step, that was hardly an obstacle. The startled vampire let out a ghastly shriek, shielding its head with its hands, and lunged at Duke with a ferocious expression. Bolstered by his mastery of firearms, Duke deftly moved while firing, each shot striking true and swiftly incapacitating the vampires that charged at him. However, the remaining vampires grew increasingly frenzied, seemingly undeterred by the imminent threat, and recklessly surged towards Duke, closing the distance rapidly. Wait a moment. Duke's gaze sharpened. These vampires were not fearless, but rather, they were impervious to death. Before his eyes, the first vampire he had dispatched, still adorned in its black suit, suddenly stirred, struggling to rise as its head wound visibly healed at an alarming rate. Ordinary bullets were not fatal to them. Should he resort to the fabled silver and holy water? A pallor crept over Duke's features, Most of his funds had been allocated to his laboratory, leaving him ill-equipped to procure silver for bullet production. Click, click. After a few futile attempts to squeeze the trigger, Duke realized that his Glock was devoid of ammunition. Haha, he is out of bullets. Now, it's our turn. Duke found himself cornered, with the wall behind him offering no escape. The gathering vampires, sensing their advantage, grew increasingly emboldened, eagerly preparing to pounce upon Duke and rend him to pieces. After all, even if bullets could not vanquish a vampire, they still inflicted pain. Perish, pitiful human. The once-felled vampire in the black suit, now recovering, charged at Duke with claws extended, its head still marred by an unhealed wound. Alas, even monsters face discrimination in these times. Duke shook his head, letting out a sigh of resignation. He hurled his empty Glock at the black-suited vampire with precision, striking its nose and disrupting its assault. While one foe was temporarily subdued, the remaining vampires, invigorated by the sight of Duke unarmed, quickened their charge, eager to feast upon their prey. As the tide of vampires surged forth, Duke maintained his composure, placing his hands behind his back and relinquishing any attempt to evade, allowing the vampires to close in with alarming speed. In a place unseen by any, the pale blue energy arc on Duke's right arm began to flicker. Gazing at the vampire that was now within arm's reach, a sinister smile crept across Duke's lips. His right hand, enveloped in ethereal azure energy, clenched into a fist, and a fearsome, double-headed battle axe materialized in his grasp. My turn is far from over. Chapter 71. Let us call it the chaotic wind axe technique. In New York, at the Red Demon Bar, a figure crashed down, shattering an entire transparent glass table with a resounding thud. Amidst the scattered shards, the figure sprang back to life. Yet before he could regain his footing, another figure hurtled towards him, sending him flying once more. In an instant, the airborne figure careened about like a bowling ball, causing numerous bottles to topple and shatter, as the mingled scent of alcohol and blood quickly permeated the bar. Duke pressed forward, having sent the last vampire barreling away with a kick. Instead of retreating, he advanced, wielding the power axe single-handedly, charging toward the hesitating vampires. The enormous axe cleaved through the air, and the towering vampire at the forefront, unable to evade in time, clenched his teeth and, forsaking defense, raised his claws to strike at Duke's eyes. An exchange of injuries. A flicker of ferocity ignited in the vampire's gaze. An advanced healing vampire would certainly not fear most opponents in close combat. The towering vampire moved swiftly, but Duke was swifter still. Before the vampire's claws could even graze him, the formidable power axe had already struck his grotesquely contorted face. With a crisp crack, the towering vampire fell, cleaved in two before he could utter a final word, achieving a new milestone of the passive split body technique. With a casual flick to rid his hands of blood, Duke lifted the power axe to deflect another vampire's baseball bat. Seizing the moment, he leaped forward, delivering a diagonal strike toward the vampire's waist. The vampire had no time to react and was swiftly bisected. However, thanks to their racial vitality, he had yet to succumb to death, writhing on the ground and emitting inhuman wails. At times, excessive vitality is not a blessing. The torment of being unable to survive or to die is truly the greatest affliction. With a swift arc of his axe, Duke dispatched several more vampires daring enough to charge at him. A glance revealed that the vampire he had previously sliced in half lay utterly still, its blood rapidly draining away, even the corpse beginning to shrivel and darken. Duke raised an eyebrow, casually swinging his power axe to sever the neck of the unfortunate vampire still howling in agony, severing its spinal cord. A head with an agape mouth rolled away, while the remaining body quickly lost its blood, becoming desiccated and blackened. Wow, decapitation leads to death? How unmagical! Duke exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick to the withered head. Observing the vampires before him, who had inexplicably ceased their assault, he warily rested the powered double-headed axe upon his shoulder. As a brooding young man clad in a purple suit emerged from the shadows, the vampires, recently battered by Duke to the brink of existential doubt, lowered their heads, parting ways for the figure as if they were subserviently welcoming their master. Wretched human, You have slain the servant of the noble Count Paul, the pallid-faced youth, with piercing azure eyes that clearly belied his humanity, spoke with an aristocratic British accent. Kneel and offer your only valuable blood to me, Count, and I shall consider transforming you into a noble servant. What era are we in? Still clinging to feudal nonsense. Who do you think you are? Duke retorted with an eye roll. Despicable prey, seeking death. The young man in the purple suit maintained a cold demeanor, evidently one who detested idle chatter. With a swift motion, he drew two short swords, their blades 3 fingers wide and half an arm's length long, adorned with a crossguard typical of British design, their sharp edges glinting ominously in the light. With deft movements, he twirled the sword hilts, his form momentarily blurring in place, closing the distance to Duke at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A smile curled on Duke's lips as he strode forward, raising his power axe with one hand to strike. In that instant, both combatants simultaneously opted for a frontal assault. Clang! The two short swords met the massive double-edged axe, sending sparks flying and producing a sharp, explosive sound. Almost immediately, both figures swayed slightly, quickly regaining control of their rebounding weapons. Duke raised an eyebrow. The other's strength was undoubtedly inferior to his own. Once he stabilized his stance, a faint blue arc of electricity flickered along the axe blade, increasing both speed and force. As he delivered a diagonal strike toward the youth's neck, the young man in the purple suit staggered back a few steps, wincing at his aching arms, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. No time for further astonishment. He crossed his swords defensively at his side, intercepting the sweeping axe blade. Clang! He retreated several steps on his toes to dissipate the force, gripping his short swords tightly. With a push off his left foot, he lunged toward Duke, executing a series of deceptive dashes, closing in to thrust one sword at Duke's eye and the other at his heart. In that moment, Duke realized he could not retrieve his power axe in time to block. A warning bell rang in his mind. Almost instantaneously, he discarded the axe, his empty hands forming claw-like gestures as he lunged for the short swords. Fool! A glimmer of mockery flashed in the young man's eyes. The short swords he wielded were masterfully crafted, not to say they could slice through iron like mud, but to attempt to withstand his blades with flesh was akin to courting death. Anticipating the impending bloodshed, he quickened the pace of his strikes. Meanwhile, Duke grasped the air, and two katanas materialized in his hands, just in time to parry the deadly short swords. Seizing the opportunity, arcs of pale blue energy surged almost instantaneously along the blades. As he swung toward the youth's neck, his movements swift and precise. Item card: Deadpool's twin swords, bulk orders available. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced filled the atmosphere. Faced with Duke's unexpected assault, the man in the purple suit reacted swiftly, tilting his head back as Duke's pale blue blade grazed his cheek, leaving behind a charred scar. Something is amiss. The man's complexion darkened as he touched the scar on his face. For an ordinary person, such an injury would be severe. But for a vampire of his noble lineage, it was akin to receiving a mere slap. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to heal swiftly. However, the wound on his cheek stubbornly resisted recovery, accompanied by an excruciating pain akin to searing flames, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Was it the energy embedded within the blade? A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Duke's eyes as he charged toward the man in the purple suit, simultaneously hurling his katana as a projectile. With precision, the two blades sliced through the air at acute angles. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was evasive, Duke seized a power axe from the ground, leaping with vigor to deliver a warrior's downward slash aimed at the vampire's neck. With no means to evade, the man gritted his teeth, crossing his dual swords to block the colossal axe. A thunderous impact reverberated as his body was pressed down by the immense force of the power axe, his legs trembling slightly. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Duke wielded the axe with both hands, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes that left his opponent unable to retaliate, forcing him to laboriously raise his swords to defend against the axe's onslaught. The clangor of metal echoed, clang, 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 clang. Duke showed no signs of slowing. hammering down with the strength of his well-honed arms, each strike coming faster than the last. There was no finesse, only speed and brutality. Thus, Duke resolved to bestow a fitting name upon this axe technique, the Chaotic Wind Axe Technique. Chapter 72, Evil Spirits, Taste My Axe. The combat style grew increasingly primal as the man in the purple suit's arms trembled slightly. The porcelain tiles beneath him cracked under the relentless assaults, the floor's fissures spreading wider with each powerful blow. At that moment, the vampires, who had initially believed their leader could handle the situation, began to panic. If even their leader could not withstand Duke's might, who could endure the onslaught of his colossal axe when the bespectacled foe was freed? They realized they had to take action. They could no longer idly await their demise. In a flash, the vampires, who had begun to question their existence under Duke's relentless strikes, unsheathed their claws, darting left and right to circumvent the man in the purple suit, who was on the brink of collapse. United in their purpose, they scattered, leaping from various angles to launch a coordinated assault against Duke. They thought, if nothing else, they would at least rescue their leader. A glimmer of cold light flashed through the air as Duke maintained his stance, relentlessly striking down with the power axe. A brilliant pale blue arc of electricity suddenly erupting from his arms. The axe, which had been descending with immense weight, shifted direction abruptly, transforming from a vertical cleave into a sweeping arc, as Duke summoned all the energy within him. The arcs of electricity danced across the surface of the axe like a flash of lightning, spilling forth and swiftly shaping along the blade. It then swept through the air like the scythe of death itself. With a swift motion, the power-imbued axe circled around Duke, forming a perfect arc as the electric arcs radiated outward. The expressions of several vampires suspended mid-air froze momentarily. Some were cleaved in two, while others suffered grievous wounds, collapsing to the ground with anguished cries. A few resolute vampires, despite having been bisected, fought through the excruciating pain, dragging their upper bodies with their hands in a desperate attempt to reassemble their dismembered forms. However, the charred wounds revealed a grim truth. No matter how hard they urged the blood within them to heal, their bodies refused to mend. In their despair, the vampires could only watch as their lifeblood seeped away, leaving several desiccated and darkened corpses scattered across the floor. Through several encounters, Duke had discerned the fatal weaknesses of these vampires. Decapitation guaranteed death, and significant blood loss was equally lethal. Undoubtedly, the atomic energy within him also possessed lethal potential. He realized that while vampires typically boasted advanced regenerative abilities, the destructive nature of his atomic energy rendered their wounds nearly impossible to heal. As Duke dispatched a horde of vampires, the man in the purple suit executed a clumsy roll, narrowly evading Duke's sweeping strike while creating distance between them. Though he had escaped the immediate threat, his subordinates lay slaughtered. A flicker of rage sparked in his eyes. Among the fallen vampires, only a few were his direct progeny, while the majority had merely sought amusement at the bar. Now, with their numbers decimated, not only would his power be significantly diminished, but he also had to provide an explanation to the masters of those slain outsiders. Otherwise, even if he escaped today, the other vampires would undoubtedly hunt him down. He resolved that the only solution was to eliminate Duke. With determination set in his gaze, he contemplated the situation. His opponent's speed was inferior to his own, making a direct confrontation unwise. Veins pulsed visibly across his face as he weaved through Duke's attacks, narrowly avoiding a vertical slash, his form shifting and evading, while Duke's axe struck only against the remnants of his afterimages. As the exchanges continued, the distance between them diminished. The man in the purple suit realized that Duke had not utilized the pale blue electric energy that had once instilled fear in him for some time. An opportunity presented itself. His eyes gleamed with determination. Having studied Duke's movements, he pressed forward instead of retreating. With a resounding thud, just as the axe blade was about to cleave him, the purple-suited man's body disintegrated, unleashing a swarm of bats that screeched as they surged toward Duke. Duke, caught off guard, swiftly dodged while continuing to swing his axe. A dozen unfortunate bats collided with the blade, plummeting to the ground and splattering into a pool of blood that quickly darkened. The number of bats overwhelmed Duke, rendering his power axe ineffective as they maneuvered past it and approached him, coalescing into a humanoid form. A man clad in a purple suit materialized seemingly from thin air, a faint, unnatural flush appearing on his already pallid face. In each hand, he gripped short swords that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, lunging towards Duke's heart with venomous swiftness. Simultaneously, his mouth gaped wide, revealing elongated fangs, poised to sink into Duke's neck. In close proximity, Duke had no time to defend with his power axe, nor did he possess any card weapons to summon. He relinquished the axe, his hands moving with lightning speed as he launched a headbutt toward the man in purple. His hands barely managed to grasp the two short swords, and thanks to his enhanced physique from multiple evolutions, only faint traces of blood marred his hands. Before the man could register his surprise, Duke's headbutt struck his prominent nose. With a resounding thud, the man's head snapped back violently. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was dazed, Duke clawed the swords from the man's grip and, transforming his claws into fists, struck the pale visage of the man in purple. With the strength that continued to burgeon after his symbiotic transformation, Duke's iron fists landed with greater ferocity than any ordinary hammer. The vampire's fangs flew uncontrollably from his mouth. Taking advantage of the moment, Duke unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, employing a decidedly unorthodox Wing Chun-style straight punch that transformed the fallen man in purple into a disfigured mess. In agony, the man finally reacted, hastily raising his arms to shield his head, attempting to roll away and revert to bat form to escape the onslaught. Though Duke's atomic energy had dwindled to nothing, he was determined not to grant his foe an escape. He advanced, pressing his knee against the man's back while gripping his neck with fingers as unyielding as steel, forcibly disrupting his transformation into bats. The veins on the man's face pulsed with a life of their own. With a furious twist, the purple-clad man attempted to bite Duke's hand. Bam! Duke retaliated with a punch that silenced the man's roar, chastising him for his disruptive noise. One punch followed another, shattering the vampire's most defining feature, his fangs, one by one. Yet, the vampire's vitality proved remarkably resilient. Despite Duke's relentless assault, the man could not retaliate, and with the arduous effort of his arms, the injuries on his face began to heal, even when Duke occasionally unleashed his full strength upon the man's head. The most he could achieve was to leave him bruised and battered. Duke's expression shifted slightly. It was evident that physical damage was not particularly lethal to such a high-ranking vampire. Unfortunately, his internal energy had waned, leaving him unable to mount another offensive. At this moment, the man in the purple suit, gradually accustomed to Duke's relentless assault, swallowed the blood in his mouth, and a triumphant smile crept across his face. Pitiful humans, the noble bloodline is immortal. Await your demise. I can heal indefinitely until your strength wanes. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Duke delivered a powerful blow to his chin, abruptly interrupting his speech. Seizing the fleeting moment of his opponent's daze, Duke swiftly rolled over, grasped the power axe lying on the ground, and raised it high, aiming it towards the head of the man in the purple suit. Chet dared to question the unyielding and steadfast strength of Duke. Malevolent fiend, receive my axe.